Chapter 1. The Reboot of the Apocalypse. The fiery blaze shot into the sky. Blood was everywhere, and there were writhing corpses torn apart. Myself. Lu Zheng suddenly woke up, gasping for air, and looked up to see the time display on the high-speed train carriage. 1600 hours, with a 4 beside it. Which number 4? She instinctively pressed her phone, which showed March 4th, 20XX, 16:00.1 more hour. The apocalypse is coming. The sensation of being torn apart and the fear still lingered in her body. Stimulated by this unusual time, she slowly realized something was wrong. As the train arrived at the station, she abruptly stood up, grabbed her backpack, and rushed out without even taking her suitcase. Jinling Station. After exiting the station, Lu Zheng didn't look at the food shops on either side. Supplies were important, but without a safe and stable shelter, she could die at any moment from the zombies that would soon be roaming point 16:15. She got into a taxi. Sitting in the taxi, Lu Zheng downloaded offline maps while calling her mother, who had already passed away in her previous life. Nan has arrived at the station. Mom is off work now and is on the subway. Your dad went to buy you some crispy pancakes, and you'll be able to eat them when you get home. Hearing her mother's voice after a year, Lu Zheng couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Mom has arrived at Zinjiku and will be home soon. After hanging up, Lu Zheng immediately dialed her father's number, but it didn't connect point 16:19, only 41 minutes left. After finishing the call, Lu Zheng opened the grocery delivery app. She selected the nearest supermarket, ordering everything from instant noodles to self-heating hot pots, anything that was ready to eat, and bought boxes of salt, sugar, and mineral water. After buying the food, she opened the courier service interface. Since knives were regulated, she couldn't buy a long knife, so she ordered a household electric saw instead. Whistles, magnesium rods, flint stones, medicines, disinfectant powder, folding glow sticks, and powerful flashlights. Oh right, also women's supplies. All were marked for urgent delivery point 16:45. Stuck in traffic. Caught in the evening rush hour, Lu Zheng was afraid of being trapped in the subway and chose to take a taxi, but it was still stuck in traffic. She opened the map. There were still 3 kilometers to home, and in 15 minutes, this place would become a hell on earth. Her phone buzzed with delivery notifications. There was no one at home, so Lu Zheng asked the delivery person to leave it at the door. The traffic moved slowly. Seeing the entrance of her community, Lu Zheng opened the car door and ran out. While running, she rummaged through her bag for the community access card, swiped it, and entered. The usual routine felt particularly prolonged at this moment, making her anxious. 16:55. Only 5 minutes left. Running quickly made her lungs feel strained, and her throat tasted metallic. In the elevator, oh, isn't this little Lu? The company is off today, and I just dug up some shepherd's purse. They'll bring you some fish and shepherd's purse wontons to eat later. Okay? Why did you buy so much? Oh my, you bought so many boxes of instant noodles. That's not healthy to eat too much of that. Oh dear. Why did you buy so much salt? Are you going to pickle yourself? Ignoring her mother's complaints, Lu Zheng rushed forward and pushed all the stuff piled at the door into the house without a second thought. Bang! She closed the door. Oh dear, you'll break something doing it like that. Why are you in such a hurry? Tears on her face were gently wiped away by her mother's fingertip. The two stood in a messy living room, and her mother's first reaction wasn't to scold her, but to feel heartache, which made Lu Zheng want to cry even more. Lu Zheng pushed her mother towards the bedroom. Mom, I'll explain later. Nan, if you've been wronged, just tell Dad and me, we'll support you. She closed the bedroom door. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. 1700 hours. Night falls at Lu Zheng. Tried to feel her body. A small stream of water appeared in her palm and dripped through her fingers onto the floor. Just like in her previous life, she had water-based abilities that Lu Zheng felt a bit disheartened. This was a skill akin to a healer's ability, but thinking of her 2 lifetimes, at least she was an ability user, which was already quite lucky. There was still no sound from the master bedroom. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? A loud bang echoed in the corridor. Ah! Hearing the scream from outside, Lu Zheng got up from the floor and carefully moved the electric saw she had just brought to the door. Through the peephole, she saw Aunt Wang being pinned to the ground by a zombie in a suit, thick black liquid oozing from the zombie's gaping mouth. Aunt Wang was holding a small grocery cart in the middle, but it wouldn't hold for long. This was a level 0 zombie. After tasting fresh blood and flesh, it would rapidly level up. Lu Zheng leaned against the door, quickly scanned the surroundings through the peephole. There were 4 households on this floor, and currently, Only two figures were visible in the corridor. The other three doors were tightly closed, the elevator door was shut, and the stairwell was at the far end. Confirming that no zombies would suddenly appear, Lu Zheng set down the electric saw, grabbed the household fire extinguisher, and forcefully opened the door, bang, smashing the zombie's head. Ding! Congratulations to the executor for successfully killing a zombie, activating the Multiverse Red Packet group. In the urgent situation, Lu Zheng didn't pay attention to the voice in her mind. Go! Kicking aside the zombie's body, she quickly checked Aunt Wang's exposed skin for any wounds and pulled her, who was too scared to speak, into the house. Click! The bedroom door behind her opened. Chapter 2. Unlocking the Red Packet group. Nan, what happened? Let's talk nicely. Her mother came out from the bedroom, seeing her tying up Aunt Wang to a chair, and hurried over to try to untie her. Lu Zheng held her arm back. Mom, I'll explain later. Time waits for no one. Annie, if you're fine after tonight, they'll let you go. For now, just sit here and don't move. Aunt Wang was terrified and could only nod blankly. After speaking, Lu Zheng quickly closed all the windows and drew the curtains, ensuring nothing was overlooked before exhaling a sigh of relief and sitting on the sofa. She looked up at her worried mother. The screams outside were incessant, mixed with the terrifying roars of monsters. Mom, you should have seen it when I was closing the windows in the future. Lu Zheng intended to comfort her mother, but she had already wiped her tears with the back of her hand. You should call Dad a few more times. In front of her daughter, her mother was always reliable. As the apocalypse began, communication had not yet been disrupted. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Exchanging a glance with her mother, Lu Zheng held back her tears, squatting down to organize the supplies. The food she had bought would only last a few days. She still needed to think of ways to find more supplies. Among the tools she bought, aside from the electric saw and fire extinguisher, the rest had little lethality. Their home was on the 18th floor, although safer than the lower floors. Power could be cut off at any time, making them vulnerable to being surrounded, necessitating a safer and more convenient shelter. In the full-length mirror, the fatal injury from her previous life had turned into a red mark at her neck, reminding her of hatred and that this rebirth was not a dream. With a gentle press, a blue light screen appeared before her. Welcome, Lu Zheng from the Apocalypse Dimension. Binding Multiverse Red Packet Group. Lu Zheng briefly glanced at the interface, and a group announcement popped up on the main screen. This red envelope group is managed by the Time and Space Management Bureau. Red envelopes in this group require energy recharge to be claimed. First time discount. 1 energy point allows you to draw a mystery gift package. No insulting this group, and do not disclose the existence of this group within the plane, otherwise you will be permanently blacklisted. Lu Zheng clicked on his homepage and saw that his energy value was 1, which should have come from the recently killed 0-level zombie. The scrolling messages in the group were covered with a mosaic and could only be unlocked with points currently. He could only see the mystery gift package on the main interface. With insufficient points, he simply clicked on the recommended mystery gift package. Perhaps Lu Zheng's energy was too low. As soon as he clicked, the blue light screen automatically disappeared. Before it vanished, the screen prompted, "Next activation requires 10 energy points." His hands felt heavy, and a long knife that looked simple, even a bit crude, fell into his hands. It was completely black. If it weren't for the blade on one side, it could easily be mistaken for a firewood stick. Hiss! He missed the moment when blood fell on the knife's body and was absorbed, causing the blade to flash. Lu Zheng changed into a tactical jacket and military boots, took scissors, and snipped his long hair into a short bob just above his ears, casually tousled it a bit, and exited with the long knife on his back. On the first day of the apocalypse, most zombies were still 0-level, with even 1-level zombies being extremely rare. This was a good opportunity to clear the hallways. Later on, if the zombies inside the building were too high level, he might not even be able to go downstairs. Moreover, whether it was the red envelope group requiring energy recharge to activate or the need for more battles to enhance his abilities, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Stepping out of his room, his mother was still in the living room organizing supplies. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Zheng stuffed a towel into her mouth. Perhaps Lu Zheng was too ruthless, but now it was the apocalypse, and without knowing whether the other party would mutate, he could not afford to let his guard down easily. Aunt Wang was sitting in a chair. She had a youthful face in her 20s, still a bit chubby with baby fat, and a small mole between her right eyebrows. Her originally beautiful appearance became sharp and intimidating due to her piercing gaze. Aunt Wang was instantly frightened into silence by that look. Lu Zheng knocked her out with one hand and then did the same to his mother. If she were awake, she would definitely not allow him to go out now. 18th floor. The hallway was quiet. Only the stench from the recently killed zombie lingered in the air, becoming more horrifying under the emergency lights. Lu Zheng peered through the peephole to check outside, left a note for his mother, and gently twisted the doorknob, sliding out with a barely audible click as the door closed. Behind him, it was time to hunt. The hallway was shaped with 4 households on each floor. Lu Zheng's home was at the horizontal end of the L that he pressed against the wall, moving slowly, as stealthy as a cat, making no sound at all. He listened intently to the movements from each household. It was quiet. It seemed that there was only that one zombie on this floor. That he moved to the emergency exit door. There was no noise from the stairs behind it, while heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor below. It was likely not a person outside at this moment. Lu Zheng tightened the cuffs of his tactical jacket, took a deep breath, and gripped the long knife tightly as he opened the door. A deep brown hand suddenly shot through the gap. Lu Zheng leaned back, his right hand swung, and with a loud bang, he crushed that hand against the emergency door, then quickly opened the door and swung the knife, severing the opponent's head. This knife was even more effective than Lu Zheng had imagined. He glanced down at the blade that glinted with cold light. The noise had been too loud, and the zombie in the corridor below had also heard it coming over. Lu Zheng kicked the previously slain zombie aside and pushed forward instead of retreating, closing the fire door behind him. And with the height advantage from the stairs, he leaped and struck down with the knife, decapitating the other zombie. Huffed, he exhaled a breath of stale air. His combat instincts were still intact after his rebirth. However, this body, which had just awakened its abilities, was far from the strength of his previous 3 red-level water ability body before death, but fortunately, his stamina was already far superior to that of ordinary people. He tightened the wrist strap and gripped the long knife, continuing downward. The 2 zombies on the 17th floor had already been killed, and the hallway was quiet. Lu Zheng held the long knife tightly, took a deep breath. Such a hidden danger could not be left behind. He pressed his body against the wall beside the door, listening to the sounds inside. There should only be one zombie. After assessing the situation, he raised the long knife and suddenly hacked at the anti-theft lock of that household. Chapter 3. The lucky newcomer. A gust of wind rushed out from the open door. Lu Zheng stood to the side, and the moment the zombie charged out, he swung his knife and severed its arms. This was a Tier 1 zombie, far more dangerous than the sluggish Tier 0 zombies. With its arms cut off, the zombie continued to rush forward, roaring. Lu Zheng gripped his knife and quickly retreated, using the advantages of the corridor to back into a corner. Suddenly, he crouched down and darted through the gap between the zombie's arms. He forcefully smashed the knife handle against the corridor's fireglass, dragging out the fire hose inside, and, using inertia, wrapped it around the zombie's neck. He exerted force with both hands, leaning back to throw the zombie to the ground, where it struggled violently. Lu Zheng bit down on the fire hose with his teeth for leverage, and with his right hand, he swung the knife down hard. Crack! The foul-smelling head rolled aside. Lu Zheng exhaled, sitting on the ground, propping himself up with the knife to recover his strength. This body could handle killing Tier 0 zombies. But fighting a Tier 1 zombie was still a bit challenging. After a few seconds, he stood up and cleaved the Tier 1 zombie's skull. And with a flick of the knife's tip, a white Tier 1 crystal core was in hand. The commotion had been too loud, and the other residents on this floor were peeking through their peepholes, observing the woman outside effortlessly slay what they perceived to be invincible monsters. They stayed inside, afraid to come out. Would someone who could easily deal with monsters also turn their blade against ordinary people? When Lu Zheng reached the bottom of the building, he had basically cleared out all the zombies, and only then did people slowly emerge from their homes, weapons in hand. Watching Lu Zheng finish off the zombies and simply sit down to rest, after a while the girl standing closest to him tentatively asked, "What do we do now?" After she asked, others looked over as well. "First, let's gather those zombies and burn them. The bodies can't just be left in the hallway. It's not only disgusting, but also poses a risk of spreading disease. Just like poultry during an epidemic, they must be promptly exterminated, buried deep, and burned. We don't have the means to bury them right now, but we can burn them. The raging flames not only dispelled the temporary darkness, but also drove away the few wandering zombies that had gathered at the entrance. The others looked like survivors of a catastrophe. In fact, the challenge was just beginning. Zombies were not the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse. Attention residents of the community. Attention residents of the community. We are now entering emergency broadcasting. The community's broadcast sounded, indicating that after the initial chaos, the network had temporarily resumed. To all citizens, the National Red Alert Plan has been activated. Please note the following. 1. Zombies can be killed. Decapitation is necessary for complete death. 2. Please burn zombie corpses promptly to avoid virus transmission. 3. Scratches or bites from zombies will lead to rapid infection. Please take precautions. 4. The Red Alert Plan is activated. Please stay home and wait for rescue. The broadcast eased most people's minds. The functioning of a national machinery was always greater than individual power. Lu Zheng quietly took his knife and headed upstairs while everyone was distracted. He still didn't know if he could save himself and couldn't bear the lives and deaths of so many people. A soft, warm embrace enveloped him. Ever since he started boarding school and middle school, he hadn't been hugged by his mother like this. He could hardly remember the feeling of being cared for by his mother. Thankfully, they were still together in this life. Mom, I'm going to sleep for a bit. If you're not tired, tidy up the supplies. There will definitely be more to do during the day. After speaking, he personally went to untie Aunt Wang, who was bound. Sorry about last night. After a night passed, everything was still normal, indicating that the risk of mutation had been alleviated. Once freed, Aunt Wang didn't say a word and immediately dashed out the door. Lu Zheng was covered in sweat and the foul stench of zombies mixed with his own smell. There had been dirtier and smellier times in his past life, so he fell onto the bed and slept immediately. He was awakened by the cold. On the second day of the apocalypse, a massive volcanic eruption occurred in the southern hemisphere. Volcanic ash obscured the atmosphere, and the blue planet began to cool dramatically. In March, Jinling's minimum temperature was at least 56 degrees, but now it had plummeted below -10 degrees. The spring rain that was supposed to fall turned into heavy snow. Having grown up in Jinling, where snow was rarely seen, looking at the snow outside the window made his heart heavier. Next came earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, mountain floods, droughts, and sandstorms. Following that, mass extinction of species. When he came out of the room, his mother was cooking in a down jacket. Water had already stopped, so taking advantage of the natural gas still being usable. She was using the mineral water Lu Zheng had bought yesterday to knead dough for flatbreads, making them a food source that was durable and easy to store. You're awake. Have some to fill your stomach. The pancakes will be ready soon. What she handed over was a bowl of steamed egg custard, topped with soy sauce and sprinkled with green onions, fragrant and delicious. When he was young, the family wasn't well off, and he only had the chance to eat this when he was sick. After so many years, receiving this bowl of steamed egg custard from his mother's hands made his heart ache. And his father, if it weren't for buying him flaky pastries, he had to become stronger faster to protect those he wanted to protect. Closing his eyes, a surge of energy was drawn from the small crystal core in his hand, merging into his body. The energy flowed through his veins, and every muscle, blood vessel, and cell in his body felt as if they had been cut by the sharpest blades. Ugh! Sweating coldly, he knelt on the ground, and when the pain reached an unbearable level, he finally entered Tier 1. Lu Zheng felt the flow of energy within him. He can now take on 10 ordinary Tier 1 zombies in one go. He opened the red envelope group again, and his personal interface showed that his energy value had risen to 32, with each Tier 1 zombie worth 5 points. After recharging energy, the red envelope group indeed reopened. Immortal Cultivation Dimension. Here they come, the newcomer who drew the intermediate blind box. Interstellar Dimension. Welcome, newcomer. Ancient Romance Pampered Concubine Dimension. Scatter flowers. Worship the lucky one. Glancing at the black knife in his hand, was this actually a high-tier weapon? He scanned the group. Lu Zheng. Seniors in the Immortal Cultivation realm. Do you have a mustard seed space? If there was one, it would directly solve the logistics problem of collecting supplies. Immortal Cultivation Dimension. Yes. The Immortal Cultivation Dimension has sent you a red envelope. You must complete a specified task to unlock it. The first time he grabbed a red envelope, He only needed to recharge, but now he had to recharge and complete a task? This trick was quite tricky. However, there was no free lunch. Task content. The executor must reach the specified location within 3 days to rescue the task object. Failure to complete this task will result in a 100-day lockdown of the red envelope group. After a few lines of text, there was a picture of a cat, labeled, Task Object for this mission. Lu Zheng looked at the fluffy black cat in the picture, with round eyes and a plump face. It was incredibly cute, but for a long time, he couldn't see anything particularly special. Rescue? A little kitten? Chapter 4. You can't leave. Their S power. Their S internet. As soon as he opened his phone, the property group messages shot up to 999. Upstairs. Where did those zombie monsters come from? Rescue finally arrived, and gunfire erupted around the community. While the zombies hadn't evolved yet, firearms were still effective. On the phone screen, 2 anchors were conducting an emergency broadcast. It seemed that the sudden incident, coupled with fear, had caused their usually calm voices to sound dry and trembling. Currently, the world is in a state of emergency, and Jojo has initiated full-scale rescue operations. Water sources and soil have far exceeded pollution indicators. Please pay attention to water safety. In some northern regions, temperatures have dropped below -70 degrees, and in the south, temperatures have fallen to historic lows. Please take precautions against the cold to avoid casualties caused by exposure. To prevent the spread of disease, a comprehensive lockdown has been initiated. Following this are images of disaster from around the world. Even after blurring, they still send chills down one's spine. The sound of car engines starting can be heard in the community. Through the windows, some people are seen fleeing through the wind and snow. In the past, cities with populations of several million meant prosperity. But after seeing the news, many people can understand what such densely populated cities mean now. The number you dialed is switched off. Dad's phone still cannot be reached. The network has been temporarily restored. People on their phones are frantically sending various end-of-the-world videos and images, and the panic is palpable. Lu Zheng, who originally intended to mute the property management group chat, hesitated. She opened one of the fleeing videos, slowed it down, paused it, and then played it again in slow motion. A fleeting figure in it was Dad. She suddenly stood up and grabbed her mom, who was tidying up the house. Mom, can you take a look? Was Dad wearing this outfit when he left? To avoid mere resemblance, Lu Zheng handed her the phone. Tears unexpectedly fell from her mother's eyes as she trembled, taking the phone to look. After finishing, she covered her eyes and choked out, "Yes, it's this jacket." The person who posted this video directly in the group. What happened next? When was this video taken? The messages in the group were scrolling too quickly, so she simply added the person as a friend. Hello, when was this video taken? Do you know where these people ran to? As soon as the message was sent, the other person directly called via video. The background was the visitor reception center hall of the Jinling Museum. A group of people rushed in from outside, and several were forcefully pushing back zombies that were chasing them to close the door. The white tiles in the hall were instantly stained with numerous chaotic red footprints. I just filmed this. We are hiding in the visitor reception center of the Jinling Museum. Can you send someone to rescue us? Those things are right outside. In the video, a person on the right was bitten by a zombie, and half of their arm's flesh was torn off. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Others whose phones still had battery were crying as they contacted their families, dialing for help. But at this moment, the rescue teams simply didn't have enough manpower. Rescue calls couldn't get through, and every call that could connect had become a lifeline. How many zombies are outside? Do you have any weapons? How many people are with you? Lu Zheng desperately searched the shaky video for any sign of her dad. How can I explain this? You have to hurry and come save us. The person speaking had disheveled hair and clothes. Help! I can't even speak clearly through my tears. Shut up. Stop crying. Give the phone to someone next to you. Unable to bear the other's sobs, Lu Zheng shouted angrily. The person on the other side clearly had been terrified into a breakdown by the apocalypse and froze at her shout. Shrinking their shoulders, crying, they numbly handed the phone to someone nearby. They asked the same questions again, and the person next to them scanned the crowd with the phone. Lu Zheng spotted her dad. The other person's phone battery died. Lu Zheng hadn't even had the chance to talk to her dad before the other end went dead. Mom, I'm going out to save Dad. I'll take my keys. You must remember not to open the door for anyone. Don't feel sorry for anyone at a time like this. If someone tries to break in, just use this chainsaw on them. Her mother, with tears in her eyes, grasped her tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After speaking, without waiting for her mother to oppose any further, she broke free from her grasp and went downstairs. As soon as the unit door opened, the fierce wind and blizzard hit her face. Lu Zheng quickly shut the door again to ensure that no zombies could get in before heading out into the storm. The snow had already accumulated to calf deep. In Lu Zheng's memory, the snow in Jinling was always soft, swirling gently as it fell from the sky and melted upon hitting her face. But now, the snow at -20 degrees felt like it was scraping her skin. Adjusting her sunglasses to prevent snow blindness, Lu Zheng gripped her long knife and stepped into the storm. On the other side, at the visitor reception center of the Jinling Museum. Will that woman really help us call for help? What we do now? Rescue calls still can't get through? Whose phone still has battery? A few young people were pushing against the reception center's main door. The scratching sounds of zombie claws against the door and inhuman howls continuously penetrated from outside, fraying the nerves of everyone present. The person who had just been bitten turned into a zombie, biting into the neck of the person next to them. The newly turned zombie indiscriminately attacked the people in the hall, and those who had been holding the door scattered in fear. As soon as the door opened, the zombies outside surged in with outstretched arms. Lu Zheng was waving a fire extinguisher to drive the zombies away when he suddenly felt a push from behind. He was shoved out to confront the zombies charging at him. Lu Zheng didn't enter through the front door. She took a running start, jumped, and climbed over the wall of the South Museum to get in. From the visitor center on the left side of the front door came a series of screams, and Lu Zheng quickened her pace to rush up. Crack! She swung her knife to cut down the zombie pinning Lu Zheng. Dad, go! She swiftly dealt with a few other zombies on site and reached out to grab her dad, wanting to leave, as this place could gather a horde of zombies at any moment. Where's the rescue? You can't just leave us here. Chapter 5. Time-limited mission location, Purple Mountain. Lu Zheng recognized the girl she was pulling was the person from the video moments ago. You're here. Where's the rescue team? Where are the others? Lu Zheng shook off the girl's hand, coldly scanning the surroundings, and continued pulling her dad to move outside. You managed to come here alone, so there were no zombies on the way, right? What's it like outside? Is what the broadcast said true? Lu Zheng ignored all of these questions. The girl was crying pitifully, holding onto Lu Zheng's clothes as if clinging to her last hope. No. Lu Zheng pushed the girl's hand away with force. She couldn't guarantee her own safety, let alone someone else's. You were the one who just filmed the video, right? At least it was thanks to this girl's phone that we confirmed your dad's whereabouts. Everyone is pleading with you. How can you just stand by? Someone spoke up to accuse her. 1-1. Seeing the struggle in her dad's eyes, Lu Zheng understood this was just the beginning of the apocalypse. And he still had the most basic conscience and bottom line, unable to bear such a sight. You say it well, then this person, and this one, and all of them, you can save them. I want to compete with you. Directly facing the person who had just accused her, she pointed her knife at the other people present. Those who had originally wanted to step forward immediately retreated. Her sharp gaze made them too afraid to meet her eyes. Hey, you little girl, you're not listening to advice, are you? Since you have the time to persuade me, why don't you lead these people to safety? You're so capable. You must be able to. Lu Zheng's face was cold. Wasn't this just moral coercion? Who couldn't do that? You. Let us go. The person who had just spoken angrily declared, if you, a little yellow-haired girl, can come in, it must be safe outside. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After saying this, the person led the others to walk outside. We need to hurry. There's a subway entrance over here. Although it's south not close, it could easily attract a horde of zombies. Lu Zheng pulled her dad and, unlike the others, didn't he take the front door, but headed out through a side door. Before they had gone far, they heard a scream from behind. Turning around, they saw a wave of zombies surging in from the front door. The person who had led them before was knocked to the ground by a zombie, and the smell of blood and sickening chewing sounds filled the air. What a hassle. Dad, step back. Lu Zheng's eyes were cold as he faced the incoming threat with his sword drawn. Stop yelling. Don't you think we have enough zombies coming at us? With a horizontal swing of his long knife, he cut through the wind and snow, slicing through the gap between the back of the person running in front and the mouth of the approaching zombie. Lu Zheng used his momentum to thrust forward, jamming his long knife into the wide-open mouth of the zombie and slamming it down to the ground. After dispatching this one, he delivered a swift kick forward. Crack! The sound of zombies' spine breaking echoed crisply in the wind and snow. Several survivors who had rushed over froze in place, instinctively touching their necks. After taking down another zombie, Lu Zheng kicked its corpse aside, revealing the girl who had just wanted to escape with him. Get up! Lu Zheng pulled her up, and seeing her bright eyes staring at him, he thought to himself that this was bad. Now he couldn't shake her off. There was a first-tier zombie in the horde, which Lu Zheng calculated to be worth 5 points. With one hand holding the knife, he pulled a rope from his backpack with the other. Using the rope to restrict the zombie's movement would make it easier to kill them. He tossed the backpack aside, gripping the knife in one hand and the rope in the other. After a few steps of momentum, he kicked out with his legs, producing 2 more crisp-cracking sounds as he took down 2 zero-tier zombies. Whoosh! The first-tier zombie took the opportunity to swiftly rush up behind him. Bang! After taking a deep look at the zombie, Lu Zheng used the stone sculpture by the roadside for leverage, flipping over and ensnaring the first-tier zombie with the rope. He pulled. He tightened. Standing on the first-tier zombie's shoulder, he struck down hard with his knife. Huh! Lu Zheng exhaled a few puffs of white breath, and suddenly, a round of applause sounded in his ears. So strong. So strong. Stop clapping. Don't you think we have enough zombies coming at us? Wan, are you okay? Her father pulled her back and forth several times before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine, let's go. This time with her father. They couldn't climb over walls, so they walked along the ancient city wall, avoiding densely populated residential areas. Lu Zheng noticed the little tail following behind and didn't stop or scold it, considering it a favor for the person who had helped. Just as they entered the community, she rushed up like a small cannon and hugged him tightly. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. When they got home, her mother was pacing helplessly in the living room with her hands clasped. The next day at lunch, the family reunited, and the chief chef, Lu Zheng, personally prepared a table full of hearty dishes after a day of rest. Eat more, eat more. It's a pity we lost those flaky pastries we bought on the way. As he took the vegetables his father served, Lu Zheng recalled their situation in his previous life and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Things will definitely get better. With one more person at home, they consumed resources faster, and Lu Zheng began to think about going out to gather supplies. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Boom! The family put down their bowls and gathered at the window. A cloud of smoke billowed from one corner of Zhongshan, where the explosion had originated. Boom, boom, boom. Looking up, they saw dozens of helicopters flying towards that direction. Lu Zheng squinted. The design on their bodies was a window with a green moon outside. Roar! 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 Countless zombies were attracted by the commotion, surging toward that area. His phone began to chime with notifications. Is anyone at Zhijing Mountain? Can you see what's happening over there? Lu Zheng looked in that direction, remembering that the time-limited task location in the red envelope group was Zhijing Mountain's peak, and his heart sank. Chapter 6. Unlocking the Mustard Seed Space, Zhijing Mountain. Lu Zheng arrived with his long knife, the explosions and chaos having subsided. Dressed in a white windbreaker, he blended into the wind and snow. Looking up, he saw shadows darting in front of the glass wall of Zifeng building, with many people peering over. At the foot of the mountain, countless low-tier zombie corpses were piled up, indicating that the recent explosion was far more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, most people still didn't know about the existence and use of crystal cores, and the zombies' heads were still mostly intact. Crystal cores delivered right to my door. One strike for each. With the apocalypse just beginning, first-tier zombies were scarce, but this place had a large base, and Lu Zheng quickly dug up more than 10 first-tier crystal cores, just as he extracted a red second-tier crystal core with the tip of his knife. Footsteps echoed through the wind and snow, and several teams of people and vehicles arrived. Covering his mouth and nose, he crouched down among the zombie pile, carefully observing the opposite side. The snowstorm was too strong, limiting visibility, and he couldn't hear their voices clearly. He could only barely see that they were wearing matching uniforms. with embroidery on their chests resembling that of the helicopters flying overhead. It was unclear what they were discussing, but ultimately, those teams began to orderly pour oil, set the mountain on fire. Thinking of the designated task from the red envelope group, Lu Zheng gritted his teeth and waded through the zombies, running in the opposite direction towards the mountain peak. If it weren't for unlocking the mustard seed space he had just bought from the red envelope group store, he would have turned back early. With his knife held horizontally in front, he remained vigilant as he ascended. By the time he reached the top, he hadn't seen any sign of life. The earlier commotion had come from nowhere. Upon reaching the summit and seeing the sea of blood, he understood why there had been no activity. Everyone was dead. Even the snowstorm hadn't had time to cover up the blood. Broken bodies, a flattened mountaintop fast food restaurant, and the wreckage of a fallen helicopter were all mixed together, creating a hell on earth. Why would the red envelope group send him to such a place to rescue a cat? Avoiding the soft debris beneath his feet, Lu Zheng walked towards the small black cat in the center of the blood. With one hand gripping his knife, he remained cautious of the small cat on the ground, preventing it from being a mutated cat that could kill. With the other hand, he opened the red envelope group and checked the photo to see if it was the task cat. Ding! Congratulations to the executor for finding the task target. Ding! The mustard seed space has been unlocked and issued. Listening to the prompt in his mind, a black bracelet appeared on his wrist. It seemed this was the mustard seed space. With this, he could finally go gather supplies. The interior of the mustard seed space unlocked by the red envelope group was similar to the common computer game backpack interface. There were a total of 100 slots. Just like in computer games, with each slot able to hold one item, but there was no restriction on the size of the item. Time inside was frozen, and dead objects placed inside Wu have to worry about spoiling, though living things could not be stored. Seeing that although only one item could be placed in each slot, but without size restrictions, Lu Zheng thought of containers. If he directly placed supplies into a container and then stored it in the mustard seed space, wouldn't it only occupy one slot? After taking out a snowboard from the backpack he brought, he directly stored the mountaineering backpack, which still contained several items in the space. Sure enough, it only took up one slot, confirming that his previous idea was feasible. The mountain fire below gradually began to rise, and there was no time to walk down normally. Lu Zheng prepared to ski down the mountain. She might be the first to achieve skiing in Zhejiang Mountain. After all, there had never been such heavy snow in Jinling before. Before she even stepped out, the notification sound for the red envelope group rang in her ears. Of course, considering the task was to rescue, she had only managed to find it so far, confirming that the cat posed no threat. Lu Zheng avoided the wounds and carefully picked up the barely alive little black cat, tucking it into the pocket of her windbreaker. As she crouched down, she finally saw the situation in the snow and her pupils contracted. With a few swipes of her hand, she cleared away the snow covering the surface. She saw clothes that had turned to shreds along with the bodies. The embroidered pattern on them was a tightly shut window with a green moon outside. Not this again. Crouching down, she dug out several pieces, all with the same pattern. She tucked the fabric in her pocket to avoid leaving fingerprints that could lead to her being tracked. Lu Zheng patted the little black cat in his pocket, realizing that the red envelope group seemed to have brought him a big trouble. Using his abilities, he washed away his footprints in the snow. Lu Zheng stepped onto the snowboard, adjusted his goggles, and protected the little cat in his pocket while snowboarding down the mountain. The cold wind howled past his ears. What would normally take dozens of minutes, Lu Zheng reached the foot of the mountain in just 2 minutes. Looking back at the raging fire engulfing Purple Gold Mountain, he was relieved that Xuanwu Lake was nearby. With the heavy snow, the fire was visibly diminishing. Otherwise, igniting Zhongshan would not be a small matter. After putting the snowboard away in the mustard space, Lu Zheng's first stop was the nearest convenience store. The population around the large supermarket was too dense, and there were many zombies. It should have already been secured by the authorities as an important resource point. His target was those scattered small convenience stores and private supermarkets. After slicing through 2 wandering zombies at the alley entrance, Lu Zheng spotted a pharmacy across from the convenience store. Thinking of the little creature in his pocket, he turned on his toes. Through the transparent glass door, he could see the pharmacy's interior, quiet and serene. The door was locked, so he inserted his long knife into the gap of the glass door to cut the iron chain. Before entering, Lu Zheng picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it inside. Tap, tap, tap. There was no response, confirming that there was indeed nothing else inside. Lu Zheng pushed the door open. Alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, disinfectant powder, anti-inflammatory medicine, medical bandages, and gauze. Lu Zheng, not being a veterinarian, took a round of items following the method of treating human wounds. He also found 2 large storage boxes behind the counter. After stuffing all the medicine in the store into the boxes and storing them in the mustard space, it only occupied 2 slots. The temperature was too low, so Lu Zheng lit a fire in the store to take out the little black cat from his pocket. Blood was matted in its fur, making it hard to tell it was originally a black cat. There were 2 large wounds on its back and belly that were still bleeding. Time was tight, so he quickly performed disinfection and bandaging. At this time, he couldn't find a veterinarian to check on it, hopefully, as a task subject of the red envelope group. It would die so easily. Water condensed in his palm extinguished the fire he had just lit, and Lu Zheng walked towards the convenience store across the road with his knife in hand. There were 4 or 5 low-level zombies swaying at the entrance, and in his eyes, they had automatically turned into 4 or 5 points. Worried that the little black cat might be thrown out later, Lu Zheng moved the little black cat from his side pocket to the inner pocket of his jacket, using his teeth to hold the front zipper closed. Chapter 7. Testing. After dealing with a few zombies at the door, Lu Zheng used the same method to confirm that there were no other zombies in the convenience store. He entered looting mode. He directly stored the 4 refrigerators holding drinks and yogurt in the mustard space. These drinks were high in sugar and calories, making them a great choice for energy replenishment after the apocalypse, especially since the early apocalypse would have nearly 3 months of bitter cold winter. By then, even a place like Jinling would see temperatures drop to minus 60 degrees. Sufficient sugar and fat storage will be necessary to survive such an extreme winter. Not finding any boxes, Lu Zheng simply cleared out the 2 refrigerators filled with alcohol. Bread, biscuits, chocolate, nuts, instant noodles, jelly, anything edible was stuffed inside and stored in the space. Now, the mustard space only occupied 9 slots, leaving 91 slots remaining. Lu Zheng began to understand why so many people enjoy collecting gear in games. The feeling of filling one's backpack with supplies was truly wonderful. Next door, at the Lucy River. This time, it wasn't as smooth as the first 2 times. As soon as he entered, a store employee wearing a uniform sprang out from behind the counter. Lu Zheng jumped onto the display counter, twisting at the waist, and sliced downwards, taking out that low-level zombie with 1 blow. A chilling wind blew from behind. 2 low-level zombies dressed in chef uniforms burst out from a kitchen. Lu Zheng leaped upwards, grabbing onto a decorative beam on the wall to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. After taking out one with a reverse strike, he let go and jumped down, stabbing the last zombie right in the open mouth. After confirming there were no other zombies in the store, Lu Zheng rummaged through the kitchen and found several large storage boxes. Yogurt puffs, peach crisps, mung bean ice cakes, honey cakes, mochi, egg yolk pastries, etc. Anything edible was stuffed into the boxes and stored in the mustard space. Perhaps they were used as ingredients for meat floss buns and fresh meat mooncakes. He also found a lot of fresh meat in the kitchen. There were also plenty of flour and various seasonings, as well as kitchen tools, workbenches, and ovens, all stored in the mustard space. Hud, hud, hud. A chaotic sound of footsteps rushed in. A few people were dressed in cold-proof mountaineering gear, with the leader holding a mountain axe. The others carried baseball bats, fire extinguishers, and fire axes among other weapons. Those weapons were smeared with varying degrees of brownish goo, and they still bore a hint of blood. Seeing this, Lu Zheng silently tightened the cuffs of her jacket, pressing against the wall to gather her strength. Even if they charged in here, she could quickly dodge. Damn it, this store has already been looted. The leader, looking at the empty cabinets, angrily slammed his axe down onto the cash register's computer. The shattered computer broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Tap, tap, tap. A piece of the broken screen slid to Lu Zheng's hiding spot. Let's go to the next one. The leader spat, saying to leave, but with his toes pointed inward. He raised one hand in silence. The others nodded in understanding, tightening their grips on their weapons. The leader gripped the mountain axe tightly, slowly inching closer to the kitchen. At the moment the computer shattered, he saw a person sticking to the wall reflected in the broken screen. Clang! The leader's raised mountain axe was intercepted by Lu Zheng's horizontal blade. Swish! The blade slid past the axe handle, and Lu Zheng, gripping the knife with both hands, slammed the handle hard towards the other's heart. One strike and one push. After creating some distance, Lu Zheng flew into a horizontal kick. The opponent crashed face first onto the cash register and lay still. Don't worry, he is not dead. But if you want to try again, that might not be the case. Lu Zheng swung the knife against the neck of the person on the ground, coldly watching the remaining 6 people at the front desk. It's you. Sister, it's me. A girl across from her quickly removed her cold-resistant mask and sunglasses, revealing an excited smile. Her bright eyes made Lu Zheng recognize her as the girl he saved yesterday. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Sister is a good person. She saved me yesterday. The girl waved her hand, signaling the others holding weapons to lower them. Do you know each other? Another woman in the group asked. Yes. Sister is my lifesaver, the girl exclaimed. Sister, why are you out? Are you also here to collect supplies? This is my big brother. The girl pointed at the unconscious man on the ground. He is just a bit reckless, but he is not a bad person. We had no food at home, so we came out to find some, but didn't he expect to run into you? Sister, I feel like we have a pretty good fate. The little girl smiled shyly, scratching the back of her head. It seemed she was embarrassed for saying too much in front of someone she liked. No longer the frightened state from that day at the South Museum. Lu Zheng glanced at the others, seeing they had already put down their weapons, before moving the knife from the man's neck. Sorry, she apologized verbally, but her face showed no signs of embarrassment. Having witnessed countless instances of self-inflicted harm in the apocalypse, being misjudged was certainly better than being counterattacked. Coming out empty-handed would seem too special. No need, thank you. The little girl wanted to persuade her again, but after being pulled by someone next to her and whispered to, she stopped talking. After exiting, thinking of the little cat in her arms and with the sky darkening, Lu Zheng did not continue collecting supplies and started heading home. Occasionally glancing up at the direction of Zhongshan, she confirmed her position. The hazy Zhongshan became her greatest sense of security at that moment. In the blizzard, countless people got lost due to not being able to see the direction, losing body heat, and ultimately dying in the snow. On the road, gunshots and inhuman howls mixed together. The power supply was intermittent. Lu Zheng didn't take the elevator, and as soon as she came out of the stairwell, she saw Aunt Wang swaying and looking out her door. After speaking, she gave a thumbs up. The words were directed at her, but her eyes were glued to the backpack behind her. Lu Zheng switched the knife from her left hand to her right, nodded, and opened the door to enter her home. Once inside, she didn't rush to do anything else, but leaned against the door frame and looked outside through the peephole. What's going on? Who is out there? Her mother came over to take the backpack from her hands and also glanced outside through the peephole, but naturally saw nothing. Chapter 8. Handing over supplies? Did you find the medicine? Her father came out of the kitchen, holding a spatula and wearing an apron. I found it. Lu Zheng had used the excuse of going out to look for some painkillers to leave. There was basically no order outside, and there were few survivors. Perhaps because of what happened at Purple Gold Mountain, there were fewer zombies on the road. As Lu Zheng talked about the situation outside, she took out the little black cat from her arms. The little guy had its eyes tightly shut, soft and limp in her hands. Still no movement. It wouldn't be dead, would it? Saying disdainful words, she noticed that the little cat had bandages on its body. Lu Zheng probably cared a lot. So her mother went to the bathroom, took a stainless steel basin, and started a fire inside. Come over here. It's warmer. This little thing, doesn't he know if it can withstand the cold? After saying this, she also pulled out a few towels and rummaged through the family's medicine cabinet. Lu Zheng smiled and accepted them. Now that she couldn't use a hairdryer, she didn't dare to give the little cat a bath. Instead, she took scissors and first cut off the clumps of fur matted with blood. She used a towel soaked in medical alcohol to slowly wipe the dirty blood around the wound clean. Fortunately, the little black cat was unconscious now, making it easy to handle. After a while, she finished, reapplied the anti-inflammatory and pain medication, and bandaged it up. Once the wounds were taken care of, Lu Zheng used alcohol to rub off the blood from its fur. The little guy's fur had been cut into a mess. It no longer had that fluffy, Round look from the group photo. It's time to eat. Sigh. Lu Zheng tucked the cat into the inner pocket of her tactical jacket, warming it with her body heat. On the table was radish stew with ribs. The temperature in Jinling had already dropped to minus 20 degrees. Without heating and with intermittent power supply, quickly cooling dishes had already been removed from the Lu family's dining table. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Zheng put down her bowl and raised her hand to signal her parents not to speak. She picked up the long knife and leaned against the door, looking through the peephole. It was Aunt Wong from next door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? It's Aunt Wong from next door. She was the only one standing outside. Aunt Wong, what's the matter? Lu Zheng opened the door a crack, holding the knife and stepping aside. The other party squinted and took a breath. The aroma of radish stew with ribs wafted out from the door that had just opened. Aunt Wong, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Lu Zheng had guessed a bit. Aunt Wong had been inside her house and seen those supplies. You don't need to return it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Aunt Wong clasped her hands together and kept thanking her, finally smiling sincerely after saying all that. Mother, was it your Aunt Wong just now? Yes, she came over to ask for some supplies. Father, forget it. Just give it to her. We've been neighbors for so many years. Lu Zheng picked up her bowl and continued eating. The temperature was too low. It had only been a short while, and the food was already a bit cold, but she still ate earnestly, as if savoring some rare delicacy, finishing the food in her bowl bit by bit. In this apocalyptic world, every grain of food was more precious than gold. Wang Jiabao leaned back on the sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table, smoking, and there were cigarette butts scattered all over the floor beneath the sofa. Several men beside him also looked disdainful. Their home smelled of stewed meat, so they must have plenty of supplies. Tonight the man speaking made a slicing gesture with his hand. So let us make a move tonight. There are only 3 of us, and we outnumber them. Wang Jiabao crushed the cigarette butt on the coffee table, his palm facing up, a bolt of lightning forming. At night, Lu Zheng lay fully dressed on the bed, holding the still unconscious little black cat in her arms. Lightly asleep. Creak, hiss, creak. It was the sound of the door lock being tampered with. She gripped the long knife tightly and rolled over. As she approached the living room, the sound became clearer. Her parents also came out, holding a fire axe and alert. They exchanged a glance, and Lu Zheng pressed the long knife against the door. The emergency lights in the corridor were on, and 5 or 6 men were outside the door. They were restless, looking around, and one man was crouched down trying to pry the door open. After assessing the situation, Lu Zheng swung the knife horizontally and simply opened the door. The front door swung open, and the few people outside were clearly taken aback. When they saw it was a young and beautiful girl, they couldn't help but tease. It's little Lu. Upon seeing Lu Zheng's parents behind her, one of them hesitated for a moment. Uncle Lu and Auntie are home too? Then let us speak openly. We're neighbors, and we need to help each other now, right? As he spoke, a ball of lightning appeared in his palm. It was a lightning-based ability. After the apocalypse, many people turned into zombies, but a very few awakened special abilities. Besides the common metal, wood, water, fire, and earth abilities, wind and lightning abilities were also powerful. Amidst the flickering electricity, the desires on the faces of the men became more apparent. Did you see that? Let us cooperate well. We're not unreasonable people. Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the long knife, stepping back with her left foot, quietly gathering strength. Wang Jiabao thought Lu Zheng was scared since she hadn't spoken. He had heard from his mom that she could kill zombies alone and had been a bit wary. Now seeing that she was just a slender girl and so pretty, he couldn't help but develop ulterior motives. You take out the food now, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, our weapons are not blind. Are they brothers? Tough. Just wait until we get what we want and see how tough she is. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It's the apocalypse now. If you don't want to die, you'd better be sensible. After saying that, he reached out to touch her face. Chapter 9. Leaving the community, Lu Zheng didn't even draw her knife. She swung her hand to directly break the finger that was reaching out. You. Wang Jiabao clutched his injured finger, writhing in pain. His ability hadn't even been used yet, and Lu Zheng had already leaped forward, kicking him to the ground. The other men hadn't reacted yet, and Lu Zheng took them down one by one with a kick. The last kick was a horizontal kick. and there was a crisp crack in the air. Wang Jiabao, who had originally tried to rise and show off, fell to the ground, clutching his broken arm. She stepped on Wang Jiabao's chest with one foot and leaned down. Do you still want supplies? I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. I will do whatever you say from now on. The person on the ground was in pain, his face pale, sweating profusely as he hurriedly pledged loyalty. Lu Zheng glanced around. That's right. We were all forced by him. Lu Zheng looked at the men who were hurrying to get up and kneel, contemplating whether to eradicate them completely. Suddenly, the adjacent door opened, and Aunt Wang rushed out from the house, kneeling on the ground in front of Wang Jiabao. Little Lu, even if Annie begs you, please let him go. He is Annie's only son. As she spoke, tears welled up, and she cried helplessly, kneeling on the ground and reaching out to grab Lu Zheng's clothes. Taking a step back, Lu Zheng looked coldly at these people. She had originally planned to stay at home for a few more days, but what happened today clearly shattered the illusion of peace in her house. The outside world was already in chaos. Let him go. Sure. Before a few people could express their joy, Lu Zheng swung her knife and directly severed a few men's fingers. Don't you like to rob other supplies? Since you have hands, but don't know how to be self-reliant, then don't keep them. Leave a line for others to live. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Wang Jiabao hunched his shoulders, his bloodied hands hanging down, and with red eyes, he looked at Lu Zheng with a twisted, pained expression on his face. You don't need to worry about that. At the moment he turned away, Wang Jiabao suddenly sprang up from the ground, his palm, with 5 fingers broken, gathering lightning as he struck at Lu Zheng with all his might. Mom. Turning back, Aunt Wang's warm body fell over, a large area on her chest showing a fatal wound left by the lightning strike. Just now, she had blocked Wang Jiabao's attack for him. Hiss. The remaining few small thugs saw this situation, screamed, and scrambled away. Little Lu, Annie's watched you grow up. I didn't know your brother Jiabao. The warmth from her body was rapidly dissipating. Even if Aunt Wang hadn't blocked the attack, it wouldn't have mattered. This injury was nothing to a level 1 ability user like her. But now, the cold light of a long knife was reflected on her face. Cold, sharp. In this chaotic world, Dad paused for a moment and then said, "This is self-defense." He didn't say anything else, just reached out and patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder. After a long silence, Lu Zheng's tone returned to calmness. Pack your things, we have to leave here. The temperature continued to drop. The thermometer app on the phone showed that the outdoor temperature had already fallen below minus 25 degrees. In a few days, this number would drop below minus 50 degrees. In extreme cold, the soil would enter a freeze-thaw state. The iron tracks on the ground couldn't remain stable. In places like the Northeast, tracks were built on elevated structures, with bases driven directly into the bedrock to avoid the effects of freeze-thaw soil. Normally, tracks in the South were constructed with more consideration for high temperatures. Now, those deformed tracks couldn't transport supplies. Cars would be blocked on the highway by heavy snow, and air transport couldn't operate in the snowstorm. There were also zombies everywhere in the blizzard. A once populous city with over 8 million residents required a terrifying amount of supplies. Once the food at home ran out, the outside would be a blizzard and monsters. The fate of the elderly, children, women, and even weak men was self-evident. She had to quickly take her family away from such densely populated areas. Lu Zheng gripped the long knife and looked up at her parents. The conflict over supplies wouldn't just happen today, nor would it always be this simple. The couple exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the implications. Mom packed the 3 hiking bags, with the most important supplies inside. The remaining few boxes of instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, salt, sugar, and medicine. Lu Zheng planned to carry down herself with Dad to avoid exposing their space too early. Each took a hiking bag, closed the door, and left the place where they had lived for 20 years. She still remembered how she used to scribble on the walls as a child. Tap. It was time to leave. First floor. Lu Zheng nodded at her dad, who was holding a household chainsaw. Mom and Dad would guard the supplies for now while she prepared to go out to find a vehicle. Looking at Mom, holding her hand, Lu Zheng squeezed her palm and smiled slightly. She put on sunglasses to prevent snow blindness, held the knife in front, and had T walked far along the sidewalk of the building when a zombie with half its face mangled and deep yellow eyes filled with white spider webs lunged out from behind a street tree. The stench was overwhelming. With a powerful thrust of the long knife, she drove it straight into the gaping mouth of the zombie, piercing through the back of its head. Using both hands to grip the knife for leverage, she kicked with both feet, sending the zombie tumbling into a nearby snowbank. After finishing it off, Lu Zheng looked up at a few zombies in the distance. The quick action hadn't attracted their attention. Breathing out a puff of white air, Lu Zheng held the knife and quickly walked to the outdoor parking space beside the building. She had spotted a large truck parked beside the building earlier. With a high chassis and large size, it wouldn't get stuck in the snow like smaller cars would. The driver's door of the truck was wide open, but the driver was nowhere to be seen, with messy footprints on the snow mixed with fallen rotten flesh. Her nose twitched, a whiff of the foul. Bloody smell blew over from the gaps in the blizzard. The raging wind was disrupted, and a shadow suddenly fell from above. Chapter 10 Survival Guide in the Apocalypse Clang. Swish! She caught the attack from behind with the reverse of her knife. The zombie's claws scraped against the long knife, sparking a shower of sparks. With the weight pressing down on her knee, Lu Zheng gripped the knife with both hands and twisted her waist to swing the knife horizontally. The agile opponent dodged the blade, lying flat on its back. Another level 1 zombie. 5 points. Lu Zheng gripped the knife in her right hand, leaped up, and reached for the truck's door handle with her left. Using the momentum, she kicked the zombie in the chest with one foot. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking echoed painfully in the blizzard. Taking advantage of the moment it fell, she jumped down, slicing off its head cleanly. 5 points. She pulled the crystal core from the tip of the knife. Lu Zheng circled around the truck, confirming that there were no other zombies on it, and checked the tire pressure before entering the driver's seat. The driver's seat was covered in fallen, rotten flesh and pus, with yellowish-white goo smeared on the steering wheel. She directly used the knife to strip off the fabric cover of the driver's seat. After roughly wiping around, she threw out the seat cover and the floor mat of the driver's seat together. The car key was still in the ignition, the dashboard was fine, and the gas tank was 90 full. Lu Zheng hadn't seen a car in such good condition in a long time. The fatigue from the earlier battle vanished, and she couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Lu Zheng's target was the second-hand market 5 kilometers away. That place had fewer people and no residential buildings nearby. The key was that there were a lot of second-hand wooden furniture, which could be used as fuel for heating. In the current situation, where heating was unavailable, primitive fire could keep body temperature within a safe range. Along the way, she directly rammed into any zombie she encountered. The sturdy crash bars of the truck were more than enough to deal with level 0 zombies. On the road, she often saw the stiff, grotesque, decayed figures of zombies wandering around. Desperate screams and inhuman howls mixed in the air. The sky was murky, and visibility in the blizzard was only about 100 meters. The horrifying hell on Earth was covered with thick white snow, as if humanity hadn't encountered any terrible events. After more than 10 minutes, she arrived at the second-hand market. Lu Zheng parked the truck directly in the market's cargo area, which was closest to the market's office. Mom and Dad, hold a chainsaw tightly. If you see zombies coming later, just swing as I taught you and chop off their heads. Before getting out of the car, she cleared the surroundings. She pulled out the long knife from under the seat and held it in her hand. Lu Zheng took out the alarm clock she brought from home, set the time, and threw it far away with force after opening the car window. Ding, ding, ding. The piercing alarm sound could attract zombies hiding in the dark. Moreover, under the cover of the blizzard, the sound wouldn't carry too far, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Lu Zheng didn't get out of the car. After watching for a while, she stepped on the gas to crush the level 0 zombies that had been drawn over. I'll get out first. You can come down later. After listening to the sounds outside, Lu Zheng slowly opened the car door and jumped out. Skillfully finishing off the few zombies on the ground, she scanned the surroundings. After taking care of another wave of zombies that had slipped through the cracks, she entered the office of the second-hand market, which was relatively clean. She closed the door behind her and confirmed that they were temporarily safe before the family let out a long sigh of relief. Mom reached out and pulled her daughter into an embrace, stroking her head. The long hair that had been carefully maintained was now cut short in a haphazard manner. A bit prickly, her daughter was no longer the little girl who used to cry because her braids were messy. Lu Zheng buried her head in her mother's shoulder. The unique, warm, and pleasant smell from her mother calmed her down. Just as she was about to pull away from the embrace, she touched her mother's already cold hand, which had little warmth left, and then saw her mother's lips were a faint purple. "I'll go out for a moment." When she returned, Lu Zheng had brought in a large stainless steel bathtub and 2 wooden chairs. The long knife that was handy for killing zombies had now become a handy axe, and with just a few strikes, he chopped the chairs into pieces. After pulling the curtains to block the light, he took out the flint and magnesium rod he had bought earlier from his climbing backpack. Using the dry fabric he had picked up as kindling, he skillfully lit a fire in the stainless steel tub. The temperature in the room gradually rose. The family wrapped themselves in a down quilt, holding the self-heating rice made from the water that Lu Zheng had conjured with his abilities. "Mother, so this is what you just mentioned, your ability like magic." "Yes. Not only do I have water abilities, but there are also metal, wood, fire, and earth abilities. There are also some special ones like wind and lightning, many types. Besides being able to use these abilities, physical fitness also improves." "Father, the world has changed. The water and electricity have been cut off for the past 2 days, and it will only get more chaotic. The flaky pastries I bought for you couldn't be eaten. I'm afraid we won't be able to have them again. No matter how life is, as long as the family is together, things will definitely get better." Saying this, Mother suddenly reached out and ruffled Lu Zheng's hair. Her gentle gaze carried the familiar sparkle Lu Zheng recognized. Just like every time the family faced difficulties, Mother would look at her this way, tender yet firm. Hearing this, Father sighed. "That's true. Once things stabilize, I'll let Nyang Yang try making flaky pastries herself. It shouldn't be too difficult. Life must go on." After Father and Mother fell asleep, Lu Zheng stepped out of the room. The little black cat in her arms was still unconscious, but at least wasn't cold. Ignoring it, Lu Zheng tried to open the red envelope group panel again to see if she could get something else. Clicking on recharge, she activated the red envelope group. Click to recharge 10 points to unlock the chat interface. Click to recharge. The red envelope group chat page unlocked, and a mosaic disappeared. Ancient romance pet concubine dimension. Throw flowers. Worship the European emperor. Star dimension. After all these years, someone really drew that black knife. Glancing at the black knife in her hand, is this actually a level weapon? Starry dimension. Hurry, hurry. Newcomer with European emperor aura. Please bless me for this red envelope to draw a big prize. Ancient romance pet concubine dimension. Don't pay attention to him. He is a well-known unlucky guy in the group. Wish me good luck, and I'll send you treasures. As soon as Lu Zheng clicked on the dialog box, a prompt popped up. Recharge 10 points to enable speaking. Recharge. Lu Zheng. Everyone, what exactly is this universal red envelope group? A big red cross appeared on the message, showing it was not sent. A prompt popped up. Warning. No permission to inquire about related information. No permission? Lu Zheng looked at the line of text, fiddling with her index finger. What about later? Cultivation dimension. You old folks should tone it down. The newcomers are too scared to speak seeing you like this. Star dimension. Newcomer. Don't listen to that pet concubine dimension person's nonsense. Quickly wish me good luck this time. Wishing everyone good luck in this draw. As soon as she finished speaking, red envelopes began to float in the chat group. Just as Lu Zheng was about to click, a prompt popped up. To participate in the red envelope activity, you need to recharge 10 points. Recharge. After the red envelope rain ended, messages in the group started rolling in frantically. Starry dimension. Wow, the newcomer is really lucky. I drew the level nano battle armor. Lu Zheng looked at her draw result. Perfect hit, rose pistol as long as you want it. As long as there are bullets, bullets will hit the target no matter how long it flies. 6,000 points to activate. It seems she has to spend money. This red envelope group seems to have the same tricks as those online course groups. A trial class for $99. Joining the group for $19.99. Starry Dimension has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Please accept. Adaptive temperature suit. It can simulate any color and form in this world. Wearing it makes you unafraid of any extreme cold or heat. 200 points to activate. With the 56 points Lu Zheng had worked hard to earn, facing these items that cost hundreds or thousands, it felt pitifully little. Ancient Romance Pet Concubine System has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Please accept. So cheap, It was practically shouting, 1 point won't get you scammed, 1 point won't get you fooled. Lu Zheng directly clicked to activate. Ding. Welcome Executor to Unlock Survival Guide in the Apocalypse. Detected the special nature of the item, no task completion required, immediate issuance. Please accept. As the prompt finished, a thin little booklet fell into Lu Zheng's hand. It was light and somewhat tattered, with a dirt yellow cover, and the corners were frayed. It really matched its price. Flipping it open, it was blank. Flipping further, still blank. From beginning to end, it was blank, except for the words Survival Guide in the Apocalypse on the cover. There was not a single word. Lu Zheng revealed a look of confusion for the first time in these days. Chapter 11. Counting the harvest the guy bought for 1 point showed nothing, so Lu Zheng set it aside and began to count the harvest of these past few days. The kills she made herself, plus those from digging at Purple Gold Mountain. Now, there were 16 white first-tier crystal cores and 1 red second-tier crystal core. There might be a chance to go back to Purple Gold Mountain again. Anyway, crystal cores aren't afraid of being burned, since she left in a hurry that day. There were so many crystal cores left that she might as well take them. She spent 1 point on the small booklet, and, after deducting the recharge part, she had 25 points left in her personal account in the red envelope group. The weapons in her hand, aside from the household electric saw she bought, were just the long knife purchased from the red envelope group mall. It was okay for close-range attacks, but she still needed to find a way to get some firearms for long range. The pistol from the red envelope group required 6,000 points to activate, which she couldn't afford for now. Perhaps she could get one from outside. In terms of supplies, along with those collected from the pharmacy, she wasn't in a hurry for medicines, and food was the same. The biggest challenge ahead was the low temperature. Blue Star was about to experience 3 consecutive months of extreme winter, without electricity and enough fuel, plus the rampant zombies. Unofficial data from her past life indicated that in 3 months, less than 1/20th of the human population on Blue Star would remain. Thinking of the 200 points needed to activate the Apocalypse adaptive suit, it would take 600 points for each of the 3 people in the family to have one. Level 0 zombies give 1 point each. Level 1 zombies give 5 points each. Level 2 zombies give 20 points each. And for level 3, just one gives 100 points. She could only match level 2 zombies at most. Encountering a level 3 zombie meant she had to quickly find a grave for herself. She still needed to become stronger quickly. Taking out 10 first-tier crystal cores, she began to extract her abilities. The familiar powers flowed through her veins, and the stinging sensation of her bloodline expanding gave her a rush of adrenaline. So good. After absorbing the 10 first-tier crystal cores, Lu Zheng successfully advanced to level 2. With her palms facing up, a basketball-sized blue water ball appeared in the air. At the early stage of level 1, she had a rest after releasing a cup of water. Now, the amount of water she could release had directly multiplied several times. When advancing, going from level 0 to level 1 only required 1 first-tier crystal core, while advancing from level 1 to level 2 required 10 first-tier crystal cores, and to level 3, 10 second-tier crystal cores. Except for level 1, each advancement thereafter required 10 times the number of crystal cores from the previous level, but from level 3 onward. Simply stacking crystal cores wouldn't be enough. For ability users, advancing from level 0 to level 9 is a hurdle, below level 3. They can rely on crystal cores to level up. Starting from level 4, each advancement is a chasm of difference. Without talent and enough effort, one could spend a lifetime only reaching the peak of level 3. But even the peak of level 3 cannot touch the edge of level 4. There are still 6 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core left. Lu Zheng opened the personal page of the red envelope group and couldn't find a recharge interface after a long time. If she had to personally kill zombies to earn points, that would be too inefficient. She wondered if, since killing zombies could earn points, could she recharge using zombie crystal cores instead? Just as she was thinking this, a recharge section suddenly appeared on her personal page. Clicking on it, she saw that 1 first-tier zombie crystal core was worth 5 points and 1 second-tier zombie crystal core was worth 20 points. The same as the points earned from killing zombies of the corresponding level. Paying for it was feasible. She clicked to recharge, and the 6 first-tier crystal core she had instantly transformed into white light spots, merging into the blue-red envelope group panel in front of her. refreshing her personal interface. Her points increased from 25 to 55. It seemed that this red envelope group was quite intelligent, updating its functions based on user needs. She planned to save the only remaining second-tier crystal core for upgrading. After reaching the second tier, in addition to the obvious enhancement in abilities, Lu Zheng felt her physical strength had also significantly increased. Rolling up her sleeves, she could see a thin layer of muscle covering her arms. If her strength was 15 times that of an adult male of the first tier, now her strength and agility surpassed that of an adult male by 3 times. Her strength, endurance, agility, and senses had all been comprehensively enhanced. Returning to the house, Lu Zheng dreamt of a giant black cat. In the wilderness, dark clouds covered the snow, almost blocking half the sky in front of her. Its fur shimmered like oil under the sunlight. When she looked at it, it also looked back at her. In its blue eyes, her image was reflected, holding a long knife, covered in blood. Waking up from the dream, her mother was boiling water. An iron pot was hanging on a simple stainless steel tripod found in the second-hand market. The water inside was bubbling, emitting hot white steam. Through the swirling white mist, her mother smiled at her. Catching her breath, Lu Zheng suddenly remembered the little black cat in her arms. Pulling down the zipper of her jacket, the little guy was still nestled in her inner pocket. A small bundle, about the size of her palm. Its fur was cut haphazardly, wrapped in messy bandages. It looked completely pitiful, far from the giant cat in her dream, probably due to the stress of the past few days. The water boiled, and her mother crumbled the pancakes she had made at home and sprinkled them in. The broken pancakes soaked up the broth, being both crispy and soft, with a bit of salt, black pepper, and a mix of wheat and spice aromas. The weather was too cold for vegetables. Otherwise, adding some cilantro and scallions would have been perfect. The aroma of the carb-filled dish wafted through the air. Get up. Look at this. The temperature of the makeshift heater is still not enough. I just dug this out, so we can sleep soundly at night now. He held several old rubber hot water bottles, which Lu Zheng remembered from when she was 3 or 5 years old. They were particularly durable, lasting about 20 years without breaking. Taking the wood from his hand and placing it properly, the family sat on the sofa found in the second-hand market, having breakfast. Today we will go out with you. After all, we can help carry some things. Her dad looked over with a stainless steel lunchbox. Nuan, your dad and mom are not at the point of relying entirely on you yet. They both held stainless steel lunchboxes, looking at Lu Zheng through the steaming white mist. The feelings in their gazes were hard to describe. They still didn't know about the existence of the space and thought resources were scarce now. Good. In the morning, the family didn't rush to go out, using the old furniture from the second-hand market to practice. Now the electricity supply was unstable, and the electric saw was too precious to use. Lu Zheng led her parents to practice aiming with a fire axe for the whole morning. They just happened to chop up the firewood they needed. Every bit of energy after the apocalypse was precious, and they couldn't waste it. In the afternoon, they went out, taking advantage of the fact that they could still drive outside. Lu Zheng led her parents straight to Purple Gold Mountain, as she was still thinking about the undug crystal cores. At the foot of Purple Gold Mountain, sister, I met you again. Are you also here to find supplies? It was the girl they had saved at the museum, jumping up excitedly to greet them when she saw Lu Zheng and her family. Xiaoming, don't go over there. Don't you remember what happened in the community? Chapter 12. Competing for territory? Sister, where are you going now? Are you also looking for supplies here? We plan to go to the vegetable market. Do you want to come along? The girl named Xiaoming came closer, breaking free from her older brother's grip when Lu Zheng ignored them. Is that related to you? Lu Zheng said calmly, inserting the shovel aside, and drew out her long knife for defense. She couldn't stand this kind of familiarity. Being called sister repeatedly was annoying. The girl named Xiaoming's full name was Chun Xiaoming, and as she spoke, a man had already stepped forward to pull her behind him. Don't talk to a murderer, he said, keeping a wary eye on Lu Zheng, as if she might go on a killing spree at any moment. Holding back her parents who wanted to reason with them, Lu Zheng didn't care about this discussion at all. Living in the same community before her family moved away, it was no secret that she killed Wang Jiabao. Chun Xiaoming held a fire axe but stood loosely, showing no threat. Brother, those must be rumors. If it weren't for the sister saving me, you wouldn't see me now. After saying that, she turned back to Lu Zheng. Sister, please don't misunderstand. My brother is just too straightforward. The people in the community must be spreading rumors. You're such a good person. How could you kill someone? It must all be lies. No one is spreading rumors. I killed Wang Jiabao. Lu Zheng held her knife in defense, not trusting anyone except her parents, even if the other party didn't seem threatening. Chen Xiaoming clearly froze. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly open, and her grip on the fire axe tightened. Don't provoke her. Chen Xiaoming's brother pulled her back, and the group walked away, whispering among themselves. After sending away the trouble, Lu Zheng drew out her shovel and continued digging for crystal cores with her parents. It wasn't easy to come out once, taking advantage of the opportunity. She hoped to dig up more. Maybe today she could gather enough points to buy an apocalyptic camouflage suit. Lu Zheng focused on digging for crystal cores. Her stamina was precious, and she couldn't afford to argue with anyone. The blizzard had already covered the previous pile of zombies. Using the distance between the Purple Peak building and Purple Gold Mountain as a reference, she quickly found the previous pile of corpses. The fire that day had burned a lot, and coupled with the inability to smell well in the sub-zero temperatures, standing in the pile of corpses was still bearable. The dugout crystal cores were all stored on her. This way, even if someone wanted to snatch the crystal cores, they would only come for her. Her parents had nothing on them, so at least they could escape quickly. Wan, look, it's red. Her mother handed her a second-tier crystal core. After digging for so long, this was the first second-tier red crystal core. Taking the valuable second-tier crystal core, Lu Zheng counted the harvest in her bag and decided not to continue digging. The days were short now, and the outdoor temperature was too low. Without the camouflage suit, being out for too long would risk hypothermia. People need food and water, fear the cold and hypothermia, but zombies do not. Now she already had 2 second-tier crystal cores. As long as she found 8 more, reaching a total of 10, she could aim for the 3rd tier. The gunfire heard on the streets today was noticeably less. In previously densely populated areas, zombies were still thickly clustered. In extreme sub-zero conditions, supplies were not keeping up, and the stock of firearms and ammunition began to enter a countdown. The physical advantages gained after reaching the second-tier abilities were distinctly felt at this time. Carrying most of the supplies collected, Lu Zheng chopped zombies while protecting her parents without any pressure. Dad, today outside, I saw most people have turned into zombies. Coupled with the blizzard and low temperatures, there probably aren't many survivors left. Lu Zheng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, raised her hand to signal her parents behind her not to make sound. She bit the back of her knife, freeing her hands to put down her backpack and tighten the cuffs of her jacket. The second-hand market was quiet, but the smell of blood coming through the wind and snow was unmistakable. Someone had intruded in. The apocalypse has arrived, order has collapsed, and Lu Zheng would rather deal with zombies than with people. On the path that his family trudged through the snow, there were fresh footprints, clearly visible and not completely covered by snow. The windows were all covered with curtains, obscuring the view inside. Sneaking to the door, he noticed bloodstains still lingering on the snow beside the steps. With a reverse grip on his knife, Lu Zheng held his breath against the wall and signaled for his parents to step back as far as possible. There was only one breath inside the house, shallow and rapid. As he leaned closer to the door, the smell of blood grew stronger. With both hands gripping the knife, Lu Zheng kicked the door open, and in a matter of moments, the blade was already pressed against the other person's neck. Don't. Let's talk. It's you. The girl, upon recognizing Lu Zheng, immediately pulled down her cold-proof mask. It's me, Chen Xiaoming. Lu Zheng did not loosen his grip on the knife. Instead, she used her right hand to press the blade against his neck, lifting him off the ground. Where are the others? There should be 7 of you. She scanned the surroundings warily. Outside, her parents stood in the snow with bags, and there were no signs of other people holding them hostage. We went to the market to gather supplies and ran into a couple of zombies and a small horde. My brother threw me out and stayed behind to fight with the others. I was injured and looking for help, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Zheng glanced down at the wound on her arm. It wasn't a zombie scratch. No. This wasn't from a zombie. It was from someone who robbed our team for supplies. If you're captured, you'll mutate. Everyone who has heard the JoJo broadcast knows that. Sister, can you please save my brother and the others? They're just at the market next door, not far. Chen Xiaoming, with the knife against her throat, raised her hands high. breathing heavily, and began to cry, her voice trembling and unclear. After confirming there were no other issues, Lu Zheng pushed her out. I'm not a good person. I won't save anyone. Sister, please. My brother could die. I'm begging you. Chen Xiaoming dropped to her knees in the snow, banging her head against the steps. He pulled his parents inside, as they still knew too little. It was enough for her to feel uneasy about her conscience alone. You can leave. Even if you bang your head to death here, I won't help you save anyone. Lu Zheng grabbed some snow to cover the bloodstains at the door, preventing the smell of blood from attracting zombies. But she quickly realized that she still had to go save that person. Chapter 13. Second time mission after closing the door. Lu Zheng took the opportunity to look for wood while counting the crystal cores she had collected today. A total of 19 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core. She clicked to recharge all the first-tier crystal cores, refreshing her balance. And with the points gained from directly killing zombies, she now had a total of 245 points. Just enough to activate a mimic suit. Ding! Welcome to Unlock the Red Envelope. This item requires completing specified tasks to unlock. Task content. Please rescue 7 humans within 10 hours. Lu Zheng stared at the words on the blue screen, feeling like smashing the red envelope group. Where did this saint come from? Saving cats, saving people. Let's go. Where are they? Lu Zheng left a note for her parents and directly went out with her knife to prevent being stopped if she spoke face to face. Sister, are you willing to go? Chen Xiaoming was still a bit confused. Lu Zheng calmly looked at her. Lead the way. If we're late, they might be dead. At the market, Chun Xiaohu and the others were already at their breaking point. I'll stay here. You guys go first. Chun Xiaohu stood at the front with a mountain axe, continuously chopping down the zombies that surged forward. There were too many, densely packed. His stamina was already at its limit, and his movements were slowing down, with blood seeping from his palms. The smell of blood only incited the zombies to surge even more frantically. If you're going, go. A man beside him swung an empty fire extinguisher, smashing it against the zombies drooling with foul saliva. The 6 were getting closer and closer, gradually being surrounded by zombies, their backs against each other, facing despair as the zombies surged forward. I went to Jimming Temple before and wished to find a wife this year. It seems that's not going to happen. Chen Xiaohu swung his axe left and right, tears streaming down his face. He had once thought that, after work, staying at home playing games was too boring, but who knew that such a life was a miraculous existence? A deep yellow eyeball covered with white spider webs thrust into his face, its gaping mouth dripping with dark brown pus, emitting a terrible stench. It's over. I'm really going to die here today. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bones echoed. A head that refused to close its eyes fell into Chun Xiao's arms. Against the light, he saw a figure as swift as a leopard, descending like a god. Step back. Lu Zheng spread her legs, and 2 crisp sounds echoed in the air as she stepped on the 2 recently killed first-tier zombies to gain leverage, swinging her knife to carve out an opening. She jumped onto the market table, and in her second-tier form, her movements were so quick that the eye could barely catch them. With one kick, she sent a climbing zombie flying several meters away. The thrown zombie's chest caved in, and it twisted its limbs, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. After dealing with these first-tier zombies, Lu Zheng held her knife, vigilant of her surroundings. Before coming, Chun Xiaoming had clearly said there was a second-tier zombie, and it wouldn't leave easily if it hadn't killed its prey. A sound of wind broke from the right. Clang! Lu Zheng leaned back and horizontally held her knife to catch the jumping second-tier zombie. Compared to the first tier, its movements were obviously more agile. Lu Zheng stepped back with her left leg, gripping the long knife tightly against it. Bang! Holding her breath, she kicked hard, pushing the second-tier zombie back a few paces. She raised her knife forward, but was dodged by it nimbly. The few who had just escaped were frightened and scattered by the charging second-tier zombie. Oh no! If any of them die, the red envelope group task won't be completed. Today will be in vain. In a moment of panic, Lu Zheng's left hand smashed out a water ball. In the temperature below -20 degrees, the water ball instantly froze upon hitting the zombie's head. The wide-open mouth that was about to bite the crowd only got a mouthful of ice. Yes, in such extreme sub-zero conditions, water will freeze instantly. Lu Zheng jumped down from the table and chased after. She threw 2 water balls to the left and right. The advancing zombies instantly had their feet frozen in place. This degree of strength couldn't stop the second-tier zombies, but a few seconds was enough. Lu Zheng used her feet to propel herself, pulling out a rope from her backpack. She flipped back, pulling tight, and brought her knife down heavily. The black long knife penetrated through the brown mouth that had been forced upward. Huff! She killed about 10 zombies in one breath. Holding her knife in front of her, she surveyed the surroundings. There were no other zombies. And only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, great. You're all okay. Chun Xiaoming rushed in towards the 6 who had just been saved. Chun Xiaohu's mood was very complicated at this moment. They had just discussed others in the afternoon. If it weren't for Lu Zheng, they would have become minced meat in the mouths of zombies. Thank you. It was just a misunderstanding before, I'm sorry. He awkwardly stepped forward, lowering his head, his face full of guilt. The others also felt uneasy. Thank you. I'm sorry for what happened this afternoon. It's nothing. I didn't save them for free. She swung her knife, splitting open the head of a second-tier zombie on the ground. I want the crystal core inside. The third second-tier crystal core. She still needed 7 more to break through to the 3rd tier. Lu Zheng leaned back against a nearby table, waiting for these people to dig out the crystal cores for her. She chopped open the decayed head, and the foul odor mixed with yellow-brown pus flowed everywhere. As soon as the first head was chopped open, a few people covered their mouths and dry-heaved. Lu Zheng ignored them, sitting on the side, casually wiping the remaining pus off her knife. In the apocalypse, she couldn't afford to feed these idle people. After resting, and with this group still not finished digging out the crystal cores, Lu Zheng stood up and surveyed the market. A small square indoor vegetable market. The row of shops on the left sells various beef, lamb, and pork, while the row on the right sells seafood and tofu products. In the middle, there are long counters selling vegetables. The vegetables on the counters have already been trampled and stained with zombie pus during the struggle. Moreover, in this cold weather, they have long since frozen. Holding a long knife, I walk towards the beef and lamb shop. After all, frozen meat is still edible. Zombies only eat fresh blood and flesh, and those frozen beef and lamb are clean. I rummage through the shop and take out several large plastic bags, packing all the meat frozen in the display case into my backpack. Glancing outside, taking advantage of the front desk's cover, I directly pull the cold storage from the back kitchen into the mustard space. Although there's a power outage, fortunately, the outside temperature is below 0, so the meat is still fresh. After collecting it, I head towards the seafood area, where fish, clams, and eels are all frozen in the tanks. This is tricky. I only pack a few perch from the counter into plastic bags and put them in my backpack. A total of 17 white crystal cores. Chun Xiaohu hands over the crystal cores that he cleaned off the snow, and I take them and tuck them into my pocket before leaving. Aren't we leaving? But she plans to take these people out of the market first to see if the task can be considered completed. Before taking a step, a rustling sound rings in my ears. Chapter 14. The mutant rat tide. Where there are fierce beasts, other small animals will hide. This is a rule of nature. In the market, first-tier and second-tier zombies have all been killed by me, and the creatures hiding in the sewers have emerged. In the thick black shadows, countless red dots flicker. Run. I no longer think about whether this task can be completed. We have encountered a mutant rat swarm. It's likely that the second-tier zombies previously scared this group of mutant rats away from the market. Now that the second-tier zombies have just been killed, these little creatures have come over. Animals are sometimes much more sensitive to the environment than humans. When they are alone, ordinary people can easily kill them. But a whole swarm of rats is something even high-tier ability users would prefer to avoid. I send out several water spheres with my left hand, instantly freezing a few ice columns in front of the rat swarm. I break through the front line of the charging rats and sprint out with my long knife. The muscles of a second-tier ability user are being pushed to their limits. The black rat swarm surges out of the market like a tide. Some mutant rats jump out from under the snow to bite people, and the thick layer of snow has become the rats' cover, allowing them to sneak up from beneath the snow and catch people off guard. Swinging my knife to cut through the jumping mutant rats, I glance at both sides of the road. During the frantic escape, I become increasingly calm. I can't just keep running like this. My stamina is limited, and I can't outrun the rat swarm. I horizontally swing my long knife, stabbing it into a lamppost by the side of the road. Using the knife for leverage, I begin to climb up, freezing the lamppost below with my ability as I ascend. The lamppost below is frozen into an ice column, and the smooth ice surface prevents the mutant rats from climbing up, forcing them to circle below. The once calm, snow surface undulates like waves on the sea, with countless rats lurking underneath. With a long knife stuck in the lamppost, I hang in the air about 10 meters high, watching the people below running madly and the snow surface undulating. Help! A group of people has already exited the market, but they have not yet received a notification of task completion in their minds. Could it be that this group task is so saintly that I have to save people to the end? I look at the rat swarm below and think about the camouflage suit I just bought, caught in a dilemma. With that, I could ignore the current low temperature, which is a life-saving necessity. Gritting my teeth, I hold the knife handle with one hand while continuously smashing down water spheres with the other. As the water spheres smash into the crowd, they're instantly frozen by the outdoor low temperatures, and the rats jumping out from under the snow can only bite at ice. My ability is rapidly depleting, and I use my teeth to grip the front of my jacket, pulling the zipper down. I take out the 3 second-tier crystal cores I had saved and the 17 first-tier crystal cores I just dug up, quickly absorbing them. The excessive ability flows through my limbs, and the extreme pain makes me increasingly calm. Once I save this group of people, they must help me dig for 3 months' worth of crystal cores. One water sphere after another smashes down, directly forming a circle of ice walls around a nearby SUV. Everyone, get inside. There are too many rats. Surrounding them is unrealistic, but surrounding these few people is easy. Chen Xiaohu reacts quickly, leading a few people to climb onto the SUV's roof one by one, and instantly, a circle of ice walls forms around the SUV. The swarming rats scratch at the ice but cannot get in. The smooth ice surface provides no leverage for the black tide of mutant rats, which can only circle around the ice wall. Phew! The few people who escaped death are huddled on the roof of the SUV, gasping for air. Chen Xiaohu, holding a mountain axe, looks at the densely packed rat tide outside the ice wall, feeling his scalp tingle. It's truly unimaginable. After the apocalypse, rats have become so terrifying. How can they not be afraid of the cold? Chen Xiaoming trembles as she holds a fire axe, tears streaming down her face, her cheeks frozen red. Be careful. The rat swarm that cannot climb the ice wall gathers in layers, using the height of their companions to start jumping. They're about to clear the ice wall. My ability has already run low, and I have used up all the crystal cores on me. I can no longer raise the ice wall on the SUV side. The rat swarm gathering beneath me at the lamppost is also increasing. In the snow, fresh blood and flesh are irresistibly attractive to the rat swarm. Countless mutant rats lurk beneath the surging snow surface. Is today the day I meet my end here? I glance at the private cars by the roadside, biting the front of my jacket again and pulling up the zipper with one hand. I pull out my long knife from the lamppost, kick off with my feet, and leap from the height of over 10 meters, my long limbs stretching in the air. Holding the knife with both hands, I stab it into the wall beside me, the black blade cutting through the howling wind and snow, creating a spark on the frozen wall. Before the rat swarm below can react, I pull the knife out and continue downward. I land on the roof of a private car and swing my knife to open the gas cap. As the fuel tank is exposed, I toss a match directly into it. Boom! The explosive flames burst out, illuminating the darkening sky. Following the same method, I ignite cars along half a street. The raging flames consume the darkness and the rats that are sneaking under the snow. Squeak! The screeching rat swarm begins to panic, and I finally dash to the side of the SUV where the group of people is. Run! The situation beneath the snow is unclear. I lead the people without daring to touch the ground, leaping from one private car roof to another, fleeing from this sea of fire. Bang! A massive explosion sounds, and the burning private cars illuminate half the street sky, attracting the nearby zombies. I must quickly merge into the darkness before those wandering zombies arrive. However, I didn't expect that the group behind would chase me relentlessly, although they are far away. Chen Xiaoming has already been to the second-hand market and knows where I live. This is troublesome. I dropped down from the roof of the second-hand market, finally recovering from the escape, but outside, a group of troublesome people is still following. They cannot match my skills and trudge through the snow. I feel something soft move in my arms, remembering that I still have a little black cat with me. Although it has been unconscious for the past few days, at least it has tea gone cold. I change its medicine every day, directly tucking it into the inner pocket of my jacket to keep it warm with my body heat, so it doesn't freeze to death in the extreme cold outside. As the group sits down to warm themselves in front of the fire under my cold gaze, they see the apocalypse's killing queen pull out a little black cat with a bow on its head from her arms. When the little black cat wakes up, it steps onto something soft and, not realizing what it is suddenly pulled out from my arms. In an instant, it finally understands what it has stepped on. Its body, which was about to struggle, stiffens in my hands. Chapter 15. The gold-heavy red envelope grouped the room was warm with a fire burning. In contrast to the blizzard outside, Lu Zheng took off her backpack, filled to the brim with fish and meat collected from the market. Chun Xiaohu and the others stared in disbelief, probably not expecting that she had managed to escape with so much weight on her back. Only Lu Zheng knew that it was all thanks to the mustard seed space, concealed by the backpack. She had stored the items in the space and retrieved them back into the backpack just before reaching the second-hand market. Otherwise, at her current level 2, her stamina was not enough to kill a dozen zombies and then carry dozens of pounds of meat while running away. "Aren't you guys leaving yet?" Lu Zheng called out to the 7 people across the flames. As soon as this group entered, a prompt sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the executor for completing the task of saving 7 humans. Corresponding items have been unlocked. Apocalypse simulation suit has been issued to the mustard seed space and can be retrieved at any time. Once she accumulated 400 points, she planned to get one for herself and her dad. Since the task was completed, these people could leave. Chen Xiaohu and the others exchanged glances. The sky outside was dark, the community was too far from here, and the snow was thick. He looked awkward, the tall man shrinking back slightly. "You can't stay for free. Do you have any crystal cores on you?" Lu Zheng shot a glance at her parents, signaling them to continue with what they were doing and ignore these people. She was not like that kind-hearted red envelope group that saved both cats and humans. She wouldn't save people for nothing. They had to pay the corresponding price. 7 lives meant 100 crystal cores each, plus the 20 crystal cores for spending the night here, totaling 720 level 1 crystal cores. Lu Zheng glanced coldly at the group. They hadn't even accounted for the loss of 3 level 2 crystal cores when rescuing them tonight. This one has it. Chun Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Even though they didn't know what crystal cores were before today, they had learned a bit while digging for them at the market. Chun Xiaoming opened her backpack and took out a rabbit pouch. With a clatter, a large bag of crystal cores spilled out, gleaming in the yellow flames by the fire. A pile of white crystal cores was scattered with a few red level 2 crystal cores, as red as blood. She started to suspect that this Chun Xiaoming was pretending to be a fool. "We saw you digging, so we tried to get a bit ourselves. It mixed in with the snow, and we just dug a bit and found it. It looked beautiful, a bit like crystal gems, so I kept it in my bag. Here, sister, I'll give it all to you." After saying that, Chun Xiaoming pushed a pile of crystal cores toward Lu Zheng. With a clatter, the sound of crystal cores colliding was pleasant to hear. "Just dug a bit and found it? Mixed in with the snow? Then they must have stumbled upon the place where the corpses were piled up. They just had to dig a bit to find the spot where the fire had burned thoroughly, without needing to split zombie skulls, simply picking them up from the snow. No effort was needed, yet they were lucky enough. You could just count and give me 720 white ones." Lu Zheng didn't reach for the crystal cores. She kept her long knife in hand, wary of the people across the flames. Chun Xiaoming still held the rabbit pouch, and, upon hearing her, began to count. Chen Xiaohu and the others started rummaging through their backpacks, pulling out quite a few as well. Before heading to the market, they had encountered some people looting supplies and had taken quite a few things from them after the fight. As they opened their bags, another small pile of crystal cores spilled out. Yes, the injury on my arm is from that time. Those guys were so bad." Lu Zheng looked at her arm and tossed over a medical kit she had rummaged from their supplies. "Wrap it up properly, and the others who are injured too." The words of gratitude from a few of them hadn't even left their mouths when she added, "It can't be for free, 20 level 1 crystal cores. If the smell of blood on you attracts zombies, I will personally bury you all in the snow. Not eating or drinking for so many days and not dying." Just as expected, the Red Envelope group is here to save cats. She untied the butterfly not her mom had tied for it, and the kitten's wounds had mostly scabbed over. The little creature was soft and obedient in her palm. "Mom, do you know what cats eat?" She didn't have any experience with cats, not even basic knowledge. Cats should eat fish, right? She placed the kitten down, but there was no fish. "I'll go out to the bathroom." Lu Zheng planned to go outside to rummage through the mustard seed space for supplies, hoping to find some milk powder. Young animals should drink milk powder. Before leaving, she took the crystal cores that Chen Xiaoming and the others had counted. Along with the 20 crystal cores exchanged for the medical kit, Lu Zheng quickly collected 740 level 1 crystal cores. If she exchanged all of them, it would be 3,700 points. Plus the points earned from personally killing zombies. She had never been this rich before. However, if she encountered a situation like this again, where her abilities were exhausted, crystal cores would be her reserve of powers. After calculating for a while, Lu Zheng decided to recharge 80 level 1 crystal cores first, converting them into 400 points, and then exchange for 2 apocalypse simulation suits with the people from the interstellar world. Ding! Welcome to Unlock the Products of this Red Envelope group. Detected that the executor has previously unlocked the same product. No task completion is required this time. Items will be issued directly. Please receive. With the one in the mustard seed space, the family's clothing insulation issue was temporarily resolved, no longer needing to wear so thick and worry about losing warmth. Lu Zheng took out the 2 suits for her parents and set them to middle-aged and elderly jackets, while she directly put on her own. The simulation suit instantly transformed into the jacket Lu Zheng was wearing before. Even the wear on the cuffs was identical. The cold air that had been continuously pouring onto her was completely isolated, and Lu Zheng couldn't help but stretch her body comfortably. After rummaging through the mustard seed space, she found a few packs of goat milk powder. "Can you drink this?" Lu Zheng raised it toward the little black cat. As a task target, it should be an intelligent creature, right? The little guy obligingly pressed a paw on the packaging, indicating it could drink it. After getting the goat milk powder, the survival guide that she had found distasteful fell out. The crystal cores she and T had time to pick up from the ground were suddenly reduced by more than half. Very good. This Red Envelope group is indeed a money-grabbing group. The character setting remains intact. Chapter 16. Koi ability 600 level 1 crystal cores instantly turned to dust. The survival guide fluttered without wind, and a golden light flashed from the pages. Text and images appeared on the first page. Lu Zheng, who had initially been distressed over the crystal cores, was instantly invigorated. So it required crystal cores to activate. At first, she thought it was like a martial arts manual, needing to soak it in water or roast it over fire. Survival guide in the apocalypse. First item, energy supply. Use zombie compost to solve your energy and heating problems. Zombie? Compost. Compost generates heat, which can solve the heating problem. Compost can also generate electricity. Solving the energy issue. Zombie directional composting technology. Using amylolytic bacillus and wood rot can ferment specific medicines. Directional fermentation is different from rough general composting. It can ferment specific substances accurately. The well-known anti-cancer drug paclitaxel is fermented using this technology. Clicking on the specific medicine on the screen, a drop-down explanation appeared. This technology can ferment a medicine that delays zombie mutation. Delay mutation. Lu Zheng immediately began to look closely at the whole plan. However, she could only understand the basic characteristics of the bacteria on it. Now that there was a power outage, there were no precise measuring instruments available. So she would need to find a professional who could rely on experimental experience to work on it. Returning to the house, a pot of braised pork was bubbling away. Using her abilities, she released cold water and mixed it with the hot water from the thermos. Lu Zheng poured a cup of goat milk for the little black cat and placed it on the ground. The little guy waddled with short legs, puffing as he buried himself in the cup to drink with all his might. After finishing with the cat, Lu Zheng looked up and saw Chen Xiaoming and a few others huddled in the corner, their eyes glued to the bright red braised pork in the pot. "Sister, can we eat a little? We won't eat for free. We can give you all these crystal nuclei left. Chen Xiaoming directly brought over all the remaining crystal nuclei from the ground. Lu Zheng glanced over and saw several hundred of them. No need for that many. Just give me those few red ones. With 4 red second-tier crystal nuclei in hand, Lu Zheng finally didn't have to feel sorry for the 3 second-tier crystal nuclei that had been used. After serving her family, only a few pieces of meat were left in the pot. She used her abilities to add water and sprinkled in some noodles. You guys can figure out the chopsticks yourselves. She was reluctant to give these people the meat, but since she had received the crystal nuclei, they still needed to be fed. It wasn't until early the next morning, after these people left, that Lu Zheng pretended to take something from her backpack, but in reality, she retrieved 2 sets of camouflage suits from her space. Mom and Dad, I found 2 sets of high-tech jackets yesterday. This was a pre-planned excuse. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to persuade them to change clothes. Her dad frowned, flipping the jacket back and forth. Those clothing merchants always love to hype up gimmicks. This high-tech, that high-tech, there can't be that much high-tech. Her mom shot him a glance and had already taken off her outer jacket. Hey, this jacket is indeed impressive. As she spoke, she also took off the down vest she was wearing underneath. This high-tech is different. It's so warm. Wearing less like this is still warm. And it's more convenient to move. What is so magical about it? Are you just supporting Wan? Just as the jacket was put on, she exclaimed, hey, this is nice. It seems our country's technology is developing rapidly. After saying this, she stretched a few times and simply took off a few thick sweaters underneath, feeling much lighter. Seeing her like this, Mom exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Zheng. Look at your dad. Lu Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Her movement was too big, and the little black cat in her arms sprang out from her collar, which she caught with her hand. Hey, don't run around. Now, every day she saw the little guy, it felt more affectionate than calling her Lu Zheng. Got it. That said, Lu Zheng casually stuffed the cat back into her arms. Just then, she accidentally touched a soft spot, causing all of the cat's fur to stand on end, freezing in place. With the camouflage suit, she wasn't afraid of losing warmth in the snow, and she had taken her parents out to hunt zombies early in the morning. In the apocalypse, no one could guarantee the safety of another. To survive, one could only rely on self-preservation. The snow had stopped. The temperature continued to drop. Many people thought the blizzard in the apocalypse was a punishment from heaven for humanity, but to Lu Zheng, it seemed more like a new player protection period granted by heaven. In the wind and snow, the zombies' movements would be restricted, making it difficult for them to catch the scent of humans. Bacteria, fungi, and viruses were less active in such extreme sub-zero temperatures compared to hot climates. In these naturally relatively closed conditions, diseases were hard to spread. The 3 things humans feared the most now were lack of food and water, loss of warmth, and illness. Lu Zheng wasn't just randomly killing zombies with her parents. She checked the offline map she had downloaded earlier with her phone, which still had a bit of battery. Now that this direction was cleared, she could have the opportunity to go to the Agricultural Institute to look for the compost materials she wanted, preferably finding a professional. Are you trying to take over here? Lu Zheng raised her knife, feeling that Chen Xiaoming and her Group S actions were nothing short of provocation. No. Chen Xiaoming quickly waved her hands. We actually have nowhere to go, so we thought of coming to your place to hide for a while. Saying this, she conscientiously took out the crystal nuclei from her pocket and handed them over. We brought crystal nuclei. Today we went to the Zheng mountain area and dug up a bunch. Lu Zheng took a deep breath. Were they the lucky ones? She had taken her parents there. But at that time, there were several second-tier zombies wandering around at the foot of Zheng Mountain, and the family couldn't dig any crystal nuclei. Chen Xiaoming and her group must not have the strength to deal with so many second-tier zombies. Yet they still managed to dig some up. That was too lucky. Wait. Lu Zheng caught a fleeting thought in her mind. This Chen Xiaoming casually sends a message and can find reinforcements. Back at the museum with so many people, only her phone managed to call for help. Casually digging can yield crystal nuclei, and casually escaping can lead to her temporary shelter. When all the luck gathers, it becomes no longer coincidental. Have you become especially lucky after the apocalypse? Lu Zheng looked at the other party, still holding the crystal nuclei. If so, then she had encountered the 3rd ability user she had seen so far. a mental type ability user with a luck ability. Although these ability users had no combat or defensive capabilities, their luck was remarkable. They could always accurately detect lucky events around them and keenly avoid unfortunate incidents. Yes, I used to be good at lotteries, but after the apocalypse, my luck has gotten even better. Taking out a first-tier crystal nucleus, Lu Zheng stared directly into her eyes. Now, imagine the flow of energy and try to sense the energy in this crystal nucleus. Chapter 17. Eating human flesh? Chen Xiaoming directly fell to her knees in pain. What did you do to my sister? Chen Xiaohua rushed up from behind. Before he could get close, Lu Zheng's knife was already at his neck. Don't move. She just absorbed the ability and is leveling up. Your sister is a luck-based mental ability user. With the energy from the first-tier crystal nucleus fully extracted, Lu Zheng's expression improved. With such lucky mental abilities, it was equivalent to having a human-shaped danger detector. So amazing. I've actually gained this special ability of luck. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I could just buy a lottery ticket and get rich with my luck now. At this point, the smile on Chen Xiaoming's face froze, her lips pressed together, her eyelids drooping, and her shoulders relaxed as she sighed. The expressions of the other few people also darkened upon hearing this. Wanting Chen Xiaoming to act as a scout, Lu Zheng unusually initiated conversation. Fear flashed across Chen Xiaoming's face as she instinctively looked up at her brother beside her. Lu Zheng noticed this glance and tightened her grip on the long knife. These people were neither relatives nor friends, making them hard to trust. Chen Xiaohua's eyes flickered with fear and reluctance as he bit his lip and clenched his fists. The community was in chaos. Those people had completely lost their humanity. As the conversation reached this point, Chen Xiaohua's voice dropped to a whisper, his head lowered. His trembling fists clenched as if he was recalling some terrifying scene. Directly eaten. Upon hearing this, Mom and Dad subconsciously tightened their hands together, frowning. Lu Zheng slightly relaxed her grip on the long knife. She had seen too many such incidents in her past life. You can stay here, but I won't support idle people. Starting tomorrow, you will go out with me to kill zombies and find supplies. Okay. Chen Xiaoming and her brother immediately nodded. Great. Thank you. The other 5 also quickly expressed their gratitude. They had witnessed Lu Zheng's abilities. In a chaotic world, being able to follow someone capable was certainly a desirable opportunity. The next day, Lu Zheng didn't continue to clear the original route. With so many people and not intending to take her parents to the Agricultural Institute for an adventure, getting them to stay and gather enough supplies became the top priority. Today's destination was a private supermarket 1 kilometer outside the secondhand market. Feel out, left or right. At the fork in the road, Lu Zheng held her knife at the ready, alert to her surroundings, while asking Chen Xiaoming beside her. Throughout the journey, this human-shaped danger detector had proven to be quite useful. Their movement speed was much faster than when Lu Zheng went out alone. Chen Xiaoming pressed her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes to sense for a while, and then relaxed her brows. Right, let's go. Lu Zheng took the lead, with a knife at his side, as the snowstorm subsided. A group formed a line, following the footprints he had made. Most of the street trees had been broken by the heavy snow, and broken branches lay scattered across the road. The inhuman howls, heard from afar, still made one's teeth ache. After cutting down a few wandering zombies, Lu Zheng and the others finally arrived at the small supermarket. Along the way, Lu Zheng noted that first-level zombies automatically converted to 5 points in his mind, demonstrating immense bravery. The others sighed in relief upon reaching the supermarket, exchanging glances filled with gratitude, realizing they had indeed followed the right person. As they approached the supermarket, Lu Zheng raised his hand to signal those behind him to stop, held his breath, and moved forward to check the situation inside. The glass door of the supermarket was wide open, the power cut, and it was dark inside. A faint smell of decay lingered in the air, unclear whether it was due to lurking zombies inside or the numerous losses around them. How does it feel inside? Lu Zheng silently mouthed the question to Chen Xiaoming behind him. He didn't expect to rely on her for long. The energy reserves of a first-level ability user were too low. He nodded and gestured for his parents to step back, while he moved forward with his knife. With his right hand gripping the knife, he gathered a ball of snow with his left, covering it with a layer of energy, instantly turning the outer layer into ice. Bang! The ice ball shattered inside the supermarket, the sound of cracking ice echoing. Roar! A first-level zombie charged out. It was still wearing a work uniform, and its deep yellow, spider-webbed eyes quickly focused on Lu Zheng as it lunged. Crack! Lu Zheng ducked to avoid the zombie's sharp claws, slashing diagonally with both hands. And the zombie's head rolled aside, mouth agape. Without needing her to say anything, someone immediately stepped forward to split open the head and extract the crystal core, handing it to her. With these people helping to dig out the crystal cores, Lu Zheng saved a lot of effort. Holding the knife in front, he inspected the supermarket. Starting from the innermost part, he used the supermarket's boxes to gather rice, flour, oil, and other essentials into his space before signaling the others waiting outside to come in. The small supermarket seemed to have no one else daring to enter, probably because of the earlier first-level zombie, and the supplies inside were quite intact. Great! I didn't expect there to be so much food here. Quickly pack up these instant noodles and biscuits, even without hot water to soak them. They can at least be eaten directly. Chen Xiaoming and a few others were ecstatic, eagerly stuffing the instant food into their backpacks. Lu Zheng grabbed towels, soaked toothpaste, and toothbrushes from the shelves and stuffed them into his climbing bag. Cleanliness was even more crucial after the apocalypse to minimize the risk of infection and disease. Humans initially valued cleanliness not for aesthetics, but to reduce bacterial infections. On the opposite side of the residential building, Big Brother, someone has entered the supermarket across from us. When, upon hearing this, the person called Big Brother immediately sprang up from the sofa and walked to the window, picking up binoculars to look at the small supermarket across. It was dark inside, but the first-level zombie that had once threatened them, making everyone afraid to approach, lay decapitated in the snow at the supermarket's entrance, surrounded by footprints. Damn, the supermarket in front of us has been raided by outsiders. He spat, frowning as he asked the person who reported the news, "How many people are there?" A total of 10 people, 7 men and 3 women, all armed. But I couldn't see how they got in. The patrolling brothers saw them enter right after finishing the bathroom. 10 people. The words rolled off the man's tongue, and his gaze sharpened suddenly. Chapter 18. Who wants a roll? Don't be greedy. If we encounter any trouble on the way back, we won't be able to run if we're overloaded. Lu Zheng reminded the few who were stuffing their bags, so full they could barely fit anything more. She wasn't being overly kind. She was just worried that if trouble arose, this group would drag her down. Okay. Chen Xiaoming finally filled her climbing bag, then stuffed a few bottles of frozen cola into her personal bunny bag before stopping. The others responded affirmatively, but continued to pack. Only her parents immediately put down their hands upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, buckled their climbing bags, and moved closer to her. Lu Zheng chose not to bother with those still frantically stuffing items, taking the lead with her parents as they headed outside. The people who had been frantically cramming items suddenly saw Lu Zheng leave, and without needing prompting, hurriedly slung their packed bags over their shoulders and rushed out with bulging supermarket shopping bags. Wait for us. As they reached the door, they saw Lu Zheng raise her hand, signaling them to stop. Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the long knife and, through her sunglasses, looked at the group of about 30 young men standing in the snow at the supermarket entrance. Hand over your stuff. The leader spoke without hesitation, slamming his cleaver against the ground. What if I don't? Lu Zheng stepped back with her left foot, gathering her strength, gripping the long knife tightly, and adjusting the cuffs of her jacket. You back off. Let your team leader come out and talk. One woman should stand aside. The man spat, keeping a wary eye on the other males except Lu Zheng, finally fixing his gaze on the strongest-looking, Chen Xiao. You, step out. Seeing the residential building behind them, he pointed with his thumb. This supermarket is our territory. You outsiders want to pick peaches? If you know what's good for you, drop everything and roll away. We might let you off easy. Otherwise, just ask about this knife in my hand. Chen Xiaohu, being called out, instinctively turned to look at Lu Zheng. A useless man still has to look at the woman. Are you rolling or not? The man yelled, raising his hand, and all 30 or so young men behind him lifted their weapons. The crowd in the supermarket instantly turned to Lu Zheng, breaths quickening in the small space. Lu Zheng gripped her knife with her right hand, while her left hand gestured for her parents to step back. She raised her hand to take off her climbing bag. Seeing her actions, the leader assumed Lu Zheng was the first to surrender and laughed. "Oh, that's more like it. Leave your stuff and stay. Our 30 brothers will take good care of you." The man looked at Lu Zheng's pale, delicate face peeking out from under her sunglasses, licking his lips, his eyes filled with lust. Clang! The change happened in an instant. Lu Zheng didn't say a word, gripping the long knife and slashing directly at the man's face. In the man's eyes, the delicate face that had once made him feel stirred instantly came into view. His eyes widened, unable to close in time, and the battle was over. Lu Zheng stood by the corpse with her knife, coldly surveying the surroundings. Blood trickling down the black blade and dripping onto the snow, bright red and glaring. Just moments ago, the aggressive crowd trembled, swallowing hard, their legs shaking in place. "Who wants to roll?" She looked at the disorganized group before her. Two fists can't beat four hands. If they truly united and attacked together, with so many young men, even Lu Zheng's stamina might not be enough to fight them all off. Moreover, she had to protect her parents behind her. But a disorganized crowd was just that. Once the leader fell, they lost their backbone and hesitated, no one daring to step forward. "A useless man still has to look at me. Are you rolling or not?" "We'll roll right now." The group dropped their weapons, as if chased by wolves, disappearing into the nearby residential building in the blink of an eye. In the snow remained only the leader's corpse and a pile of abandoned weapons. Lu Zheng picked up a long knife to test its weight and handed it to her father. "Dad, take this. A fire axe isn't as useful as this. The weight is just right." Her father had witnessed Lu Zheng kill once, and although he frowned and pursed his lips this time, he said nothing and quietly accepted the long knife, standing to the side. The others were clearly seeing this scene for the first time. Chen Xiaoming was frightened, shrinking behind Chen Xiaohu, her hands tightly gripping his arm. "Let's go." A few people behind her were carrying too much and wanted to shout that they were tired. But what had just happened made them dare not speak to Lu Zheng, so they could only grit their teeth and keep up. In the second-hand market, a bonfire was lit, dispelling the darkness and the chill that enveloped everyone. Lu Zheng's family all had apocalypse suits, so they felt perfectly comfortable going out today. But the others looked frozen, shivering around the fire pit. Taking supplies out of her bag and glancing at the sky, Lu Zheng decided to go to that small supermarket one more time. It was only a kilometer away, and the path had already been cleared. It wouldn't take much time for her to make a round trip. "We'll go with you." Her mother had just sat down to massage her legs, but upon hearing this, she immediately stood up. "No need, I can go faster alone." Lu Zheng emptied a few bags for her family, took a long knife, and went out. This time, the snow had already been trampled down, making her progress quicker. When she arrived at the supermarket, it was still quiet inside. It seemed the people from the residential building across had been thoroughly scared and didn't dare to come down to collect supplies after they left. Dragging out the storage boxes from the back, she filled them with everything edible on the shelves. She opened the puffed snacks to let the air out. After all, they wouldn't spoil in her space, and too much air took up space. She swept through the shelves. Besides food, she also packed new down comforters and seasonings into the boxes to store in her space. After clearing the supermarket shelves, Lu Zheng went behind the cashier counter and took all the tobacco and alcohol from the counter into her storage box. Although she didn't smoke or drink, these good cigarettes and wines were hard currency in the apocalypse. After collecting the tobacco and alcohol, she rummaged through the cashier counter and found 2 power banks in the drawer. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. There was no internet now, but her phone had offline maps, and having power was still very useful. With the supplies nearly sufficient, she could prepare to go to the Agricultural Institute to look for composting materials. Chapter 19. How does the kitten go to the toilet? "It's fine. Let's check the supplies first." After saying this, Lu Zheng turned to Chen Xiaohu. "Since you're going to live with us, let's check the supplies together." Her tone was calm, with no hint of threat, but the 7 people with Chen Xiaohu immediately piled their bags over. Everyone still clearly remembered what had just happened, so at this moment, basically anything Lu Zheng said would not be contradicted. Lu Zheng's family of 3, plus Chen Xiaohu and his group of 7, had quite a considerable amount of supplies. "Dad, you come and check." "Chen Xiaohu, you too." They began to unpack large bags of supplies. Her mother sat to the side, starting to cook dinner with the supplies they already had. While the others helped, their eyes glued to this side. There were over 40 toothbrushes, more than 100 boxes of toothpaste, dozens of towels, more than 20 bars of soap, 2 bags of rice for bags of flour, and 50 packs of noodles. These items didn't take up much space, but were practical and could feed them well. Of course, most of the major supplies were still in her space, which didn't need to be shared with outsiders. Isn't this your favorite? I just grabbed it when I saw it. Seeing her father's puzzled expression, she smiled. You loved this brand of lollipops as a kid, lychee and grape flavor. Every time we went out, you could never decide which one you wanted. Lu Zheng's hand stiffened slightly, recalling the hellish year she had experienced in her past life. She thought she had long discarded all her preferences and softness. But now her family reminded her that she used to have a sweet tooth for candies. She put the candies into her family's pile of supplies, her expression relaxing. I can't share this with you. She glanced at the others. Of course. No one would argue with her about the candy. After checking the supplies for the Lu family of 3, there was enough for one person to eat slowly for half a year. The supplies of the others were not as practical. Most of the men's bags were filled with snacks and biscuits, and another girl in the group had several boxes of face masks in her bag. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, when Lu Zheng looked at her, she forced a smile. Quickly looking elsewhere, her hands trying to cover the boxes of face masks. Seeing this, others opened their mouths, thinking that this stuff couldn't be eaten or drunk. Couldn't even keep clean and took up space. Someone immediately wanted to speak up. However, Lu Zheng directly took the face mask from the pile of supplies and handed them to the girl. Here, take it. The girl clearly didn't expect that the ruthless killer from just moments ago would actively help her out, and after a brief pause, she murmured her thanks. She took the boxes of face masks with both hands, tucking them into her arms to shield them from the other's gaze. Lu Zheng wasn't being kind-hearted by helping her out. She just thought that the newly formed small team couldn't afford internal conflicts. After checking the supplies, they needed to be frugal. At least they had enough for half a month without going out. Everyone visibly relaxed a lot. Actually, sister, you killed that leader for our sake, right? There were so many of them, armed with knives. If a fight broke out, we would definitely suffer. Chen sat by the fire, staring at the flickering flames, and spoke softly. Yes, those desperate people. Even if we had put down our things, we probably wouldn't have been able to leave. This wasn't the kind of family game they could play before the apocalypse. With over 30 young men armed with weapons, once a conflict broke out, fists couldn't withstand many hands. Especially with 2 elderly men over 50 on their side, and 2 girls who were utterly defenseless besides Lu Zheng. If a real fight broke out, they would basically have no chance of winning. Once this was said, everyone nodded, feeling relieved. Lu Zheng was right. If they didn't scare the other side in a short time, they wouldn't be able to sit here, safely roasting marshmallows. Everyone had seen what happened in the community. In this cold weather, having hot porridge was a relief. The shivering crowd clearly relaxed a lot. The little black cat that had been sleeping in her arms all day woke up at this time. After Lu Zheng finished eating, she changed the cat's medicine. The atmosphere seemed pleasant, and Chen was no longer afraid of Lu Zheng, so she came over to look at the cat. Sister, aren't you afraid that the little cat will poop and pee in your arms and dirty your clothes? She reached out to touch the little fellow's head, but was nimbly dodged by it, not touching a single hair. Remembering what Chen just pointed out, Lu Zheng realized that in the past few days, the little fellow hadn't gone to the toilet at all except for waking up to drink some goat milk powder. Kittens can't go to the toilet by themselves. They need their owner's help. The girl with the face mask smiled and came over. Lu Zheng had unintentionally closed the distance after helping her out, and the 3 girls gathered together to figure out how to help the kitten go to the toilet. So it's like this? Use a wet towel to dab? Lu Zheng held a warm towel, trying to get close to the little fellow's rear. The usually well-behaved little one struggled violently at this moment. As she loosened her grip, the little black cat immediately darted out the door. Hey! Lu Zheng jumped up from the ground, chasing after it. But she saw the little black shadow dive into a snowdrift and disappear. Looking at the black bracelet on her wrist, she confirmed that the items in her mustard space hadn't been lost. She used the knife sheath to push aside the nearby snow layer, but found nothing. The little black one ran away. Her mother, who was done tidying up, saw Lu Zheng come in with empty hands and looked behind her. Just as her words fell, they saw the little one, wrapped in bandages. Jump out from the snow pile, using its limbs to grab the ground and shaking its head vigorously to shake off the snow. Where did you go? Lu Zheng picked up the little fellow and gently wiped the snow off its body with a towel, feeling the weight in her hands lighten a bit. Did you just go to the toilet by yourself? She glanced at the little fellow's rear. It was clean and didn't have anything suspicious on it. After a cat goes to the toilet, it will clean itself. The girl with the face masks watched Lu Zheng's expression and explained from the side. The little black cat, as pupils dilated, its fur bristled. Meow, meow, meow. You're the one who licks. After tidying up the little cat, Lu Zheng sat down to formally discuss the plan to go to the Agricultural Institute with everyone. I want to go to the Agricultural Institute. Who wants to come with me? Chapter 20. Mysterious Reduction in Numbers 1-1. Her mother looked over with concern, reaching out to hold her hand. The Agricultural Institute is too far from here. It was just far. It was almost across half of Jinling. The snow is too thick now, making it impossible to drive. We can only walk. It might take several days to trudge through the snow. Right across from the Agricultural Research Institute is the subway station exit, and everyone knows what that means in a place like this. Others, why suddenly go over there? We have enough food. Isn't it good here? Lu Zheng scanned everyone present. She couldn't tell them that she was trying to create a compost for zombies that could produce a drug to delay mutations. Until it was accomplished, the concept was too bizarre, and no one would believe it. I won't force anyone to come with me, but if you do, I will do my best to protect you on the way. She needed helpers. A lone wolf wouldn't survive in such snowy conditions, and at least someone was needed to dig out crystal cores and clear the battlefield. Most importantly, she looked at Chen Xiaoming. I hope you can come. I need your luck skill. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. There's no burden in refusing me. Mom and Dad, you stay here. Her parents were already over 50, had no abilities, and would only bring countless dangers by staying close. Looking at the others, you can think about it. I will go out and clear the surrounding zombies. Lu Zheng tightened the cuffs of her jacket and took a long knife as she stepped outside. Leaving her parents behind meant not creating too many hidden dangers. I'll go with you. Chen Xiaoming clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Zheng. I trust you. I'll go with you too. Chen Xiaohu followed his sister's decision. I'll go with you. To Lu Zheng's surprise, the girl with the face mask also raised her hand. In the end, Lu Zheng's parents stayed behind, and only 2 men remained among the 7. The rest followed Lu Zheng. They weren't foolish. Going out was dangerous, but staying in a place with only the weak and old was also perilous. The girl with the face mask had more concerns. Staying meant facing 3 adult men, including Lu Zheng's father, and she had no abilities or strength. Whatever happened, there was no possibility of resistance, so she might as well follow Lu Zheng out for a chance. After discussing, they began to gather supplies that night. Lu Zheng took all her family supplies and combined them with the group supplies, so if anyone had ulterior motives, they could just take the supplies and leave without harming her parents. Her mother held her hand tightly and whispered, "Wan. The most important thing when you go out is to protect yourself." She didn't say anything else and didn't stop her. The mother and daughter were connected. She understood that she couldn't prevent Lu Zheng from going out, and her conscience wouldn't allow her to say anything that disregarded the others. In the end, she silently embraced Lu Zheng, patting her back gently. The next morning, they didn't need to bring water. Lu Zheng could use her abilities to create water. A few people each carried enough dry food for 3 days to prevent running out of food on the way. The other 2 men showed no visible emotion. The snow had piled up to the thickness of an adult's thigh. Lu Zheng and Chen Xiaohu each held a shovel, taking turns to clear a path. The snow was too thick. Besides being hard to walk on, it also concealed dangers beneath it, and stepping into a pit could lead to fractures or even death. At the beginning of their journey, they encountered some strangers, glancing at each other from a distance, but no one spoke. At such times, it was unclear whether humans were friends or foes. Perhaps because Lu Zheng had already cleared the area beforehand, they walked a kilometer without encountering any danger, and the mood of the others relaxed. Actually, going out like this was quite good. Being with a strong leader and having food meant they wouldn't starve. Yeah, but this snow can't be eaten. I was so thirsty before that I ate snow, and it was too cold for me. The key is that I had diarrhea for 2 days, and I almost didn't make it. Lu Zheng listened to the chatter behind her without responding. Of course, this snow couldn't be eaten. It was filled with countless bacteria and viruses, and with zombies rampant, various pathogens had increased. Eating the fallen snow was a gamble. Surviving, it was merely luck. Sister, how are you so amazing? What did you do before the apocalypse? Were you a martial arts instructor? The journey was too boring. So Qin Xiaoming came up to chat, still wearing her bunny bag, her face beaming. Being able to smile in such an environment showed great courage. Hearing Qin Xiaoming's question, the others also looked over. Since the group had formed, they hadn't heard Lu Zheng talk about her background. No, what about you? What did you all do before the apocalypse? Me? I used to be a live streamer, the kind that sells products. My brother is a real estate salesman. And these guys are my brother's colleagues. During the apocalypse, they were holding a meeting at my house, and we didn't expect such a change. It was rare for Lu Zheng to take the initiative to talk. The little girl's eyes, peeking out from her scarf, smiled brightly as she introduced the others' backgrounds. After listening, Lu Zheng nodded. So she was a product-selling streamer. No wonder she was so friendly and talkative. Sister, where is the Agricultural Research Institute? You dare to follow me without even knowing where it is? Qin Xiaoming replied, Don't worry following my sister. Ever since you saved me in the museum and then again at the market, I feel that following you is the safest. The others didn't chime in, but nodded in agreement. Along the way, Qin Xiaoming chattered on, but soon fell silent, unable to speak anymore. The blizzard was raging, and it was 30 degrees below zero, far more difficult to traverse than expected. The snow was so thick that just clearing a path was already exhausting, not to mention the zombies along the way. By nightfall, the group had only walked 7 or 8 kilometers. There's no one upstairs. Let's rest here tonight. Lu Zheng broke into a small restaurant with her knife, leading everyone inside to take shelter. The long knife used for slaying zombies turned into a chopping knife, and a campfire was lit, illuminating everyone as faces. Using her abilities to create water for everyone to wash up and replenish fluids, Lu Zheng leaned against the wall with her long knife. The little one in her arms had been well-behaved all day and now poked her little head out, rubbing against her chin. Ah! A painful scream suddenly echoed in the comm room. On the other side of the campfire, a man collapsed, clutching his neck, his face turning purple and swollen, his exposed hands and face visibly darkened. He seemed to want to call for help, but only white foam poured from his gaping mouth. Chapter 21. Mutated Centipede, Qin Xiaohu, and the others scattered in a hurry, clearing the area around the man, except for Lu Zheng, who stepped forward with a knife. The others stood as far away as possible. The man on the ground had completely turned black, his eyes wide open with expressions of unwillingness and pain reflected in the flames. Lu Zheng poked a piece of cloth towards the man's nose with the tip of her knife. The cloth didn't move. Lu Zheng stared at the body that was desperately clutching its neck, frothing at the mouth. He's gone. The others behind her gasped in shock. What happened? What on earth is going on? Lu Zheng kept her knife pointed at the body on the ground, scanning the surrounding area. They had sealed the small restaurant's doors carefully when they entered to prevent zombies or other things from getting in at night. The man's sitting place wasn't near the door, so it shouldn't have been anything from outside. If there was something in the room, how come the others were fine? Just then, the man on the ground suddenly began to move, his limbs writhing. Through the thick mountaineering jacket, a bulge appeared on his chest, something surging beneath it. Back off. Lu Zheng quickly retreated, raising her knife while releasing her ability. A water ball smashed onto the corpse. The bulging thing under the mountaineering jacket suddenly spread out upon contact with the water, revealing streaks all over the man's body. A crunching sound like chewing came from beneath the clothing, causing those behind her to huddle together in fear. Lu Zheng held her knife in front, pretending to pull something from her pocket, but in reality, she took out a small bottle of gasoline from her space and poured it on the corpse. She kicked a burning piece of wood with her right foot. Boom! The flames shot up to the ceiling as the fire met the gasoline. The hidden things beneath the clothes finally revealed their true forms. Several mutated centipedes, as thick as the arms of young children and as long as an adult's forearm, crawled out from the corpse, their raised venomous pincers caught in the flames, crackling as they burned. The twisted, long creatures, with their densely packed legs writhing, sent chills down one's spine. When Lu Zheng saw the mutated centipedes, he surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Fear comes from the unknown. Once the source of fear is visible, it becomes less frightening. It was probably the man's bad luck when he entered, disturbing the creatures lurking in the house. These mutated centipedes do not need to hibernate and can move freely even in temperatures below -30 degrees. The zombies outside are the same. They are not afraid of cold or heat, while humans remain ordinary carbon-based life forms, fearing temperature extremes and still limited by the environment. What is this? Chen Xiaoming tightly gripped the fire axe in her hand, trembling as she looked at Lu Zheng. It's a mutated centipede. In the apocalypse, not only humans mutate, but animals do too. Ordinary species become extinct under extreme climates, and these mutated species fill the ecological void. Every day in the future will become increasingly dangerous. So what do we do now? Chen Xiaoming looked at the burning corpse on the ground, clutching her brother's arm tightly, her whole body shaking. Unlike Lu Zheng, who had become accustomed to these apocalyptic creatures, the others were all somewhat dazed by the sight of such a large centipede for the first time. Before the centipede emerged, they had thought something was going to rise from the corpse. Let's get the corpse out. It can't keep burning indoors. Lu Zheng used his abilities to wet the rope in his hand and began dragging the corpse outside. Open the door. Chun Xiaohu, clear the snow in this area. Lu Zheng dragged the corpse out the door, directly naming Chun Xiao. The corpse couldn't just be left outside. One reason was that it was unknown whether there were still mutated centipedes or other venomous insects on the body. The other, and most important point, was that the stench of blood from the corpse would attract unnecessary dangers. Whether it was zombies or other mutated creatures, they were not what Lu Zheng wanted to face. Just throwing it outside, with the smell of blood so close, was like sitting on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. It was too cold outside. After Chun Xiaohu cleared the snow, Lu Zheng stood alone outside, waiting for the corpse to burn completely, occasionally adding some gasoline. Once it was entirely burned, Lu Zheng covered the circle of ashes with snow. The man who had been speaking suddenly broke down in tears, weakly covering his eyes with his hand and sighing repeatedly. At that moment, no one reminded him that a man shouldn't cry easily. In such times, it was normal for anyone, regardless of gender, to feel pain or collapse. The others shared similar thoughts, glancing at Lu Zheng and silently sighing without speaking. Chun Xiaoming didn't say anything. She lowered her head, her usually bright eyes now drooping. She had exhausted her luck ability when entering the building and was unaware of the situation in the small restaurant. It's not your fault. In the apocalypse, even if you're a level 9 ability user, you can't cover everything, Lu Zheng said, walking over and patting her shoulder. At this moment, there was no sense of using the other as a tool for luck detection. He simply felt a little helpless looking at the girl's sadness. The young girl looked up at Lu Zheng, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her eyes brimming with tears. Will being stronger prevent more accidents? Lu Zheng glanced at her. Her eyes were full of tears, but there was no fear in her gaze. She pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and suppressed her impatience. Yes, a level 9 psychic ability, user's mental power, can even cover a city. By then, there were 1TB situations where the abilities are exhausted, and even a small restaurant can't be fully sensed. I'll rest for a bit. You all keep watch for the first half of the night. Wake me for the second half. I'll take over, he said. The shadow of death loomed over everyone present, but the apocalypse was cruel. There was no time for melancholy. Leaning against the wall to rest, the little creature in her arms poked out to nuzzle her chin, its small head soft. Closing her eyes, Lu Zheng began to calculate the route in her mind, estimating that they would need at least 3 more days to reach their destination based on today's progress. Chapter 22. Mutated Cat Pack. Lu Zheng's breathing quickly calmed down. Chun Xiaoming and the others watched her fall asleep so fast, feeling inexplicably reassured. She is sleeping so quickly. How could she sleep after going through that? Someone whispered. Chun Xiaoming glanced at Lu Zheng and then at the others. It's good. In the apocalypse, resting whenever possible is essential for survival. For a moment, everyone sat in silence together, some glancing at the spot where their companion had encountered trouble, now just a blackened mark from the burning. By the second half of the night, Lu Zheng woke up on her own. You all sleep. We need to travel tomorrow. I'll take over for the second half of the night. She stood up, lifting her long knife and stretching a bit. Her stiff muscles became soft again. Chen Xiaoming and the girl with the face mask huddled together, sharing warmth. The other men were less direct, but they also leaned against each other, as one person's body heat was not enough to fend off the cold. The moans of zombies mixed in the dark night, in the quiet of the night. Such sounds sent shivers down the spine. It wasn't until dawn that a few of them finally dozed off, trembling. There was still a long way to go during the day. Meow. A cat's cry rang out. Lu Zheng looked at the little creature in her arms. That sound didn't belong to it. She quickly stood up from by the fire, holding her long knife, alert to her surroundings. What's wrong? Chen Xiaoming, groggy, saw Lu Zheng stand up and immediately sat up nervously. Lu Zheng said, holding the knife horizontally with her right hand and placing her left index finger on her lips. She listened carefully at the door, holding her breath, silently moving to the doorframe. With one hand holding the knife and the other lightly tapping a few people, she signaled Chen Xiaoming to wake them up. Outside, the snowy ground was eerily quiet, but Lu Zheng grew increasingly cautious, tensing her muscles, her sharp gaze sweeping through the door crack. The snow where the corpse had burned was quiet. Nothing was there. Ahead was the thick darkness, and nothing could be seen. The city was blacked out. The night before dawn did not belong to humanity. That sound could not have been mistaken. Lu Zheng quietly tightened the cuffs of her jacket, preparing to focus on the door. Meow. A piercing shriek exploded above her head, and through the door crack, she saw a shadow drop down from the roof, its green eyes locking directly onto Lu Zheng. With that cry, the thick darkness seemed to hear the call to charge. Dozens of pairs of green eyes flickered in the dark. Shadows leaped across the snow, incredibly agile, with the deep snow up to their thighs posing no hindrance to them. Lu Zheng, grab your weapons and follow my commands. Don't run around if you don't want to die. Meow. Ow. Ow. The cries outside made everyone's scalp tingle. A few people, originally exhausted, were now startled awake. This door is too flimsy. It won't hold up for long. I'll go out first and wait for you to come out immediately. After saying this, Lu Zheng took a deep breath and swiftly opened the door, sliding out. Bang! The moment the door closed, the leading shadow leaped over. Lu Zheng sidestepped and swung her knife. The blade clashed with the shadow's sharp claws, creating a shower of sparks. As it got closer, Lu Zheng realized it was a massive mutated cat. After a brief skirmish, the leading mutated cat jumped back onto the roof, looking down at Lu Zheng from above. It stood lightly on the eaves, circling around, occasionally flicking its tail, seemingly assessing how much combat power this enemy with a long knife possessed. Lu Zheng stood below, facing the approaching pack of cats, her gaze fixed on the mutated cat on the roof behind her. Turning her back to a feline would provoke its attack instincts, but right now, they were surrounded by mutated cats. This is a hunt in the snow, and Lu Zheng and his group have become prey for a pack of mutated cats. With his left hand charging up, he strikes forcefully as the mutated cat leaps from the eaves. A water ball quickly turns to ice in the air at over 30 degrees below zero, making a loud bang. Got it. Lu Zheng pushes off the ground, gripping his knife with both hands, leaping into the air as the long knife pierces through the soft belly of the mutated cat. The black blade enters the fur, cutting through every blood vessel and muscle, severing bones. It comes out the other side, skewering the mutated cat on the knife, hot blood splattering out. Without a moment's pause, he lands, swings the long knife down, and the mutated cat's corpse hits the snow, yellow blood rolling off the blade tip. The remaining cats hesitate without their leader, the sound of their paws crunching in the snow echoing around. Leaning against a small diner, Lu Zheng surveys the area, quickly calculating the number of mutated cats surrounding them. Behind a door panel, the people inside are breathing heavily. Someone asks, "What do we do now?" Everyone out. In this situation, being trapped in a small room with creatures that are much more agile than ordinary humans is a losing game. The open snow offers a glimmer of hope. The door behind them finally opens after 3 breaths. The mutated cats rush in, their mournful cries erupting in their ears. One knife for each. Lu Zheng moves swiftly through the group of cats like a leopard, leaving no survivors in his wake. Chop them. What are you hesitating for? Turning back, He sees a group still hesitating, and Lu Zheng flicks a cat's corpse toward the crowd. Even Chen Xiaoming is swinging a fire axe with all her might. Crack! With a flying kick, a mutated cat leaping towards Chen Xiaoming's face is directly kicked, its spine breaking and falling to the ground like a broken kite. The long knife is horizontally sent, piercing another mutated cat that lunges at Chen Xiaohua. Unable to dodge in the air, the knife pierces as the mutated cat twists and lets out a shrill cry, its front paw slashing, causing pain to Lu Zheng's right cheek. The mutated cat's claw has cut through his face. Blood flows down his cheek, and Lu Zheng touches it with his left hand, watching the red on his fingertips. His expression becomes even colder, gripping the long knife, his gaze sharp like a wolf king hunting in the snow, sweeping over the cat group. With his right hand holding the knife, his left continuously throws water balls using his abilities, taking advantage of the 30-degree below zero temperature. Each water ball instantly freezes in midair, becoming projectiles aimed at the cat group. The first wave of attacks from the mutated cat's lessons. Quick! Grab the bags, retreat. Lu Zheng kicks open the diner door, revealing bags inside, and several mutated cats are knocked straight into the snow by the door panel. There are too many mutated cats killed around. The smell of blood is too strong. The white snow is soaked with yellow mutated cat blood. The scent thick enough to almost be suffocating. It's too dangerous. It blatantly attracts nearby zombies and other mutated creatures that search for food by smell. Lu Zheng's stamina is running low. If another wave of mutated beasts comes, we'll be done for today. Let's go. Lu Zheng grabs Chen Xiaoming by the collar, swinging the knife to carve a gap. Chapter 23. A new lock-picking method. Don't get close to the shops. Those places allow mutated cats to jump down and launch sneak attacks. Dragging Chen Xiaoming along, Lu Zheng walks at the back, swinging his knife to block the advancing cat group. The others dash back along the path they had cleared in the snow. A faint light appears on the horizon. The darkness before dawn finally passes. As the sun rises, these nocturnal hunters gradually retreat. Beasts aren't foolish either. Realizing they can't catch prey, they stop the chase. Upon seeing the mutated cats retreat, a few people carelessly drop to the ground, ignoring the dirt. Lu Zheng, get up, this place smells too much of blood. It will attract unnecessary trouble. I really can't run anymore. Let's rest a bit before moving again. Before he finishes speaking, Lu Zheng's knife is already at the person's neck. Get up, or you will die right now. With blood-stained features and cold eyes, Lu Zheng, holding the knife, looks even more terrifying than the pack of mutated cats. Everyone, get up. Those who don't want to die, follow me. Before coming out, he promised to do his utmost to protect those who left with him. He can't just watch these people lead themselves to death. Lu Zheng, with the long knife in front, remembers that there's a large shopping mall in the direction they are heading. If they can pass directly through the mall, they won't have to clear a path in the snow for at least 2 kilometers. If luck is on their side, they might collect some supplies. But there could also be other people and hidden zombies in the mall. After walking a kilometer, they arrive at the entrance of the mall, and the snow surface on their side is clean. It's unclear whether the mall hasn't been accessed yet or if other explorers took different doors. Chen Xiaoming, come here. Listen to me. We need to go through the mall directly, but this place is too large for you to sense everything. You just need to sense one thing. What is your first impression of this mall, good or bad? The higher the level of a mental type ability, the more detailed events can be judged, and the wider the range covered by the mental ability. Lu Zheng pushes Chen Xiaoming to her limit, asking a vague question that maximizes the chance of avoiding casualties in the team. If Chen Xiaoming's feeling is good, even if they encounter a crisis, it should be something Lu Zheng can handle. If the feeling is bad, it's better to continue digging through the snow than to go inside. In fact, she's also gambling. The apocalypse began at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which is not yet the peak business hours for the mall, and since it's a weekday, there shouldn't be many people inside, and very few should have turned into zombies. She takes out several first-level crystal cores for Chen Xiaoming to absorb, watching as the girl solemnly puts her hands together and closes her eyes. Lu Zheng thinks that if this girl has good talent, she should be close to accumulating enough to break through to the second level. The others are panting, leaning on their knees, resting in place. This time, Chen Xiaoming's sensing lasts longer than any previous time, and everyone watches her, every subtle expression on her face tugging at their hearts. After a long while, she finally opens her eyes. My feeling is good. Lu Zheng breathes a sigh of relief. Let's go in and rest for a while. Then we'll go straight through the mall to the other side of the street. It will save a lot of energy. Everyone remember to stay close to me. He raises the long knife to break the mall's door lock, releasing a water ball that freezes in the air, smashing in with a bang. After a while, only a dozen or so zombies in work uniforms stumble out. It seems they were originally the staff at the mall's counters. Lu Zheng quickly dispatches a few first-level ones with his knife, leaving the remaining zero-level zombies for the others to handle. Fortunately, while the group's fighting ability isn't as strong as Lu Zheng's, they are still young adults and can manage zero-level zombies. After dealing with the 10 or so counter-zombies at the entrance, Lu Zheng turns on an emergency flashlight, scanning the entire area to ensure there are no other zombies before leading everyone inside. Finally, they don't have to trudge through the snow anymore, walking on solid ground. Everyone's steps lighten, collapsing to the ground in relief after surviving. This time, Lu Zheng doesn't stop them. A fire is lit, finally providing a place to rest without the wind and snow. After fleeing for several hours, everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief. First, eat something. Later, everyone can sleep a bit before we set off again. Lu Zheng uses his abilities to fill each person's cup with water. After filling his own, he drinks a few sips, quickly finishes a flatbread, and stands up with his knife. I'm going to search for some supplies. Anyone who doesn't want to rest can come with me. After all, Lu Zheng is a second-level ability user, and after eating, his stamina is almost restored. Like most malls, the first floor is half gold and jewelry and half skincare and cosmetics counters. Those expensive cosmetics that once cost thousands have become useless trash in the apocalypse. Lu Zheng's target is the gold in those counters. Gold is always hard currency. Most people chose to rest, but Lu Zheng didn't expect that following her to search for supplies would be Chen Xiaoming and that masked girl. However, she didn't say anything and walked in with an emergency flashlight. Seeing so many luxury brands made it hard to resist. The masked girl smiled shyly, switched her backpack to her chest, and stuffed bottles of frozen essence and expensive cream in her bag, along with several pricey lipsticks. Lu Zheng remembered thinking while working that if she earned money in the future, she would take whatever she wanted from the counters in the mall. She never expected that this wish would be fulfilled in such a way. Lu Zheng merely nodded and didn't interfere. She didn't care what others chose to collect. When they reached the gold counter, Lu Zheng didn't plan to forcibly break the glass, as the noise would attract unnecessary trouble. With a knife in her right hand, she used her ability to manipulate water to probe the lock. The water instantly froze in the extreme cold, forming a key that fit the lock. Ever since Lu Zheng discovered she could use her ability to turn the water she released into ice in the current extreme cold, she had been exploring new uses for her powers. Using it to unlock a door was perfect. She pulled out a gift box from under the counter and emptied its contents, tossing all the gold bracelets, rings, necklaces, and earrings from the counter into the box. After clearing out the glass counter, Lu Zheng opened several cabinets and collected all the gold ornaments inside. She had at least 3 to 4 pounds of gold from one store. Pretending to stuff the box into her backpack, she actually concealed it in her space using the backpack as a cover. With 7 or 8 gold shops on the first floor of the mall, Lu Zheng gathered at least 30 pounds of gold. Apart from gold, she ignored the jade, emeralds, and diamonds. In chaotic times, gold is valuable, while diamonds, which are eternal, are just a pile of carbon now. The masked girl behind her collected a lot of jewelry, while Chen Xiaoming followed Lu Zheng's lead and collected whatever she did. Chapter 24. Crossing the mall after collecting the gold, Lu Zheng headed towards the watch counter. She repeated her method, freezing the lock with her ability and directly sweeping all the luxury watches into her backpack. Lu Zheng had no particular preference for watches. In a world lacking power and batteries, traditional quartz watches were more practical, telling time and serving as hard currency, like tobacco and alcohol. You like watches? Then take this brand. Its mechanical watch is the most famous, the masked girl said, familiar with these luxury brands. The masked girl and Chen Xiaoming sat down, leaning against the counter with their backpacks and falling asleep. For a moment, the surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of a few breaths could be heard. Watching the two girls follow her so closely, Lu Zheng vaguely guessed something. She leaned against the wall with her knife, scanning the area. On the first floor of the mall, only a few counters on the east side were illuminated by sunlight, the glass counters sparkling. The counters deeper inside were half hidden in darkness. According to the mall's layout, the basement floor was a large supermarket. But now there was no electricity, and the light from the emergency flashlight only illuminated a limited area. The complete darkness concealed too many unknowns, and the enclosed basement wasn't too convenient for escape. So Lu Zheng didn't plan to take any risks. The little black cat in her arms yawned and crawled out, its furry little head rubbing against her chin. Lu Zheng smiled and took it out, changing its medicine. Under the medical bandage, she could already see the healed flesh slightly pink, and the other wounds were basically scabbing over, looking like they would heal soon. She raised her hand to rub the little guy's head, and it looked at her with its round blue eyes. She couldn't tell if it was just the cuteness of the kitten or if it had just yawned, making its eyes look moist. Lu Zheng released her ability to summon hot water stored in her mustard space and mixed in some goat milk powder. The little one drank the milk happily in her palm, and each time she watched it, she felt the phrase, putting in all its strength, became vivid. The function of time, standing still in the mustard space, was turned into a thermos by Lu Zheng. With the external temperature so low, she simply stored the hot water in her space so that she could have hot water whenever she wanted. Lu Zheng couldn't help but think about the knowledge of cats using the bathroom. You don't really rely on licking, do you? She asked, bringing the little one close to her face. The kitten, which had originally been holding on her finger, was happily playing with its butt. Upon hearing her words, it immediately raised its two tiny pink paws. Meow, meow, meow. What are you doing? As soon as the cat meowed, the few people present immediately woke up from their sleep. The shadow cast by the mutated cats was too great, and now hearing a cat's meow triggered a reflex. What happened? Did those mutated cats come back? Chen Xiaoming woke up, clutching her backpack. It's fine. It's just the little black one, Lu Zheng said, raising the little black cat in her hand. She then glanced at her watch. It's 9:30. Everyone pack up and get ready to leave. After saying that, she stuffed the little cat into the inner pocket of her tactical jacket, and it immediately quieted down, not having to trudge through snow in the strong wind outside. Crossing the 2 kilometers of the mall was a rare relaxation for everyone. When they were about to leave the mall, the others were a bit reluctant to move forward. Let's stay in the mall a bit longer. So much happened last night, and everyone probably didn't rest well, right? The man speaking was Zhao Jia. He looked at the others, except for Lu Zheng. The rest had heavy dark circles under their eyes. This place isn't safe. It's too big with no secure cover. We must find a safer shelter to spend the night before dark, Lu Zheng said coldly, holding her long knife. Looking at Xin Xiaohu, Chen Xiaoming, and the masked girl, they all agreed with her, causing Zhao Jia to quiet down instantly. They continued to forge ahead through the snow, and the exhausted group moved even slower than the previous day. Zhao Jia said, if we can't rest, can we continue through the indoors? After all, the office buildings and malls are connected. It would be faster and less exhausting to walk inside. The masked girl added, yes, yes. Walking outside like this is too slow, and it's so cold. Everyone is struggling. Looking at the 4 people in front of her, Lu Zheng thought, maybe her physical capability as a level 2 ability user, combined with the apocalyptic suit that kept her warm, made her overlook everyone else's feelings. Zhao Jia said, let's try to walk indoors as much as possible. Being outside in this strong wind, everyone will lose body heat too quickly, and we won't be able to fight if we encounter zombies. Lu Zheng weighed the pros and cons of continuing to walk outside versus changing routes to cross the office buildings. Sister, I'll feel it out first before we go in. If it doesn't feel right, we want to go in, okay? Chen Xiaoming raised her hand and stepped forward. She also wanted to walk indoors as it was too uncomfortable outside. Okay, let us try this building in front of us, Lu Zheng said, pointing her knife toward the mall on the right. She didn't want to try the office buildings. There were too many people there, and they were likely working overtime. The apocalypse had started at 5 in the afternoon, and normally, people wouldn't have left work yet. She didn't know how many zombies were trapped inside. But the mall was indeed worth a try. After quickly passing through 2 more malls, they had traveled 9 kilometers just in the morning, more than they had the entire previous day. Upon entering the 4th mall, Zhao Jia said, see, it's better to walk indoors, with the thick snow outside. Everyone's energy is wasted trudging through it. On their way, There had been no signs of life, and Lu Zheng had taken down about 10 first-level zombies. She wasn't sure if it was because the apocalypse had just begun or for some other reason, but she hadn't seen any second-level zombies to collect. This mall wasn't as large as the first one and had fewer luxury counters. Lu Zheng simply collected some gold and left, while the others followed suit and gathered a lot of items. Especially Chun Xiaohu and Zhao Jie, who had been sleeping during the first wave of shopping, were excited to collect things in the malls they just passed. Zhao Jie even went through a shoe store and picked out several pairs of shoes. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lu Zheng watched as Zhao Jie was still trying on shoes and directly urged him forward with a knife. Zhao Jie replied, almost done, almost done. Changing shoes is to walk faster. A sound of something dropping echoed from the depths of the dark shoe store. Chapter 25. Finding a good grave in the thick darkness. A rhythmic strange sound emerged. It was neither hurried nor slow, even carrying a hint of rhythm. Chun Xiaohu immediately gripped the nearby axe tightly, while Chun Xiaoming and the girl with the face mask also trembled as they held onto their fire axes. Lu Zheng quickly turned off the emergency flashlight and stuffed it into her pocket, holding the knife horizontally in her right hand while pulling Zhao Jie, who was still frozen on the ground behind her. She silently gestured for everyone to retreat. The strange sound continued. Thud, thud. It struck the hearts of everyone present. For a moment, the air was filled only with this strange sound and the sound of everyone quietly inhaling. What should we do? Chun Xiaoming's lucky ability couldn't sense anything about fortune or misfortune. She silently mouthed a question to Lu Zheng. The girl's bright eyes were filled with tears, her brows furrowed. Trembling and breathing softly, Lu Zheng held the knife in her right hand and pressed her left index finger to her lips, signaling those who wanted to ask to be quiet. Stores and shopping malls are usually enclosed on 3 sides, with one side facing the mall's interior. Lu Zheng and the others were currently standing in the aisle inside the mall. The open store was like a beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for prey to approach. With a slight movement of her nose, Lu Zheng caught a faint smell of decay in the air, emanating from the dark shoe store ahead. Oh no! Clang! Run! Lu Zheng blocked a level 3 zombie that charged out with her knife, her entire body pushed back by the sudden impact, retreating several steps before stopping. The zombie, with a green-brown complexion and deep yellow eyes filled with red spider veins, stared at Lu Zheng. Its skin, resembling old tree bark, emitted a foul odor, and its grotesque mouth opened wide, revealing a red, writhing tongue inside. Compared to the rotten level 0, 1, and 2 zombies, the level 3 zombie was moist on the surface, but no longer oozing rotten flesh and slime, and its smell was considerably less pungent, making it easier to conceal. In terms of strength, level 3 zombies were like a wall. Though there was only 1 level difference between level 2 and level 3, the gap was more than tenfold. Run fast. Lu Zheng gripped the long knife tightly, desperately holding off the level 3 zombie that was almost within reach. When she was at level 1, she had mentioned that if she encountered a level 3 zombie, the only option was to find a grave quickly. Now, as a level 2 ability user, that statement hadn't changed. Facing a level 3 zombie, unless you were also a level 3 ability user and could barely fight back, everyone else should quickly find a grave to lie down in. The immense impact numbed her hands, and gritting her teeth, she thrust the knife forward. The clang of metal striking the zombie's muscle echoed like the sound of metal on stone. If this had been a level 2 zombie, the knife would have gone straight through. Now it had only pierced the surface of the muscle. The level 3 zombie, wearing high heels, threw its head back and let out a non-human scream that made Lu Zheng's eardrums ache. Run outside quickly. Lu Zheng now understood why there were no level 2 zombies around this building, with this level 3 zombie present. The level 2 zombies had either become its food or fled early. No, I want to stay with my sister. Just as Chun Xiaoming tried to break free, the girl with the face mask grabbed her other hand and, along with Chun Xiaohu, pulled her outward. If you stay here, you'll just be a burden to Lu Zheng. If you don't want her to die, hurry up and run without causing trouble. Seeing the prey about to escape, the level 3 zombie swung a fist, and with a loud bang, Lu Zheng, still gripping her knife, was slammed against the counter behind her. The impact against the corner of the counter through her backpack was dull and painful. Blood oozed from her lips, but there was no time to wipe it away. One hand wielded the knife while the other continuously hurled water balls infused with her ability, the size of basketballs, into the air, freezing them into ice projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. The brittle ice balls shattered everywhere, yet their effectiveness in limiting the movements of the level 3 zombie was minimal. Rolling on the ground, Lu Zheng avoided the lunging zombie, pulled a rope from her space, and flung it to wrap around its neck, using the momentum to yank back and toss it into the cosmetics counter. With her left hand, she sent out over 20 water balls to freeze that entire area. Taking advantage of this brief moment, she picked up her long knife and dashed out. Crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering echoed behind her. The wind howled past her ears, and with her ability nearly depleted, Lu Zheng no longer cared if anyone would discover her space. She directly pulled out the stored crystal cores from her space and quickly drew on her ability. The pain of being pushed to the limit felt like a blade carving through her bones. Furrowing her brows, she swallowed the rising blood. But the wound on her right cheek split open again, blood seeping from the medical adhesive. Lu Zheng splashed some of her ability water on her face, using the freezing effect to seal the wound and prevent the smell of blood from giving away her position. Chun Xiaoming and the other three had rushed out of the mall early and were now nowhere to be seen. Before Lu Zheng dashed out the door, she took advantage of the darkness to store her backpack in her space. The moment she bolted out of the mall, a gust of cold wind swept behind her. With a swift motion, she plunged her knife into the mall's entrance, gripped the handle tightly for leverage, and flipped to evade the charging zombie. In the sunlight, its terrifying face became even more apparent. Its deep yellow eyes fixed on Lu Zheng, and its neck made cracking sounds as it turned. In a moment of desperation, Lu Zheng finally remembered that her mimetic suit could not only maintain body temperature, but also simulate the surrounding environment for concealment. Drawing out her long knife, Lu Zheng lunged forward as the zombie pounced, using her legs to propel herself into a thick snowbank. Crawling beneath the snow, her mimetic suit instantly blended with the surrounding whiteness. After such intense exertion, Lu Zheng fought against the urge to gasp for air, controlling her breathing while keeping the knife raised, covering the restless little cat in her chest. Fortunately, the little one only struggled a few times without making a sound. The snow layer obstructed her view, and Lu Zheng couldn't see what was happening outside, only hearing the thuds of impacts. It should be that level 3 zombie pounding at the door. With a clang, everything suddenly fell silent. The sound of footsteps crunching through the snow could be heard. Lu Zheng held her breath, watching the snow layer above her. Her lungs felt like they were about to burst, and the blood rising in her throat was hard to suppress. It seemed she would really meet her end here, in this perilous apocalypse, dying like this would be in vain. However, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Chapter 26. Level 3 Zombie. The sound of the snow layer breaking echoed, and in an instant, Lu Zheng saw a glimpse of daylight before being quickly dragged further into the snow by someone from behind. The level 3 zombie pushed through the snow, finding it empty beneath. It looked around, and in the snow, only it remained standing. Bang! Lu Zheng could only hear a loud noise beneath the snow. Finally able to breathe after holding her breath for so long, she turned her head to glance at the girl with the face mask huddled beside her. Lu Zheng never expected that in such a critical moment, it would be her who saved her. The girl also looked relieved, smiling lightly as she pointed behind her. Following her finger, Lu Zheng saw that the people who had just disappeared were hiding beneath the snow. Let's crawl to the corner of the mall first. Then we can go out from the snow. Lu Zheng silently mouthed, gesturing with one hand to indicate herself and with the other to show the direction. Starting to crawl forward. They were too close to the mall entrance. If they went out directly and were spotted by the level 3 zombie, they wouldn't have such good luck. It was hard to determine direction beneath the snow, so Lu Zheng tied a strip of cloth to her long knife, occasionally raising it to gauge the relative direction by the wind outside. The terrifying mall they had just escaped was far behind them, and the surroundings were quiet. Come out. It's safe outside. With a breath of relief, one by one, the group crawled out from the snowbank. This time, without Lu Zheng reminding them. A few people consciously followed her and quickly left, no one complaining about the hardship of trudging through the snow. Taking advantage of the daylight, Lu Zheng led the other four to clear out a small lottery store by the roadside to serve as their shelter for the night. Taking a breath, Chen Xiaoming looked at Lu Zheng and asked, "Sister, when did you change your clothes?" When she left, she was wearing a black jacket, and now it had turned into a jacket the same color as the snow. Lu Zheng replied, "Oh, this is black technology. It can change color." Although color-changing clothes are rare, they were not uncommon in the marketing concepts of clothing brands before the apocalypse. After hearing her words, Chen Xiaoming nodded and didn't ask further. Lu Zheng used her knife to ignite the furniture in the lottery store, and as they gathered around the fire, everyone finally began to regain some body warmth. Chen Xiaoming said, "Thanks to Sister Winnie's quick thinking today, teaching everyone to hide in the snow pit. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how we would be now." Winnie is the name of the girl with the facial mask. She had just saved Lu Zheng. Seeing everyone's gaze, Winnie waved her hand. "It's nothing. Since we all went out together, we should help each other. I've seen enough zombie movies, and in those, zombies rely on smell to find people. I thought we couldn't outrun them, so the snow layer could block the smell, which is why I led everyone to hide in the snow pit. Thank you for saving my life today." Lu Zheng placed her knife on her knee and bowed to Winnie. Throughout the journey, she had looked down on Winnie when she was collecting cosmetics and skincare products, not expecting her to be so decisive and wise in a crisis. Winnie smiled and said, "It's nothing. You've saved me several times too. Now we are considered friends through adversity." Her smile made her delicate features appear especially gentle. Chen Xiaohu then looked at Lu Zheng and asked, "What level zombie was that? Why was it so powerful?" Lu Zheng replied, "Level 3. Once zombies reach level 3, their strength and agility undergo a qualitative leap, and they also regain a certain level of intelligence." As she spoke, she recalled the higher-level zombies she had seen in her previous life, a year into the apocalypse. Zombies continued to evolve, with high-level zombies transitioning from their initial decayed and inhuman forms to gradually resemble humans. In secret, some people referred to those zombies as evolved, new organisms in a new ecological niche. Chen Xiaohu fell silent, gripping his axe. He once thought that zombies could be killed as long as they had a bit of strength, with his only worry being the zombie tide. It was only today that he understood that zombies were far from as weak as he had thought. No wonder the military had been unable to clear the zombies from the city these days. Zhao Jie said, "Now that everyone has lost their bags, what are we going to eat later?" Lu Zheng's backpack was safely in her space, but the other four had indeed lost theirs while fleeing. Aside from a simple meal in the morning, they hadn't had anything to drink for a long time. The space was a trump card in Lu Zheng's hand, and she didn't plan to reveal it now. The outside was getting dark, so it wasn't realistic to go out and look for food. They should first drink some water and gather supplies together in the morning. After speaking, Lu Zheng used her ability to turn water into vapor and let some hover by Chen Xiaoming's lips. Since everyone's cups were lost, this was the only way to drink water. When it was Chen Xiaohu's turn, he blushed and opened his mouth, afraid of touching Lu Zheng's hand. When it was Zhao Jie's turn, Lu Zheng's fingertip was accidentally touched. Lu Zheng pretended not to hear and leaned against the wall to prepare for rest. The atmosphere cooled down again. Lu Zheng said, "You can leave now. From the moment we stepped out, I said everyone is free to come and go. I don't force anyone to follow me." Zhao Jie retorted, "You brought us here. Without you, we might still be in the second-hand market, warm and eating meat." Zhao Jie remembered to keep his voice low, fearing to attract zombies, and glared fiercely at Lu Zheng. Chen Xiaohu directly slammed his axe in front of Zhao Jie. When he interjected, "Have you forgotten who saved us in the market? Have you forgotten who took us in when we had nowhere to go after leaving the community? Even on this journey, if it weren't for Lu Zheng, could you handle those mutated cats or that level 3 zombie alone?" Chapter 27. Clouds on the horizon. Zhao Jie turned his face away, his eyes bloodshot from lack of rest. "So what? Should I be grateful or beg for mercy? Do you think she brought you out because she wanted to? It's only because she valued your lucky ability. Otherwise, why would she bother bringing you along?" Chen Xiaoming subtly tugged at Winnie's clothes, signaling her to mediate. Zhao Jie wanted to say more, standing up from the fire pit, fists clenched and stepping forward. Lu Zheng drew her long knife and blocked the space between the two. "If you don't want to attract zombies, then rest quietly and don't make noise. I'll sleep for a while. Like yesterday, you guard the first half of the night, and I'll guard the second half. After saying that, she ignored the arguing group, leaned against the wall, and fell asleep with her sheathed black knife. The little black cat in her arms stirred a few times, poking its fuzzy little head out of her jacket collar to rub against her right cheek. The blood from the scratch made by the mutated cat hadn't been cleaned up yet when encountering the level 3 zombie. To avoid attracting it with the smell of blood, Lu Zheng had directly used her ability to freeze the blood with ice. Now that the ice had melted, the exposed wound looked somewhat pale. She was too tired. Noticing that the little black cat was just climbing and rubbing against her without trying to escape, Lu Zheng closed her eyes and didn't mind, allowing the little creature to step on her collar and lean its little head against her face. Jie saw this and spat. "We can't even survive. And you're raising a cat." When he reached out to pull him, signaling him to be quiet. For a moment, only the crackling sound of burning would remain in the lottery store. After a while, seeing that there was no danger around, Jie disregarded the first and second halves of the night, laid out the lottery tickets as a makeshift mat, and fell asleep. In the second half of the night, when Lu Zheng woke up, she saw Chen Xiaoming and the others still guarding the fire, while Zhao Jie was asleep against the wall on a pile of lottery tickets. "You all can sleep," she said. She didn't say much. Without expectations, she wouldn't care and wouldn't be disappointed. Adding some wood to the fire, Lu Zheng sat cross-legged by the fire with her long knife resting on her knee. The little cat poked its head out of her jacket collar again. Its soft, pink paws pressed against her right cheek. As if realizing she didn't care, it rubbed its fuzzy little head against her, then extended its pink tongue to lick her wound. Lu Zheng felt its actions and remembered that she still had a wound on her face. She had been on the run, and the cold wind had numbed the wound, making it feel painless. Drawing the black knife from its sheath, the blade reflecting the firelight barely allowed her to see the wound. It was about the length of an adult's thumb. Not deep, but because it hadn't been properly treated, it looked somewhat frightening now, with the edges turned outward. Pretending to take something from her arms, she actually used her jacket to cover it, while taking out medical alcohol and bandages from her space to clean the wound following the shadow of the blade. The bandage, soaked in alcohol, slowly cleaned the blood from her face. And since the wound had been mixed with a lot of dirt and dust from climbing and fighting, she carefully wiped it clean. The little black cat supported itself on her shoulders, looking up with its round little head as she cleaned the wound. If it had been someone else, they would have cried out in pain by now, but she didn't even furrow her brows. At this moment, there was no rabies vaccine. But even if there was, it probably wouldn't be effective against the scratch from a mutated cat. After cleaning with alcohol, she simply applied some anti-inflammatory ointment, placed a medical bandage and dressing over it. Then she sheathed the knife and continued to keep watch. The little creature jumped out from the collar, and in an accidental burst of energy, it tumbled down from the collar. Lu Zheng caught it with one hand and tapped its little head. Naughty. Just then, she hadn't finished putting away the medicine, so she decided to change the little one's dressing as well. Aside from the two most serious spots on its belly and back, which had just formed scabs, most places were already healed, revealing its pink skin with fine fur starting to grow back. The little creature in his palm tilted its head, lost its balance, and tumbled into Lu Zheng's hand. Seeing it like this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile knowingly. The little black cat rubbed its round, fluffy head against her palm, peering at her with its blue round eyes. How strange. Lu Zheng seemed to see an indescribable worry in those wet blue eyes. Such a fluffy, soft, and fragile little thing. A night passed without incident. Morning came. The few tables and chairs in the lottery shop had been mostly burned by Lu Zheng, leaving behind only stacks of lottery tickets, which were not very flammable. "You're awake." Wonnie rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning, and came over to help Lu Zheng add more fuel to the fire. "I used to think about winning 5 million in the lottery and becoming rich overnight. Back then, I would buy 2 tickets at the lottery shop or vending machine every weekend, but I only ever won 5 or 10 yuan. Lu Zheng glanced at her. The adaptability of humans is truly strong. In just a few days, they had already taken life after the apocalypse as the norm. After saying that, when he added, "I never thought one day we could be so extravagant as to burn lottery tickets as waste paper. What are we having for breakfast?" Zhao Jie woke up and found that no one was paying attention to him, asking irritably. Lu Zheng replied, "I don't know. I'll go check that convenience store on the street and see what I can find to eat. After saying that, she stood up directly, not wanting to waste her energy talking to someone like him. In fact, Lu Zheng did not plan to gather supplies. She needed to keep moving, and the fewer surprises, the better. With food available, the few of them said nothing more and quietly shared their breakfast. Zhao Jie asked, "How much longer do we need to walk? We came out with you, and now everything is covered in snow. We have no idea where we are." Chen Xiaoming set down the bread in her hand. "Zhao Jie, what do you want to do? If you want to leave, just go. No one is stopping you." Wen Yi pulled Chen Xiaoming and subtly shook her head. Talking more at this time would only provoke trouble. Suddenly, the rest of Zhao Jie's words were interrupted by the sound of flapping wings. Chen Xiaohu immediately stood up with a mountain axe. "What is that?" Lu Zheng swallowed the bread in her hand in 2 bites, drew her long knife, and stood up. "Everyone grab your weapons." Through the frosted window, a dark cloud flew across the sky outside, blocking out the sun and constantly changing shape. The sound grew closer, shaking people's eardrums painfully. Zhao Jie stared blankly at the dark clouds on the horizon, murmuring, "What is that?" Lu Zheng raised her hand to stop the others from asking questions, tightening her muscles to gather strength, holding the knife horizontally in front of her, frowning as she looked outside. Chapter 28. Another reduction in numbers. Bang. A shadow crashed against the window, making a huge muffled sound. The frost on the window fell off in flakes. Bang clang. The next shadow struck unexpectedly, shattering the lottery shop's window from the outside in. The wind and snow rushed in instantly along with the broken glass. Brown wings. Red eyes. With a flap of its wings, it lunged forward. Wen Yi was stunned by the sudden change, her pupils constricting as the crimson-eyed shadow lunged toward her face. "Step back." Clang. The black long knife swung down close to her face, slicing through the wind and snow, splitting the shadow in 2. The blood of the mutated sparrow splattered onto Wen Yi's face, frightening her into quickly closing her eyes. Lu Zheng swung the knife to clear away the shattered glass and pulled Wen Yi back, directly yanking her away from the window. Bang! Bang! Several water balls were instantly thrown out, freezing solid and blocking the broken window. Flap, flap, flap. Zhao Jie screamed in fright, curling up and holding his head. A few mutated sparrows that had already broken and were flying up and down inside the room, their evolved claws and sharp beaks occasionally drawing blood. Use fire. Lu Zheng kicked the last few pieces of wood on the ground, and the swinging torch indeed made the mutated sparrows hesitate to approach for a moment. Handing the torch to Wen Yi, Lu Zheng hurriedly continued to seal up the window and door gaps. Bang! 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 The sounds of impacts outside continued, and the scent of blood in the air made these mutated sparrows restless. With too few reserves of second-tier abilities, Lu Zheng wielded the knife to constantly fend off the flying mutated sparrows, biting the collar with her teeth. She quickly took out a stored crystal core from her pocket and absorbed it swiftly. With the knife close, Lu Zheng gathered strength and threw it upwards, sending a ball of ability water straight toward the mutated sparrow. Bang! It hit. Without needing Lu Zheng to instruct, Chen Xiaohu, standing closest, swung his mountain axe vigorously, cleaving both the ice ball and the mutated sparrow in half. Bang! Crack! Another small hole was smashed into the window. Chirp, chirp. The crimson-eyed, mutated sparrows struggled to push their way in from the inside. Lu Zheng immediately threw out an ability water ball, and bang, the mutated sparrow that was about to squeeze and was frozen in the ice ball. What should we do? What do we do now? Zhao Jie, holding a fire axe, paced anxiously in place, his eyes darting back and forth. In that moment, he completely forgot that shouting would attract mutated animals and zombies, and he hoarsely shouted, "Shut up!" Lu Zheng bit down on the knife back, her hand simultaneously throwing ability water balls to seal the doors and windows. The consumption of abilities and extraction was too fast. Her face grew paler, her lips turned purple, and blood surged in her throat. Clang! The mutated sparrows poured in through the ventilation duct. A flock of birds as dark as clouds surged down from the ceiling's ventilation duct. Flap, flap. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of wings flapping in the duct was like the prelude to death. There was no time to block the vent now. Lu Zheng held the knife in one hand and released an ability water ball with the other, the hot blood of the mutated sparrows splattering before her eyes. Too many. There were simply too many. Lu Zheng didn't even have time to look at her surroundings, instinctively waving the knife to clear the mutated sparrows in front of her. Zhao Jie was pecked on the cheek by a mutated sparrow, hot blood gushing out, and the sparrows nearby surged up, drawn by the scent of blood. Bang! Lu Zheng smashed a ball of water, clearing the surrounding mutated sparrows and freezing the wound on the face of the opponent. Retreat. Lu Zheng released water in advance. Soaking several people, took out gasoline from her pocket and sprinkled it toward the flock of birds in the air, then spun around to kick the fire pit on the ground. Boom! Crackle! The intense sound of burning echoed in the air, and the flock of mutated sparrows was pushed back a little by the flames. The flapping birds ignited in flames, shrieking as they fell from the sky. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, Lu Zheng swung her knife to chop through the frozen door frame. Follow me. They couldn't stay indoors anymore. Saying that, she grabbed Wen Yi and Chen Xiaoming and retreated. As soon as the door opened, the flock of birds swooped down. Lu Zheng ducked to avoid the impact from above and poured a bucket of gasoline behind her, instantly turning the hundreds of mutated sparrows in the room into a sea of flames. Flap, flap. The flock of birds waiting outside immediately swooped toward the few people. Zhao Jie, wanting to hide in the snow as before, leaped forward into the thick snow. Don't! Lu Zheng wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The birds, noticing Zhao Jie's movement, funneled down like a tornado and pounced into the snowbank where Zhao Jie was. Help! The screams disappeared in an instant from under the snow, and the air was left only with the sound of the flock of birds flapping their wings as they swooped down. The birds were too fast, and one by one, the mutated sparrows with their crimson eyes pounced and fought over their prey in the snow. The pristine white snow was instantly stained blood red. Even those mutated sparrows that were slightly slower and pecked by their companions quickly screamed and became food for their kind. The snow was splattered with bits of flesh, entrails, and feathers. Go! Chen Xiaohu gasped heavily, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at the massacre in the snow, struggling to hold back his urge to vomit. It wasn't until I saw Lu Zheng running far away with the other two girls that I reacted, gripping the mountain axe tightly and following closely behind. The overuse of my ability, combined with just now carrying two adults while sprinting, left my throat filled with the taste of blood. The wounds on my face split open again, blood flowing down my jaw to my neck. I lifted the long knife to check a small hardware store in the new shelter. Turning on the emergency flashlight, the store was empty, with no zombies or other mutated creatures. When Chen Xiaohu walked in, he pulled down the hardware store's roller shutter with all his might. The shutter isolated the inside from the outside, forming a temporary safe haven. Chen Xiaohu leaned against the wall and started to vomit violently. The sour smell filled the air. But fortunately, the temperature was extremely low, and the vomit froze within 3 to 4 seconds, reducing the odor somewhat. How could this happen? How could this happen? The nearly 9-meter-tall man sat on the ground, crying in pain. Wen Yi's eyes and nose were red, silently shedding tears in the room. Chen Xiaoming clasped her hands, mumbling while crying, "Clearly I didn't feel anything. Clearly I didn't feel anything." Snap, snap. The sound of a flint sparked amidst the oppressive cries. Chen Xiaoming's words made Lu Zheng glance at her. She thought to herself, Oscar truly owes this girl a trophy. Chapter 29. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Crackle. The blood in my throat hadn't settled yet. I sat cross-legged with the long knife resting on my knees. Lu Zheng tried to gather her ability in her palm, but nothing happened. Her powers had been completely exhausted in the earlier battle. She discreetly took out a crystal core from her space, covering it with her coat, and attempted to absorb it. Fortunately, she could still absorb energy. As her powers began to circulate again, Lu Zheng felt her abilities gradually perfecting, touching the edge of level 3. In the apocalypse, advancing as an ability, user relies not only on the energy within the crystal cores, but also on the user's own capability and state of mind, whether they're strong enough to break through to a higher level. She already had 4 level 2 crystal cores, needing just 6 more to attempt to become a level 3 ability user. Opening the offline map on her phone, she realized she had traveled through Jiangning District and Yuhua District in the past 2 days and had finally arrived at Qinhuai District. If she walked fast, she could reach the Agricultural Institute tonight. Lu Zheng wasn't familiar with Jiangning and Yuhua districts. However, she was very familiar with Qinhuai District and Xuanwu District. Her temporary base in her previous life was at the Zifeng Tower by Xuanwu Lake. Later on, 3 level 6 high-level zombies appeared in nearby neighborhoods. Calculating the time, there should still only be level 1 zombies around, possibly reaching level 2. She thought she could pick up some scraps. And there should also be level 2 zombies at the subway entrance near the Agricultural Institute. Lu Zheng recalled the level 3 zombie from yesterday. She hadn't heard of any high-level zombies appearing in that area later on. Otherwise, the plan to pass through the mall wouldn't have existed in the first place. It seemed that either that zombie had moved to another location later on, or someone had cleared that zombie in advance. The small cat in her arms crawled out from her collar, its fluffy little head rubbing against her chin. Lu Zheng didn't have the energy to care for it right now, allowing the little one to climb onto her shoulder and settle on her knee. The little black cat looked up at her, concerned. Meow? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Its round blue eyes were filled with sadness. The wounds on her face had split open in the recent battle, her beautiful face stained with blood. The little black cat climbed up her arm, propping itself up to nuzzle her cheek, its tiny pink tongue gently licking her wound. In a place Lu Zheng couldn't see, the cells and blood vessels in her wound were rapidly healing. Why do you insist on going to the Agricultural Institute? After Chun Xiaohu finished vomiting, he got up from the ground and asked. The other 2 girls also looked over. If you don't know the reason, are you not coming with me? Lu Zheng swallowed the blood in her throat, rummaging through her jacket pocket for alcohol and gauze to bandage her face. If it weren't for the little cat, she wouldn't even remember that she had injuries on her face. She was already used to such minor wounds. After a simple disinfection and cleaning, she applied medicine and a medical dressing. Using her recovering abilities, Lu Zheng conjured water and swallowed an anti-inflammatory pill. The wound didn't matter. What mattered was that an open wound provided an entry point for pathogens. Inflammation is something every person in the apocalypse wants to avoid. After treating her wound, Lu Zheng no longer paid attention to the gazes of the other 3. She held up a torch, scanning the hardware store for usable supplies. She would need the power strips and small tools. After a few rounds of searching, she found a roll of nylon rope from a corner. I'm going to the neighboring residential building to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. Do you plan to follow or stay behind? Lu Zheng stuffed the rope in her backpack and tightened the cuffs of her jacket before heading outside. Click! The roller shutter opened, and the wind and snow rushed in. Lu Zheng stood at the doorway, holding the shutter, the light and shadow dividing the inside from the outside, her cold eyes sweeping across the area. There were no zombies. Without pausing, she took her black knife and stepped directly into the wind and snow. The 3 exchanged glances for a moment. N1E was the first to step forward. Chun Xiaohu and Chun Xiaoming gritted their teeth and followed. Old residential buildings. These old-style buildings were different from the new neighborhoods. They were all 6 stories high without elevators, dark inside, and the units were very close together. Lu Zheng adjusted her headlamp, slicing through several swaying level 0 zombies at the entrance of the unit before heading upstairs with her knife. By the time when E and the others caught up, Lu Zheng had already cleared 1 unit and was preparing to clear the next. A prompt sounded in her mind. Current points, 122. If you want to follow, keep digging for crystal cores. After saying that, Lu Zheng continued up the stairs, her knife striking down one after another. Each cut took her a step further, each one more decisive than the last. There was no unnecessary flourish. 1E followed behind her, her slender figure exuding an indescribable beauty. This was probably the essence of violent aesthetics. After clearing 4 old buildings, the zombies combined with the extreme weather resulted in not a single survivor in these buildings. Something was off. She hadn't seen any official rescue teams on the road these days. In her previous life, she had been trapped at a high-speed railway station, and when she got out, she was following the main force to evacuate. This place was so close to her previous temporary base, yet there had been no rescue until now. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zheng continued to clear the hallway with her knife. This red envelope group requires various top-ups every time it opens. Current points, 1087, sister. These are the crystal cores I just dug up. Chen Xiaoming saw her stop and immediately stepped forward a hand over the crystal cores, hoping to strike up a conversation. Lu Zheng glanced at her. She didn't touch the rabbit bag that Chen Xiaoming offered, but gestured for her to pour them directly into her hand. Hundreds of white crystal cores sparkled in the wind and snow. After taking them, Lu Zheng casually stuffed them in her pocket, tightened the cuffs of her jacket, and headed towards the next building. Earlier, the Red Envelope Group had sent a Rose handgun, which required 6,000 points to unlock. The matter of the level 3 zombies made her eager to score points to unlock that precise handgun. She had previously thought about getting a regular firearm, but the level 3 zombies had made her alert. High-level zombies were not afraid of human firearms. What exactly do you want to do? You were so anxious to hurry, but now you're wasting time here? Chen Xiaohu, following behind, grew increasingly impatient. Hearing Chen Xiaohu's words, Lu Zheng subtly glanced at Chen Xiaoming. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. She swung her knife and continued upward. When she reached the 5th floor, she heard distinct footsteps in the corridor above. Such agile yet heavy footsteps. Level 2 zombies. Lu Zheng tightened her cuffs, holding her knife in front, revealing an expectant smile. Chapter 30. Snowy days are great for killing. Step back. Lu Zheng reached back in her backpack for the rope, waiting for the level 2 zombie on the 6th floor to walk around the corner. Whoosh! As soon as the level 2 zombie appeared, the rope shot out. She kicked off the wall, thrusting the black knife with force. Points 20. The 5th level 2 crystal core was in hand. Lu Zheng personally wielded the knife to extract the red 2nd tier crystal core. A 2nd tier zombie pounced from upstairs with a roar. Lu Zheng threw an ice cone with her left hand. The ice cone shot straight down the zombie's gaping mouth, and the next roar abruptly stopped. The 6th 2nd tier crystal core was in hand. This was a new method Lu Zheng had figured out. Since the water ability could turn into a key, forming it into a weapon was also no problem. In her past life, she was clueless and only knew to release water. In this life, she had thought of many new uses during battles. Lu Zheng no longer despised her water ability as much. Chen Xiaoming stood on the stairs, watching the scene, secretly determined. Let's go to the next building. Lu Zheng raised her hand to check her watch. It was just past 9 in the morning. She headed down with her long knife. Before accumulating enough points to activate the Rose pistol, she didn't plan to rashly go to the Agricultural Research Institute. Right across from there was the subway entrance. Although she remembered that no zombies above Tier 3 had appeared near the Agricultural Research Institute, at most just a tide of corpses, Lu Zheng didn't intend to go over without preparation. At noon, they rested back at the hardware store where they first settled. Lu Zheng took out pancakes from her bag, one for each person. After distributing them, they each added a bit of water. While eating the pancakes, she reviewed the earnings from the morning in her mind. Current points balance, 2,789. She silently chanted for a recharge in her mind, and indeed felt the crystal cores in her jacket pocket vanish. Thank you for the recharge. Current points balance, 3,563. Still short by 2,437 points. She could accumulate enough by this afternoon. She just didn't know what task she needed to complete to unlock this time. She hoped it wouldn't involve rescuing someone again. Sister, why do you need so many crystal cores? Chen Xiaoming tentatively asked. Since fleeing from the mutated sparrow swarm, Lu Zheng had become even colder than before. The others were somewhat cautious. You can absorb abilities as well. Lu Zheng glanced at her, not saying another word. I can only absorb 23 at a time. I can't absorb that many, Chen Xiaoming said flatly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng paused. Since her rebirth, she hadn't encountered a situation where she couldn't absorb, especially in battle. She could continuously replenish her ability absorption. The cycle was very fast. In her past life, except for the beginning when she didn't know, it seemed there was never a situation where she couldn't absorb. Oh, if it were before, she would have given pointers, but now, she didn't plan to be kind-hearted. Lu Zheng, are we resting here tonight? We probably won't make it to the Agricultural Research Institute today, when Yi said, roasting the pancakes that had frozen like iron. While roasting, she struggled to swallow the pancake in her mouth. Lu Zheng noticed her hands were covered in frostbite, both hands frozen to the point that their original color was unrecognizable. Looking up, Wen Yi's lips were already purple from the cold. She probably feared that if she mentioned it, Lu Zheng might disdainfully abandon her. and thus it kept quiet. Lu Zheng half took out her phone and used the phone thermometer to check the outside temperature. Current temperature, -50. She had a camouflage suit, so she felt no cold at all. But ordinary people were enduring extreme sub-zero temperatures. We'll rest here today. After saying this, she rummaged through her bag and tossed a box of frostbite ointment into Wen Yi's arms. Here you go. Chun Xiaoming saw this, lowered her head, and concealed the expression in her eyes. After throwing it, Lu Zheng continued to gnaw on the pancake, and the little guy in her arms poked its head out from her collar. The fluffy little head rubbed against her chin, yawned, stretched its body, and licked the pancake in her hand. Hungry? Seeing its actions, Lu Zheng took it out from her arms. The little guy seemed to be dissatisfied with the taste of the pancake. Its front paws kept wiping its mouth. Cats can't eat our food. Too much salt is harmful to their kidneys, Wen Yi gently reminded as she watched the little one come out. Thank you. Lu Zheng pretended to take out goat milk powder and hot water from her backpack, but in fact, it was from her space and made it for the little one. Drink up. After saying this, the little fluff ball scampered over to the cup and started drinking eagerly. After finishing, the little one wiped its face with its front paws, climbed onto Lu Zheng's lap, and frolicked in her arms. After taking care of the cat, Lu Zheng continued to expressionlessly gnaw on the pancake. She took off her watch and tossed it to Chun Xiaoming. Lu Zheng tucked the little black cat back into her arms, left her bag behind, tightened her sleeves, and walked out directly. Next, it was time to see these people's choices. In the old residential building, Lu Zheng cleared her way, and the points notification sounded continuously in her mind. Points 5. Current points balance, 6,008. Lu Zheng leaned against the wall of the first-floor corridor to rest. There was no one around, and nothing could be seen from outside. Lu Zheng opened the red envelope group to activate the Rose Pistol. Thank you for the recharge of 6,000 points. Rose Pistol activated. As long as there are bullets, as long as you want, you will hit every shot. The holder can kill enemies 1 tier higher. Killing beyond tiers, interesting. Lu Zheng looked at the introduction on the screen, reached out to take the pistol off the screen. Congratulations on unlocking this item. Complete the following task, and the item will be issued. Task content. Please execute the killer of the psychic ability, user Chun Xiaoming. She thought that the red envelope group would issue another rescue mission, but unexpectedly, it was a killing task. It was just a bit surprising that the target to be killed was exactly the one she wanted to deal with now. After releasing her ability and drinking some water to replenish her energy, the roller shutter of the hardware store was half open. The fire had burned down considerably, and only Wen Yi was still on the spot. The backpack she intentionally left behind before leaving was nowhere to be seen. Wen Yi sat awkwardly by the fire. Her exposed hands had not been treated. Had the frostbite ointment been taken away? Lu Zheng pulled down the roller shutter, sat cross-legged, and rested the knife on her knee. You guessed it early on? Wen Yi's eyes widened in shock, and her steps forward retreated slightly. It's not hard to figure out. Lu Zheng brushed the snow off her body. Out of nowhere, bringing people directly to my temporary shelter. Isn't that just assuming we have supplies? Chun Xiaoming's ability was limited, but she shouldn't be unaware of whether her companions were in danger indoors. What do you think? Lu Zheng wiped the stains off the knife blade with snow. It's time to go kill someone. Chapter 31. Arrival at the Agricultural Research Institute. Chun Xiaoming and her brother Chen Xiaohu were quickly moving through the snow, carrying Lu Zheng's backpack. Brother, I'm so cold. How much longer do we have to walk? Chun Xiaoming tugged at Chun Xiaohu's arm for support, keeping her head down as she trudged through the wind and snow. Chun Xiaohu still remembered the grudge of fainting after crashing into the cash register. If it weren't for his sister constantly saying to endure, he would have run away long ago. 2 fools. The bloodstains from back then had been covered by the wind and snow, leaving no trace. Brother, let's find a place to rest for a bit. It's too cold. Chun Xiaoming noticed Chun Xiaohu's movements and immediately pulled on his sleeve, interrupting his thoughts. All right, we should have walked far enough. Lu Zheng was waiting with her black knife at the path of the two. The gap in physical strength and stamina between ordinary people and ability users was evident at this moment. Brother, why aren't you moving? Did you encounter a zombie? Chun Xiaoming looked up, her pupils constricting as the black knife suddenly appeared before her. She pushed Chun Xiaohu forward with all her strength to block the blow. You. Lu Zheng stepped forward with the knife raised, the tip veering slightly to pierce into Chen Xiaoming behind Qin Xiao. Thud! The long knife penetrated the body without a moment's pause. Congratulations to the executor for completing the designated task. Rose pistol has been issued. Please check. When Yi, who had rushed over behind Lu Zheng, let out a scream. Sister! Chen Xiao gasped, trembling as he caught his sister's body. What right do you have to kill for no reason? Lu Zheng wiped the blood off the knife blade with snow. For no reason? The one who killed for no reason is your sister. The one who pushed my father to his death in the museum was your sister. It can still be forcibly explained as a manifestation of human nature in desperate situations. Zhao Jia, an adult, publicly provoked me for no reason during the escape. Everyone ran towards me, yet he alone burrowed into the snow pit. Do you really think an adult could be this foolish? Words from an absolutely lucky person carry astonishing credibility in such an environment. Behind the scenes, there are instigations, secret manipulations, and malicious reductions in numbers. Lu Zheng, leading a group out, was less in need of an assistant and more about distancing herself from her parents. Unexpectedly, on the way, Qin Xiaoming would engage in such malicious reduction. Also, have you forgotten who just pushed you on my knife's edge? Qin Xiaohu's face flushed red after hearing this, and he lowered his eyes, not daring to look at her. A roar, and the man ran away with a backpack, completely ignoring the body of his sister on the ground. Lu Zheng threw out several groups of ability water to freeze the body, to prevent the smell of blood from spreading too far and attracting other things. That was a living person. She swung her knife to kill without any hesitation, as if it were just like killing a zombie. Aren't zombies human? Do you think zombies just popped out of the cracks in the rocks? Lu Zheng couldn't quite understand this saintly ideology. This is the end of the world, whether it's zombies or enemies. Any creature that threatens one's life must be killed. The harsh reality of the apocalypse is not a soap opera where one has to recite a long monologue before hitting someone. Lu Zheng still vividly remembered how Chen Xiaoming had harmed her companions, but she felt more fear than sympathy for Chen Xiaoming's death. So what about our supplies? Keep up. Do you really think Chen Xiaohu was carrying supplies? It was just a bag of snow and garbage. Throwing the watch to Chen Xiaoming was to reduce the likelihood of her killing Wen Yi. With supplies, a watch to keep time, and a meat shield, Chen Xiao, they could escape without any worries. If the watch were with Lu Zheng, they wouldn't have a clear concept of time, and their chances of escape would also decrease. Using the snow cover, she pulled out a backpack of supplies from her space and tossed a bottle of water and a pack of bread to Wen Yi. Lu Zheng leaned against the wall with her long knife to rest. Meanwhile, in the wind and snow, Chen Xiaohu squeezed into a small shop with his backpack. The store was filled with plastic tables and chairs, with no wood to ignite for warmth. He also didn't have flint to start fire. The intense running left him starving. Fortunately, he had stolen a backpack. He moved the backpack to the front and unzipped it. It was full of compacted snowballs. The outdoor temperature was too low, and he didn't even notice that the backpack against his body felt wrong. No food, no fire. He swallowed hard, looking out in despair. No matter how tired you are from walking, when you rest, you don't have to worry about the campfire, food, and water. And now it was all lost. Hunger, hypothermia, and the endless wind and snow outside, along with dangers. The next day, Lu Zheng knocked Wen Yi unconscious with her knife. She pulled out a rose handgun from her space. The golden gun body had a carved rose on the barrel, but no magazine. Lu Zheng opened the item description in the red envelope group. Welcome to use the rose handgun, silent and invisible, with unlimited bullet supply. Recharge to obtain. 1 point for 1 bullet. Welcome to recharge. Great. The character of the cash red envelope group remains intact. She clicked to recharge 1 point. Lu Zheng picked up her long knife, slightly raised the rolling shutter door, and fired a shot at the distant phoenix tree. The energy bullet silently pierced through the barrel and shot towards the target. Only the recoil and the distant crashing of the fallen phoenix tree reminded of the existence of the shot. After testing the effect, Lu Zheng recharged 100 points in one go. She now had enough food and water. For close combat, she had a long knife, and for long range, she had the rose handgun. Over 200 first-level crystal cores and 6 second-level crystal cores. Just 4 more second-level crystal cores would be enough to reach 10 for a breakthrough. After counting the harvest of these days, Lu Zheng woke one and prepared to head to the Agricultural Science Institute. The other party had saved her life. She couldn't just leave her behind. In front of the Agricultural Science Institute, on Zhongshanmen Street, there were no shadows on either side of the empty street. Lu Zheng led one trudging through the snow. Roar, 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 roars of inhuman cries came from the subway entrance across the street. The doors of the Agricultural Science Institute swung open, and the two moved to the entrance. The security booth echoed with loud bangs. Roar. A black tide of corpses surged out of the subway entrance. Chapter 32. The Survival Secrets of Researchers. She pushed one behind her with force. Watching her hide in the snow pit, Lu Zheng dropped her backpack. With her right hand, she horizontally presented her knife, taking care of the two first-level zombies that burst out of the security booth. At the same time, she raised a Rose handgun with her left hand and began to shoot. She didn't even need to aim. Every bullet hit its target accurately. The surging tide of corpses made no progress under such precise shooting. Brown zombie bodies piled up at the subway entrance. The subsequent zombies had to climb over the bodies in front to advance. Some zombies trying to bypass were immediately shot down. In the snow around Lu Zheng, a brown fan-shaped pile of corpses appeared. In the distance, in the experimental building, who was that? So strong. Could it be the rescue team? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Hey, watch out behind you. Before the words fell, they saw that figure in the distance flip over neatly. The long knife pierced the mouth of the zombie that had sneaked up from behind. Beautiful. On Lu Zheng's side, she was choosing bullet recharges in her mind. The ammunition for the Rose handgun was sufficient, without any pause. The pile of corpses pouring out from the subway entrance formed a tall wall of bodies. Gradually, there were fewer zombies poking their heads out. Let's go. We are entering the Agricultural Science Institute. Using the back of her knife to lift the backpack, Lu Zheng pulled one up from the ground with her gun hand. Oh my God! One emerged from the snow pit, her mouth agape, momentarily speechless as she looked at the surrounding fan-shaped wall of corpses. Let's go. Lu Zheng nudged her. As soon as Lu Zheng stepped into the Agricultural Science Institute's door, a prompt sound rang in her mind. Click to recharge 100 points to unlock the regional map. A regional map? She had no idea where the information was. Without a map, she would probably have to search through building after building. Having a map would make things much easier. She defaulted to recharge in her mind. Another day of spending money on this cash red envelope group's trick. After recharging, a bird's-eye view of the Agricultural Science Institute appeared in Lu Zheng's mind. It was like looking at a satellite map, encompassing the entire Agricultural Science Institute. Several small red dots flickered in the building on the right. On the left, a few small red dots were scattered, with several small green dots on the third floor. The entrance where she and one were located marked two small green dots. It seemed that the green dots represented humans, while the red dots were likely zombies or other dangers. The snow in front looked calm to the naked eye. However, the map in her mind showed that beneath the snow, which reached the depth of an adult's thigh, several small red dots were stealthily approaching her, and when with the knife horizontally protecting one behind her, Lu Zheng raised her gun and quickly fired at those spots. Howl! Howl! Under the snow layer, mutated dogs howled out. Blood splattered from the ruptured snow. One was startled by this scene. Her whole body shook, and she quickly covered her mouth to stifle her short scream. After checking that there was nothing else under the surrounding snow, Lu Zheng led one towards those few green dots on the left. Before she arrived, seeing the horrific situation outside, she had thought that the researchers might not have good combat abilities and might not necessarily find survivors. She would be satisfied to find some materials for reference. She didn't expect there to be living people here. She looked up. A curtain was posted in the window of the third floor of the experimental building. It read. It seemed to have noticed Lu Zheng looking up, and the curtain quickly changed to, "Be careful. There are zombies downstairs." Lu Zheng raised his hand and waved a signal that he had seen them. "You stay behind me. We're going upstairs to rescue them." After giving instructions, Lu Zheng tightened the cuffs of his tactical jacket. With a knife in his right hand and a gun in his left, he moved forward. When he reached the entrance of the laboratory building, he encountered an electronic lock that required facial recognition to enter. Although the power had been cut off early in the morning, the temperature had already dropped to over -50 degrees. The front door was frozen solid and would not open. This was also why the people upstairs had called for help, but could not open the windows. They were frozen shut. Step back. Lu Zheng told one to stand at a safe distance, then gripped the knife handle tightly and struck the corners of the door with force. Bang bang. In extreme sub-zero temperatures, coupled with uneven force, the tempered glass door shattered into a spiderweb pattern. In his mind, several small red dots were quickly moving towards him. Lu Zheng quickly fired through the glass door. Point 60. Huh. Level 2 zombies. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Zheng adjusted his headlamp and pushed open the spiderweb door to enter. He reached the location of the small red dots. Sure enough, they were level 2 zombies, and there were 3 of them. He swung his knife, cleaved their skulls, and retrieved the red crystal cores inside. With these 3 level 2 cores, Lu Zheng was just 1 core away from advancing to a level 3 ability user. After clearing out a few level 0 zombies in the corridor, Lu Zheng led one to the 3rd floor. As soon as they stepped out of the stairwell, they could smell a strong stench on the 3rd floor. It was quite evident, even in this sub-zero temperature and with their dulled sense of smell. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, Lu Zheng saw that the corridor was filled from floor to ceiling with countless large blue plastic barrels that were about half a person high. The stench was coming from inside these barrels. Lu Zheng carefully checked the map in his mind. There were no red dots inside the blue barrels. However, the green dots were indeed located in the laboratory behind these barrels. Is anyone there? She called out. Yes, yes, yes. Several voices urgently responded. We're right inside. There were sounds of banging and clattering coming from inside, as if they were moving the large plastic barrels. Lu Zheng moved the barrels slowly from the outside in, according to the movement of the green dots on the map in his mind. One followed behind, helping to push them. While moving, Lu Zheng kept an eye out and restored the moved barrels as they advanced. Initially, a few barrels were ice cold, but gradually the barrels he touched warmed up, becoming warmer the further in they went. She was wearing a mimetic suit, which made her insensitive to temperature changes, but judging by Wan Yi's expression, these barrels were likely used for insulation. Interesting. What principle is this based on? Can compost really generate heat in such cold weather? Chapter 33. Surviving on culture medium, the small green dots were getting closer. After moving the last barrel, the light from the headlamp illuminated a woman's face. Lu Zheng saw a face with red-rimmed eyes and a strained smile as she looked up. After a moment, she spoke the first words upon meeting them. Finally, someone has come. Her voice was hoarse with a hint of tears, but the tears in her eyes did not fall. When Lu Zheng followed them into the laboratory, he finally saw the overall situation. Those large blue barrels were stacked neatly from the inside out, layer upon layer. The window facing the door was empty, likely for observing the entrance of the Agricultural Research Institute. The other walls of the room were covered with layers of large barrels. The smell inside was unbearable, but the temperature was quite high. Lu Zheng noticed that the few people present were still wearing early spring clothing, yet their faces and hands showed no signs of frostbite. It seemed that the odors had masked their scents, preventing the zombies upstairs and downstairs from detecting them. Are you all doing this for warmth? Lu Zheng looked at the 5 people present and waited for them to calm down a bit before pointing at the large blue barrels and asking the girl he first saw. Ah, these are compost barrels. Compost generates heat, and when stacked like this layer upon layer, it acts like a beehive in winter, maximizing the temperature retention of the inner layers. During winter, to protect the queen bee inside the hive, worker bees form a ball by wrapping around her layer by layer. Even if the outer layer is below 0, the inner layer can reach as high as 30 degrees. That's great. That's really great. Our compost heating cycle is about to end, and we're running out of culture medium in the laboratory. What's the situation outside? Are you part of the rescue team? I just saw how capable you are. The few of them surrounded Lu Zheng, their faces filled with joy. The girl who had initially led spoke up again. Everyone, ask slowly. Let them take a breather first. The girl said, "Hello, my name is He Wei, and I'm a researcher at the Agricultural Research Institute." Researcher? That's equivalent to a professor title in universities. What a young professor. Contrary to the stereotype of researchers always wearing thick glasses, He Wei had clear eyes. After so many days in the apocalypse, her face and hands were still relatively clean. I'm not part of the rescue team. I just want to find some information about compost. Of course, if anyone among you is knowledgeable about composting and is willing to come with me, I can guarantee your safety." Lu Zheng shook her head at the eager faces. Even these top researchers were not receiving the proper rescue they deserved. Upstairs, the situation outside is probably more complicated than what can be seen. Wei asked, "Are you from another research institute?" Lu Zheng replied, "No, I'm not from a university either. I just want to find some information about compost." The atmosphere at the scene cooled down. "Do you have a laboratory there? And what about experimental equipment?" Wei waved her hand to stop the other people from speaking. Lu Zheng noticed this small gesture and understood that Wei was likely the leader among the other four. This question also made Lu Zheng realize that she had previously underestimated the complexity of the situation. The survival guide for the apocalypse only provided methods for composting. She could personally cultivate the bacteria and molds used for compost. However, even household composting requires basic ratios, not to mention precise directed fermentation like this. "Do you have anywhere else to go? I can escort you in exchange for learning composting techniques." Wei and the others whispered to each other and made a few gestures that Lu Zheng could not understand. Finally, they said, "We can provide technical support for composting, but you need to provide us with basic food and water." Lu Zheng let out a sigh of relief. Food and water were the least of her concerns. When he gently tugged at her clothes and spoke softly, "Should we go out for a bit? I need to use the restroom." In the laboratory, there was only one corner covered by a curtain. It seemed that the few people had been taking care of their business there for the past few days. Although the temperature inside was high, the smell was unbearable, and Lu Zheng was also feeling uncomfortable. Lu Zheng said, "Do you want to go out? I'll provide you with food, but you also need to help me with some tasks." After killing so many zombies at the entrance, she hadn't had time to dig for the crystal cores. Even researchers could not expect her to give away items for free. They moved the large barrels to create a way out. Following Wei's guidance, Lu Zheng found a room where the polar equipment was stored in the research institute. It was said to be used for sampling in the North and South Poles every year, since they did not have the capability to kill zombies. These items had never been retrieved. Referring to the red dots on the map in her mind, Lu Zheng quickly cleared the entire building of zombies. In the afternoon, Lu Zheng led several people, now equipped, to dig for crystal cores. A few of them had never seen such a scene before and felt nauseous for a long time. However, Wei remained unfazed. After watching Lu Zheng's demonstration, she took a fire axe and skillfully dug out one crystal core after another. Lu Zheng built a fire pit on the first floor and, looking as if she was taking items from her backpack, actually pulled out high-calorie butter bread from her space and distributed it to the people present. "Thank you." Wei took it and shared it with the others. Lu Zheng took several culture bottles from the experimental rack, rinsed them clean, and handed out cups of water to a few people. "Wei, you're also doing research, right? Your cleaning technique is quite skilled. There's a noticeable difference in the way people who do experiments clean their equipment compared to ordinary people." Lu Zheng's hand paused for a moment. "Yeah, I studied microbiology before the apocalypse." He then asked, "Are there also ability users among you?" They seemed unfazed by the fact that they could directly produce water from their palms. So, it turns out that outside, this kind of superpower is called an ability. Wei clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a glowing yin-yang fish pattern appeared above his head, indicating he was a rank 0 spiritual ability user. He still didn't know how to use it properly, usually just using it for lighting. In the apocalypse, it was the strongest psychic ability. He actually used it for lighting. Lu Zheng suddenly felt that using his water-based ability to unlock doors wasn't that impressive. After demonstrating his ability, Wei took a bite of butter bread, a look of happiness on his face. "Now, this is food. The culture medium is just too hard to eat." Lu Zheng suddenly looked over. "Have you all been relying on eating culture medium these days?" Although it's true that the culture medium for bacteria and fungi is technically edible for humans, as carbon-based life forms, the beef extract and peptone in the medium can provide carbon and nitrogen sources, but the taste. There's no other option in the lab. After speaking, Wei smiled again. He never expected that before the apocalypse, they were not allowed to eat or drink in the lab. And after the apocalypse, they were not only eating in the lab, but also eating culture medium. Lu Zheng couldn't help but reach into his backpack and took out another yogurt for Wei. The others watched. But Wei just casually tore open the packaging and started eating the frozen yogurt like ice cream. This made Lu Zheng feel that giving the yogurt was worth it. Wei, all right, let's talk about composting. What kind of composting do you want to learn? Chapter 34. Either do experiments or die. Do you want to use zombie compost? Wei was a bit incredulous after hearing this. I have a specific composting plan, but I need help. She had never done a similar project before, and now, due to the power outage, there were no corresponding instruments to measure the indicators. She needed someone experienced and specialized to control the carbon-to-nitrogen ratio and moisture content. The targeted composting plan given by the group chat is both difficult and simple. Once the zombies for composting and the fermentation bacteria like Bacillus amyloliquefaciens and Trichoderma are prepared, they can start. The key is to precisely control the fermentation process. The carbon-to-nitrogen ratio can be simply understood as the nutrient ratio in the composting environment. The moisture content refers to the living conditions of the bacteria and molds. Only with precise nutrient ratios and living environments can Bacillus amyloliquefaciens and Trichoderma ferment into the medicine Lu Zheng wants, which delays mutation. Otherwise, it will just rot and stink. Someone questioned, the zombie outbreak has been so short, you haven't done any preliminary experiments. How can you come up with a specific plan? Wei raised her hand to stop that person's words. Can I see your plan first? Someone retorted. Teacher, isn't she just playing around? Zombie compost? Does she think composting is just throwing things together in a rural toilet and it will be fine? Someone else echoed. Do you know how difficult the cutting-edge technology of composting is? Do you know what macrometabolomics analysis and directed material are? You can't even handle the compost substrate properly. Someone acted as a peacemaker. All right, not everyone understands cutting-edge technology. Let's not argue. Not doing it, then none of you can leave. With a long knife in hand, the few people quickly closed their mouths. They took out a plan they had prepared earlier and handed it to Wei. It was a detailed plan of over 20 pages, even marking every expected temperature turning point during the composting process. The waiting time was a bit long. Lu Zheng secretly clenched her palms. This feeling was somewhat similar to when she submitted her doctoral dissertation to her advisor back in the day. This plan can be tried out. Lu Zheng let out a breath, feeling relieved. As long as it can be done, that's good. After a night's rest, they began to try the first experiment the next morning, but encountered the first problem: contamination. The bacteria and molds for fermentation were usually stored in a -80°C freezer. Now, in the extreme sub-zero temperatures outside, the power outage didn't affect them much. However, no electricity meant no sterile ultra-clean workbench, and taking those strains out would lead to contamination. They decided to try and wait until they had electricity again to purify the strains. Wei opened the -80°C freezer and took out the strains inside. Lu Zheng stood behind her, assisting. The few people who had argued yesterday stood with their arms crossed, unwilling to step forward. With the power out, there was no constant temperature shaking incubator. They simply relied on human power, with a few people taking turns holding the conical flasks of shaking bacteria to keep them warm. Lu Zheng held the long knife, and they were very cooperative. After shaking for 2 days, the bacterial solution for fermentation was finally ready. Without electricity, they couldn't use a microplate reader to measure the concentration. So Lu Zheng relied on her previous experimental experience to judge the corresponding bacterial population logarithmic value with the naked eye. The zombie corpses were moved to the 3rd floor. Unlike human corpses, which would freeze solid in such extreme sub-zero temperatures, the zombie bodies remained soft in the snow. Lu Zheng had once told Wen that these zombies were also transformed from humans. But as she dragged those corpses to throw them into the fermentation pile, she touched the still soft bodies through disposable nitrile gloves in the extreme cold. Can this still be considered within the realm of humanity? Lu Zheng didn't linger too much on her emotions. After finishing the compost pile, she lit a fire next to it to raise the indoor temperature. Wei could accurately determine the corresponding humidity and temperature just by looking and touching. This kind of experience is irreplaceable by any data. After sealing it up, Wei said, "All right, now we just wait for 24 hours and see if it reaches the first temperature turning point, as your plan suggests." Lu Zheng exhaled and took off her gloves. "Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Tonight, I'll treat you all to hot pot." While doing the experiment, Lu Zheng rummaged through the cabinet for a few small pots to cook the culture medium. She had no shortage of ingredients, and after unpacking the self-heating hot pot ingredients, she had the base. Everyone gathered around the small pot. The pot was bubbling and steaming, with bright red spicy oil swirling. She enjoyed the previously collected yogurt puffs from the Lucy River, alternating between sweet and salty bites. Someone asked, "When can we leave? You could have left at any time." The few people across from her fell silent for a moment. After a while, the person who had just asked spoke up. His eyes glanced at the long knife in Lu Zheng's hand. "Once the fermentation results come out, I will escort each of you to wherever you want to go." The person sighed in relief, showing a hint of a smile. The speed of putting chopsticks into the pot increased a bit. Among those present, except for Lu Zheng, one E and He Wei, who were happily eating, the other for either side in relief after hearing Lu Zheng's words or still frowned. Lu Zheng didn't pay attention to these undercurrents. It was already the apocalypse, and she didn't want to play the game of maintaining appearances. After finishing her meal and cleaning her bowl and chopsticks, Lu Zheng picked up the long knife and went out the door. When he immediately followed, "I'll go with you." Along the way, there were countless dangers encountered at night, and she didn't want to leave Lu Zheng's side. "I'll go with you too." He Wei stood up with a fire axe. Wen Yi's choice was not surprising. It was just that He Wei dared to follow her out at such a late hour. Once they stepped outside, He Wei spoke up. "Abilities should be able to level up, right? And you look surprised when I mentioned using abilities for lighting. It should have other uses." Looking up at the clear gaze of the other person, Lu Zheng took out a rank 1 crystal core from her pocket. She sensed the energy inside and tried to absorb and utilize it. He Wei clasped her hands together, and the glowing yin-yang fish pattern appeared above her head again, and the rank 1 crystal core in her palm instantly disappeared. The yin-yang symbol, about the size of a bowl, flickered and expanded to a diameter of 1 meter. As the yin-yang flowed, Wen Yi suddenly stared blankly and walked backward. Lu Zheng's gaze toward He Wei changed, a natural powerhouse of the array system. Although, like other psychic ability users, his physical constitution wouldn't change, the array system ability is an innate battlefield controller. Just after advancing, he could already control an adult. Such talent is astonishing. Lu Zheng heard the sound of wind breaking past his ears and instantly gathered his strength. His right hand raised a knife, and his left hand gripped the gun. He Wei shouted, "Be careful behind you." 8 o'clock position. 50 meters. 20 meters. Wen Yi awakened from her control. Her eyes regained consciousness, staring at Lu Zheng's back, revealing infinite terror. Chapter 35. The Red Envelope Group won't let her die. Have you ever seen a monster? If there were a monster in this world, it would probably look like this. Dozens of black vines, as thick as an adult's arm, spiraled out of the dense night. Each vine's tip bore a huge, deep yellow eyeball. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air was right next to him. Lu Zheng swung his knife to cut through the incoming vines, but those things showed no sign of lessening. Whoosh! Crack! The black vines whipped against the wall, making a huge noise. What's going on? Someone wanted to rush out to check the situation. Everyone stepped back. Lu Zheng swung his knife with one hand while firing several shots into the darkness with the other. There was no response. The map in his mind showed nothing at all. This is bad. Bang! Unable to dodge in time, Lu Zheng was ensnared by the incoming vine and thrown to the far end. Cough! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Zheng held his knife and slashed at the whipping vine, rolling on the ground. Several black vines whipped rapidly in the snow, splattering thick layers of snow. Ah! Screams erupted. Using the cover of the snow, Lu Zheng pulled out gasoline from his space, spun the back of his knife to catch a vine. The flames quickly ignited along the gasoline. However, the speed of the vine showed no sign of decreasing. Not afraid of fire, Lu Zheng had seen mutated vines in his past life. But plants are still plants. Even if mutated, they retain their plant characteristics and would fear fire. What on earth is this? Fight and retreat. Lu Zheng protected He Wei and Wen Yi as they retreated to the doorway. He stood alone at the entrance with his long knife, blocking the attack of the vines. The rose pistol fired dozens of shots, yet the creature showed no sign of retreating. The pistol had been proven to hit its mark every time before. That leaves only one possibility. The rose pistol can only kill mutated creatures 1 tier higher than the user. Lu Zheng is currently a tier 2 ability user, at most able to kill tier 3 mutated creatures. This is at least a tier 4 mutation. If they can't drive it back, they will all die today. The little black cat in his arms struggled violently. Its fluffy head poked out from the collar of his jacket. Its blue eyes fixed on the direction of the black vines, deep and solemn. Don't make a fuss. Such a soft little thing would lose its life in an instant facing those vines. Lu Zheng directly called out to the red envelope group in his mind. He no longer cared if anyone saw the blue screen in front of him, even though the red envelope group had warned that leaking information would get him blacklisted. Life and death were at stake. Only by surviving could he worry about being blacklisted. Who has a method to deal with tier 4 mutated plants in the apocalypse? Lu Zheng shouted aloud. When the blue screen appeared before him, time suddenly froze around him. The whipping vines with those disgusting eyeballs stopped in midair. The wind and snow outside paused in front of him. He saw the crowd running upstairs, and he way, holding a fire axe, rushing over to help. The booklet placed in his space automatically flew out and hovered in front of him, flipping through the pages. The executor must offer a part of the mutated monster's body to survival guide for the apocalypse to complete the contract. Mutated restrictions. Bang. Time resumed flowing. Lu Zheng was suddenly struck by a vine and slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the eyeball attacked, Lu Zheng wrapped his arms around the vine and leaped up. Spinning the knife, he sacrificed. A prompt rang in his mind. Congratulations, the contract was successful. Information on the contracted mutated creature. Tier 4 mutated Arabidopsis. Mutation function can freely combine with the genes of other organisms, merging their characteristics. As soon as the prompt for the successful contract fell, Lu Zheng exhaled. It really was a tier 4 mutation. It seems that it hadn't killed everyone directly before. It was probably just for fun. The black vine lay limply in the snow, looking so gentle, as if it were just a pitiful and helpless little vine. Is it over? He Wei, rushing over with the fire axe, hesitated. It's over, or perhaps. The combat part was over. The others had disappeared without a trace. Lu Zheng adjusted his headlamp and moved forward. He Wei followed closely behind with the fire axe. At least I can warn you, she said calmly, walking deeper along the vines. Lu Zheng saw a mutated plant, each vine writhing and stretching over dozens of meters. The eyeballs were as large as basketballs and some the size of coins, densely embedded along the vines. Thinking of the description of the monster contract in his mind, he wondered how many organisms it had devoured to have so many eyeballs. Arabidopsis is a common experimental plant in biological laboratories, known for its short growth cycle and mature gene knockout programming technology. It seems that after mutation, its ability to integrate genes has been infinitely amplified. This thing is too cursed. Lu Zheng spoke up. It's a mutated Arabidopsis. If she hadn't said anything, no one would have recognized what it was. It looked nothing like the delicate, weak, and always pale green Arabidopsis. Since it can be contracted, can it be stored in the book for carrying? He issued the command in his mind. The word recharge made Lu Zheng realize the problem. The red envelope group had previously required a recharge for starting the page and unlocking chat functions. Why didn't it need that this time? The previously warned blacklisting situation had also not occurred at all. Did time really freeze and no one saw anything? The contract function was also actively unlocked by the red envelope group. Was it because it detected that she might die this time? Why didn't it trigger when he encountered a tier 3 mutated zombie last time? The red envelope group doesn't want him to die. Last time, it predicted that when he would save him. What exactly is the red envelope group? At first, Lu Zheng thought his rebirth was like being bound to a player in an apocalyptic game. Only by continuously defeating monsters and leveling up and spending money could he survive. But tonight's event shattered that illusion. Something that requires constant recharging and provides power not belonging to this time and space is helping him. Behind this, does it really want him to live well? The same red envelope group wants him to save Chen Xiaoming while also wanting him to kill Chen Xiaoming. Life in the apocalypse is more complicated than he imagined. The map in his mind showed nothing when this tier 4 mutated Arabidopsis attacked. Does it want him to die or not? Lu Zheng did not continue to dwell on this question. When it was time to rest, avoiding the crowd, Lu Zheng activated the red envelope group again. Chapter 36. The starship in hand. After the usual recharge, the chat function was activated. Interstellar plane. Does anyone have a cooler plane that can make ice? We run out of ice on our planet, and the recent ice is ridiculously expensive. Ice? Lu Zheng saw this and clicked on private chat. Lu Zheng, do you want to do some business? Interstellar plane? Oh, new lucky one. Do you have ice? What's the price? The price is negotiable. There is plenty of snow and ice, but how do I send it to you? Interstellar plane. As long as you have it. Just wait. The interstellar plane is sending you a red envelope. Please unlock it. Wormhole teleportation space has been unlocked. Detected that the other party has paid the commission. No need to perform tasks directly. It turns out that as long as you pay, you can skip the tasks and directly receive rewards. Interesting. Referring to the user guide, Lu Zheng aligned one end of the wormhole space with the thick layer of snow on the ground. With a thought, several cubic meters of snow vanished. Interstellar dimension. Received. Newcomer is straightforward. Apocalypse dimension, Lu Zheng, right? I remember you. Interstellar dimension. Detection complete. The microbial effects on your side have no impact on us. This snow can be used. What do you want? As long as you can still send ice and snow, anything is negotiable. Lu Zheng had many wants. She had been worrying about transportation recently. Relying solely on her 2 feet was not enough to move quickly in the apocalypse. Lu Zheng, I want a transportation tool that is unaffected by temperature changes, safe and sturdy enough, easy to operate without consuming too much energy, and ideally able to match the speed of sound. The technology of the interstellar dimension should far exceed that of her current world. They should be able to do it, right? Interstellar dimension. Like this? You want a personal flying boat, right? However, the flying boat requires energy stones for power. Do you have energy stones on your side? As they spoke, a blue screen displayed a photo of an energy stone. Lu Zheng took a deep breath. It resembled a first-level zombie crystal core. She used the wormhole transmission space to send one over. Is this an energy stone? Interstellar dimension. So you also have energy stone mines on your side. They have crystal cores in the mines? The flying boat is too expensive. You need to provide me with about 1,000 tons of ice and snow before I can send you a basic personal flying boat. Detected mutual benefit exchange. Now issuing a red envelope group commercial contract. Please sign it. Sign. Lu Zheng got up from the ground and picked up her long knife. She had no other items. Currently, Blue Star lacked only ice and snow. Without needing to take action, she completely controlled it with her brain waves. Lu Zheng operated the wormhole space to send snow to the interstellar dimension. The morning light was faint. Lu Zheng sat on the steps in front of the experimental building, looking at the golden flying boat in front of her. The flying boat hovered in the air with a fluid design. It looked like a bullet with 4 seats inside, similar to a common car. Lu Zheng had already tried it last night. There was no steering wheel. It was entirely controlled by brain waves. Once the direction and destination were set, it could drive automatically. However, this basic flying boat couldn't fly high. It was said to hover, but it was only about 10 centimeters above the ground. It consumed too much crystal core energy. One crystal core could only power it for 10 minutes at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, the demand for snow on the interstellar dimension side was also limited, and she couldn't temporarily exchange for a higher level one. Before others woke up, Lu Zheng pointed her finger, and the interstellar flying boat transformed into a thin golden bracelet that appeared on her wrist. The black spatial bracelet on her wrist clinked against the golden flying boat bracelet. Leaning on her arms on the steps, she looked up at the sun on the horizon. In the cold winter, it emitted a pale light, providing no warmth whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, the apocalypse had already lasted more than half a month. The second-hand market was not a sturdy shelter. She needed to bring her parents over as soon as possible, counting the remaining crystal cores in her mind. She was just one second-level crystal core short of breaking through to become a third-level ability user. She still had a few hundred first-level crystal cores left. Oh my! A surprised voice came from behind. Lu Zheng didn't get up but propped herself up on her arms to look at Wei behind her. Where's the snow? The snow in front of the entire experimental building had vanished without a trace. Lu Zheng thought about how she had cleared all the snow here last night, revealing the long-hidden ground. The mutated Arabidopsis had been cleaned up. Lu Zheng had prepared her excuse early in the morning. Wei, great, I never expected that one day. Arabidopsis could be used as a snow clear machine. After saying that, Wei tilted her head and asked her, do you have any plans for the future? There shouldn't be many people outside. Being busy with experiments always brings people closer together. In these days, Lu Zheng learned that He Wei was the only daughter in her family. Both her parents were university professors and had passed away when the apocalypse first struck. She had started composting with a small team to block zombies while generating heat for warmth. Now, with the temperature as low as it was, all the food in the fields was gone. Places like agricultural research institutes with intelligent greenhouses couldn't provide heating without electricity, and everything in the greenhouses was gone. Outside, there were zombies, the transportation was broken, and the food reserves couldn't be brought in. She was a PhD in agriculture, so she was well aware of the changes in agricultural supplies. In the first few days of the apocalypse, gunfire could still be heard, and the internet could occasionally be connected. But for the past few days, everything had disappeared. I probably won't leave here. I used to play here with my mom when I was little. Back then, I wasn't even as tall as the experimental table, and I helped those older brothers and sisters insert gun heads. After graduation, I worked here. I'm used to it. Listening to Lu Zheng, she felt a bit dazed for a moment. After being reborn, she had been saving her parents, searching for supplies, leaving the community to arrange a foothold, earning points to kill zombies and level up, and busy with directional fermentation at the Agricultural Research Institute. Throughout this journey, the tension in her mind had been too tight. She had changed too many places. In her previous life, she had migrated with survivor teams and hadn't felt this sense of rooting in one place for a long time. I want to bring my parents over. He Wei. Sure, I see you cold and indifferent every day. It turns out you have concerns too. Lu Zheng smiled slightly. The zombie compost has started to heat up. If it can maintain a temperature above 50 degrees for 7 consecutive days, the greenhouse here should be able to be reused. Now there are 2 urgent problems to solve. First, verify the experimental results of the fermentation metabolites. Second, use the heat generated by the compost to generate electricity and reactivate the intelligent greenhouse. Generating electricity would also require finding a generator vortex blade. Lu Zheng. The brief moment of calm was shattered. People outside hurriedly rushed in. Lu Zheng, you should go out and take a look. Something has happened outside. Chapter 37 experimental results are out. What happened? Lu Zheng tightened the cuffs of her tactical jacket while walking, holding her long knife. It's still unclear, but a group of people is coming outside, and they all have weapons. 2 people were talking as they walked. A few others were already armed and waiting outside the door. We just found out that a group of people is coming from the opposite building. Lu Zheng followed her gaze and saw more than 10 people walking towards the entrance of the research institute. The temperature outside was too low, and everyone was bundled up tightly, making it hard to distinguish between genders, but judging by their walking posture, they were all young adults. What do you think we should do? We will follow your command. The man who initially called Lu Zheng nodded to her while holding a fire axe. Lu Zheng was somewhat surprised. This man had been opposing her for days, thinking the experiment was impossible to succeed. She hadn't even started testing the experimental results yet. Everyone present had no idea whether Lu Zheng's experiment would succeed. At this moment, he actually fully believed in and supported her. Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the long knife, recharging her rose pistol in her mind. He Wei, you control the situation. Everyone else stay calm. And listen to me on what to do later. Don't run around. She walked up to the steps in front of the experimental building with her black knife. The newcomers all carried backpacks, and as they approached, the leader raised a hand to signal the others to stop. Then he waved at Lu Zheng. Hello, we are teachers from the Research Institute. It was a woman's voice, steady and calm, without aggression. Don't worry. We have companions who are injured and just want to ask if the Research Institute has any antibiotics left. Lu Zheng did not loosen her grip on the knife, her gaze carefully scanning each person who came. Those people stood below, calmly accepting Lu Zheng's scrutiny. We're not asking for nothing. We'll trade food. As they spoke, the leader opened her backpack and took out 2 bags of instant noodles. Senior Sister Lin. He Wei recognized the voice of the woman leading the group and stepped out from behind Lu Zheng. Junior Sister. The leader saw He Wei behind Lu Zheng, smiled, and pulled down the warm mask covering his face, revealing a smiling face. An acquaintance. The group made a fire on the first floor of the laboratory building and sat around it. We were guarding the office building across the street, and seeing that there had been no movement here, we really didn't expect you all to be alive. Sister Lin's eyes glistened with tears as she smiled and shared their survival numbers with Hiwei. There's still about 50 of us over there, this time. Sister One was scratched by a mutated cat and hasn't recovered, so we wanted to come over to find some antibiotics for inflammation. In the lab, we usually conduct experiments, so we have no shortage of raw materials for these medications. We can simply mix them and use them directly. That morning, we woke up to find a pile of zombie corpses at the entrance of the research institute. We observed for several days before confirming that there were people here. We really didn't expect you all to be here. It's great. The snow was cleared away, and those frostbitten street trees became fuel. Lu Zheng occasionally added a few logs while stirring the fire, not participating in the reminiscing of those people. The topic, however, turned to her. It turns out the person who cleared the subway entrance was you. Sister Lin, after hearing Hiwei's introduction, smiled and reached out her hand to greet. Lu Zheng nodded, but didn't shake hands. Thank you for saving us. The subway entrance is too close, and we were still worried about where to move. Lu Zheng replied, It's nothing. A few people chatted by the fire, and Sister Lin took out a few black, flat pancakes from her bag, the ingredients unrecognizable. She first handed one to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that in this apocalypse, someone would actually share food with a stranger. She took it, waiting until those people started eating before breaking off a piece and putting it in her mouth. By the way, do you guys know about the recent Freemasonry that came out? They seem to be providing free assistance to survivors. Freemasonry? Lu Zheng had heard of this group in her previous life. There were many powerful supernatural beings within, with their base in Huading. Many survivors flocked there seeking refuge. People like Lu Zheng in her previous life, who were part of small teams and had no real power, had never even brushed against it. How did you find out? Lu Zheng wanted to know more information and took the initiative to ask. Sister Lin pulled out a promotional poster from her pocket and handed it over. We saw it when we went west to collect supplies. It was posted on a wall, a lot of them. Lu Zheng took it and unfolded it. It was about the same size as the common supermarket discount promotional posters, with small square photos on it. Some showed people in uniforms carrying survivors down from upper floors, while others depicted those people killing zombies while evacuating civilians. Lu Zheng's gaze fell on the chests of those in uniforms. A window, outside the window, a green moon. She subtly touched the little black cat in her arms. Sister Lin pointed to the address at the bottom of the poster. They provided several temporary shelter addresses. We plan to go try our luck. Do you want to come with us? Lu Zheng hadn't finished her follow-up experiment yet, so she shook her head. However, the other few people were very interested, taking the poster and discussing the possibility of going together enthusiastically. Lu Zheng had promised the others that she would escort them to their desired destination after the experiment. She still wanted to visit the Freemasonry base. However, she was currently more focused on the results of the experiment. The imported 0.22 micron sterile filter membranes were running low. After finishing these, there probably wouldn't be enough for the next batch. Hiwei watched Lu Zheng filter the directional fermentation liquid and reminded her. The fermentation process was going smoothly, and she was trying to purify the metabolites of the microbial community inside. She was verifying whether the product of this directional fermentation indeed had the effect of delaying zombie mutation, as mentioned in the red envelope group. However, Hiwei's words reminded her. Currently, imported experimental supplies were basically uniformly imported and stored in domestic warehouses before being distributed to various universities and research institutes. The warehouse for imported supplies in Jinling was located in Jiangning District. The second-hand market where her parents were currently located was also in Jiangning District. When she picked them up, she happened to go there to collect experimental supplies. The lab's lab mice and other test animals froze to death early in the morning. For artificial trauma, medication, positive control, and negative control, for repetitions were processed for each. In the following days, Lu Zheng compared her experimental records. After 30 minutes, the positive control group showed signs of mutation, while the treatment group exhibited no abnormalities. This metabolite was indeed useful. After 60 minutes, the positive group had completely mutated, while the treatment group showed no abnormalities. This lack of abnormalities continued until the 40th hour. At 40 hours, the treatment group began to mutate. It seemed that mutation could not be completely suppressed. By 72 hours, treatment group 1 had completely mutated. During this time, different concentrations in the experimental groups showed deepening mutations. As long as medication was continuously administered, the mutation process could be slowed down. Although it could not completely eliminate mutations, as long as medication was continuously given, full zombification would not occur. This drug could not change the outcome of mutations, but it could indeed delay the mutation process. If these results were announced, it would be a groundbreaking achievement that could shock the world. Of course, it could also lead to enormous trouble. Chapter 38. Arabidopsis is a money-eating beast. Lu Zheng was not satisfied with merely delaying mutations. She needed electricity as soon as possible. Only with electricity could she use a transmission electron microscope and metagenomic sequencing to see what mutations had occurred in the zombie genome. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. She looked at the mutated dogs on the ground, all turned into corpses. Did the experiment fail? Lu Zheng didn't plan to let others know the experimental results for now. No, if you want to look for your family or go to the Freemasonry with them, I can escort you. When he shook her head, I won't go. My family has long been gone. I'll follow you from now on. She smiled shyly, looking over, her black eyes filled with Lu Zheng. I actually wanted to ask if there is anything I can do. Ever since I got here, I feel like I can't help at all. She smiled awkwardly, her smile tinged with a desire to please. Lu Zheng, in a few days, I will conduct the next batch. It will be on a larger scale and will require a lot of people to work. Free labor shouldn't be wasted. He let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, finally relaxing and starting to look around the lab. This is my first time in a place like this. It looks so high-end. Clearly trying to build a connection with her, she started to make small talk. I really envy you researchers. What is this? Such a big machine. When he pointed at the transmission electron microscope. Lu Zheng, transmission electron microscope. It's used to observe viruses. Isn't that what a regular microscope is for? She pointed at the ordinary microscope on the experimental table. I used to read those apocalypse novels, and they always wrote about protagonists using microscopes to see the zombie virus. And sometimes they even describe scenes where the zombie virus devours other viruses. Lu Zheng looked at her serious expression and felt somewhat speechless. Are apocalypse novels really that inaccurate? An ordinary microscope can't see viruses at all. Viruses have to be viewed with high-precision instruments like transmission electron microscopes, and during observation, samples have to be prepared. So the viruses seen are static. When he opened her mouth, so that's how it is. What about this? It looks like a teaching baton. The sample rod for the transmission electron microscope usually costs around 150,000. So expensive. Lu Zheng saw her cautious demeanor and reminded her in passing that the instruments in this lab start at a minimum of $1 million. Even a small pipette costs 11,000 each. Once the other party realized how expensive the things in the lab were, she finally stopped trying to chat with Lu Zheng and voluntarily stepped out. After she left, the little black cat in Lu Zheng's arms poked its head out from her collar. Its little paws pointed at who was walking away, its round little head bobbing as it made what it thought was a scary face. As a result, it lost its balance and tumbled out from the collar. Mischievous. Lu Zheng caught the little fellow with one hand and casually rubbed its fluffy little head. You don't like her? I don't like her either. But she can still be useful. This isn't scary at all. It's more like being cute and acting spoiled. After so many days, the little guy's injuries have completely healed. However, its fur hasn't fully grown back yet. Previously, Lu Zheng cut its fur rather haphazardly, so now, aside from its head being fine, its body is patchy, resembling a little bald cat. Lu Zheng rubbed it and smiled, little clown. The little one immediately became unhappy upon hearing that, having been rolling around and acting cute in her palm. Now it turned its back to Lu Zheng, and when Lu Zheng turned it around, it turned again, refusing to engage. After playing for a while, Wei was preparing to distribute vitamins and antibiotics to companions who were about to leave to join the commune. Sister Lin said, "You're here. We're discussing going with 4 or 5 people first to check it out. If everything is fine, the others can follow." Lu Zheng nodded, looking at Sister Lin, feeling a sense of familiarity. She must have seen her in a previous life, waiting for Wei and the others to finish. She waved. Wei understood. "Do you need something?" She took off a pair of disposable gloves and naturally gestured for Lu Zheng to help her pour some water for cleaning. Having just handled so many medications, it wasn't safe to keep her hands unwashed. Lu Zheng understood. There was a lab doing pharmacological research where a graduate student conducted an experiment without washing their hands and ate steam buns with them, resulting in poisoning. I remember your research institute has a patent for a molecular membrane that only allows water molecules to pass through, while other molecules cannot. Since you've decided to produce in bulk, you can't keep doing small-scale experiments like this. The odor is too strong. Generally speaking, the foul smell comes from substances like ammonia and hydrogen sulfide, which have much larger chemical molecules than water molecules. The molecular membrane ensures that only water molecules can pass through, allowing the fermentation process to proceed smoothly while preventing the release of those foul-smelling molecules. So there won't be any odor. Lu Zheng remembered having seen all the patents related to this research. Yes, those molecular membranes are stacked in the smart greenhouse. Right over there. Wei pointed to the glass building behind the experimental building. Are you planning to start producing compost in bulk? You could also use the turning machine, but the temperature is too low right now, so the machine might not start. Turning machine? Lu Zheng was specialized in fermentation, so she didn't quite understand. It looks like this. Wei took out her phone from her pocket. She had kept it off for several days, and it still had some battery left. Lu Zheng saw a supersized compost turning machine in the photo. In the picture, Wei, who is 7 meters tall, stood in front of the machine, which was not even half the height of the tires. By proportion, this machine was at least 2 or 3 stories high. Wei explained, it's used for turning large batches of compost to ensure even moisture and microbial content. I see. Lu Zheng pondered for a moment. With the extreme cold weather, the fuel tank was solidly frozen. If it was just turning, she thought of a substitute. That night, Lu Zheng took the 4th level Arabidopsis thaliana. She had to clean out the smart greenhouse meant for composting. Ever since signing the contract, she could see a health bar above its head and even sense its emotions. After exploring for a while, Lu Zheng discovered that it was also a gold-eating beast. Recharge 100 points. The 4th level Arabidopsis thaliana obediently started waving dozens of black tentacles to move the zombie corpses into the greenhouse. In less than half an hour, hundreds of zombie bodies that had been piled up at the entrance of the Agricultural Research Institute were moved into the greenhouse. The efficiency was astonishing. After the last fermentation, a large number of bones had emerged from the compost pile. The main component of carbon-based biological bones is calcium phosphate, which is alkaline. Coincidentally, the soil in Jinling is acidic, which can be used to neutralize soil acidity. Lu Zheng communicated with the 4th level Arabidopsis thaliana through her consciousness, asking it to separate the bones from the flesh of the zombie corpses. Who would have thought that a change would happen in an instant? The previously obedient mutated Arabidopsis thaliana surged dozens of meters, with black vines heading straight into the thick night. Chapter 39. Death Threat. She quickly retreated a few steps. Hold of her long knife. The vines didn't come toward her at all. Swish! Swish! Heavy sounds of vines striking the ground echoed in the night. The 4th level Arabidopsis thaliana retracted its vines, which had ensnared quite a few 0th and 1st level small mutated Arabidopsis thaliana. They didn't look as intimidating as the larger 4th level ones, and you could still see some of the slender characteristics of Arabidopsis. The large 4th level Arabidopsis thaliana swung its vines. Those small Arabidopsis thaliana fell right into the pile of zombies. The large vines waved in the air, and the small Arabidopsis thaliana immediately began to meticulously extract bones. The slender vines drilled into the mouths of the zombies, peeling away flesh from the bones from the inside out. Lu Zheng didn't expect that after mutation, this creature had developed a sense of teamwork. She directed them to create an assembly line with her consciousness. The small Arabidopsis thaliana extracted bones, transported them, and stacked them. An Arabidopsis compost assembly line. The little cat climbed out from her collar and squatted on Lu Zheng's shoulder, looking like it was helping supervise her work. Lu Zheng found a grinder on one side of the greenhouse, but unfortunately, it also needed electricity. Wait a minute. These Arabidopsis thaliana had such great strength. They could be put to use. Perfect for grinding. After communicating with the large Arabidopsis thaliana in her mind, she instructed it to turn the grinder with its vines. The steel grinder's spiral blades began to rotate with the movement of the vines. After just a few turns, the huge vines stopped. Seeing that its health bar was still full, it wasn't T-tired. It must have thought the recharge was too little and didn't T want to work. Recharge 50 points. Thank you for the recharge. As soon as the notification sound echoed in her mind, the massive black vine swayed, first making 2 circles around Lu Zheng, clanging loudly. The 2-meter-tall large grinder was lifted, and the spiral blade spun like a fan. Through the link of the contract, Lu Zheng felt its joy. You're an Arabidopsis, not a dog. The zombie bones were ground into powder, and the rolling Arabidopsis thaliana even learned to pile the bone powder together automatically. Lu Zheng exchanged several pieces of mimetic clothing from the red envelope group, setting a constant temperature of 30 degrees. She wrapped the conical flasks used for shaking the cultures so that the Arabidopsis thaliana could use their vines to shake them. With the recharge in place, these Arabidopsis thaliana were much faster than human labor. After finishing these tasks, she began clearing the other buildings of the Research Institute according to the red dot areas on the map in her mind. She only needed one more third-level crystal core to advance to a third-level ability user. Most of the Agricultural Research Institute consisted of experimental fields. There were many buildings, and there were few people. She walked on the path that had been cleared of snow, a little black cat on her shoulder. Behind her followed 3 first-level small Arabidopsis thaliana. As she killed a zombie ahead, one of the small Arabidopsis thaliana rushed up to pull out a crystal core and handed it to her, forming an auxiliary assembly line again. Lu Zheng looked at the orderly small Arabidopsis thaliana and could only say, these Arabidopsis thaliana from the Research Institute are indeed impressive. They were so smart. She had only taught them once. These Arabidopsis thaliana had learned to work in an assembly line and could even apply it in other ways. Meow. The little black cat gently called out in her ear, pressing its fluffy paw on her shoulder to signal her to stop. Lu Zheng halted, staring at the stairwell ahead, and drew out her rose pistol. With her long knife in hand, muscles coiling with tension. In her mind's map, a red dot suddenly appeared in the previously blank area ahead. Lu Zheng was sure she wasn't hallucinating. This red that had appeared out of nowhere. It stopped on the stairs of the emergency exit. Unlike the first-level zombies she had just killed, these little red dots were always swaying. But this red dot remained still. Lu Zheng waved her hand back. The 2 small Arabidopsis thaliana trailing behind her silently crawled along the wall to the emergency door. The vines of the Arabidopsis thaliana silently stretched in the air to block the door. Behind the door, Lu Zheng faced a high-level zombie on the opposite staircase. There was no sound in her ears. Wearing a mimic suit, she still felt a chill rising from her feet. The comm safety door in front of her seemed to radiate coldness as well. Lu Zheng silently began to retreat. This was definitely not the second-tier zombie she was looking for. Holding her breath, she positioned one hand with her sword in front and raised her rose pistol, aiming at the red dot through the door panel. Wuming stood behind the door, waiting for her to approach, watching the little girl retreat. He smiled and walked down the stairs. Lu Zheng saw the red dot in her mind move. Cold sweat silently slid down her temples. The safety door was pulled open. A young man in a trench coat walked out from behind the door. Hello, he greeted politely. He looked no different from an ordinary person. However, ordinary people couldn't work so little in weather over -50 degrees. The small red dot in her mind was his position. A high-tier zombie. At least a level 6 or higher high-tier zombie. Lu Zheng didn't retreat anymore. She couldn't outrun him, summoning the survival guide in the apocalypse in her mind. The page for the monster contract showed no reaction. She gripped her long knife tightly, holding it in front of her, and held her breath. Running away in front of a beast would only increase its hunting desire. She focused intently on the opponent. Wuming noticed her cautiousness. Smiling, he waved his hand. Don't worry. I don't want to kill you right now. I just want to ask what you've been doing in the greenhouse lately. He spread his hands, indicating he had no weapons. Lu Zheng held her breath and remained silent. She didn't know if answering incorrectly would become a condition for him to kill her. The monster contract required sacrificing a part of the monster to complete the contract. She was calculating if she could get something close to him before being killed. The red envelope group did not show the abnormalities of near death like last time. Either he truly had no killing intent, or her good luck had run out. And the red envelope group no longer cared about her life or death. Don't worry, I'm just asking. The high-tier zombie in front of her took a few steps back, raising his hands to indicate he was harmless. In the narrow staircase, Lu Zheng took a deep breath, increasing the distance between them. Her speed could not match the high-tier zombie in front of her, making it harder to get close and take something for the monster contract. She continued to stare at the high-tier zombie. In her mind, she chose to recharge and activate the chat group. Chat group unlocked. Free to chat. Chapter 40. Holding the green tea script. Lu Zheng directly clicked on private chat in the interstellar dimension in her mind. Apocalypse dimension. Lu Zheng. Can that wormhole teleport people? A sharp pain shot through her mind, and the link with the red envelope group was severed. The high-tier zombie in front of her smiled at her. Interesting, I can't feel your consciousness. What strong willpower. There was a momentary fluctuation just now. Were you contacting someone? A high-tier zombie with mental control abilities. Lu Zheng felt her hand gripping the long knife become slippery. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill anyone today. Here, take this as compensation for the disturbance. He tossed over a small bag. Lu Zheng did not catch it. The small bag fell to the ground. He just smiled and waved his hand, disappearing in an instant. After confirming in her mind's map that the small red was gone, Lu Zheng slumped down, exhausted. The little black cat in her arms struggled out from her collar. It did not act spoiled and lightly jumped down from her. It circled around the place where the high-tier zombie had just been. Lu Zheng used the tip of her knife to poke open the bag on the ground. The sound of crystal cores clattering echoed. Brilliant second-tier crystal cores like rubies spilled out of the bag. There were dozens of them at a glance. She had worked hard to accumulate crystal cores, yet the high-tier zombie casually produced so many, without touching them with her hands. Lu Zheng directly used the tip of her knife to extract 10 second-tier crystal cores. Sitting cross-legged, she placed the long knife across her knees and began to absorb the abilities to prepare for leveling up. Sweat flowed down her temples. It hurt more than the last 2 times she leveled up. Sweat blurred her vision. She looked down and saw her skin continuously splitting and closing. Bright red muscles and blood vessels tore and reformed. The more it hurt, the clearer her mind became. I need to become stronger. I need to become even stronger. The anger of being powerless in front of the high-tier zombie made her ignore the pain that could knock her out. The little black cat looked at her with its watery blue eyes, full of concern. Too painful to speak, Lu Zheng gently tapped its fluffy little head to comfort it. Breathing out, Lu Zheng lay on the corridor floor. A third-tier ability user was born. This was the ceiling for most ability users. The little black cat jumped onto her, its round little head rubbing against her sweaty face. Worried? I'm Fine. She reached out to scoop up the little creature, pressing its warm, soft forehead against her own. Lu Zheng lay on the ground for a while, recovering her strength. Wiping the sweat from her face, she propped herself up with the long knife to sit up. She chose to recharge the remaining crystal cores in the bag directly. Stepping outside, she waved her hand. A more than 10-meter-long water dragon surged forward. After leveling up, the reserve of her abilities and physical index increased. The 4th-tier giant plant finally swayed out of the greenhouse, shaking its dozens of meters-long vines. When the high-tier zombie was present, this creature hadn't made a sound. Now, it was rolling its vine covered in eyes to act cute. All right, go back to the greenhouse and get busy. In the apocalypse, one couldn't rely solely on human companions. Moreover, it was just a mutated giant plant. Lu Zheng had no intention of blaming it. Instead, the giant plant became obedient. Now she didn't need to recharge. It willingly led the little plants to work. After inspecting that everything was orderly in the greenhouse, Lu Zheng prepared to leave. The group of people had already packed their things. Senior Sister Lin sat by the fire, handing over a thin pancake, except for He Wei, who planned to stay here. Most people chose to go out and try their luck to see if they could find any surviving family members. There was not much to pack, and it was done quickly. The next day, Lu Zheng finished explaining the upcoming arrangements to the giant plant in the greenhouse. She picked up her long knife and went out with the others. Stepping out of the Agricultural Science Institute, there was still over a meter of snow outside. The group trudged through the snow. The contact point was not far. The nearest one was at Ming Shaoling, just one subway stop away from the Agricultural Science Institute. According to the poster, the Freemason Society had established over 100 relief points around Zhongshan and was actively organizing rescue efforts. the further Lu Zheng walked, the thicker the fog became. In her previous life, she had followed the large national organization south to seek refuge. Later, as the environment worsened and power struggles emerged, this Freemason society seemed to be an organization that always existed outside of power struggles. However, without power, one couldn't obtain supplies to sustain so many people. Ming Shaoling, Freemason Contact Point. It turned out that the visitor center at Ming Shaoling had been converted into a temporary registration point. In the snow, many people who had come were lining up to register. The snow in front of the registration point had been cleared, and a few warm shelters had been set up. Lu Zheng and a few people followed Senior Sister Lin and just reached the end of the line. Immediately, a staff member walked over with a smile. This position will take about an hour and a half to register. Do any of you have injuries or pre-existing conditions? After greeting the staff member, Senior Sister Lin briefly introduced the people behind her. We're all fine. We can wait. After finishing, Senior Sister Lin made a few hand gestures behind the person who had their back turned. The person saw Lu Zheng and walked over with a smile. Looking at your outfit, are you an ability user? We have a green channel for ability users. You can join our rescue team to search for other surviving partners. Lu Zheng pulled down her mask, revealing her jade-like face, and smiled as she shook her head. She deliberately spoke in a sweeter, softer voice, and her jade-white face broke into a smile. All the aggression she carried seemed to vanish, making her look like a naive and beautiful girl. Senior Sister Lin glanced at Lu Zheng, her gaze calm and unperturbed. The other party was momentarily distracted by her smile before continuing. It's okay. If you need help, please communicate with us in a timely manner. If our partners are far away, we can assist. As he spoke, he gentlemanly inquired if she needed help with her luggage or anything like that. Lu Zheng discreetly observed the calluses on a man's hands, a telltale sign of someone who frequently wielded a firearm. With her delicate features and sweet voice, it turned out they had hidden such a beautiful woman among them. Wearing a mask for days made it hard to see her true beauty. She was simply stunning. Lu Zheng pretended not to hear and continued to chat with the staff in a sweet voice. After asking most of what she wanted to know, Lu Zheng tilted her head and waved goodbye to everyone. Turning around, she walked away. She covered her mouth with one hand, letting her smile drop, her eyes turning cold. Chapter 41. Ambition. Lu Zheng. Wait. Lu Zheng noticed that the backpack the other person had when they arrived was gone. Noticing her scrutinizing gaze, Senior Sister Lin smiled and waved her hand. If they don't leave the backpack behind, those people will be suspicious. Didn't you realize it earlier? You played the green tea act quite well. The two understood each other without words. There were too many points of suspicion. Lu Zheng was well aware of the situation of the nearby survivors after clearing her path. This Freemasonry claimed to be actively rescuing people. Yet there were no survivors left in the closest residential buildings, and there were no signs of zombies being cleared. Most of the survivors seen in line today had come on their own accord. They were unofficial. There was a lot of propaganda, but very little actual action. Lu Zheng had intentionally asked about the Freemasonry's recent rescue plans, and they didn't match reality. There was a problem. Hello. After knowing each other for so long, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Lin Jinxian. Looking at the hand extended towards her, Lu Zheng smiled and shook it. Upon hearing the name, she finally remembered where she had seen the other person. Before the apocalypse, she had attended an academic conference where she had listened to Lin Jinxuan's presentation. The groundbreaking achievement of synthesizing flour from carbon dioxide and water had directly broken the natural metabolic pathways that had existed for millions of years. At such a young age, she had already published a paper and was a research giant. However, it seemed that no one had mentioned such a life-saving invention in her past life. The survivors were all struggling on the brink of starvation, and she had never heard of anyone being able to synthesize food from air. Could it be that Lin Jinxian had died early in her previous life? Why was she looking at me like that, as if I were a dead person? Lu Zheng stared at her for too long, causing Lin Jinxian to smile and change the subject. This is a giant that can create food using air. Lu Zheng made a silent vow to take more care of her from now on. Yes, I heard from Junior Sister that you've been using zombies as a substrate for directed fermentation. Since you're already making compost, the next step should be preparing for power generation, right? Lu Zheng looked at her, her Danfeng eyes filled with understanding and composure. The current situation was chaotic, with water and electricity cut off. The food collected from supermarkets and convenience stores would eventually run out. Lu Zheng's original plan was to restore the use of intelligent greenhouses to grow crops from scratch. That would take a long time, during which she needed to continue searching for supplies to fill the gaps. Now that she had Lin Jinxian, she didn't have to worry about the growth cycle at all. The laboratory could synthesize directly. She nodded. Indeed, given the current situation, diesel generators and the like can't last long. If we can use the heat from compost to generate electricity, it would at least solve the power supply issue for the Agricultural Institute. The type of generator equipment you need should be found at the Polytechnic University. The hospital is to the east of the Polytechnic University, and the university is to the west, with primary and secondary schools in between. There are also 2 food commercial streets nearby, with residential areas connected one after another, and 2 subway entrances. It's a place with at least hundreds of thousands of people. Not only are there zombie hordes, but there are also survivors. In the apocalypse, surviving humans aren't necessarily helpers. Lu Zheng asked, "You know there's something there? Have you been there? I have friends over there." Don't forget, the Polytechnic University is a place that can build tanks. Lin Jinxian smiled, as if she was simply giving a straightforward example. In the apocalypse, Lu Zheng could take on hundreds, but what about thousands or tens of thousands? Without arms and a team, a lone wolf fighting alone wouldn't last long. Lu Zheng suppressed her earlier smile. Lin Jinxuan's gaze made her feel as if she was being seen through. Impressive. The ambition being seen through, along with the other party suggestions during the conversation, made every cell in Lu Zheng's body feel excited. She stood still, looking at Lin Jinxian seriously for the first time. Lin Jinxian patted her shoulder. As the 2 reached the door, the people inside couldn't wait to come out. "How is it? Are there other survivors over there?" Lu Zheng and Lin Jinxian exchanged glances. "Yes, but the situation is unclear." The other few chose to stay and observe. The crowd's expressions varied upon hearing this. They didn't dare to ask Lu Zheng directly, pulling Lin Jinxian aside to talk. Lu Zheng felt at ease and picked up her black knife to check the experiment's progress in the greenhouse. Before she reached the greenhouse door, she saw a yin-yang fish symbol suspended above the intelligent greenhouse. One of the tentacles of the giant South American plant was coiled into a base, steadily holding up Hiwei. As they spoke, the giant South American plant suddenly darted over. The black vines joyfully rolled at Lu Zheng's feet, forming a disc and even waving. Lu Zheng stepped on it, and it lifted her up steadily, suspending her in midair. Now, she had a perfect means of transport in the intelligent greenhouse. The molecular membrane effectively filtered out gases that would produce unpleasant odors, making the entire greenhouse warm, yet not foul-smelling. Hiwei was directing several smaller South American plants to fill gas into the laboratory's gas cylinders after molecular membrane filtration. Different gas molecules varied in size, and filtration through this membrane could effectively purify them. Lu Zheng looked at her a bit enviously regarding her psychic abilities. She had to use a monster contract to communicate with these mutated plants. Hiwei just needed to activate her abilities to achieve the same. In comparison, she was still an ordinary flesh and blood being. The strength and agility of her body couldn't compare to Lu Zheng, who had elemental abilities. It looked impressive, but thinking about how they could assist with experiments made her find them quite adorable. Hiwei numbered the collected bottles, without her needing to lift a finger. The smaller South American plants lined up the gas cylinders neatly on their own. Indeed, as difficult as the experimental materials are to manage in the laboratory, they surprisingly became helpful for experiments after the apocalypse. Once the experimental plan is set, it can be perfectly executed by conveying it through the monster contract to the giant South American plant. Lu Zheng said, "I'm starting to understand the joy of being a mentor." Hiwei laughed, "Haha, no, you're much happier than a mentor. You have tools for your experiments, and you don't have to revise their papers or worry about their graduation." Just as Lu Zheng was about to laugh, she heard the voice of a high-level zombie. "What experiments are you busy with?" The little South American plants on the ground quickly shrank behind the gas cylinders. The yin-yang fish symbol in the air shattered. Hiwei spat out a mouthful of blood, and Lu Zheng flew to catch her as she fell. Chapter 42. You Can't Kill Me. Lu Zheng protected Hiwei with one hand and held her knife before her with the other. The high-level zombie laughed, standing on the glass roof of the intelligent greenhouse, looking down at her. Are you so tense again? Don't worry, I don't want to kill you right now. Lu Zheng stared at the other party, calculating the distance between them once more. After the last time this high-level zombie left, she had specifically tested it. The monster contract could contract zombies. The current challenge lay in obtaining a part of him as a sacrifice. Alert, you're really very alert. The high-level zombie flickered and disappeared from the greenhouse roof. In an instant, he teleported in front of Lu Zheng. In just a moment, Lu Zheng, relying on his vigilant combat awareness, cut off a strand of hair. Monster contract sacrifice. Contract failed. This part does not belong to this monster's body. You want this hair? It's not mine, but if you want it, I can cut off a bit more. The advanced zombie grinned, looking at him with malicious intent, as if enjoying the show. Lu Zheng took a deep breath, ensuring Wei was safe behind him, and silently gathered his strength. It was entirely unexpected. An advanced psychic zombie manipulating other bodies to come here was normal. I just want to see what you were doing. You've sorted these zombie bodies together. What are you planning? What are those bottles and jars for? Lu Zheng stared straight into the other's eyes. Compost. We are conducting directed fermentation. Humans are afraid of the cold in such environments. We need fuel and warmth. The advanced zombie in front of him suddenly widened its eyes in surprise, making a face that seemed very harmonious with this body. So amazing. So this is what humans are like. Its voice suddenly turned into an androgynous, childish tone. I want to stay here. You're more interesting than the humans in other places. The advanced zombie's shell suddenly stretched its mouth to its ears, its body collapsing to the ground like a deflating balloon. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Zheng lifted his black knife and prodded a pile of human skin on the ground, but found nothing underneath. The advanced zombie was still nearby. The little black cat in his arms began to struggle violently. Its furry little head popped out from her collar. The small creature leaped onto Lu Zheng's shoulder and dashed towards one direction, leaping onto the steel beams of the greenhouse. Lu Zheng was still protecting Wei, and in a moment of carelessness, he let the little creature escape. The fluffy little thing was only the size of an adult's palm. Its blue eyes held an expression Lu Zheng couldn't understand. It turned and continued to dash forward. Monster contract, force summon, binding monster, summoning 4th tier Arabidopsis. Lu Zheng quickly commanded in his mind. The previously vanished giant Arabidopsis, with dozens of black giant vines, fell from the void in front of him. Lu Zheng drew his knife and pressed it against the crystal core of the giant Arabidopsis. Protect Wei, or you and they will die. He picked up Wei and placed her on the trembling vines of the giant Arabidopsis. She pulled out a rope from her space, tossed it onto the steel beams of the greenhouse, and leaped up, running towards the direction the little black cat had disappeared. On the other side, the little black cat, which had originally been the size of an adult's palm, stepped out of the greenhouse's range. With each step it took into the void, its body doubled in size. In an instant, a giant black cat over 10 meters tall appeared in midair. It carefully followed the scent left by the advanced zombie in the air and sprinted forward. Found it. Bang! The giant cat stomped down, shattering the small building in front of it. A few second-tier zombies rolled out from below, staggering towards it. With one paw for each, the giant cat's blue eyes scanned the surroundings, and those troublesome zombies didn't even get a glance from it. Roar! A tide of zombies from the nearby community surged forth in a dense mass. Before the dark mass of zombies could get close, they were blocked by a wall of void. Tornadoes rose from the ground. 4 tornadoes shot up into the sky, shredding the zombie tied against the air wall. The black cat silently leaped onto a nearby high-rise building. Its nose twitched, and it leapt down from the rooftop. With one paw it stomped down, digging out a little girl who looked to be about 3 years old from under the thick layer of snow. You found me. The little girl on the ground looked up at the giant cat with a mischievous smile. Are you going to kill me? You and I are actually the same kind, right? What are you doing next to that human girl? The black cat's blue eyes focused on the giggling little girl beneath its claws. With a powerful grip, the little girl gurgled out a mouthful of dark pus. The once delicate-looking child now had her face smeared with black pus, still wearing a sinister grin. No trace of humanity remained. You can't kill me. You haven't recovered yet. Your ability was used up when you just cleared the zombie tide. Haha. So interesting. So interesting. The little girl clapped her hands below. She's coming. Do you want to stay like this? The black cat struck down hard, smashing the little girl into the ground and creating a large pit. Lu Zheng watched the tornadoes rising into the sky from a distance, clearing the zombie tide. Such mountain-moving and sea-filling power did not belong to the current apocalypse. He had never seen anything like it even before he died in his previous life. His heart sank as he drew his long knife, resetting his camouflage suit to snow color, and quickly concealed himself along the snow layer. In front of him lay countless scattered zombie fragments. Not far away was a giant pit. Lu Zheng gripped a rose pistol in one hand and held his knife in front of him with the other. Meow. A soft cat meow sounded from beneath the snow layer. The fluffy little black cat emerged from the snow, nimbly climbing up Lu Zheng's pants and leaping onto his shoulder. It rubbed its fluffy little head against her cheek affectionately, as if nothing had happened. Lu Zheng coldly watched the little black cat's actions. The pressure from his surrounding advanced zombies had not dissipated. "Are you looking for me?" A soft childish voice rang out. A little bundle covered in black pus crawled up from the giant pit in front of them. Chapter 43. Picking up the milk bundle, little zombie, the little bundle, with its big, dark eyes blinking, pouted its mouth slightly. "Ah, you're here. Your little cat is disobedient. Disobedience means punishment." She raised her chubby little hands, counting her fingers. "I have a few suggestions like skinning, pulling tendons, or bone carving. Which one do you like?" After saying that, she casually wiped her chubby cheeks with snow, stood up, and patted her red little dress. The little black cat stood on Lu Zheng's shoulder, gathering its strength, its blue eyes fixed on the milk bundle below. Lu Zheng grabbed the little cat that wanted to jump down, patted its bottom as a form of punishment. He then tapped its little head with his index finger, signaling it to behave. Seemingly scolding the little cat, his other hand silently swept through the snow, collecting the pus that the little zombie had shed. Monster contract sacrifice. Contract successful. Monster contract recorded, 7th tier psychic zombie. The little girl on the ground changed her expression the moment the contract succeeded. "What did you do to me?" She tried to step forward, but couldn't move an inch. "It's nothing, just making it impossible for you to attack me." With the knife sheathed, Lu Zheng summoned the contracted little Arabidopsis in his mind. With so many zombie fragments on the ground, the crystal cores and compost materials were free for the taking. How extravagant. Ever since she got the monster contract, she didn't even need to dig for crystal cores herself. The little Arabidopsis fell one after another from the void, forming a conveyor line for digging and transporting crystal cores. The little zombie stood by and watched, mouth agape. "Wow, so amazing. All right, I'll go with you." After saying that, she even stretched out her hand to signal Lu Zheng to hold her. "I'm tired. I can't carry you." Lu Zheng looked around at the situation. They were still within the family area of the Agricultural Research Institute. Several nearby buildings had been toppled by the earlier tornadoes, and countless zombie fragments were piled up on the road. "Did you do this?" The little girl tilted her head, bouncing up on her own, her chubby little hands pointing at her pouted lips. "How could I know?" Lu Zheng used the tip of his knife to poke through several zombie fragments, which were directly crushed by his ability, leaving no trace. The surrounding snow didn't leave any marks either. The apocalypse had just begun. How could there be such a powerful ability user? She turned her head to look in the direction of Ming Shaoling. Was it the Freemasons over there? After waiting for a while, a first-level Arabidopsis held up the crystal cores it had collected from the vines. Hundreds of first-level crystal cores, mixed with a dozen red second-level crystal cores. "Let's go." "Aren't you going to follow me?" "Put away the crystal cores." Lu Zheng looked at the little zombie who was still building a snowman. With the monster contract in place, there was no need to worry about the other party suddenly attacking. This little zombie's psychic ability was just right for organizing the mutated plants and animals in the laboratory. The little girl pouted. "No, you haven't mentioned the benefits of following you yet." Lu Zheng took out a lollipop his father had bought for him from his space, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. "Let's go, I'll give you candy." The little one tilted her head, smacked her lips, took the lollipop out of her mouth to look at the pink candy ball, then looked at Lu Zheng. "All right." She actively reached out to hold Lu Zheng's hand and stepped forward. A little Arabidopsis flew over from a distance, coiling under the little one's feet, automatically becoming a means of transportation. Feeling the coldness in her rosy little hands, with a soft touch like a human's, but without any warmth. About a dozen little Arabidopsis took turns passing zombie fragments while following behind. Upon returning to the smart greenhouse, the big Arabidopsis hurriedly brought Hiwei over. Hiwei lay on the base formed by the big Arabidopsis, eyes closed and pale. What did you just do to her? Lu Zheng brought the little zombie in front of Hiwei. The little one circled around the big Arabidopsis, clapping her hands. What an ugly thing. She raised her hand and waved, causing one of the nearby eyeballs to fall from the vines. The little girl took it and patted it. Lu Zheng silently looked at her. Seemingly noticing Lu Zheng's displeasure, the little girl tilted her head. This person? I just wanted to see if the people around you had such powerful consciousness as you, so I lightly touched her ability with my psychic power. The psychic ability of a psychic ability user is almost bound to their soul. What this little zombie said was just a light touch, but for Hiwei, it was almost a serious injury. Save her. Lu Zheng flipped through the monster contract book in his mind to the page for the little girl. If she didn't obey, he would force a command with the contract. The little girl jumped around Lu Zheng twice. All right. With her hands clasped together, her eyes turned blood red, and a huge yin-yang fish diagram rose up, transforming into a pillar of light, lifting Hiwei. The swirling fish diagram transformed into flowing light and entered Hiwei's body. Cough. Lu Zheng stepped forward to catch the waking Hiwei. How are you? Hiwei coughed a few times in her arms and finally regained her composure. Thankfully. Why did I suddenly faint just now? What happened? Lu Zheng. It's nothing, just a little accident. Hiwei caught her breath and saw the little girl behind Lu Zheng. Wow, where did you get this little lowly? So cute. The little girl smiled sweetly, her voice soft and sweet. Hello, sister. While saying this, she tilted her head and waved. Hiwei smiled. Hello. The little girl, holding her lollipop, bounced along behind. She's not human, right? Hiwei leaned against Lu Zheng, whispering in her ear. The earlier greeting was just a superficial disguise. A human little girl can't move freely in such extreme sub-zero temperatures while wearing a little dress. Hiwei leaned against her shoulder, subtly nodding to indicate she had guessed it. The two hadn't even reached the experimental building when the people inside had already come out to greet them. What's going on? Lu Zheng. A few mutated dogs came out over by the greenhouse, and Hiwei got injured during the fight. Are there any injured companions? Leave it to us. We have healers. A stranger's voice sounded. Lu Zheng saw a group of people in uniform coming out of the experimental building. The uniforms had a window on the chest, with a green moon outside. The Brotherhood. Little girl, it turns out you were deceiving us. Your companion said you were a very powerful ability user. The one speaking was the staff member Lu Zheng had asked questions to earlier, wearing a knowing smile. Lu Zheng supported Hiwei with one hand while gripping the black knife tightly with the other. The little girl behind hugged her leg and peeked out. Chapter 44. The mischievous child shows her power. Ah, there's a little girl too. Sweetie, how old are you this year? The Brotherhood member smiled and waved at the little girl behind Lu Zheng. However, Lu Zheng felt her killing intent through the link of the monster contract. Don't act rashly. Killing these few people would be easy. The difficult part was dealing with the organization behind them. It would alert the snakes in the grass. In his mind, he issued a command through the contract. Lu Zheng smiled. No, it turns out everyone thinks being able to release water is already impressive. Thank you for your encouragement. Saying this, she raised her right hand, and a small stream of water flowed from her palm to the ground. It looked no different from the display she had shown everyone earlier. It seemed ordinary at the level of a zero-level water ability user. The other party visibly relaxed after seeing this. How many ordinary ability users have? They release as much as they can each time they use their abilities. Not every ability user can easily manipulate the release and retraction of their abilities like Lu Zheng. Let's first take a look at the injured. The silent confrontation passed. Several staff members smiled and approached to take Hiwei. Lu Zheng felt Hiwei press against her back, signaling that she was fine. A young girl walked over to Hiwei, hands clasped together, a warm yellow halo appearing above her head. The warm yellow halo circled around Hiwei. The injury was indeed very light, nothing serious. The healing ability girl stepped back behind the leader. Lu Zheng saw her exchange glances with the leader. Lin Jinxian stepped forward from behind. Everyone should come in and warm up by the fire. It's still too cold outside. Saying this, he took Lu Zheng by one hand, and wrapped his arm around He Wei as they walked inside. Don't alert the snakes in the grass yet, Lin Jinxian whispered in Lu Zheng's ear while pulling the two of them close. Upon entering the first floor of the experiment building, everyone by the campfire held a can of luncheon meat. Lu Zheng understood why everyone's attitude towards the Brotherhood had suddenly improved. We saw the towering tornado here at the relief point and thought of what you said about settling here. So we came over to check the situation, the leader of the Brotherhood said while pulling a can of luncheon meat from his backpack and handing it to Lu Zheng. Thank you, and then? It seems there was an incident over at the Agricultural Science Institute's residential area. We can only hear the commotion from here and haven't dared to go check it out. Lu Zheng sat on the ground with her legs together, taking the can of luncheon meat with both hands. We wanted to confirm the situation of the survivors here first, then go check the situation over there. The person hadn't finished speaking when the little girl on Lu Zheng's shoulder laughed. He, clearly unable to enter my psychic domain. What a liar. The little one's voice echoed in Lu Zheng's mind, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. High-level psychic ability users can construct a psychic domain during battles, preventing enemies from entering while also preventing the combatants from leaving. These people should have gone to the scene first but came to the Agricultural Science Institute instead because they couldn't get in. So you really are special. The little one's emotions came and went quickly, chattering in Lu Zheng's mind. What is the little sister laughing about? Lu Zheng pinched the little one's palm, signaling her not to alert the snakes in the grass. The little one climbed off Lu Zheng's back, patting down her wrinkled dress. I was thinking of new friends. Is there candy to eat? Her big, sparkling eyes looked at the people across from her. Several Brotherhood members stiffened, exchanging glances. The healing ability user, who had been standing behind the leader, spoke again. Isn't the little girl cold wearing so little? Everyone present was dressed in snow gear. Although the little one wore a winter dress, she certainly didn't look like she could withstand the current extreme low temperatures. Reaching out to touch the little one's small hand, it felt cold compared to the warmth of his own. The little one slapped away the hand. The entire child lay on the ground, crying loudly. Hurry and let them go. Big bad guys who don't give candy. The decibel level that could flip the ceiling made the few people present instinctively cover their ears. Hurry and let them go. Big bad guys. You're not allowed to stay here. The voice grew louder and louder. Lu Zheng felt through the link of the contract that the little one added a psychic interference to the sound, with a high-level ability in play. The few people present lost all willingness to discuss further and quickly waved their hands to exit. The group from the Freemasons walked away. The leader asked, "Is there something wrong with that little girl?" The healer who had touched the little girl's hand shook his head. "No, she has no ability fluctuations. Her hands are warm and soft, just an ordinary child." After thinking for a moment, he added that Lu Zheng has very little energy fluctuation when releasing his abilities. He should just be a level 0 water ability user, while that He Wei is a level 1 psychic ability user. The little one was sniffling and clinging to Lu Zheng, looking over at him. She raised her chubby hand and seemed to accuse him of something, looking wronged. Lu Zheng nodded apologetically at them. The healer asked, "Do we still need to keep an eye on this?" The leader replied, "No need. A few ordinary people can't stir up trouble. Accelerate the attack on the museum and take it down as soon as possible." The group walked away. Beneath their unseen feet, a circle of transparent high walls rose up, enclosing the Agricultural Institute. Lin Jinxian said, "Oh dear, crying like this, does anyone have candy? The lab has analytical grade anhydrous glucose, right? What's that?" Hearing about candy, the little one flipped over from Lu Zheng's arms and asked in a baby voice, "Is it sweet?" Lin Jinxian laughed. "Yes, it's sweet." A jar of analytical grade anhydrous glucose was handed over. The little one held it with her chubby hands for a long time. "Not pretty, I don't want it." She turned around and looked at Lu Zheng with her eyes sparkling, hands together in a prayer-like gesture. "I still want a lollipop." Lu Zheng shook his head firmly. "No, children can't eat that much candy. It will cause cavities." He Wei laughed out loud. What a terrible adult. In the evening, Lu Zheng checked the offline map on his phone to plan a route to the Polytechnic University. It was only 2 subway stations away. Perhaps it was impossible before, but now, with a level 7 psychic zombie, he had a trump card for dealing with the zombie tide. Lin Jinxian watched her scribbling on the paper and pointed to the map. "In this direction, the materials lab of the Polytechnic University is over here." She circled it. and Lu Zheng silently calculated the possible dangers. After finishing the plan for tomorrow's outing, he exhaled and took up his long knife, stepping outside. He pulled out the little black cat from his pocket. Tell me, what exactly are you? Chapter 45. The Mask of the Favorite Concubine Meow. The little black cat tilted its head, its fluffy little head rubbing against Lu Zheng's palm. In its blue round eyes, a hint of affection was slowly showing. Its little paws tapped in her palm, looking at the mustard space on her wrist, then back at the little black cat in her hand. She placed the cat down and clicked to activate the all-world red packet group. Just as she unlocked the chat page, messages flooded in. Starry Dimension, Lu Zheng. How are you? What happened with the wormhole issue? Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension. Is everything okay? You asked for help in the group regarding the high-level mutated species before. Are you still there? Cultivation Dimension. Everyone, don't guess randomly. She hasn't left the group yet, so at least she is alive. Lu Zheng briefly glanced at the messages in the group, finding nothing of importance, and scrolled straight to the bottom. She clicked to privately message the Cultivation Dimension. Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng. Hello, Senior from the Cultivation Dimension. When I obtained the mustard space, the specified task was to rescue a black cat. Should I continue to feed it afterwards? When she obtained the monster contract, she had tried to bind this little black cat. It failed. Binding was impossible, so she couldn't obtain the corresponding information, though she didn't want to admit it. Ever since the apocalypse, she had indeed placed some emotions on this soft, fluffy little one. What happened today made her unable to continue treating this little cat as just an ordinary pet. The chat interface was quiet for a while before the Cultivation Dimension replied. Did something happen? Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng. I found that this cat poses a threat that I cannot control. After binding the contract, she also tried to understand a bit through the high-level psychic zombie, but the other party was tight-lipped and wouldn't reveal anything. The blue-eyed cat was looking at her with a sad expression. Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng. Is there anything that can protect my safety? Cultivation Dimension. The task target has my restriction on them. They won't harm you. Confirming her safety, Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she exited the private chat with the Cultivation Dimension, she received a private chat invitation from the Favorite Concubine Dimension. Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension has sent you a red packet. Please check. Recharge to unlock. Congratulations, Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng has received the Favorite Concubine's mask. The other party has paid the commission. No need to complete the task to unlock. Please check. On the blue light screen appeared a half-masked face. One side wine red and the other side jade white. The jade white half had golden willow leaf decorations, while the wine red half was adorned with a cluster of red roses. Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension. New lucky one. Did you receive the gift? This mask can help you calm your breathing while dancing. After all, a favorite concubine can't be panting in front of everyone while dancing. Lu Zheng looked at the description and thought of a new use. Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng. Received it. Thank you for the gift. Is there anything I can help with? Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension. Talking to a smart person is easy. I heard from the people in the Starry Dimension that you're doing business with them. Are you interested in doing some business with me too? Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng. What kind of business do you have in mind? Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension. No need to be nervous, just buy some good food. They say your dimension has a great food country. As a favorite concubine, I must capture a man's heart through his stomach first. Lu Zheng subtly inquired about what era the other party was in and what characteristics it had, then sent over 2 bags of refined salt from her mustard space. Apocalypse Dimension, Lu Zheng. This is refined salt. Using this to cook will eliminate any bitterness. Salt has always been an economic staple in ancient times. Its purity only saw significant improvement after the development of modern industry, even during the Republic of China period. The purity of salt was only about 60 of what it is now. Ancient salt was mostly bitter due to insufficient purity, limiting the flavor of dishes. While it wasn't realistic for her to find gourmet food now, refined salt was abundant. Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension. Received. Oh my, such white salt, completely not bitter. Thank you so much. Ancient Romance, Favorite Concubine Dimension has sent you a red packet. The other party has paid the commission. No need to complete the task to unlock. Receive the Favorite Concubine's fragrant pouch. Lu Zheng glanced at it and clicked to claim it. She closed the chat group, donned the favorite concubine's mask and led the muster plants out. Since she had decided to go out, the nearby zombies had to be cleared. Oh no, I haven't had my fun yet. Why do I have to work again? Didn't I just work? The level 7 psychic zombie stepped on the muster mounts, using its abilities to draw all the zombies out from the subway entrance. Lu Zheng put on the favorite concubine's mask and tightened the cuffs of her combat jacket as she rushed towards the zombie horde. Just as she guessed, after wearing the favorite concubine's mask, she felt lighter, and even while in intense battle, her breathing remained steady. 5 points. 20 points. The sound of integration in my mind kept ringing. The Arabidopsis followed behind, digging for crystal cores, while others organized the zombie bodies, forming an assembly line again. The little girl saw the mask on Lu Zheng's face and immediately shouted, "I want this too. I want this." Lu Zheng raised his hand, using his ability to shoot out a field of ice spikes, pushing back the zombie horde in front of him while stuffing a lollipop into the little one's mouth. Let's clear the zombies first. The little one chewed on a lollipop. Okay. A huge yin-yang fish diagram rose up, constructing a spiritual domain. The outside world could not see the commotion here at all. This time, Lu Zheng did not use the rose pistol. He fought with his black knife, using his abilities and his own strength. The next advancement was the life and death trial for ability users after the apocalypse. She needed more combat training. There were really a lot of zombies here. The little one sat on the round platform formed by the Arabidopsis, swinging her short little legs, not feeling at all that it was wrong for her, a zombie, to help a human kill other zombies. The little one looked at Lu Zheng with her black grape-like eyes. What does the lollipop taste like? Lu Zheng looked up at her. Grape flavor. You're eating the grape-flavored one. Zombies have no sense of taste. Didn't he know what the little one liked about lollipops? He unwrapped a grape-flavored lollipop and put it in his mouth. Lu Zheng conveyed his consciousness to her through the monster contract. The little one jumped down happily. So this is the taste. Just as Lu Zheng wanted to reach out and pinch her little face, the expression on her face changed from innocent to serious. Step back. The huge yin-yang diagram rose up, shaking in the void, enveloping the entire Agricultural Research Institute. Boom! In the distance, a huge explosion sounded. Chapter 46. Humans fighting humans. The ground trembled. To the west, a sky of fire. Lu Zheng, what happened over there? The little zombie clasped her hands together, using her mental ability to sense the situation over there. Those bad guys without candy are fighting. After saying that, the little one lay on Lu Zheng's shoulder. Why aren't you eating? This flavor is really good. You should eat some more. I kind of like our connection now. I can feel the taste. Lu Zheng patted her back. We'll eat later. It seems something's going to happen over there. Just as they reached the entrance of the experimental building, they saw people rushing out in a panic. What is wrong? Is there an earthquake? The people rushing out, as soon as they stepped outside, saw the fire in the western sky. Oh my God! Lu Zheng, everyone go back in first. The battle is too close. Getting hit by stray bullets is no joke. You don't have to worry so much. I've covered this area with my spiritual domain. Can we eat lollipops now? The little one knew not to speak in front of everyone and communicated with Lu Zheng in her mind through the contract link. Someone asked, is the official team clearing zombies? Such a big commotion. Not at all. They're fighting amongst themselves. The little one spoke in Lu Zheng's mind. Lu Zheng, are they all wearing those uniforms with windows and green moons on the chest? The little one group is, and the other group is wearing green clothes. The ones in green are so silly. They're about to die, but still want to protect those dead things. Lu Zheng's mind shook after hearing this. Green clothes? The little one probably didn't recognize military uniforms, but besides that, he couldn't think of anything else. It seemed to be in the direction of the museum. Lu Zheng sheathed his black knife and turned to go outside. You all stay here. I'll go take a look. Hiwei immediately followed. I'll go with you. At least I can help you observe the surroundings. Lu Zheng nodded to Hiwei, exchanging a glance before stepping into the snowstorm. The little one waddled behind them. Hey, it's dangerous for sisters to go out. You should stay with us. The little one didn't care, waving her hand and rushing towards Lu Zheng. I won't go out with you. Lu Zheng looked at her, sighed, and picked her up. Don't run around after we go out. Lin Jinxian knew the situation and didn't stop them. The others wanted to say something, but they had already walked far away. The Council of Mutual Aid Combat Department. The large screen in the combat department projected the latest battle situation. Orders were given for the second team to follow the first team's movements. As a command was delivered, flames from fire-type ability users shot into the sky. The main building of the Jinling Museum was engulfed in flames. Eastern China War Zone Combat Department. Commander, how many items are left to load? Soldier A. Report. All level cultural relics have been arranged for loading, retreat. Level 80 cultural relics have been loaded. Commander, what about the experts? Have they all been arranged for evacuation? Soldier B. Report. They have all been arranged for evacuation, but the enemy's offensive is too fierce. The planned retreat route has now been compromised. As he spoke, another huge tremor occurred. Report. The enemy has used fire-type abilities to ignite the main building of the museum. Jiangning District, Second-Hand Market. Lu Dad put down the spatula in his hand. They started fighting in the city center. Lu Mom looked up towards the direction of the flames, clasping her hands in prayer. Wan will be fine. She promised me before she left that she would be okay. Lu Dad, it's getting more chaotic. Let us finish eating and tidy up. Lu Mom nodded. Over at Lu Zheng's side. As soon as she stepped out, Lu Zheng summoned the large Arabidopsis. Stepping on the vines it formed, speeding through the snow. The interstellar spaceship was her trump card for escape. She didn't want to use it yet. Fortunately, with the presence of a level 7 zombie, the large Arabidopsis didn't need to recharge and move quickly. The little one swung her short legs. Are we going to grab the things those green-clothed people are protecting? Some of them look pretty nice. Lu Zheng, can you tell where they are? The little one lifted her little face. Of course. I'll take you there. The huge yin-yang fish diagram rose from the ground, invisible to others. But Lu Zheng saw the large yin-yang fish diagram rotating rapidly through the contract link, swiftly moving above Jinling. The little one, found it. Let us go. The little chubby finger pointed in a direction, and the large Arabidopsis obediently changed direction and moved quickly. On the retreat route of the Huaxia Combat Department. Bang, bang, bang. Tot, tot, tot. The sound of machine guns echoed. Concentrated firepower forced several off-road vehicles to stop by the ancient city wall. Roar, roar, roar. The inhuman roars of zombies sounded. A massive wave of zombies surged through the snow from all directions. The concentrated firepower had to shift to the zombies. Damn it. Isn't the 5th squad responsible for stopping these things? An angry curse rang out in the command center of the Council of Mutual Aid. Where did the 5th squad go? The 5th squad had already been completely wiped out. The massive wave of zombies poured out from the subway entrance and residential areas, charging towards the fighting parties, breaking their original battle formations. Lu Zheng and the others were standing on the nearest tall building. The large Arabidopsis clung to the building's billboard, hiding several people behind it. They could see the outside situation, but the outside couldn't see them. Lu Zheng, can you control these zombies to go only in that direction? She pointed towards the direction of the Council of Mutual Aid. Having arrived at the scene, she confirmed that the green-clothed people the little one mentioned were the Huaxia combat troops. The little one pouted. I want to eat a lollipop. Lu Zheng quickly unwrapped one and stuffed it into her mouth. The little one tasted the sweetness through the contract link. She chewed, yummy, but I can only let them come out. I can't control where they go. Anyway, I want to let those ugly things hurt you. That meant she couldn't control where the zombies went. Lu Zheng glanced at the battlefield. She took out the rose pistol from her pocket. He set up the formation. He-Wei's yin-yang fish diagram rose up, cutting off the connection between Lu Zheng and the environment to help conceal them. Lu Zheng donned a concubine's mask and jumped down. Chapter 47. You will die. Lu Zheng once thought that she didn't care about anyone except her parents. But when she stood on the high building, watching the green military uniforms retreating while protecting the cultural relics, she couldn't convince herself to stand by. The cultural relics seemed lifeless. But without those relics, would Huaxia still be Huaxia? He-Wei was up on the building, hands forming a formation, the flowing yin-yang fish diagram completely concealing Lu Zheng's figure. The little one summoned a giant yin-yang fish diagram to construct a battle spirit domain to avoid external interference. Lu Zheng held a black knife in one hand and a rose pistol in the other, charging straight in. The military trucks carrying the cultural relics were stuck at the foot of the bright city wall as the relics and experts retreated. Lu Zheng stepped onto the formation created by He Wei, directly shooting at the front of the ancient city gate. The black tide of corpses fell like a field of wheat swaying in the wind. Someone was helping us, urging the retreating team to break through the gap. The wind-type ability users in the troops quickly caught up. The raging wind swept away the piles of black corpses and snow. The retreating trucks slowly began to move. Wow, that group of big bad guys without candy is going to set off fireworks. The little zombie laughed in Lu Zheng's mind. Lu Zheng tightened her grip. Fireworks? That meant heavy weapons were coming. Lu Zheng, Big Mimosa, come over and drag everyone out of those military trucks. A giant fourth-tier mimosa fell from sky. Dozens of meters long black vines whipped toward the trucks. Bang! Help! The command center of the Illuminati. Ha ha ha! Heaven helps me. Let the fire-type ability users retreat temporarily. The fourth-tier mutant is enough for them to handle. The black vines filled with eyes directly pierced into the vehicles, throwing everyone inside out one by one. Living beings couldn't be put into space, but dead ones were no problem. Lu Zheng flew past several trucks containing cultural relics, confirming there was no one inside, before reaching out to store all the relics in her space. To others, it looked like after the giant mimosa threw down the people from these trucks, those trucks vanished into thin air. Illuminati members. Unclear. We can't detect the situation on the other side. The person trembled, his voice shaking, not daring to look at the commander. There must be a high-tier space ability user on the other side, or that fourth-tier mutant has space abilities. The commander of the Illuminati scanned the few mental-type ability users kneeling on the ground with his eyes. A cold snort escaped his nose. He waved his hand, and several executives walked in from the sides, covering the mental-type ability users as they left. Sounds of spines breaking echoed in the snow. Hurry and let the first team take the experts away. The Illuminati is about to deploy heavy weapons. Lu Zheng looked at the experts, still dazed in the snow. Gritting her teeth, she thought, we can't retreat. If we do, everyone here will die today. Lu Zheng tightened the cuffs of her combat jacket, gripping the black knife, and charged her rose pistol in her mind. Cover me. She gave the little zombie a command in her mind. The water dragon of her ability surged from the void toward the enemy artillery camp. The sudden change scattered the first line just established by the Illuminati. Lu Zheng used the power of the giant mimosa to leap into the Illuminati's camp, summon more zombies over, and cover the Huaxia troops with a mental domain. This way, the tide of corpses would only attack the Illuminati side, giving the Huaxia troops enough time to retreat. The little zombie shouted in her mind, I don't want your kind-heartedness. It cried out, didn't you already store those beautiful things? Why help those humans? They haven't done anything for you. For me? In that moment, Lu Zheng thought of many past memories. The first time she entered a museum as a child. The guide's fascinating introduction to those cultural relics. The excitement she felt when she first saw those items from hundreds or thousands of years ago. The first Chinese character she learned. The chopsticks she picked up, symbolizing the square earth and round sky. Looking up at Tang Dynasty paintings. She felt the unbroken cultural lineage over thousands of years. A modern person could easily understand the words from that time. Absolutely not. These experts must not die. Enforce the order. The monster contract has received the holder's enforcement order. Order is being enforced. The giant yin-yang fish diagram became visible from invisibility. Everyone in the museum saw a massive yin-yang fish diagram appear in the sky. The enormous yin-yang fish flowed, and a giant beam of light shot up from the ground, enveloping all the Huaxia troops and cultural relic experts. Lu Zheng stepped on the formation constructed by He Wei to conceal her figure and continued to move forward, walking against the giant beam of light. Chapter 48 Target. Polytechnic University, the giant yin-yang fish diagram overshadowed the sun. The black tide of corpses surged from all directions. Nearby subway entrances echoed with inhuman roars. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, tens of thousands of zombies broke through the snowstorm. The guns and cannons, originally aimed at the Huaxia troops, had to turn towards the horde of corpses. Lu Zheng took out the fragrance pouch of her beloved from the void. The fragrance also corresponds to the molecules of the smell. She set the core of the floral and bird-patterned silver fragrance pouch to emit the smell of zombies and wore it on her body. The zombies around, relying on scent to hunt, automatically bypassed Lu Zheng. Standing on the giant mimosa, Lu Zheng unleashed her water dragon ability towards the Illuminati command center below. She was in the dark, while the enemy was in the light. Illuminati command center. Commander, that fourth-tier mutant also has water abilities? They couldn't see Lu Zheng, who was covered by He Wei's formation. They could only see the black giant mimosa continuously throwing water balls towards them, the ice balls quickly freezing in midair, dispersing the original formation. The little zombie. Run, those fireworks are aimed at you. As the little zombie's voice echoed in her mind, Lu Zheng activated the monster contract. The giant mimosa vanished into the void. Illuminati command center. Where's that mutant? Bang! The commander slammed his fist on a conference table. Several executives beside him lowered their heads in silence, who submitted the investigation report saying there were no high-tier mental-type ability users in the Huaxia troops. The yin-yang fish diagram in the sky was visible to anyone who wasn't blind. The yin-yang fish diagram shrouded the Huaxia combat troops, while the main wave of corpses charged towards the Illuminati camp. The giant mimosa was retracted into the monster contract. Surrounding them was a dense tide of corpses. The zombies, influenced by the fragrance pouch, completely ignored Lu Zheng standing among them. The little zombie, jumping out from behind a billboard, hugged her thigh. You big fool. I don't want to talk to you tomorrow. He Wei, hurry up. My abilities are about to run out. Lu Zheng picked up the little zombie on the ground and grabbed He Wei with one hand. They ran to the back of the building and released the interstellar spacecraft. Flying away, an invisibility array covered the spacecraft. By the time He Wei's array ability was exhausted, the three of them had long left the scene. The little zombie raised its hands and feet in cheer. Wow. Take off. No, I still want to sit. You didn't listen today, so I won't listen either. The little one pouted and sulked on the chair. Those people are strangers. Why did you go to save them? The little one, with its chubby arms crossed, huffed. He Wei picked up the little one again on the spacecraft. All right, your sister Lu Zheng is very tired now. Let's save our anger for tomorrow, okay? The little one lay on He Wei's shoulder. Save it up? The little one's eyes twinkled as it turned around a few times. Okay, let's save it for now. With a small hand outstretched, it asked Lu Zheng for a hug. He Wei understood and didn't ask further. The little one fiddled with the golden ring on Lu Zheng's hand. It's fun. You're even more fun than I thought. By the way, where did you put those beautiful things? This reminded Lu Zheng that she had directly collected the cultural relics with a military truck into the mustard space to protect them from the war. Those relics still needed to be returned to the experts at some point. Lu Zheng held the little one with one hand and pulled a lollipop out of her pocket with the other. You worked hard just now. Here's a reward. The little one immediately held the candy and stopped asking about the relics. It chewed on a lollipop, making a crunching sound with its little teeth. This confrontation also served as a test for the Freemasons. The other side had military forces that were not inferior to the Chinese troops. Lu Zheng had never encountered such power struggles in her previous life. It seemed that they had quickly controlled so many areas and could even confront the Chinese troops. The most likely scenario was an internal rebellion. If they wanted a peaceful life in the future, He Wei patted her shoulder. Lu Zheng exhaled and nodded, following her inside. Lin Jinxian greeted them with a beaming face. Are you all okay? No injuries? She first checked the little one front and back a few times, then looked at the two adults, He Wei and Lu Zheng. It's good if you're fine. The cannon fire outside is getting louder. How's the situation you went to see? Lu Zheng handed the little one to her. The Freemasons and the Chinese troops from the Eastern Theater were at war, and it seemed that the Freemasons were attacking the area around the museum. The museum was only 2 subway stops from the city center. Now there were also Freemason strongholds near Ming Shaoling. If they were advancing from the outside towards the city center, their speed was too fast. Lu Zheng looked at Lin Jinxian. Senior Sister Lin, you're familiar with the situation at the Institute of Technology. If possible, can we set off tonight? She was now a level 3 ability user, equipped with a Rose handgun, a level 4 mimicry ability, and a level 7 mental-type zombie ability. Bruce. With He Wei's array ability providing protection. The other nodded. We need to quickly establish our own defensive line. Chapter 49. Back to before the apocalypse, the location of the Institute of Technology was also 2 subway stops away from the Agricultural Academy. After a brief rest, Lu Zheng took Lin Jinxian, He Wei, and the little one aboard the interstellar spacecraft and set off. This was Lu Zheng's first night outing since the apocalypse. She looked up at the sky. The moon was slightly waning. In the night without electric lights, the stars in the sky were bright. Let's go. Lin Jinxian patted her back from behind. The inhuman cries of the night echoed one after another. This time, Lu Zheng had prepared a large bag of level 1 crystal nuclei for He to absorb and replenish her abilities. The invisibility array-covered spacecraft broke through the wind and snow, heading towards the Institute of Technology. The automatic door at the school gate still looked intact. Various footprints were scattered across the snow. Are there any living people nearby? Once outside the Agricultural Academy's range, Lu Zheng's area map became ineffective. They could only rely on the little one's mental type ability for identification. The little one crossed its arms like a small adult. We still have our anger saved up. You want me to do something? Lu Zheng understood her look. She pulled out a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into the little one's mouth. The little one smiled. That's more like it. A huge yin-yang fish diagram rose up. Through the link of the monster contract, Lu Zheng saw the enormous yin-yang fish diagram that others couldn't see, directly enveloping the entire Institute of Technology. The little zombie suddenly grinned. The group of people who ran away during the day is here too. Let's go find them and settle the score. The Chinese troops and those retreating experts were also here. Lu Zheng tightened the cuffs of her jacket. Senior Sister Lin, let's go get the generator. He, you cover us, and you, Wan, are responsible for the mental domain to prevent surprise attacks. The little zombie asked, aren't we going to find those fleeing people to settle the score? Lu Zheng ruffled its hair. Let's get what we need first. Securing her mask and drawing her long knife, she entered the school. The school, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, was eerily quiet at this moment. The Dawn Redwoods, once a signature of the Institute of Technology, stood silently in the dense night. It was too quiet. The little one had just checked and said the troops were also there. So many people. Moreover, even if there were no survivors, the tens of thousands of potential zombies in the school shouldn't be this quiet. Lu Zheng held her knife in front, completing the recharge for her rose handgun in her mind. There was no unusual smell in the air. She raised her hand to signal He and Lin Jinxian behind her to stop for now. The little one also obediently leaned closer. I don't feel anything, the little one whispered, holding her thigh. Suddenly, it started to rain. The air in front seemed to unfold a layer of transparent film. Lu Zheng realized that dawn had arrived. The school bell rang. A student with a bun in their mouth ran past her, leaving the aroma of mushroom meat buns in the air. A girl in a black tracksuit rushed by, her sweat sparkling at her temples. By the roadside, the rain-washed phoenix tree leaves glistened green. Lu Zheng looked up. Above her head was the sign for the Pasteur Laboratory. In front of her was the familiar experimental building. At the corner of the stairs, a young girl in a white lab coat walked out. The girl brightened upon seeing Lu Zheng. She waved to her. Senior Sister Lu, you're here. Coming quickly. Did you forget your umbrella? Lu Zheng stared at her junior's smiling face, feeling a bit dazed. The young girl walked up, brushing the raindrops off her jacket, and affectionately linked her arm with hers. Senior Sister, are you still working on that microbial gene effect experiment? Do you need my help? The girl's bangs fluttered lightly in the spring breeze, which carried the scent of locust flowers. But she knew that everything was irreversible. As this thought crossed her mind, the scene before her shattered like broken glass. Let's submit this result to... Anyway, several major journals and subjournals are submitting from above. Don't worry. You extended your graduation for this result. You'll definitely be the first author. Her advisor sat in a chair, looking at her kindly. He smiled and pointed to the graduation recommendation letter in front of him. I wrote you a recommendation letter. After graduation, go to the Weizmann Institute for 2 years. Their work on genetics is more in-depth than what we do here. You can go learn. Saying that, he stood up and patted Lu Zheng's shoulder. If you have any financial issues, remember to communicate with me in time. Lu Zheng sat in her chair, looking at her advisor in front of her. The warm expression on his face was something she had never seen before. Being the first author of her own results. Going to the pilgrimage site for microbiologists, the Weizmann Institute. Someone to solve financial issues. How wonderful. Lu Zheng smiled and stood up. She waved off her advisor's hand as he reached for her, opened the door, and walked outside. Everything behind her fell away like pieces of a shattered puzzle. You've come out? This place is strange. Lin Jinxian held onto his own hand. Lu Zheng looked around. It was still the same spot they had just stood in. He Wei and the little guy were standing still, their expressions relaxed as if they were lost in a beautiful dream. The surroundings remained silent. Lu Zheng held her knife in front of her, surveying the area. In the thick darkness, the towering water cypresses looked like slender, ghostly shadows, exuding a chilling aura. She looked up. The link from the monster contract allowed her to see the huge yin-yang symbol still swirling above the Polytechnic University. Monster contract awakened the bound subject. Level 7 Psychic Zombie. Received. Monster contract initiating forced awakening. The little zombie beside her opened its eyes in confusion. The little guy first looked down at the small dress it was wearing and then looked up at Lu Zheng. Didn't we come to buy dresses? There's so many dresses. The little guy obediently waved its chubby hands in a big circle. He Wei beside her also exhaled, waking up. Lu Zheng. There should be some formation. You sense it. Although He Wei's level is not high, they should be able to sense some energy fluctuations between similar abilities. A 5-pointed star appeared above He Wei's head. She shook her head. I can't feel anything. Lu Zheng scanned the surroundings. Let's move forward. She took the lead, gently patting He Wei and Lin Jinxian on the shoulders before walking ahead. Clang! As Lu Zheng moved forward, her long knife stabbed backward, piercing the mouth of the little zombie behind her. Chapter 50. Collaborating with the authorities? Crack, crack, crack. Crash. Everything in front of her shattered like broken glass and fell to the ground. Roar. Help. Run. The sounds exploded in her ears like the membrane that had been covering them had burst. The once quiet campus was now filled with chaos. Lu Zheng looked around with her knife, and the other few people were nowhere to be seen. She swung her knife, fending off the zombies rushing at her, while trying to gather her psychic energy. Dozens of icy spikes formed rapidly from the water of her psychic ability in the extreme cold. With a swing of her arm, the ice spikes shot forth like a rain of arrows, piercing through the tide of corpses before her. The abilities could be used. Lu Zheng nodded to herself, confirming the distinction between illusion and reality. Multiple illusions. Lu Zheng had encountered 2 types of such multiple illusions in her past life. One was a control formation constructed by high-level psychic ability users, and the other was a multiple illusion created by high-level mutated plants with phantasmagoric talents. The little guy hadn't noticed any abnormalities before entering. That shouldn't be a high-level psychic control ability. The remaining possibility was a high-level mutated plant with phantasmagoric talents. The third layer of illusion just now seemed to have broken free from the indulgent beauty of the first 2 illusions. Her companions were still conversing with her, and her monster contract could still establish links. But when she moved forward, she suddenly found her hands unable to mobilize her abilities. A psychic ability 1T just vanished into thin air. That means she was still in the illusion. Before the little zombie behind her lunged at her, she instinctively countered with her knife. The third layer of illusion shattered, clearing the tide of corpses before her. Lu Zheng headed towards the materials laboratory. The energy conversion generator they were targeting was over there. The monster contract in her mind did not respond. The big southern mustard and the little zombie were nowhere to be found. Lu Zheng trudged through the snow, carrying the pet flower bird silver scent pouch set to zombie scent. The surging tide of corpses automatically ignored her presence. Lu Zheng paid no attention to the distant cries for help and walked straight ahead. Materials building. In the night, Lu Zheng sighed as she looked at the half-destroyed laboratory. Material science laboratories were always the easiest to explode. Hopefully, what she wanted was still there. Lin Jinxian had said the generator might be in the public equipment room on the 3rd floor. It was too dangerous to walk inside. She looked up at the outer wall of the laboratory. Taking out a rope from her space, she used it to climb up the outer wall to the 3rd floor, stepping on the air conditioning unit. Leaning against the wall, Lu Zheng held her breath, with her right hand holding the knife in front of her. She listened carefully to the sounds inside the building. The corridor was silent except for the sound of the wind. Gripping the knife tightly, she forcefully smashed the frozen window. After the last strike, Lu Zheng pulled on the rope and quickly moved to the side from the position directly in front of the window. A zombie lunging from inside fell directly out of the window. Lu Zheng took a quick shot, dispatching it, confirming that there would be no more zombies. She jumped through the broken window into the corridor of the laboratory. 301, 303. Lu Zheng counted the numbers on the doors, unsure if there would be other threats. She didn't use a flashlight, moving quickly through the corridor like a cat. 315 found it. She took a shot to eliminate the zombie that had rounded the corner of the corridor. Lu Zheng silently pressed against the side of door 315. Inside was quiet. A quick shot unlocked the door. The air froze for a moment. Lu Zheng halted all movements. A dark hand holding a gun stretched out from the half-open door, pointing directly at her forehead. The door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. In the dim shadows, dozens of people stood in a large public laboratory. Hearing the commotion at the doorway, whispers and movements arose. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The person holding the gun asked coldly. Lu Zheng had already put away her rose handgun before the door fully opened, now holding her black knife in one hand and raising her empty hand beside her ear. "My name is He Wei. I was a professor at the Agricultural Academy, here to find some equipment." Lu Zheng expressionlessly used He Wei's name. The shadows across from her seemed to be discussing something. After a moment, let her through. The black gun barrel moved from her forehead to the back of her head. Lu Zheng continued to raise her hands as she walked inside. As she stepped in, she could see more clearly. With a bit of moonlight, Lu Zheng realized they were all wearing green military uniforms. They were from the Huaxiao army. Lu Zheng felt relieved when she saw their attire. "He Wei, did you come here alone?" a soldier asked in a low voice. Lu Zheng shook her head. "No, after I entered, I somehow fell into an illusion and got separated from my companions." The soldier, "What are you looking for?" Lu Zheng, "Experimental equipment." "What do you need the experimental equipment for?" "We're doing composting. The heat from composting requires a generator to convert electricity." "How many people came?" "4, including me." "Why come at night?" "We heard the sounds of battle outside during the day and didn't dare to go out." "Do you have ability users?" "I'm a water-type ability user, and there's also a psychic ability user among my companions." The questioning finally stopped, but the gun barrel pressed against the back of her head did not move away. This was the necessary caution, and Lu Zheng understood. "Can I turn on a flashlight?" "Yes." Lu Zheng pretended to pull a flashlight from her coat pocket, but actually took it out from her space. Click! The flashlight's beam illuminated the laboratory. Lu Zheng then realized that the public laboratory, which was over 100 square meters, didn't just have dozens of people. Many others were sitting in the aisles between the experimental racks, blocked by the medicine cabinets. She recognized several faces from when they were at the museum earlier. It seemed that part of the team that had retreated from the museum was here, as the little guy had said. She nodded and continued to ask, "I need a generator. Can I take the generator here?" As soon as she turned on the flashlight, she saw that the generator was right to her right. The soldier in front shook his head. "This is public property. We can't just let you take it." Saying this, the other party reached into their pocket and searched for a moment. Lu Zheng watched her hand movements, not expecting her to pull out an officer's ID from her pocket. "We are indeed from the Huaxia military, but I can't tell you our specific unit number." "This is my officer's ID. You still doubt that we are not real military personnel, right?" Lu Zheng took it, using the moonlight to see the steel seal clearly. It was a genuine officer's ID, and the photo matched. His doubts were completely laid to rest. "All the equipment here is public property, and we cannot allow you to take it away personally. However, if you can provide specific reasons, we can offer assistance." Lu Zheng looked at the other party, deciding whether to cooperate with the official forces. Chapter 51. The Misty Dawn Redwood Forest. After confirming that the other party was not an impersonator, Lu Zheng lowered his guard and began to help. He had been puzzled earlier. In her previous life, she had clearly joined the large troop migrating south just a few days after the apocalypse began. Why was the official military only now here to evacuate the museum's artifacts and experts? After chatting, he realized that her memory was not mistaken. Indeed, a large troop had already taken survivors south. The remaining ones were dealing with the attacks from the Brotherhood, while struggling to clear zombies and rescue experts from various places in Jinling. "Are you looking for Professor Lin Jinxian?" "I came here with Professor Lin today." "What do you need her for?" "So your missing companion is Professor Lin?" Yin Qi frowned. "How long have you been separated? Did you get lost at school?" With a wave of her hand, all the resting soldiers stood up and assembled. Within a few breaths, all the soldiers were ready for action. Despite the extreme cold, everyone stood straight, not asking any questions. Orders were to be followed strictly. Lu Zheng looked at the soldiers standing like clones and sighed inwardly. They were indeed the Huaxiao military. They got separated near the Ximen Sports Center. And, counting the time, trapped in the illusion, it had been less than half an hour since. Inchi nodded. Everyone's present. The third squad stays behind to take care of the experts. The rest follow me. Lu Zheng drew her long knife. I'm going with you. Inchi glanced at her and nodded. Stay close to us. As they exited, the howling in the dark night became more pronounced. Help! A scream came from afar. Inchi looked at Lu Zheng. Are you familiar with that voice? Was there such a call for help before you encountered the illusion attack? No. Lu Zheng shook her head. I don't recognize that voice. It's not one of my companions. Unexpectedly, Inchi waved her hand to call out a small team. You guys go check over there. If there's a situation, fire the corresponding signal flare. Understood. The small team headed straight in that direction. Inchi commanded. The rest follow me. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Actions were decisive. Lu Zheng quickly advanced along the path laid by the large troop. From their way of clearing the path, it seemed these people did not enter from the west side of the Polytechnic University. Otherwise, there should have been a cleared passage at the west gate. As a Tier 3 ability user, Lu Zheng had no obstacles in seeing at night. They were 600 meters away from the sports center, where they had previously encountered the illusion attack. Hearing her words, Inchi raised her hand to signal the troop to stop. The outer team, clearing zombies, gathered and formed a defensive line. Lu Zheng held her black knife without taking action. She wanted to observe the current combat strength of the troops against the zombies. Inchi pointed in the 4 cardinal directions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, and several small teams naturally stepped forward to start clearing the area. Now begin a comprehensive search. All teams, search 500 meters in all 4 directions. Lu Zheng walked to Inchi's side, watching her command the operation. Orders were to be followed strictly, and all teams immediately started moving. In the dark night, the dawn redwood forest at the Polytechnic University stood ominously in the thick night. Suddenly, the dawn redwoods lining the road emitted a green glow. Inchi immediately waved her hand to stop the search. Lu Zheng looked at the trunks radiating green light, convinced that when she passed by this path heading towards the material experimental building, she had not seen this green fluorescence. Either a new illusion had been generated, or this was the actual situation after the illusion had completely shattered. The monster contract in her mind still showed no reaction. The large South American plant and the small zombies were still nowhere to be found. He Weiwei and Lin Jinxian were also missing in an unknown direction. Lu Zheng attempted to mobilize her abilities. Dozens of ice spikes formed from her ability quickly condensed in the air behind her. With a wave, those ice spikes shot towards the dawn redwood forest. The once silent dawn redwood forest suddenly began to twist, and the green light surged in an instant. The black dawn redwood forest emitted inhuman howling. All sounds around her exploded in her ears in an instant. The previous silence was entirely an illusion. Lu Zheng brandished her knife forward, leaping onto the shoulders of the incoming zombie tide. It seemed these dawn redwoods were the mutated species that created the illusion. She needed to obtain a part of its body before this mutated species reconstructed the illusion and bind it to the monster contract. At the same time, a red signal flare exploded in the air. Chapter 52, Global Oxygen Deficiency Clang. The black knife plunged into the trunk of the dawn redwood with a metallic feel. The trunk twisted and let out an inhuman scream. Monster Contract Book Sacrifice. Monster Contract Book successfully contracted Tier 3 mutated species. Misty Dawn Redwood Forest. Monster Contract Book successfully contracted Tier 3 mutated species. Fungal Black Chimpanzee Fire. Misty Dawn Redwood Forest. Special Trait. Constructs illusions. Fungal Black Chimpanzee Fire. Special Trait. Confuses prey into illusions. It turned out to be a coordinated effort. At first, she thought she had encountered another high-tier mutated species. Behind her, Inchi and others quickly arrived. The signal flare for help had been fired from this direction. Inchi rushed forward, unaware that Lu Zheng had a trump card, frowning. Even if we want to save our companions, we can't be so reckless. Lu Zheng nodded, not directly refuting her. with the link of the monster contract. She began to use the Misty Dawn Redwood and Black Chimpanzee Fire to gather information. It turned out they were trapped inside the trunks. Lu Zheng did not explain much. After a brief statement, she swung her knife and directly chopped open a nearby Dawn Redwood. A thick liquid flowed from the dark trunk. Splash! A one-person-high sack dropped out. Lu Zheng swung her knife to cut it open. Lin Jinxian. The people behind immediately picked up Lin Jinxian and retreated. Before Lu Zheng could chop down another tree, a Dawn Redwood beside her split open from the inside out. A small sack, only as tall as her thigh, fell out and rolled to her feet. Puff! The sack burst open. Really, we were playing hide and seek together. Why didn't you look for me first? The little one huffed in her mind, just as her chubby little hand began to wave. Thick liquid flowed down her pale little hand. The red dress was also covered in pus. She pouted, stomped her little foot, and placed her chubby hand on her hip. First, I want a candy. Before the little one could cause trouble with her ability, Lu Zheng picked her up and quickly stuffed a lollipop into her mouth. After explaining to the little one in her mind, she finally settled down. Outsiders could not hear their communication in the mind through the monster contract. They only saw Lu Zheng holding the little girl who had fallen out of the tree. Lu Zheng held the little one with one hand and chopped open the trunk, hiding away. In her mind, the contract book automatically returned to its position. It was solved. It seemed that the reason she couldn't find the connection with the little one and the large South American plant earlier was that she had actively avoided Lu Zheng's probing with her mental domain. The little one viewed life and death in this apocalypse as a game. The Black Chimpanzee Fire, a type of fungus, typically appeared in the Amazon rainforest, growing on tree trunks, absorbing the tree's nutrients to proliferate. In a rainforest night, what people see as green shimmering woods is the fungus known as chimpanzee fire. In the extreme sub-zero conditions now, mutated species not only fear the severe cold, but can also exist across regions. Lu Zheng adds more information about the apocalypse in his mind. We don't have children's clothes. You can use this to make do for now. Inchi handed over a snow camouflage military uniform. The little one isn't as resistant to the cold as adults. We can't let her get frostbite. Lu Zheng nodded and took it. In his mind, he negotiated with the little one. I know you're not afraid of the cold, but we can't expose ourselves in front of strangers. Okay? The little one replied, then I want a lollipop, and this time it has to be strawberry flavor. Lu Zheng unwrapped a strawberry-flavored lollipop and handed it to her, wrapping her up in the snow uniform. The round little bundle looked with big eyes at the busy people around. Lu Zheng looked at her. She was clearly a little zombie without taste. Yet she was fixated on eating. He thought about unwrapping a lollipop for himself and putting it in his mouth. Lychee flavored. The sweetness on his tongue relaxed him for a moment. Lin Jinxian had already woken up, with the little zombie's level 7 psychic ability. Lu Zheng listened in his mind as the little one relayed the conversation between Lin Jinxian and the officials. She initially thought the officials were looking for Lin Jinxian to discuss carbon dioxide synthesis technology for flower production to solve food issues. Unexpectedly, the officials sought Lin Jinxian to address the current air circulation. The world is now fully plunged into extreme sub-zero temperatures. Plants and microorganisms can no longer perform normal photosynthesis and no longer produce oxygen. The oxygen content in the atmosphere will soon drop to levels where humans cannot breathe. Lin Jinxuan's team is not only researching the carbon chain construction of carbon dioxide, but also the synthesis and decomposition of other gas molecules. You humans are really troublesome. You need to eat, drink, and breathe. The little one was sprawled on Lu Zheng's shoulder, chatting casually. Lu Zheng patted her back. What flavor do you want? At this moment, Lin Jinxian glanced at him, and Lu Zheng asked the little one in his mind, what are they saying now? From their expressions, it didn't seem like they were exposing that he was not He Wei. Oh, that cool sister in military uniform said that today. Thanks to you, everyone could be saved. Lu Zheng's gaze met Lin Jinxuan's in the air, as she smiled as she walked over. As for the report documents that needed to be written, Lu Zheng thought they wouldn't be difficult for He Wei. Lin Jinxian winked at Lu Zheng as she spoke. It seems she has already guessed the reason he was impersonating He Wei. Lu Zheng didn't want to write those reports or attend those award ceremonies. Since it was He Wei who saved the people, what does it have to do with her, Lu Zheng? He Wei, still lying on the ground and not fully awake, was unaware that dozens of pages of reports were waiting for her on the way. I wish your power generation plant success. The other party didn't seem very enthusiastic about the thermal energy generation from directional fermentation. It appears the officials have other paths for power generation. At least the officials won't lack oil. They're currently using oil, and the next step should be to restart nuclear power. Noticing Lu Zheng's confusion, Lin Jinxian whispered in his ear after Yinqi left. Lin Jinxian, right now, under extreme sub-zero conditions, maintaining the normal operation of nuclear power plants is very costly. Let's wait and see. Who knows when normal power supply can be fully restored? It won't be restored. In her past life, until her death, she never waited for the day when nuclear power plants resumed operations and normal power supply. Chapter 53. Chimpanzee Fire Lin Jinxian. I haven't told them that the cultural relics are with you, have you seen? The cultural relics experts looked as if they had lost their loved ones. Losing the cultural relics was a huge blow to them. They were already next to the experimental building. As Lu Zheng went upstairs, the trucks carrying the cultural relics had already been released from space. She looked at the busy soldiers. When can we leave? Lin Jinxian. Wait until this side is tidied up. I won't stay here. Does the official want you to take your team for collaboration? Lu Zheng was somewhat puzzled. Lin Jinxian was a person with a strong social responsibility and would never refuse official collaboration like this. Noticing her confusion, Lin Jinxian smiled. It's like this. Cooperation is still necessary, but the officials here don't have a good laboratory. Lin Jinxian's words left Lu Zheng silent for a moment. Logically speaking, there should be plenty of good laboratories and experimental equipment in decent universities. Research institutes shouldn't be lacking instruments to the point where only the Agricultural Academy has the possibility of conducting plans. Jinling doesn't lack good schools and research institutes. So, it must be that some forces are obstructing from within. Lu Zheng. In this situation, it seems the Freemasons' claws extend further than imagined. Lin Jinxian patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder. Don't be disheartened. At least we now know that the Freemasons appear to be one thing on the surface. But what's behind them is another situation. We still need more preparation. The wind and snow surged outside the experimental building, and the cold air hit Lu Zheng's face, making him feel a wave of clarity. Continuing forward, no one knows what the road ahead will be like, but it's always worth a try. As for the escort of Yinqi and the others, it allowed Wen Yi, whom Lu Zheng had left behind, to have a role to play. Wen Yi, along with Chen Xiaohu and Chun Xiaoming, came to Lu Zheng's side. However, from a second-hand market to the Agricultural Academy, Wen Yi and they did not behave closely. On the contrary, they were constantly on guard. And in this situation, Lu Zheng had to doubt what Wen Yi was really like. If the Agricultural Academy were to restart various infrastructure actions now, of course, the news should be kept secret for as long as possible before it truly develops. Lin Jinxian and He Wei's team would not recklessly sell themselves out, so the only one left to suspect is Wen Yi. The little one saw Lu Zheng and the others going outside and chatted with Lu Zheng in her mind using the monster contract. Ah, we're finally leaving. I can't take it anymore. You humans are really troublesome. You chat for so long without leaving. Can I eat now? Do you have strawberry flavor? Do you have grape flavor? Are there many other flavors I can't think of? Lu Zheng smiled upon hearing the little one's questions in his mind. He gently patted her back. There are many flavors. I'll let you choose slowly later. She had collected many freezers in her space. The ice creams inside were initially her reserves for sugar sources. She didn't expect to use them to appease the child now. With Yinqi and the others around, it was naturally not appropriate to use the interstellar spacecraft. Lu Zheng slowly walked forward along the road cleared by the troops. She also realized it was the little one's help. Lu Zheng's first task was to replace the ordinary water furs in the Agricultural Academy with the mist water furs from the monster contract. With these mist water furs, at least ordinary people and low-level ability users cannot directly attack the Agricultural Academy's interior. The fungus, chimpanzee fire, was directly placed underground by Lu Zheng. In daily life, when people mention fungi, they might think of mushrooms. In fact, mushrooms are just the fruiting bodies of fungi. Most true fungi are hidden underground. A small handful of soil can contain mycelium that stretches for thousands of meters. Fungi are also the largest organisms in the world. These mycelium hidden underground not only absorb nutrients, but also communicate with each other. Through the connection of a monster contract, Lu Zheng placed a fungus, chimpanzee fire, underground in the Agricultural Academy, immediately grasping the entire underground situation through those mycelium. It's important to know that in the apocalypse, dangers come not only from the sky and the surface, but also from underground. After going out this time, there was a generator that could restore power supply. With the assistance of the Misty Dawn redwoods and the guerrilla fire, at least there was a certain guarantee of safety. Back at the Agricultural Research Institute, the little one was no longer willing to obediently lie on Lu Zheng's body. She immediately jumped down and urged her mind. We're here. We're here. Hurry up. Ice cream. Lu Zheng nodded to Lin Jinxian and the others, then led the little one to the greenhouse. I'm going to check the greenhouse. In the night, the giant Arabidopsis immediately broke free from the monster contract book upon entering the greenhouse. Looking quite impressive, it continued to direct the other, smaller Arabidopsis responsible for composting in the greenhouse. Perhaps it had just helped the little one conceal her whereabouts at the Polytechnic University. Not having helped Lu Zheng much, it felt a bit guilty at this moment. The greenhouse had molecular membrane filtration, so there was no unpleasant odor. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. Once in the greenhouse, Lu Zheng took out 3 types of ice cream from the space and placed them in front of the little one. The pink one was strawberry-flavored, the purple one was grape-flavored, and the green one was cantaloupe-flavored. Which one do you want among the 3? The little one turned her small head like a sunflower, looking around for a long time. And she raised her big, watery eyes like black grapes and clasped her hands together, looking at Lu Zheng. It's so hard. Can I have them all? Lu Zheng smiled. Of course you can. But today you can only have one. He then instantly took away the other 2, leaving the strawberry flavor for the little one. This little zombie had no sense of taste, yet was so persistent about food. He and T seen her go to the bathroom. Do zombies nowadays digest food without needing to excrete? The smile on his face had T fully spread. A dangerous signal came from the guerrilla fire beneath the ground. The little one sat on the vines coiled around the giant Arabidopsis, swinging her little legs, obediently and skillfully eating her ice cream. Something fun has come our way. Thinking about the little zombie's performance at the Polytechnic University, Lu Zheng felt that this fun could mean life or death for humans. Chapter 54. Ribworm's moonlight streamed through the glass of the intelligent greenhouse. The little one wiggled her chubby legs while eating ice cream. When she smiled, her big, black grape-like eyes curved into 2 fine lines. The giant Arabidopsis was still directing the smaller Arabidopsis to transport zombie compost materials. Black vines swirled in the air. Bang! A shadow drilled up from the ground and instantly crashed against the glass wall of the intelligent greenhouse. Bang! Another one. Bang! 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 A dense mass of mutated species emerged from underground. Wei, who had just arrived at the intelligent greenhouse, let out a startled cry. Lu Zheng suppressed the tingling sensation on his scalp. He tightened the cuffs of his tactical jacket. A tide of mutated worms. One by one, red-shelled insects emerged from the black ground. Their bright red shells bore pale blue human rib patterns. Wei, form the formation. Wan, activate your psychic domain. The little one, who had been swinging her legs, pouted and lifted her chubby little hand. A huge yin-yang fish symbol rose from the ground. Under the light of the yin-yang fish symbol, the appearance of the ribworms became clearer. Lu Zheng leaped onto the giant Arabidopsis. Using his height, the water from his ability transformed into a carpet-like formation and flew toward the tide of worms. The first wave of worms that emerged was temporarily frozen. Crack! Puffed! A new wave of worms drilled out below, instantly shattering the ice carpet formed by his ability. The yin-yang formation that Wei had formed trembled slightly. Lu Zheng patted her shoulder. I'm going out. What are you going out for? The little one stood on the giant Arabidopsis, hands on her hips, pointing at Lu Zheng's tactical jacket. Let that little black cat go. It has experience. The little one smiled broadly, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. Lu Zheng pressed his hand against the pocket of his tactical jacket. Inside was the soft little one. Ever since that day when it insisted on leaving, it had been dormant without making a sound. Lu Zheng paused for a second. Then he commanded the giant Arabidopsis to move toward the tide of worms. In his previous life, Lu Zheng had also seen a tide of worms. They usually appeared on battlefields after intense fighting with zombies. Those tides of worms swiftly harvested the corpses on the ground like a reaper, leaving no bones behind. Literally not a trace left. The Illuminati. Have you received the news? Yes. If Lu Zheng were here, he would recognize that the man answering was the one who led people to investigate the Agricultural Research Institute. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he reclined on the sofa, tapping the tabletop with his hand. Did you confirm that there was nothing unusual during your last visit? Wang Lei shook his head. No, just a group of ordinary agricultural workers. Gold-rimmed glace. Agriculture? They're short on food over there. He smirked. It seems the plan to attack the granary is proceeding smoothly. Let number 1137 continue to observe. Wang Lei, yes. After leaving the office, Wang Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He breathed a sigh of relief. A bunch of agriculture workers. What could they possibly come up with? He snorted and walked out. The phone screen lit up. Message from number 1137. A tide of ribworms has occurred at the Agricultural Research Institute. Wang Lei closed the message bar. A tide of worms, huh? He sighed. It seemed that those farming folks would soon disappear. As for the number 1137 that conveyed the message, there were plenty of newcomers to replace it. At the Agricultural Research Institute, In Shi led the team to rush up to help. A squad leader pulled a Tyrena 148 flamethrower out of his backpack. This is a close combat tool commonly used by the military. It can be held by a single person and can shoot flames up to dozens of meters long. Each member of the first squad had one. Flames erupted from the dark gun muzzles, sweeping across the tide of worms on the ground. The flames spread everywhere, and the ribworms emitted crackling sounds from the scorching. The second squad pulled out the Type 0262 7-barrel rocket launcher. Kneeling on one knee, they formed a horizontal barrier. The launch tubes, as thick as an adult's arm, were arranged in 2 rows. Fire! In Shi commanded. Bang! Incendiary shells shot into the center of the tide of worms. These shells, which also had steel ball damage, rapidly harvested the red little monsters that surged forward. Lu Zheng stood within the formation, directing the little zombies to use their psychic domain to contain the tide of worms, preventing them from scattering and increasing the difficulty of cleanup. She relied on He Wei's formation to become invisible, gliding alongside the giant Arabidopsis to sweep the formation. Any worms that broke through In Shi and the others' defense line were all harvested. In the air, invisible to ordinary people, Lu Zheng flew and cleared away the fish that slipped through the net. The guerrilla fire beneath the ground continuously transmitted information about the tide of worms moving underground. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, millions of ribworms were moving in dense formation. On the other side, when Yi stood on the steps, watching the scene of everyone clearing the tide of worms in the distance, she couldn't see Lu Zheng, who was hidden by the formation. Her gaze wandered around, and not finding Lu Zheng made her anxious. Silently, she activated her internal searching ability. Are you looking for me? Lu Zheng appeared behind her. Chapter 55. Installing the generator. When he let out a startled cry, Lu Zheng smiled and asked again, what? Were you not looking for me? She stepped out from He Wei's invisible formation and landed beside Wen He, casually tightening the cuffs of her tactical jacket while flipping the long knife in her hand as if checking the sharpness of the blade. The little zombie jumped down from the wall, looked at Wen Yi, and then at Lu Zheng. Are you two going to fight? Great, great. The little one clapped her hands and stepped back, seemingly giving way to Wen Yi and Lu Zheng. Wen Yi smiled flatteringly. I just heard such a big commotion outside and came out to check on you. As she spoke, she wanted to reach out to pull Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng sidestepped her outstretched hand and smiled. Stop pretending. As soon as In Shi and the others arrived, you reported to them, didn't you? Although it is a question, it is indeed a definitive statement. In Shi and the others had just arrived when they heard the little zombie reporting to itself in its mind. The little guy is a 7th-tier psychic zombie. Any mental fluctuations would not escape the range of her psychic domain. Now the entire Agricultural Research Institute is covered by the little guy's psychic domain, and any communication of psychic abilities will not escape her detection. When he was contacting the Freemasons at the Agricultural Research Institute, and naturally, it also could not escape the control of the little zombie's psychic domain. Additionally, Lu Zheng now had the area map of the Agricultural Research Institute in his mind, and the monster contract had also contracted with the guerrilla's fire, a powerful underground information transmission tool. There was no need to worry about any news within the Agricultural Research Institute escaping her knowledge. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. When he forced a smile and took 2 steps back. Bang! The signal flare released by 1E collided with the transparent psychic barrier above the Agricultural Research Institute. The invisible giant yin-yang fish diagram became visible at the moment of the collision. After shaking a few times, it returned to invisibility. 1E watched the yin-yang fish diagram intercept the signal flare, gasping for breath. Her trembling gaze seemed to be making a decision. Lu Zheng stepped forward and hooked 1Yi's neck with his knife. Are you a member of the Freemasons? Although it was a question, it had the tone of a statement. Lu Zheng removed 1Yi's chin and pried a poisoned pouch from her back molars. What benefits has that organization given you to deserve your loyalty? 1E remained silent, and just as Lu Zheng was about to ask a second question, the little zombie pulled her back. 1Yi's body in front of her exploded like a blossoming flower, blood spraying everywhere like a fountain. She used her arm to block the splattered blood, and as her arm fell, she saw only broken flesh and blood on the ground, indicating it was a suicide. Just as she was about to throw gasoline to burn the area down, Lu Zheng, with a twist of his knife, picked out a black chip from the nearby flesh. Interesting. It seems to be a positioning chip. Lu Zheng used the tip of his knife to pick it up and summoned a little Arabidopsis with a monster contract in his mind. He directly inserted the chip into the little Arabidopsis and ordered it to head north, out of the range of Jinling. He wanted to see what impact this chip would have. Having dealt with one, Lu Zheng lit up the area map of the Agricultural Research Institute and the monster contract in his mind. He simultaneously checked the potential hazards of the entire Agricultural Research Institute in both above-ground and underground areas. Currently, only the surging ribworm tide, under the heat weapons of Inchi and others, would disappear. It was only a matter of time. The next day, the soldiers brought by Inchi worked extremely efficiently, and by the next day, they had installed all the power generation equipment for Lu Zheng and the others. Lu Zheng used her abilities to release psychic water, and the heat from the compost kept the released psychic water warm while the heat was converted into kinetic energy to drive the generator's turbine. Is there electricity yet? He Wei stood next to Lu Zheng, watching the rotating turbine blades. Lu Zheng stared at the measuring instrument. Not yet. The indicator light of the instrument lit up. This indicated that the generator had successfully generated electricity. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, revealing the first sincere smile after so many days. A soldier beside Inchi whispered in amazement. Ah, these scientists are indeed different. They can generate electricity using zombies under such circumstances. Inchi waved to him. The soldier immediately stood up straight and saluted, the frustration on his face not completely fading. I'm not scolding you. Seeing how nervous he is, Inchi's tones softened a bit. You take a few people and tools to see if the transformer outside can be used. If not, fix it. Understood. The electricity generated by the generator cannot be used directly. To make electrical appliances work, it must go through the transformer to adjust the current and voltage to suitable ranges. Lu Zheng, thank you for your help. Inchi, the people's soldiers are for the people. It is our duty. Besides, we were originally going to help you generate electricity. Professor Lin needs to stay in the laboratory at the Agricultural Research Institute, and it cannot function without electricity. Lu Zheng could tell that the other party was not just speaking politely, but was genuinely saying so. In the apocalypse, having seen too much of the survival of the fittest, this feeling of having someone share the burden for you felt like an illusion from before the apocalypse. Do you have spatial ability users among you? The scene last night where the soldiers took out weapons from thin air left a deep impression on Lu Zheng. Inchi brought people to the Agricultural Research Institute without preparing vehicles or supplies. Those should all be in the space. Yes, but the size of the space is still limited. Inchi did not specify the exact number. It was about what Lu Zheng had guessed. If it were large enough, those cultural relics would not have been transported by car back at the museum. At least, the size of that space is smaller than a car, but larger than a Tiberius 148 flamethrower. It was estimated to be at the first tier. Spatial abilities, like other abilities, can also be upgraded. As the abilities of the ability users improve, the space will also expand. Lu Zheng took out 10 second-tier crystal cores from her pocket. These are second-tier crystal cores. After absorption, the abilities will advance, and the space will expand. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Shi's eyes lit up. "Thank you." After saying that, he immediately waved, and the soldier who took the weapons last night stepped forward. His gaze also brightened. Absorbing all 10 crystal cores together would guide the abilities while completing the advancement. Lu Zheng briefly instructed him a few points. The military is not lacking in crystal cores. They will find out such knowledge sooner or later. By saying it now, she could still gain some favor. Clatter. Chapter 56, Leaving the Agricultural Research Institute. The lights of the intelligent greenhouse turn on both sides of the planting racks. The red and blue light tubes that provided light for the plants lit up in sequence. "Power's on." Everyone cheered. Lu Zheng stood among them, and Wei came up to pat her on the shoulder. "You did it." The illuminated lights made her dazed for a moment. The first milestone success. With electricity, everything that follows will go much more smoothly. She was dazed for a moment. This life is finally different from the previous life. The military man's ability transformation in front of her was also coming to an end. He raised his hand, and an agricultural harvester next to the greenhouse instantly disappeared. For more harvesters of that size could still be placed. Inchi nodded with bright eyes. With the expanded space, the military would be able to do even more. Everyone excitedly took out their phone chargers to find charging ports. After all, from Inchi, they learned that the official would provide an hour of satellite network every day. During that time, they might be able to contact their friends and families from the past. With power restored, the experiments at the Agricultural Research Institute could officially begin. Lin Jingxian and his team began the carbon dioxide experiments. One was to make flour using carbon dioxide and water. The other was the oxygen production plan provided by the official. Speaking of oxygen production, the method ordinary people might think of is photosynthesis in plants. However, now that the world is plunged into extreme sub-zero temperatures, the plants and microorganisms on the entire planet can no longer convert solar energy through sunlight. With no oxygen production, the oxygen in the atmosphere is rapidly decreasing due to human respiration. Soon it would drop to a level where humans could not breathe, making artificial oxygen production very necessary. In her previous life, Lu Zheng did not know if the official had such efforts behind the scenes. Perhaps in those unknown places, there were always people silently conducting various studies to support their daily lives. Another more conventional method of producing oxygen is to decompose water through electricity. However, water and electricity are both extremely precious items now. Using them to produce oxygen would be a risk. Whether it is the lack of oxygen or the lack of water and electricity, humanity could face death. Lu Zheng furrowed her brows at the thought that the scale of the zombie composting needed to continue expanding, and a nuclear power plant had to be prioritized as soon as possible. Since Inchi and the others were here, it was best to go to the experimental materials base in Jiangning together with the military. By the way, she could finally go pick up her parents. Is anyone going to Jiangning? She was thinking when Inchi seemed to read her mind and asked everyone present. Noticing Lu Zheng's gaze, Inchi looked over and asked, "Are you going to Jiangning?" Lu Zheng replied, "The experimental materials storage warehouse for Jinling is over there. If we start experiments here, we need to get those materials as soon as possible." She kept her parents' situation a secret. Some information is safer when fewer people know. At least since Wen Yi's self-detonation. No one in the Agricultural Science Institute knew that Lu Zheng's parents were still in Jiangning. "We will depart this afternoon. You can come with us." As she spoke, Inchi took out a satellite phone from her pocket. Lu Zheng guessed that she must have seen the news from the Polytechnic University that the cultural relics were not lost. There was power. At noon, a group of people finally had steamed rice after so many days. Lu Zheng's space was not lacking in rice. However, without electricity before, such food that required a lot of fuel had not been on her mind recently. The soldiers directly set up their cooking equipment. In extreme sub-zero temperatures with no fresh vegetables, when they pulled out frozen green peas and freeze-dried vegetables from their space, Lu Zheng was momentarily stunned. So there was such a way to preserve vegetables. Some blood-red frozen beef was cut into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. A little cold water was poured into the pot, seasoned with star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon. Soon after the beef entered the water, its color gradually turned brown. Wisps of steam rose from the pot, filling the room with the aroma of braised beef. The dark green peas and the reddish-brown beef bubbled in the iron pot. Watching the beef become more tender and the peas softer and sweeter, steam rose, creating a strangely hazy beauty. The mixed aromas wafted through the air, making everyone unable to help but swallow their saliva. The little zombie looked around curiously, climbed into Lu Zheng's arms, and rested on her shoulder. Does it smell good? Everyone seems to be swallowing saliva, even you have looked over several times. Lu Zheng heard the voice in her mind and remembered that zombies had no five senses. Although the little one was always clamoring for candy and ice cream, it couldn't even experience taste or texture. Like this, Lu Zheng activated her abilities, channeling the monster contract to transmit her feelings about the aroma to the little one. This way, the little creature could perceive the smell through the mental link of the monster contract. Wow, it smells so good. The little one squinted her eyes, her big, dark grape-like eyes turning into crescent moons. Pouting her little mouth, her chubby hand rested on her cheek. Oh, being human does have its perks, even though you are so weak and troublesome. The little one was unyielding in her words, but her eyes were already fixed on the iron pot, drooling slightly at the corners of her mouth. Are you hungry, little treasure? I'll give you a bowl first. A soldier in charge of the stew handed over a bowl filled with beef in his stainless steel teacup. As Lu Zheng received it, she noticed that he had intentionally selected smaller pieces of meat that were more suitable for a child's mouth. You eat first. The little one looked at Lu Zheng eagerly. Others were unaware that the little one wanted Lu Zheng to taste the flavor. Ah, human cubs are really heartwarming to watch. Her eyes turned into two crescent moons again. After tasting and knowing the flavor, the little one obediently held the teacup and ate the meat. Although it was frozen beef, it still retained its flavor. The rich sauce mixed with the fresh aroma of the peas was delightful. Lu Zheng's chopsticks unconsciously moved faster, with the rice paired with the sauce. She also squinted her eyes in enjoyment. After the meal, Yin-Chi left 4 small teams to protect everyone remaining at the Agricultural Science Institute, while the rest set off for Jiangning. Lu Zheng put on her backpack as a cover for the supplies. The little one was very obedient, lying on her shoulder. After having the braised beef, the little one had increased affection for the military. The pranks she used to talk about playing on them had disappeared. Stepping out of the Agricultural Science Institute's gate again, the fire of the black chimpanzee and the misty water cedar forest still remained here. While protecting this area, they could also provide her with information from here at any time. She brought along the large South American plant, leaving the rest of the smaller ones for He to continue working on zombie composting power generation. Next, a new journey awaited. Chapter 57. The type of zombie you like is here. The military truck arrived near a shopping mall. Lu Zheng looked toward that direction at the intersection. The little zombie asked, "What are you looking at?" I encountered a Tier 3 zombie here before. At that time, Lu Zheng didn't have her current strength, and her only weapon was the long knife in her hand. She was almost pushed into a corner. "Are you talking about that ugly thing lying at the window?" The little zombie propped herself up from Lu Zheng's shoulder, pointing with her fair little hand in a direction. Lu Zheng followed her finger and indeed saw a dark figure standing at the window of the mall. It was too far away for her to see the specific situation with her naked eye. Glancing at the other seated in front, Lu Zheng reached behind her back, using the backpack as cover, and raised her hand to fire a shot with her rose pistol. The shadow across the building sensed danger and quickly dodged. The invisible bullet penetrated the air. Hit! In her mind, the long-lost notification sound of points being credited for killing a high-level zombie rang out. Points 100. Once an indestructible monster, now it was killed with a single shot. Opening the monster contract in her mind, she commanded the large South American plant to dig for the crystal core. The first Tier 3 crystal core was in hand. Everything happened in just a few breaths. The little zombie in her arms bounced up and down, expressionless. "Your mood has improved. You like this ugly thing? Let me look for more." The little one secretly began to operate the yin-yang fish diagram. Lu Zheng replied, "Not for now. It was okay when she was alone. They were still on the military vehicle now. If the little one called too many Tier 3 zombies, it would be a disaster for the others." Tier 3 zombies were not afraid of firearms. Boring. The little one slumped back on her shoulder. When are we eating again? The little one wouldn't be hungry, but she was clearly craving. When we get to Jiangning, I'll have Grandpa and Grandma make you something delicious. There was a snow-clearing vehicle ahead of the convoy. The entire team was moving quickly. Thick snow pressed down on the old, dilapidated buildings and small shops in the city center. Lu Zheng looked at the remaining iconic buildings and estimated the distance. The whole city was in ruins. Spotting the sign for Jinling South Station, Lu Zheng thought to herself, "We've arrived." The convoy gradually stopped. What had taken Lu Zheng more than 3 days to traverse now took just over an hour. Inchi jumped down from the front vehicle. "Where are your parents? We will pick up the comrades at the South Station and head to the experimental materials you mentioned." Lu Zheng first handed the little one over to her, then jumped down from the vehicle empty-handed. Inchi nodded, watching Lu Zheng leave. A team leader beside her looked at Lu Zheng walking away. "Captain, are you really just letting her go alone with child? This isn't the peaceful era before the apocalypse. Even a strong adult wouldn't dare to walk like that in the snow, let alone with a child. That child isn't an ordinary one, and He-Wei isn't an ordinary person either." At this moment, Inchi still didn't know that He-Wei was just a pseudonym for Lu Zheng. In this perilous apocalypse, she dares to walk alone in the snow with a child, undoubtedly relying on something she doesn't want others to know. Jinling South Station. Report to the squad leader. The main force has moved south, and the surviving civilians are also escorting them south. The squad leader stationed at the South Station stood straight and reported the situation to Inchi. "Okay, have our remaining comrades pack their things immediately. We are preparing to head to the Jiangning Experimental Supplies Center. Not just for experimental supplies. Jinling is an important transportation hub connecting north to south and east to west. There are corresponding warehouses in Jiangning for food reserves, medical supplies, and other materials. Of course, there are also underground weapon depots. Their purpose for this trip is to clear the supplies left by the main force moving south and bring the materials to the Agricultural Sciences Institute for garrisoning. Take out the crystal cores you collected before, 10 red ones in a group for the space-type ability users to absorb for advancement. At this time, storing them in the space is much more convenient for movement than in a truck. On the other side, as Lu Zheng stepped out of the South Station's range, he immediately released the interstellar spaceship, using the buildings for cover. "Woo! Take off!" The little one cheered and dashed into the spaceship. In the second-hand market, Lu Zheng did not go in directly. Instead, he used the link to the monster contract with the little one in his mind to scan the situation inside the second-hand market with his mental domain. Inside the house, there were 2 frozen corpses. From the state of their bodies, it seemed they had been attacked by zombies. Judging by the clothing on the ground, there were people who had come over with Chen Xiaohu and decided to stay in the second-hand market. The parents were no longer at the second-hand market, and the supplies in the house were gone. It seemed they had moved to another secret base she had prepared. He adjusted the spaceship's direction. "Little zombie, woohoo! The kind of zombies you like are here." Chapter 58, Family Reunion. The little one jumped down from Lu Zheng's arms. A pair of small feet in little leather boots had not yet touched the ground when the giant vine appeared beneath her feet, lifting her up. Lu Zheng looked at the appearance of the giant vine and seriously suspected that it had integrated too many mutated dog genes. She stepped onto the giant vine, tightened the cuffs of her windbreaker, and locked eyes with 2 level 3 zombies flying towards her from the tall buildings ahead. The faint smell of decay wafted through the snowy air. Swish! The giant vine completely unfurled in the open space. Dozens of black vines, each several meters long, rustled in the wind and snow. The little zombie stood on the giant vine's tendrils, patting her little dress. She stepped back a few paces. These ugly things are really disgusting. Their bodies are oozing and their clothes are dirty. Now, fighting was pushed to the back. She just needed to operate the mental domain without directly participating in the battle. Unlike earlier when she shot with a rose pistol, Lu Zheng held her sword forward and commanded the giant vine through the monster contract to assist her in combat. The little zombie's enormous yin-yang fish symbol rose up, and the invisible mental domain controlled the entire area. The 2 level 3 zombies sensed danger and tried to escape, but it was too late. Lu Zheng leaped into action. She needed more battles to refine her realm. Only when her combat awareness matched her realm could she advance as an ability user. The transition from level 3 to level 4 for ability users is a life and death trial. In her past life, Lu Zheng had always remained at level 3. In this life, she must break through. Congratulations. 100 points. Congratulations. 100 points. As the black sword pierced through the open mouth of the second level 3 zombie, a sound indicating a successful kill echoed in her mind. Lu Zheng temporarily ignored the voice in her mind as she consciously avoided opening the myriad world red envelope group. Little zombie, there's another voice in your mind. What is it? I can't hear the specific words, only feel that there is a voice. The little zombie was connected to her through the monster contract, and their spirits were linked. Lu Zheng wiped the stains off the black sword with snow. She still didn't know if what she said would be monitored by another presence. After dealing with the level 3 zombies, Lu Zheng took the little one to find her parents. At the Lu family, Lu's mother was skillfully preparing ingredients while Lu's father naturally assisted her from behind. They didn't need to communicate. Decades of living together had created a tacit understanding that didn't require words. After finishing, Lu's father paused for a few minutes. In 3 days, we'll go find her. Knock, 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 knock. Lu's mother trembled slightly, her eyes lighting up. After Lu Zheng finished knocking the code, she heard the sound of a lock being opened from inside. After more than 10 days of separation, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit teary-eyed. The little one, perched on Lu Zheng's shoulder, noted the emotional fluctuations after sensing Lu Zheng's feelings. So this is what it feels like to see one's parents again. With her chubby little hands, she hugged Lu Zheng's neck tightly, leaning on her shoulder and quietly feeling her emotional changes. At the Jiangning Experimental Supplies Center, Lu Zheng looked at the intact containers and shelves, trying to collect them. Success. Indeed, as long as it counts as a whole, it only occupies 1 slot. In the 100-slot mustard space, there were still dozens of empty slots. Imported cell, filter membranes, sterile workstations, and Lu Zheng even saw many precision instruments worth millions. She collected them all into the space. With the giant vines helping transporting, she didn't even need to change locations. Her parents and the little zombie were waiting for her in the interstellar spaceship. The supplies collected in advance were mostly what would be needed soon. The night is long and dreams are many. There were too many officials, and the noise was too great. When Yin Shi and the others came to collect, it was uncertain whether the Freemasons would mix in. At that time, she did not plan to show her face to avoid being discovered by any Freemason among the teams collecting supplies. Chapter 59, Death Illusions. Yin Shi waved to his few companions. Lu Zheng smiled and led her parents forward to greet them. Mom and Dad, this is Yin Shi, the temporary commander stationed in Jinling from the Eastern Theater of China. Yin Shi, these are my parents. Yin Shi took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello? Uncle and Aunt, you've worked hard coming over. Please rest for a bit. With a wave of her hand, 2 soldiers immediately came forward to help carry their luggage. We're heading to the Experimental Supplies Center. Lu Zheng noticed that the number of people in the South Station had decreased significantly since they arrived. She thought that the team responsible for food, weapons, and other supplies must have already set out. Yin Shi stayed behind, seemingly to lead the team personally to gather experimental supplies. She nodded and quickly explained a few things to her parents before jumping into the front passenger seat of the military truck to lead the way. It was still unclear whether the Freemasons had embedded agents within the Chinese military. Upon arriving at the Experimental Supplies Center again, Lu Zheng finally took a good look at the overall layout. The door creaked open, and the soldiers on the truck jumped down in unison. The sound of their footsteps echoed in perfect rhythm. First, clear the surroundings. Yin Shi patted Lu Zheng's shoulder. As soon as Lu Zheng landed, she saw the other person erect a massive yin-yang fish symbol. The entire Experimental Supplies Center was instantly enveloped within it. The flowing fish symbol sealed off the entire mental domain. A level 5 mental type ability user. No wonder she is the commander. The strong physique of the other person made Lu Zheng always think they were another type of natural ability user. Mental type ability users do not have bodies that strengthen continuously with the advancement of their abilities, surpassing the limits of carbon-based life forms. Lu Zheng had always viewed mental type ability users as fragile. Now seeing such a strong high-level psychic ability user, I can't help but feel a bit emotional. Is she lost in her own thoughts? The efficiency of the troops exceeds Lu Zheng's imagination. Inchi only asked her about the types of materials needed for microbiological and molecular experiments. In less than 10 minutes, the exploration team had already completed the inventory of the entire storage. The report stated that the current storage report was finished and requested instructions. Inchi raised her hand. Space team, step forward. All space ability users each carry different types of materials and report the types and quantities promptly after all materials are stored in the space. One container after another disappeared before their eyes. After advancing to the second level, there are now more second-level space users in the troops than Lu Zheng imagined. In less than half an hour, most of the relevant materials in the entire supply center had been stored in the space and military trucks. Just as Lu Zheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the little one who had been obediently wrapping around her neck raised herself up with both hands on her shoulders. Something is watching us. The little one pointed outside the door. The outside of the warehouse was empty. The entire warehouse was within Inchi's psychic domain, and she had not detected any anomalies. Outside, it was either a mutated organism above level 5, or something that was neither a living person nor a zombie, high-level mutated plants. Lu Zheng drew out her black knife. How far away? The little one replied, 500 meters, it has stopped. Lu Zheng shouted, high-level mutated organisms are approaching, 500 meters away. Everyone gather. The sound of car doors slamming shut echoed in unison. All drivers were in position. However, the remaining soldiers did not get in the vehicles. Inchi made a gesture that Lu Zheng could not understand. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and aimed at the door. It's coming. The little one jumped down from Lu Zheng's arms, patted the wrinkles on her little dress, and looked up at Lu Zheng with large watery eyes, even carrying a hint of a smile. The mischievous smile on the little one indicated that it was likely a mutated organism that could lead to her death. In an instant, the air became scorching hot. Swish, swish, sounds of wind rustling through leaves came from outside. The original warehouse had vanished without a trace. Lu Zheng raised her eyes and saw the tip of the Linggu Temple Tower in the distance. She should be on a mountain path of the Zhongshan Mausoleum now. An illusion. On both sides of the road, the oil-green phoenix trees blocked out the sun. If there was anything impressive about Jinling, the phoenix trees were indispensable. In autumn, the golden phoenix trees are the city's calling card. Rustling, the scorching wind made the branches of the phoenix trees sway. The thick green shade exuded a chill in the hot air. A strand of brown phoenix fluff silently slid down Lu Zheng's cheek. It's here. Just as Lu Zheng was about to summon the big southern mustard, she realized that the illusion had cut off her connection with the monster's contract. She couldn't summon her abilities from her palm. She had become a warrior with only a black knife. The phoenix fluff surged forward like it had a life of its own, invading her eyes and blocking her airways. Pain for suffocation surged in her lungs. Chapter 60, A Gift for You. Weren't you already dead? Why won't you die? Godi. Voices of questioning echoed in her mind. The phoenix fluff wrapped around her like a cocoon, squeezing out the last bit of air from her lungs. It's meaningless. You are just a small, pathetic human. If you die, the world won't change at all. Godi. 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 Her ears felt like they were covered with a layer of film. Those questioning voices exploded in her ears, yet seemed far away. Lu Zheng closed her eyes, holding her breath in the cocoon of phoenix fluff. She forcefully moved her hand, gripping the black knife. The long knife buzzed within the cocoon. The muscles in her entire body lost their strength. Just as Lu Zheng gritted her teeth, preparing to take out a crystal core from her pocket to forcibly absorb and replenish her abilities, bang. The cocoon wrapped in phoenix fluff suddenly fell to the ground and scattered. Her body's energy recovered for a moment. In the illusion, everything she saw was virtual. Then, don't look, buzz. The buzzing of the black knife gradually rose. This was the excitement before the enemy's arrival. It was also a warning. Clang. Lu Zheng horizontally raised her knife to intercept the threat coming at her. The black silk flew behind her head. Her expression was cold. In a place she couldn't see, a long knife made of phoenix fluff clashed with her black knife in midair, producing a sound like metal striking stone. Left slash. Right stab. The black silk covered her eyes. Lu Zheng couldn't see, but every move of the opponent was exactly the same as her own. How can one defeat oneself? The same third-level ability, the same combat awareness, the same weapon strength. Crack! Lu Zheng felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder. The smell of blood filled the air. Buzz! The scent of blood stimulated the black knife in her hand. The apocalypse mimicry suit on her body tore apart. The blood on Lu Zheng's shoulder instantly froze. Blood? Energy? Lu Zheng's mind grasped something. Using fluff and words to force her to die. Using an opponent with the same power to kill her. Exhausting efforts, yet unable to kill her directly. You are just a weak and pathetic monster. Her thin lips curled slightly. She didn't even carry any emotion. Utilizing the illusion to wear down the opponent's will, but unable to kill directly. Relying on absorbing human fear, especially the fear of death, the mutated organism. The long knife made of phoenix fluff pierced her bones, but Lu Zheng did not flinch or evade. She continued to move forward. The boiling blood made her hands so slippery she could barely hold the black knife. Yet her steps did not pause in the slightest. Buzz! The black knife's buzzing erupted abruptly. With this sound, Lu Zheng pushed her feet hard, raised her hands with the knife, and leaped down in one fluid motion. Bang! Ah! An inhuman scream erupted. Rustle, rustle, the suffocating phoenix fluff scattered. Commander! The film that had covered her ears in the illusion disappeared. Surrounding sounds rushed back into her ears. Are you okay? In Chi's voice rang in her ears. Lu Zheng held the knife in one hand and tried to condense her abilities. I'm back. Her abilities condensed back into her palm. She had emerged from the environment. She reached out to remove the black silk covering her eyes. In Chi was standing in front of her, waving her hands anxiously. They were still standing at the entrance of the experimental materials storage center. Lu Zheng said, "We just entered the illusion of mutated organisms." In Chi's gaze changed. Just now, nothing happened. We only saw you suddenly leap into the air and then fall, fighting with your eyes covered in the air. Lu Zheng looked down at her hands. Clean and pristine. Clearly, the injury on her shoulder had been deep enough to see bone. She placed her right hand over her left shoulder. There were no wounds at all. In Chi patted her shoulder. Is it too much stress lately? We have specialized psychologists here. In the apocalypse, disasters and death can happen anywhere at any time. Some people might experience hallucinations. Hallucinations of death, hallucinations of battle. In Chi probably thought she was in that situation. But Lu Zheng knew she wasn't. Thank you. If I need it, I will. The little zombie beside her curled her lips, raised her hands high, wanting a hug. Did you see it? Isn't it interesting? The soft little girl leaned on her shoulder, whispering mischievously. It was indeed not her own illusion. The surrounding soldiers were well trained. And even if they had doubts in their eyes, they did not ask. There was still a slight sting at her neck. Lu Zheng reached out to touch there. A small strand of phoenix fluff. The little zombie blinked at her from her shoulder. A gift for you. Monster contract, sacrifice. Sacrifice, successful. Congratulations, contracted, death, phoenix forest. Fourth stage variant species, characteristics. Releases phoenix tree fluff to suffocate enemies and create illusions. Absorbs death fear to advance. The monster contract in my mind flipped quickly. On a new page, there was a golden phoenix tree forest. The convoy passed through the city. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent gunfire sounded ahead. The surrounding soldiers immediately tensed up upon hearing the gunfire. Chapter 61. Sure, brother. Agricultural Research Institute. Still haven't figured out the specific catalyst dosage? Lin Jinxian, wearing a white lab coat and goggles, looked at the experimental platform. Technician. I'm not sure if it's because the external environment temperature is too low. The catalyst temperature isn't sufficient. Lin Jinxian. How's the trial for the types of catalysts going? Technician. Still testing. After a brief exchange regarding the progress of the oxygen production experiment, Lin Jinxian went to check the laboratory for carbon dioxide synthesis into flour. That was the experimental breakthrough achieved before the apocalypse. Although the cost of flour is 10 times higher than before the apocalypse, given the current situation, even if it were 100 times higher, it would still be worth it. The entire laboratory restored power. However, the previous blizzard had damaged many of the air conditioning units in the laboratory. The temperature in the laboratory was still not quite sufficient. On the other hand, the intelligent greenhouse maintained a pleasant temperature due to ongoing composting. When Lin Jinxian walked into the intelligent greenhouse, She saw Wei controlling the small Arabidopsis thaliana to form a working assembly line for composting using the yin-yang fish diagram. The entire process was conducted within a molecular membrane. People didn't have to exert physical strength or endure the foul smell inside. Lin Jinxian. This composting might not only be used for heating and electricity generation, right? Her experimental skills were very proficient, and her research background was quite high. But Lin Jinxian had never heard of her name in academia before. Do you know who her mentor is? Lin Jinxian was sure she had never heard of Lu Zheng's name. Such an experimental genius shouldn't be nameless. Wei shook her head. She hasn't mentioned it. Logically speaking, as a PhD student, we should have had the possibility of blind reviewing or seeing her papers, but we haven't. Perhaps she hasn't graduated. Lin Jinxian didn't say what came next. Either Lu Zheng hadn't graduated with a PhD yet, or her results were never published under her name. Forget it, past matters aside. Who knows if her mentor is still around now? Freemason Biological Laboratory. Professor Wan, how is the recent experimental progress? The Freemason member who asked didn't understand, and upon hearing his words, lowered his head. It's a request from the president. You need to report some progress. Just tell him your exact words. I will complete the experimental results on time. Wan Zhizhong said, directly swiping his face to enter the laboratory. The communicator behind him didn't have permission and could only stand at the door. Once Wan Zhizhong entered his laboratory, he immediately bit his teeth and smashed the test tube beside him. Results. Results. As if results were cabbages. He slumped back in his chair. His right hand pulled open the drawer of his desk, pulling out a stack of manuscripts. If Lu Zheng were here, she would recognize it as her doctoral thesis submitted before the apocalypse. Wan Zhizhong had been saying for her to improve the experiment, but in reality, he had kept it to himself without applying for publication. The Freemasons had approached him before the apocalypse. Who knew this result had now become his lifeline? Living in the apocalypse, his life was no different from before the apocalypse. In fact, conditions were even better. He never had to worry about experimental funding or the number of experimenters. But those wasteful people, clearly having the data in hand, couldn't produce repeatable experiments. If the experiments couldn't be repeated, they couldn't go into mass production. He propped his feet up on the desk. His fingers tapped on the table. He dialed the internal phone. Shaoling, come here for a moment. A beautiful young graduate student walked in from outside. The girl, wearing a white lab coat, trembled, standing at the door, refusing to come in. Her head almost bowed to her chest. Such a fearful appearance instead piqued Wan Zhizhong's interest. Come here. He leaned back in his chair. What experimental results? What does it matter if those things can't be produced? In times like these, one should enjoy life. The girl named Shaoling stood in place, staring at her toes. The fingertips of her hands dug into her palms, drawing blood. She still couldn't die. Come here. Wan Zhizhong put his legs down. His hand slammed on the table. Shaoling, with her head down, stepped forward, and the other party forcefully grabbed her chin. Can't produce the experiment? Is it itchy? Outside the laboratory, listening to the sounds coming from inside, the two guards stationed at the door exchanged ambiguous smiles. Oh, being a teacher is good. Always having beautiful female students. That's right, when that girl comes out. The guard on the right rubbed his fingers together, laughing wildly. The guard on the left said seriously, that one inside is no good. If she dies, it will affect the experimental progress, and the higher-ups won't spare you or me. With so many girls in the logistics department, can't we play around casually? The one on the right pouted. That's true. But those women over there are all like dead fish. The one on the left snorted. The good ones were all picked by the higher-ups early. Leaving these can be used as long as they can be useful. Look. He flipped his hand, revealing a few blue pills. Right now, these are hot commodities with these. Your girlfriend won't be able to leave you. The guard on the right quickly lowered his voice. Where did you get these? Nice, brother. Chapter 62. Fallen out of favor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A long and two short whistles came from the convoy ahead. Seeing Lu Zheng's confused expression, a nearby soldier enthusiastically explained. This whistle indicates that there are civilians waiting for rescue ahead. Most of the survivors in Jinling have already followed the official rescue south. Those left who haven't frozen to death in such extreme sub-zero conditions are either ordinary people who couldn't catch up with the main force due to lack of supplies or ability users. The former don't lack energy, and the latter have physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. Lu Zheng initially thought that when they were at the Agricultural Research Institute and the Experimental Consumables Center, Shi walking in front was just to facilitate command, especially since there wasn't much danger. But now, outside, the corpse tide was rampant. Countless variants were roaring, joining the hunt for flesh and blood. At this time, Shi, as a commander, had no need to get out of the car, but she still walked to the forefront. The huge yin-yang fish diagram rose up. The fifth-stage psychic fish diagram wasn't as spectacular as the little one's seventh-stage fish diagram, but it was enough to encompass this entire community. Watching those orderly soldiers responding to commands seamlessly, Lu Zheng couldn't help but admire Shi a bit. She managed to have so many soldiers still obey her orders as a female commander in this apocalypse. Indeed, she had qualities far beyond ordinary people. "Aren't you going to help?" The little one perched on her shoulder. "You always like to save people like this." Concerned that the little zombie in her arms would act out of line and play tricks, she took the initiative to act first to divert attention. The little one indeed stopped caring about Shi and their movements. Lu Zheng secretly released the large Arabidopsis thaliana to clear the surrounding variants. The remaining corpse tide was cleared quickly. More than 20 survivors emerged from the building, having survived a calamity. Unlike Lu Zheng, who always had enough food and looked rosy, this group of people visibly appeared emaciated and weak. Their faces looked haggard, with dirt accumulated for a long time on their heads and faces. The convoy had no extra space to accommodate these unexpectedly rescued survivors. The soldiers originally in the same vehicle as Lu Zheng voluntarily gave up their seats. "Are you also a survivor?" Perhaps because of Lu Zheng's female identity, or perhaps because she was holding the little one, making her look approachable. A woman who had just gotten on the vehicle asked Lu Zheng. "MHM, woman, do you know where we're going?" "Agricultural Research Institute." "Agriculture? Is there food over there?" Upon hearing the word agriculture, the breaths of the surrounding survivors quickened. "Lu Zheng, there is, the country won't abandon us." She tried to keep her tone calm, making herself sound like an ordinary citizen. The thing she feared most was chaos at any time. Aside from her, the remaining researchers in the Agricultural Research Institute had little combat capability. Though there weren't many of them, if things escalated, accidental injuries would be hard to avoid. She spoke up to define the Agricultural Research Institute. "The country represents order." The few survivors exchanged glances, clearly having their own plans. But it was evident that this was not the time to stir up trouble. The soldiers outside were not to be trifled with. "Is this your child? She looks really good." The woman who started the conversation continued, clearly wanting to know more from Lu Zheng. "Have you been over there? You all look so clean. Is there still electricity there?" Since the apocalypse, the outside world had basically been in a state of power outage. "Yes, this time I went out to guide them." Lu Zheng pressed down the little zombie in her arms who wanted to play a prank. The group across from her still had no idea what they had narrowly escaped. The little one couldn't speak directly, so she simply complained in Lu Zheng's mind. "So boring, a group of people looks just as ugly as those monstrous things." The little one successfully got sidetracked, pondering whether to have osmanthus sugar filling or sesame filling. When they returned to the Agricultural Research Institute, it was still not dark. Lin Jinxian had brought a team to synthesize flour directly using carbon dioxide. There was no need to worry about food. Lu Zheng greeted Shi and went straight to find her parents. They had arrived here before her. Lin Jinxian arranged a suite for the family to rest in. It was a bit far from the experimental building, but very close to the intelligent greenhouse. It had electricity and wasn't tea cold. Most importantly, it was quiet. Lu Zheng held a bowl and bit the tip of her chopsticks. Her parents were surrounding the little one on each side. The little zombie's chubby face was covered in grease from eating. Grandpa and Grandma had too many delicious treats. The little zombie was sweet-talking. Now, the nickname Nuan no longer belonged to Lu Zheng. "Ah Zheng, when do you think your intelligent greenhouse can grow vegetables?" "I want to make some dumplings for Nuan." "Lu Zheng, the greenhouse can be used at any time, but it's currently extremely cold outside. And the seeds out there have basically become inactive at this temperature. So there won't be any vegetables to eat in the future?" "Not necessarily." Lu Zheng thought of the reason for the ribbed insects attack on the Agricultural Research Institute last time. Chapter 63. Seed Bank before Lu Zheng could take action. Shi and Wei came to find her. Currently, the world was experiencing extreme cold. The military had some freeze-dried vegetable reserves, but that wasn't a long-term solution for vitamin sources. Humans cannot survive long-term without fresh vegetables. Plant-based foods provide essential nutrients to the body. At the same time, fresh vegetables bring new external information to the intestinal immune flora, continuously supplying information and energy to the body's immune and circulatory systems. Although vegetable and fruit seeds can withstand low temperatures, that is under normal low temperatures, in this extreme cold, all surface seeds would basically be lost. What remained were the seed banks built underground. Almost every larger country in the world has its own seed bank to preserve seeds of various endangered plants. The seed bank in Jinling is located underground in the Agricultural Research Institute. The previous attack by the ribbed insects was not random. Their purpose was to seek food. But now, no one could say what the situation was underground. Inchi needed Lu Zheng's help. I've already heard, Professor, he explained the situation, and know you're Lu Zheng. Not He-Wei. She smiled. You won't need to write reports or anything in the future. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more at ease. The intelligent greenhouse could be reactivated. With seeds, even if there was no soil available now, hydroponics wasn't too difficult. What do you need me to do? Inchi clearly did not expect her to agree so easily, her face relaxing. He-Wei was originally a professor at the Agricultural Research Institute and was well aware of the specific entrance to the seed bank and the layout of the rooms below. Inchi had some people, but there was no high-level combat ability like Lu Zheng's. If they encountered another wave of insects or other mutated species underground, it wouldn't be a good place for fire attacks. Outside, the snow was deep, but the Agricultural Research Institute was clean. Previously, aside from He-Wei and Lu Zheng, there were no casualties in the entire institute. Inchi had a greater assessment of Lu Zheng in her heart. Are you looking for something delicious? The little one popped out from behind Lu Zheng, looking up with her round little face and big round eyes at everyone. Lu Zheng quickly shifted her attention. Wan, have you finished the flaky pastry? The little one better not play pranks at this moment. He-Wei smiled, squatting down to pinch the little one's face. Yes. I want to help too. She tilted her head, clasped her hands together, her big, grape-like eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng sighed. All right. Lu Zheng had a regional map within the Agricultural Research Institute. Based on He-Wei's markings, she directly locked onto the location underground. In the mental map in her mind, there was a sea of red light. Are you worried? Do you want something from inside? The little one leaned on Lu Zheng's shoulder, paying attention to the spiritual connection between the two. Lu Zheng, we need the seeds inside, the ones that can be used to make delicious food. Every time the little one wanted to ask similar questions, Lu Zheng didn't treat her like a 3.5-year-old girl, but calmly explained these things to her. Children sometimes understand a lot. The little zombie was also a child. I will help you. The little one jumped down from Lu Zheng's arms, patted her little dress with her chubby hands. Go. The little one clasped her hands together. The huge yin-yang fish diagram glowed with golden light. Go. The fish diagram blocked out the sky, and unlike before when it was just a single fish diagram, this time it surrounded a concentric circle, divided into 7 huge golden rings. The massive golden rings rotated in the air, making a sound like metal striking against each other. Roar. The underground echoed with the roars of zombies and the shrieks of mutated species. Come out. A babyish voice shouted. Lu Zheng saw the red light from underground surge out. Retreat. Lu Zheng held her sword forward to protect He-Wei and Inchi beside her. Don't be afraid. The little one tilted her head and smiled. Bang. The door to the underground seed bank burst open from the inside. Countless mutated species poured out. Go. The gigantic golden rings rotating in the air fell rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. As the golden rings hit the ground, they immediately resonated with the yin-yang fish diagram above, forming a massive golden light pillar. The emerging mutated species were trapped within and unable to advance. Lu Zheng quickly drew her rose pistol and began to shoot. She and the little one were spiritually connected through a monster contract. As the mutated species collided with a light pillar, she could feel the little one's powers continuously depleting. No wonder the little one had never actively trapped the summoned zombies before. The rate of energy consumption was beyond imagination. Inchi raised her mental domain to assist. In less than 10 minutes, the battle ended. The mutated species in the underground seed bank were cleared. The little one rubbed her eyes. She let out a big yawn and reached out for a hug. As soon as Lu Zheng held her in her arms, the little one skillfully wrapped her chubby arms around her neck, burying her little face in her shoulder to sleep. All done. Inchi looked somewhat incredulous. Since the apocalypse, she had led troops in battles and had never had such an easy time. As for the gun on Lu Zheng, she did not intend to ask. It was obviously not a conventional firearm. Walking down the corridor, there were 40,000 varieties and 200 million seeds inside. Chapter 64. Submitting results. Traditionally, it is believed that the growth of plants is inseparable from soil. However, the deeper reason is that plants need nutrients from the soil. Even more importantly, there are various microorganisms in the soil. These microorganisms establish connections with the plant roots, helping each other. These conditions can also be achieved in modern agricultural planting through hydroponics. The intelligent greenhouse has been restarted, and the seed bank has been cleaned up. The Agricultural Science Institute has resumed planting vegetables and fruits. Lu Jia's parents and the survivors they previously rescued actively took on this part of the work. The fast-growing leafy vegetables can be harvested every few days under the influence of supplemental light in the intelligent greenhouse. Soon everyone will be able to eat fresh vegetables. With experimental materials available, Lu Zheng resumed the extraction of directed fermentation metabolites that she had previously worked on. The last experiment was very successful. At least it was known that those metabolites could inhibit mutations. She needed to know what exactly caused the mutations. Was it bacteria, fungi, viruses, or some specific radiation that triggered chromosomal aberrations? And what were the specific components of those metabolites? This was the experimental plan moving forward. She needed two assistants. Lu Zheng handed Lin Jinxian a copy of the experimental plan. The security of the Agricultural Science Institute, Yin Shi, had the final say, and Lin Jinxian was now in charge of research. Lin Jinxian. Sure, this is not a difficult task. There's one more thing. Lu Zheng took a few deep breaths and pulled out the previous data book from her backpack. These are the experimental reports on the metabolites. The directed fermentation metabolites can inhibit the mutation process of the zombie virus. I want to submit this result. Lin Jinxian opened his mouth, looking at her in shock. Are you sure it can inhibit mutations? Lu Zheng nodded. Without electricity, I conducted a test using mutated animals, and the results were very stable. Lin Jinxian flipped through the data book in his hands. Are you sure you want to submit this? This is a result that can inhibit mutations. At a time like this, any organization or country that knows about it would go crazy for it. Lu Zheng actually took it out without asking for anything in return. Seeing the shocked look on Lin Jinxuan's face, Lu Zheng smiled. Actually, it's nothing. In my hands, it can only save a few people. But in the hands of the state, it can save millions. I don't feel sorry for it. In her previous life, if it weren't for the protection of the state, she might have died as soon as the apocalypse arrived. Not to mention, all those years of studying were supported by the state's green channel. Right now, it was just a rough, preliminary result. And if it weren't for worrying about it falling into someone else's hands, she actually wanted to perfect it further before submitting it. Lin Jinxian patted his shoulder. On behalf of all survivors, thank you. Before the apocalypse, Lin Jinxian was already one step away from becoming an academician. With her involvement, this result would be communicated to the higher-ups via satellite in the shortest time possible. With Lu Zheng's data and dosage, the extraction trials of the metabolites that inhibit mutations rapidly expanded. Lu Zheng then dove into new research with the two research assistants assigned to her by Lin Jinxian. She didn't know the kind of shocker results had triggered at the higher levels in China. Several academicians from the directly affiliated biological laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences personally instructed Yin Shi to ensure the proper protection of Lu Zheng. Originally focused on protecting Lin Jinxian, Yin Shi received orders that there seemed to be another significant result about to emerge. Lu Zheng was still unaware that she had become a new focus of protection. Basic experimental issues were resolved. This extreme low temperature would not last forever. In 2 months, Blue Star would start to warm up. By then, the new challenge would be globally lethal high temperatures of at least 50 degrees. Without a thick layer of snow, there would be no barrier against the invasion of mutated species. When high-temperature viral pathogens spread various diseases, they would do so at lightning speed. Water sources, soil. and even the air would be filled with viruses. A mass extinction of species was approaching, and humanity would merely be another ordinary species on the extinction list. Withdrawing the sampling probe, she injected it into the gas chromatography mass spectrometry system. Colorful lines began to appear on the computer screen. Data representing various molecules gradually emerged. Opening her notebook, she entered the corresponding programming code for analysis. Lu Zheng did not feel fear or discouragement about the impending mass extinction of species. While she typed out the analysis code, she calmly looked at the new data. Fighting against nature and striving to survive through disasters was the history of human evolution over millions of years. Are you done? A little one was clinging to the door frame and didn't come in. She remembered Lu Zheng's instructions. No random entry into the laboratory. Lu Mama followed closely behind the little one. They rarely saw her. How is the experiment going? Your dad made some fried crispy meat for lunch. Want to eat? Just a moment. She closed the computer and turned off the instrument. Soon, new experimental results will be submitted. Chapter 65. Please, say my wife, are you done? Wash your hands first. You'll be able to eat soon. Lu Papa turned off the gas stove and rubbed his hands on his apron. The hydrogen released from directed fermentation had become the main fuel now. Inchi brought in the hydrogen filtered through the intelligent greenhouse's molecular membrane directly into the Agricultural Science Institute's fuel pipeline. The Agricultural Science Institute was now basically reconnected to natural gas. The little one switched from Lu Mama's arms to Lu Papa's. Grandpa and Grandma came over, and the little one was now basically not touching the ground. Mom and Dad, let her walk on her own. Isn't it tiring to hold her like that? Lu Papa was teasing the little one and sighed at the words. You've been busy all day and no one sees you. And you don't let us carry the little one? He pretended to have a pained expression, leaving Lu Zheng speechless. Fine then. After all, the little one was bound by the monster contract and couldn't harm anyone without Lu Zheng's will. With the little one around, it was also like having an extra bodyguard for her parents. Let us see if your dad's cooking skills have declined. Lu Papa handed over a pair of chopsticks. Lu Zheng took them and leaned against the stove to eat the freshly fried crispy meat. She gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Hearing this, Lu Papa proudly glanced at Lu Mama. If we want to eat this kind of meat dish at home, we still have to rely on me. Here, your praise. Hurry up and eat. Although the house now had electricity and air conditioning, the energy supply was limited, so it couldn't be kept on all the time. Did Ian and the others have lunch? Should we send some over? Lu Mama looked at Lu Zheng. Older generations always liked to share things with each other. Before the apocalypse in spring and summer, households would send peaches and bayberries, and when there was too much, they could only be made into wine. In autumn and winter, they would exchange hairy crabs. During those times, Lu Zheng would enjoy the freedom of eating crab butter. After the apocalypse, this was the first time Lu Zheng's parents suggested sharing food. They all ate from a big pot, and it would look good to give something just to Inchi. Inchi had always eaten and lived with her subordinates. Sending her things alone would affect her prestige, especially now that food status was so sensitive. Lu Zheng's parents immediately understood. The little one obediently stayed in Lu Papa's arms, looking like a sticky rice dumpling, except when cut open, it had a black sesame filling. Lu Zheng watched her parents pampering the little one on either side. This grandparent-grandchild bond was indeed undeniable. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu. An urgent knocking sound came from outside. Lu Zheng immediately put down her chopsticks and turned to the door. What happened? Dr. Lu, do you know how to deliver babies? My wife is about to give birth. He was almost in tears, clearly having run over. In such cold weather, his temples were sweaty, and he was panting heavily. His hands were trembling nonstop, and he was anxious and restless. Your mom knows. The man followed her gaze to look at Mama Lu behind her. Do you understand? Please save my wife. Save her. The man knelt down with a thud, trying to pull Mama Lu. Please. Tears streamed down the young man's face. Mama Lu sighed and said, let's go. You stay at home and boil some water first. After directing Papa Lu, she turned to Lu Zheng. Do you have a tissue culture room in your lab? The tissue culture room, also known as the cell tissue culture laboratory, is usually used for cell culture experiments. Such laboratories have sterile air circulation and experimental consumables similar to hospital surgical knives and sutures. Lu Zheng immediately nodded. Yes, it's on the second floor. Top top. A group of people hurriedly moved through the corridor. Just as they reached the outside of the maternity room, they heard the sounds of painful crying from inside. Inchi was making a satellite phone call, apparently contacting other units still near Jinling to see if there were any obstetricians available to assist. Lu Zheng, take people to carry the pregnant woman to the tissue culture room. Inchi, you and your team disinfect this area thoroughly with medical alcohol. We need to prevent postpartum infections. It's a major challenge. Mama Lu Lin Yume calmly directed everyone on site. The rest of you should stay away from here. So many people are sources of infection. Lu Zheng used a knife to dismantle the bedboard in the lounge and carried the pregnant woman towards the tissue culture room. She smelled a sticky, bloody odor. The woman on the bedboard had a pale face, sweating profusely. She clutched her husband tightly. You can't scream like that. You need to conserve your strength. Mama Lu Lin Yume quickly checked her pulse with her index and middle fingers together. You can't go in. Upon reaching the tissue culture room, Lu Zheng blocked the young man who wanted to rush in with a knife. Lin Yume quickly put on a lab coat and sterile gloves in the preparation room of the tissue culture room. Lu Zheng stood aside to assist. Lin Yume, prepare for the incision. Preparing the incision means to shave the hair around the woman's lower body before a natural birth to prevent infection. Lin Yume looked at the woman lying on the makeshift operating table. She glanced down at her hands. The memory of someone charging at her with a dagger seemed to flash before her eyes. You took my son, the angry family member with bloodshot eyes, charged at her with a dagger. The child had actually died in the mother's womb. The umbilical cord was wrapped around the neck. The family refused to sign the consent form for a cesarean section to save money. Lin Yume and her team tried to persuade them, but the family was as unyielding as mushrooms. They had been in labor for 3 days and nights, giving birth to a dead baby boy. Looking at the cyanotic baby, the family's anger seemed to ignite instantly. The baby's mother was still on a hospital bed, unable to recover from severe bleeding. The baby's father had already charged at Lin Yume with a dagger. Mom, that's enough. Lin Yume raised her disinfected hands in front of her chest, nodded expressionlessly, and walked into the tissue culture room. The cervix had only dilated 2 fingers. There was no oxytocin to help with dilation, nor was there anesthesia. Lin Yume still preferred a natural birth. Performing a cesarean section without anesthesia could lead to excruciating pain that might directly cause the mother to go into shock and die. Without anesthesia, muscle control and blood loss couldn't be managed. A cesarean section was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Take a deep breath, listen to my commands. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The pregnant woman gripped the bedsheet tightly, her face drenched in a mix of sweat and tears. The smell of blood surged up. Severe bleeding. Chapter 66. From Aunt Lu to Dr. Lin. Sterile gauze. Tourniquet. Lin Yume calmly instructed Lu Zheng. Without hemostatic clamps, she pressed down on the bleeding artery with her bare hands. Hold her down. The woman's struggles will increase the bleeding. There were no blood transfusion devices. She judged the blood loss by sight. The main component of blood is also water. Lin Yume suddenly looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was a water-based ability user. Since she could control water, she could control blood as well. Lu Zheng, looking at her mother's determined gaze, suddenly realized what she was saying. There were no blood transfusion devices. Even if there were, they did not have enough blood sources. Lu Zheng activated her abilities. She clearly visualized the positions of the blood vessels throughout the pregnant woman's body. The medical books she had read with her mother as a child flashed vividly in her mind. The human blood circulation resembled the rivers on the earth, flowing and circulating, carrying nutrients and metabolites to where they needed to go. Lu Zheng placed one hand over the pregnant woman's belly. The massive bleeding stopped. Lin Yume tried to release the blood vessel that had just bled. It no longer bled. Summon level 7 mental zombie. Since medical treatment could be performed through abilities, and there was no anesthesia, what about mental control? She directly issued commands in her mind. The little zombie rose in the void under the link of the monster contract, forming a yin-yang fish symbol. The little one could command thousands of zombies at once. Controlling an ordinary human's mind was a piece of cake. The pregnant woman, who had been in so much pain that she could not speak, temporarily fainted. Mental control served as a temporary substitute for anesthesia. After handing over the sterile scissors to her mother, Lu Zheng watched as she performed an episiotomy on the pregnant woman. An episiotomy is when the doctor intentionally cuts the birth canal during natural childbirth. The human birth canal often tears during delivery. Such naturally torn wounds are messy and uneven, with complex conditions that make healing difficult. By performing an episiotomy before a tear occurs, the wound is neat, easier to stitch, and recovers more readily. With the ability to control, the entire blood loss was within a manageable range. A tiny, red, wrinkled baby was brought out from under the pregnant woman. It was a little girl. Lu Zheng took her and quickly wiped the mucus off her face and body. Lin Yumei urgently stitched the pregnant woman with sterile materials. The newborn baby looked so ugly, red and wrinkled, with a thin layer of yellow on her face. The outside was still extreme below zero. Lu Zheng directly took out a piece of apocalyptic camouflage clothing from her space, setting it up to resemble a swaddle for the little one. Are you done? I want to see the human infant. The little one controlled the yin-yang fish symbol remotely, unable to enter. At this moment, she was a bit impatient, still outputting her mental abilities. But she had already started urging Lu Zheng in her mind through the link of the monster contract. Lu Zheng could imagine the tone. The little one must be pouting, with her chubby little hands on her hips, stomping her feet, while standing with her hands on her hips. She must also be careful not to mess up her little dress. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng felt that her own little one was the cutest. It will be done soon. We are almost finished. Lin Yumei finished stitching the pregnant woman. She and the baby would have to stay here for at least 3 days. After just giving birth, although it was extreme below zero outside, making it difficult for pathogens to spread, the risk of infection was still very high, even with today's advanced medicine. The maternal mortality rate during childbirth remains as high as 0. 3. Especially now in the apocalypse, without the complete medical equipment and resources of a hospital. Lu Zheng nodded. There are still plenty of antibiotics in the medicine cabinet. We can use them in emergencies. Various antibiotics are often used in microbiological experiments. Antibiotics like polymyxin and actinomycin are also commonly used in human medicine. Pushing open the laboratory door, the young man waiting outside paced anxiously in the corridor, clasping his hands together, muttering to himself. How is she? Is my wife okay? He stared intently at Lin Yumei and Lu Zheng. It seems they are afraid to see any bad expressions on their faces. Lin Yumei has obviously dealt with this situation countless times. She succinctly said, "Mother and daughter are safe. It's a special time now, and it's easy to get infected, so you can't go in to see them." All right, I won't go in." The young man nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He nodded and then started to smile foolishly. Tears flowed from his eyes again, crying and laughing at the same time. Facing the sky, he clasped his hands together and muttered something, this time getting closer. Lu Zheng heard clearly what he was saying. "Dad, Mom, Xiaowan gave birth safely. You have a granddaughter now. Finally, she's out. I want to see the baby." The little one rushed over like a small cannonball. "You can't go see her now. The baby is still very fragile. You can only see her in a few days." Lu Zheng scooped up the little one and held her in her arms. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now she relaxed. The after effects of overexerting her abilities kicked in. After advancing to a level 3 ability user, her physical abilities were several times that of a normal human. Yet she felt a bit weak and could barely hold the little one. "All right, I can walk by myself." The little one, connected to her spiritually, sensed her weakness and jumped out of her arms, patting her little dress as she walked forward. Inchi and the other saw them come out and nodded in greeting. "Dr. Lin, the downstairs has been disinfected." Everyone's way of addressing Lu's mom had changed. Chapter 67. Why didn't you come to save me? Lu Zheng raised her hand to activate her ability. The water in front of her easily lifted into the air. This surgery inspired Lu Zheng. Water ability users can not only create water, but also manipulate it. Plants, animals, humans, all contain a large amount of water. Mutated species are no exception. Extracting energy from water can lower its energy, causing it to freeze. Increasing energy in water raises its energy, causing it to boil. Lightning is generated by the friction of positive and negative electrons in water. Bang! With a flip of her palm, a burst of lightning erupted from Lu Zheng's hand. "Huh, did you awaken lightning abilities?" It doesn't seem like it." The little one, who had been lying nearby, sat up, rubbing her head in confusion. Manipulating water, Lu Zheng explained briefly. The little one shook her head. Still don't understand. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted from Lu Zheng's body. Her muscles and blood vessels quickly reorganized. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Lu Zheng, through her blurred vision, saw the little one's surprised expression with her mouth agape. She was advancing. Without relying on crystal core energy, she was directly stepping into level 4. Blood flowed from her torn muscle tissue. With a thud, she fell to the ground, looking up at the ceiling. It turned out that advancing to level 4 didn't require a crystal core. No wonder in her past life. Everyone said that realms built up with crystal cores couldn't advance beyond level 3. The chasm between ordinary ability users and extraordinary ones relies on the talent for understanding abilities. In her past life, she only knew how to retreat and stay safe. The abilities she released could only produce some powerless ordinary water. The little black cat that had been silent in her arms moved slightly, poking its head out. Little zombie, so you're not dead after all. I thought you'd sleep until the end of time last time. Hurry and help her. The palm-sized little black cat stood on Lu Zheng's chest, raising a paw. White light surged from its paw, enveloping Lu Zheng's entire body. Lu Zheng felt the chaotic and violent energy within her suddenly find a leader. Following that gentle force, it slowly flowed through every cell in her body. Healing abilities? No, it seemed more like primitive power than an ability. Lu Zheng didn't think more about it. She fell asleep. The sudden relaxation of her mind and body. Healing? Looks like you've been recovering well. The little one clapped her hands, bouncing around the little black cat. It's not time to tell you yet. The little cat's voice echoed in the little zombie's mind. In the same voice as Lu Zheng's, you are her copy? Upon hearing the voice in her mind, the little zombie stopped smiling. Standing still, she patted her little dress. With big eyes like black grapes, she coldly stared at the little black cat still on Lu Zheng. You will naturally know in the future. The little black cat's blue round eyes revealed a threat, easily breaking through the mental domain control of a level 7 mental system zombie. It communicated with the little zombie in her mind. The little one chuckled and was about to raise her hand when Lu Mama Lin Yomei's voice came from behind. Wan, what happened? She rushed in and helped Lu Zheng up from the ground. Bringing her index and middle fingers together, she checked her pulse. The strong and steady beating made Lin Yomei breathe a sigh of relief. She just fell asleep, picking up her daughter. She laid her on the bed and tucked her in. Only then did she turn to look at the little black cat on the ground. Little Black, you're still here? Lin Yomei hadn't seen the little black cat since reuniting with Lu Zheng, thinking it had died in the apocalypse. She reached down to pick up the little black cat from the ground, rubbing its furry head in her arms. I thought I wouldn't see you again. The little black cat nestled obediently in Lin Yomei's embrace. The little zombie stood on the ground, watching the little black cat acting cute in Lin Yomei's arms, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What great acting. Grandma, I want to eat glutinous rice cake. The little one raised her hands, wanting a hug. She wasn't jealous of the little black cat. She was just hungry. Lu Zheng fell into a long dream. In the dream, her mentor, Wan Zhizhong, was holding her doctoral thesis. This result is still not perfect. You know, everyone is doing interdisciplinary work at the forefront now. Your subject is almost interdisciplinary. He said this while smiling and reaching out to touch Lu Zheng's hand. Lu Zheng calmly stood up to avoid it. Okay, I'll go do some more experiments. In the first year of her extended studies, her new junior sister, Xiaoling, was a lively and cheerful person, always following Lu Zheng around. Sister, I'll help you. Anyway, I don't have my own topic right now, and I can learn something by following you to do experiments. The little girl smiled, linking her arm with Lu Zheng's. Suddenly, the little junior sister's face turned pale. She stood at a distance, examining Lu Zheng. Why didn't you come to save me? Sister, why didn't you come to save me? Blood tears flowed from her pale face. Wan Zhizhong's figure appeared behind the little girl. In the black and white scene, Wan Zhizhong looked like a slender ghost from a Western horror story, grinning as he stretched out his hands to entangle the little junior sister, who was shedding blood tears. Lu Zheng instinctively reached for her waist. The black blade she fought with after the apocalypse was not there. At the end of the dream, Lu Zheng discovered a map appearing under her feet. The place where the little junior sister stood was marked with a flashing red dot. Chapter 68. More and more mysteries. You're awake. As soon as Lu Zheng woke up, she saw the little zombie leaning over the edge of the bed, getting close to her face. The little face, round like a dough ball, came close. So sweet. She raised her hand to rub the little one's soft head. How long did I sleep? One day. The little one lay on her chest, saying as she gestured. Her round eyes rolled around like black grapes. Lu Zheng took a few deep breaths. Her throat felt a bit dry from waking up. She remembered the scenes from her dream clearly. While responding to the little one's gestures, she pulled out her phone to check the offline map. The place where her junior sister stood in the dream was in Jinan, Xianlin district. No wonder she was unfamiliar with that area in the dream. Their laboratory was in Huading City. After that, she hadn't heard any news of her in her past life. She pressed her forehead. Why would she have such a dream for no reason? What is wrong? The little one hugged her hand, her soft little face pressing against hers. Lu Zheng reached out to hold the little one in her arms. Are the dreams of ability users the same as those of ordinary people? The little one stopped her playful antics upon hearing her words. Was your recent mental fluctuation due to a dream? It was the first time the little one looked at her so seriously and calmly. Among the psychics, there are those with precognitive abilities. A powerful mind can foresee the future through dreams. After saying that, the little one looked at Lu Zheng with certainty. What did you foresee? Precognition? Lu Zheng thought of the dream. The black and white images. The tall, thin ghost-like mentor. The sister disciple crying blood tears. Were those things that would really happen in the future? Or were they already starting to happen now? Meow. A sweet, delicate cat meow awakened Lu Zheng from her thoughts. She looked down at the little black cat that had jumped up from the bedside table. Since the last encounter with the little zombie, the little black cat had been sleeping. Due to the little black cat's uncertainty, she had even deliberately stopped using the Wanjia Red Packet group recently. Having lived again, she didn't want any power to dictate the course of her life. Meow. The little black cat, seeing that Lu Zheng wasn't as affectionate as before, took the initiative to come closer and rubbed its soft round head against her palm resting outside the blanket. Don't be so spoiled here. The little zombie immediately pushed the little black cat away. The little black cat tumbled over, its round body rolling a few times on the blanket. Its round blue eyes looked at Lu Zheng with a pitiful expression. Watching the two little ones bicker, Lu Zheng raised her hands, one for each, to stop the kindergarten dispute between the two little dumplings. Since it was a precognitive dream, she would definitely not let the dream come true. She picked one up in each hand and got up to pack her bag. The recent days happened to be a break between the experimental weeks. She needed to make a trip to Xianlin. Just as she stepped out of the door, she saw Inchi mobilizing troops in front of the experimental building. They said they were going to find something called drinking electricity. The little one rubbed her head, not understanding what that term meant. Drinking electricity? A flash of inspiration struck Lu Zheng's mind. Nuclear power plant. Inchi and the others were going to start the nuclear power plant near Jinling. Before the apocalypse, Huadwa had entered the nuclear power era. She suddenly froze. The nearest nuclear power plant was in the Xianlin district. After finishing a flurry of work, Inchi saw Lu Zheng and waved to her with a smile as she walked over. She looked at Lu Zheng, who had a little dumpling in her left hand and a little black cat in her right, and couldn't help but smile. Remembering the little one's abilities she had witnessed before, she adjusted her military cap. We are preparing to carry out a mission in the Xianlin district and need the help of a strong person. I wonder if you would be willing to help? Lu Zheng thought Inchi was going to ask her for help. Who knew the other party paused for a moment and pointed at the little one in her arms. Could we trouble your little girl to come with us? Her psychic talent far surpasses mine. Of course, Inchi Wunti let Lu Zheng go. Currently, Lu Zheng was the treasure of several biological academy scholars. Every day when the satellite phone was on, Inchi would receive countless messages reminding her to protect Lu Zheng well. Lu Zheng was a bit surprised. It had been on her mind until now. Of course, I want to go. After saying that, the little one jumped down from Lu Zheng's arms, clasped her hands together, and looked at Lu Zheng eagerly. Come on, let me go. I promise I won't cause trouble. While help was not expected, not causing trouble was a huge concession made by the little one. I happen to need to go to Xianlin as well. Lu Zheng didn't give the little one a chance to go out alone. I awakened my precognitive ability, and I need to go there to save an old acquaintance. Before Inchi could ask, Lu Zheng explained her purpose first. She wanted to go with the troops as well. Restarting the nuclear power plant was no small matter. She also wanted to understand why so many people, including Yin-Chi, had completely failed in her past life. Even the news of restarting the nuclear power couldn't reach ordinary people's ears. What exactly happened? No one knows except the witnesses. She suddenly realized that she was currently in the midst of history. The more powerful she became, the more mysteries presented themselves before her. However, Yin-Chi did not agree as readily as during their previous trip to the Polytechnic University. Instead, she smiled and asked Lu Zheng to wait a moment. She walked aside to dial the satellite phone. Chapter 69. Lethal Radiation Mutants. How long are you going to be gone this time? Dad Lu served a piece of braised pork to Lu Zheng. Yin-Chi was still consulting on the other end. So Lu Zheng simply finished lunch with her family before setting out. There was nothing much to pack. All her supplies were in the mustard space. Lu Zheng looked at her dad's expression and obediently held out her bowl to take the piece of braised pork. I don't know yet, but this time it's with the troops, so we won't be in any danger. Dad Lu paused. He looked at the little one sitting in Mom Lu's arms. Are you taking Wan Wan with you? Wan Wan is a level 7 psychic, and with her there, the troops will have a better chance. Dad Lu sighed heavily and didn't speak further. Lu Zheng served him a chopstick of minced meat and eggplant. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. On Yin-Chi's side, in the satellite phone, the old academician spoke firmly. Lu Zheng can do what she wants, of course, but now is a critical point in the research, and her safety must not be compromised. The nuclear physics academician interjected. Restarting the nuclear power is urgent. Yin-Chi and the troops cannot stay at the Agricultural Science Institute indefinitely. The biological academician. I didn't say to delay for long, just a few days. The nuclear physics academician. A few days? You think you can guarantee a breakthrough in a few days? In short, Lu Zheng cannot be allowed to come to any harm now. The two sides argued incessantly. On this end of the phone, Yin-Chi felt overwhelmed, but she still had no say in this conversation. Could they save the acquaintance Lu Zheng wanted to rescue? Why did she insist on going herself? After the biological and nuclear physics academicians finished their argument, they turned to look at Yin-Chi. The biological academician pondered for a moment. By your expression, you don't seem to be strongly opposed. Lu Zheng is indeed a powerful psychic, right? Yin-Chi nodded. Level 4 combat water psychic, and there is also a level 7 psychic child with her. Such powerful abilities are rare in the military. Having led troops for so many years, Yin-Chi had seen countless soldiers. Lu Zheng had an innate combat awareness about her. That kind of combat talent and strong will to win was something she had never seen in anyone else. Then let her go. Just make sure to protect her along the way. The biological academician side. The Xianlin District and the Agricultural Science Institute are positioned on either side of Zhongshan. However, the troops had ample gasoline reserves. They would be driving all the way. The little zombie lay in Lu Zheng's arms, obediently holding up the yin-yang fish symbol. The convoy moved steadily through the mental domain. Lu Zheng released the large Nicotiana-Tabacum in her mind, sweeping through the residential buildings that the little zombie had flattened with her psychic powers. The large Nicotiana-Tabacum was now very skilled at digging for crystal cores. Lu Zheng held the little one while sitting in the moving vehicle. Yin-Chi beside her was unaware that Lu Zheng was currently receiving continuous notifications in her mind about points being credited. The little zombie was connected to the large Nicotiana-Tabacum and her through a monster contract. The zombies they killed also counted towards her points. Not to mention the bag she deliberately set aside for holding crystal cores. In the dark, crystal cores kept flowing in. Points 3,000. Less than half an hour after leaving, Lu Zheng's points had rapidly increased. With ample points, the energy of the large Nicotiana-Tabacum and the little zombie noticeably improved. Even the misty water, cypress forest, and the fire of the black gorilla left at the Agricultural Science Institute became more active. Lu Zheng closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat. At first, the Wanjia Red Packet Group required her to recharge points for everything she did. Now, even the mutated creatures contracted with her needed points. What exactly were these points for? Outside the car window lay a thick layer of snow. Xianlin District. Our destination is 3 kilometers away from where you mentioned. Yin-Chi confirmed the final address with Lu Zheng. The nuclear power plant is not far from where Lu Zheng is headed. But given the current situation, it's definitely not close. With academician Lin's orders, Inchi wishes she could directly tie a rope around Lu Zheng's waist. We'll go to the nuclear power plant first, Lu Zheng said, sensing her hesitation and speaking up. Inchi visibly sighed in relief. The convoy headed towards the Xianlin nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant has an autonomous protection system in extreme situations. Plus, with the current extreme sub-zero temperatures, it acts like a natural ice coffin. As long as there are no severe explosions, it remains relatively safe. The radiation detection equipment in Inchi's hand has been within safe limits. Even at this close distance, the radiation dose is still at natural levels. This is a good sign. The convoy arrived at the designated location. Everyone put on nanoprotective suits to prevent accidental radiation exposure. Lu Zheng took a suit and, while putting it on, mentally counted the points and crystal core income she had accumulated on the way. Points, 210,000. Crystal core income, 123,039. A huge profit. Lu Zheng directly clicked to recharge the rose pistol with 5,000 bullets. She drew out the black knife from her back and entered the nuclear power plant's perimeter. Besides the deadly radiation, there were also mutated species affected by the radiation. Something was coming. The thick layer of snow in front of her surged like waves on the sea. Chapter 70, Woohoo! Monster Contract Summon. A massive level 4 mutated Arabidopsis rose from beneath Lu Zheng's feet. Thick black vines lifted Lu Zheng and the little zombie away from the snow surface. Elevated high, Lu Zheng stared at the surging snow ahead. Interesting, it's an ugly creature crawling. The large Arabidopsis created a small swing-like seat for her with vines. The little guy sat on it, swinging its chubby little legs, looking more like it was on vacation than preparing for battle. Lu Zheng quickly realized what the little guy was talking about. Level 0 zombies. No, not ordinary level 0 zombies. They seemed incapable of standing, swirling in the snow like fish in water. Upon seeing humans, they would vigorously flap their lower limbs and leap up. There were too many. Inchi was below, directing the troops to sweep the battlefield with firearms. Those mutated species were still everywhere. It looked like they were about to break through the defense line. Bang, bang, bang. The rose pistol in her hand fired rapidly. Inchi made a fire attack gesture to Lu Zheng from below, indicating the large Arabidopsis to back up a bit with them. The first squad of the troops quickly formed a new defense line. Flamethrowers cleared a patch of land with blazing fire. Lu Zheng looked at the machine gun set up below, feeling envious. Her rose pistol could only fire one bullet at a time. It was precise, but could only shoot one at a time. Right? She forgot. She was now a level 4 superpower user. Snow is also a form of water. Raising her hand, the massive snow surface instantly lifted from below. The agile level 0 zombies in the snow layer fell from midair. Like fish out of water, they could only leap and struggle on the ground. The troops below quickly cleared them out. Lu Zheng did the same. In front of her, large areas of snow instantly rose off the ground. At this moment, people finally saw the mutated species beneath. They were stacked in layers, countless like sardines in a can. Lu Zheng saw Inchi directing the third squad to take over the position of the first squad. The bullets must be limited. Help me. Lu Zheng summoned the little zombie for assistance through the monster contract. The little guy was still playing happily on the swing made for her by the large Arabidopsis. If you want my help, let your little cat go first. The little guy tilted its head. Come out. Lu Zheng continued to release her superpower with one hand while reaching into her collar with the other. The little zombie always came through when needed, but it never acted up during dangerous situations. Lu Zheng trusted that the little guy had its reasons. The little black cat jumped out from her collar. Its blue eyes first glanced worriedly at Lu Zheng, then at the little zombie behind her. The little paws, dark as clouds on snow, stepped on Lu Zheng's palm before leaping down from high above. In midair, it transformed into a giant cat over 10 meters tall. A massive tornado formed out of nowhere. A transparent wind barrier separated the mutated species from everyone. The leaping mutated species slammed against the transparent barrier with loud bangs. The merciless tornado acted like countless sharp steel blades, leaving nothing in its wake. Lu Zheng and the others felt that the endless, Troublesome mutated species were cleared in an instant. Lu Zheng waved her hand, and the snow in midair smashed toward the distance, forming a mountain of snow. The area in front of the nuclear power plant was cleared. The giant cat even used the tornado to gather the bodies of the mutated species on the ground together. Out of the way, looking at the mountain of corpses of the mutated species, Lu Zheng thought, in the previous life, did Shi lead the troops to their deaths at the hands of these mutated species? Although they seemed weak individually, such a continuous swarm was indeed a very difficult existence to deal with. Little zombie, if there's going to be a fight next, let it take over. Its powers will recover after sleeping. The little zombie shook its head. I can only feel that some of them are my kind, while the rest are more like fish in the water. Lu Zheng recalled the chimpanzee fire that should have appeared in the tropical rainforest but manifested in Jinling. The large Arabidopsis beneath her was also a genetically fused mutated species. Could it be that the level 0 mutated zombies also actively fused with other genes? Was this large-scale fusion of genes truly unconscious, or was there a presence behind it similar to a zombie king? Oh no, here they come again. Go for it. Little Black. The little guy cheered for the giant cat below, waving its little fists. The giant cat's blue eyes reflected Lu Zheng's figure. Chapter 71. Zombie King Bang. The bloody mutated species crashed into the transparent wind wall. Lu Zheng stood on the large Arabidopsis, watching the mutated species surging up. Each mutated species seemed to crash randomly, but from a higher vantage point, it was clear that those mutated species were charging at the same spot in groups of 5. The barrier was not unbreakable. The opposing side was using a human C tactic. Oh no, look over there. The little guy raised its chin. Following its gaze, Lu Zheng looked over. At the very top of the nuclear power plant's reactor device stood a figure. It was very slender. The figure leaned against the railing. If it weren't a battlefield, the posture even looked like it was enjoying the view. The zombie king. The mutated species attacking them were indeed not gathering here mindlessly. Cooperate with me. Lu Zheng instructed the little zombie beside her. The massive yin-yang fish diagram rose instantly. Bang! The almost sky-blocking huge golden ring revolved in the air. The rising mental domain protected Lu Zheng. The figure opposite merely waved a hand. Roar! Countless zombies surged around again. This summoning power was even above that of the little guy at level 7. While Lu Zheng kept a close eye on the movements on the opposite side, she assisted the giant cat and Shi below in dealing with the incoming tide of corpses. The area they were in dimmed. The mutated species stacked in layers piled in front of the cylindrical barrier the giant cat had raised, forming a circle of black obstruction. The troops on the ground could no longer see the situation outside. The height of the piled-up bodies had already exceeded 10 meters. The giant cat outside unleashed dozens of tornadoes to quickly clear the mutated species outside. Lu Zheng saw exhaustion. She raised both hands, and the surrounding snow instantly transformed into ice spikes. A rain of arrows. With a wave of her hand, a mass of mutated species fell. The crystal cores collected by the large Arabidopsis along the way became her energy reserves. The huge difference between a level 4 psychic and a level 3 psychic was evident at this moment. The massive energy reserve. It used to be difficult to kill a level 1 zombie, but now she could instantly kill 100. Score 2000. The score notification kept ringing in Lu Zheng's mind. The vines of the giant southern wormwood whipped the ground rapidly, clearing the nearby mutated creatures. This is what a high-level psychic is. Someone below side. If I were the enemy, what would we do? The unnatural immense power surpasses the existence of firearms. So strong. The giant cat outside leaped up and transformed into a small black cat the size of a palm, curling up on Lu Zheng's shoulder. It was exhausted. The energy hadn't fully recovered. Forcing itself to move now left it extremely tired. Its round little head rubbed against Lu Zheng's cheek. You let them get ready. My barrier is about to break. A sweet boy's voice echoed in Lu Zheng's mind. Shi, the barrier is about to break. Without any hesitation, Lu Zheng communicated immediately. The troops below quickly formed a new line. The figure across the building tapped a few times in the air. Lu Zheng looked back at the little zombie. What is it doing? Summoning. It was summoning high-level mutated zombies. The little zombie pressed its hands together in front of itself. Ding! The yin-yang fish above suddenly burst into golden light. A golden light pillar enveloped Lu Zheng and the others from above. Here it comes. As soon as the words fell, bang, the barrier supported by the little black cat shattered. The little zombie's golden light, spiritual domain, took over the baton of protection for everyone. The little fellow's pudgy face had no smile, as usual, and looked seriously at Lu Zheng. Zheng, I can only hold on for half an hour. Why are they attacking us? Lu Zheng repeatedly pondered this question in his mind. If it was for flesh and blood food, then there are so many ordinary people at the Freemason strongholds. Logically, they should be the first choice. One after another. Score 134,545. The little black cat was linked to her, and the zombies it killed also counted towards Lu Zheng's score. This was the score amount in Lu Zheng's mind up to just now. Converted into numbers, over 100,000 mutated creatures came over. Was it really worth such a great cost just for flesh and blood food? Lu Zheng was almost certain that the purpose of that zombie king was also the nuclear power plant. He just didn't know what the other party wanted to seize the nuclear power plant for. Activating water-based abilities, he cleared another wave of zombies that surged up. Outside, there was finally a brief respite. The piles of corpses were stacked around like mountains, forming black peaks. Interesting. A figure that was originally far away suddenly appeared in front of Lu Zheng. It was an extremely slender young man. In such extreme, low temperatures, it was Lu Zheng's first time seeing someone dressed in a summer shirt and casual pants. Of course, the other party was completely unafraid of the severe cold. A human? Quite interesting. The other party smiled and disappeared into thin air. Lu Zheng belatedly realized that his hand gripping the knife was covered in cold sweat. The little black cat on his shoulder had fallen asleep. The little zombie behind him was clearly controlled by psychic powers. She was almost exhausted, barely holding the long knife steady on the giant southern wormwood. She waved her hand to continue using her powers to deal with the remaining mutated creatures. The zombie tide kept coming. Had that zombie king really gone far? Chapter 72, Operation Codename Nightingale 1 with the rose pistol in hand. Lu Zheng fired to take out several high-level zombies summoned by the zombie king. Finally, he felt relieved enough to let himself fall from the giant southern wormwood. The troops waiting below quickly formed a circle around her. In-Chi rushed over. How is it? Before we set off, several academicians and generals repeatedly instructed her to protect the person well. There must be no accidents. Lu Zheng supported himself with the black knife. Shaking his head, I'm fine. The little black cat entered a dormant state. Although its health bar was short, it still made a significant contribution. If it hadn't been for the little black cat today, they wouldn't have been able to handle those 100,000 mutated creatures no matter what. The group finally entered the nuclear power plant. The nuclear power professionals beside In-Chi quickly took their positions under protection. The nuclear power plant has its own protective methods against extreme environmental changes. However, for the infrastructure-mad country, minus 50 degrees poses no real threat to the nuclear power plant. We will stay here for 3 days. What about you? In-Chi watched the people underneath follow the predetermined instructions and get busy in an orderly manner. She looked at Lu Zheng. After all, Lu Zheng initially came here to save people. If the mentor and junior sister came to Jinling, the most likely place would be the Freemason side. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the events in the dream to happen while following the Huagua troops. Without sufficient escort capabilities, the mentor and junior sister could not appear in Jinling. Their laboratory had been focused on the coevolution dynamics of microorganisms. Simply put, microorganisms like humans have friendly ones that give you good things and harmoniously coexist, while the aggressive ones would poison you. No one in the entire microbial community could have peace. It's a very interesting dynamic of groups. Why do the Freemasons suddenly need research in this area? They are the leading laboratory in Huading and even in the country for this kind of work. Lu Zheng felt fortunate. Suddenly, he thought of his unpublished results. Several representative studies by mentor Wan Zhizhong were also being done by people at the Jinling Academy of Sciences. The Freemasons had no need to go far for this. Plus, the Freemasons' former headquarters was in Huading. No, it's a time difference. She had been using the situation from a year after the end of the world in her previous life to guess the current situation. The Freemasons have such great power in Jinling now. Their headquarters should be in Jinling now. They must have shifted to Huading later. Then taking Junior Sister and the others from Huoding to Jinling is not a simple matter post-apocalypse. After all, in the previous life and this life, it seems that either the Freemasons have a reborn individual like Lu Zheng within their ranks, or they have high-level precognitive psychics. All unclear points became clear. The Freemasons had known that the apocalypse would come earlier, so they were better prepared than the Huaxia troops. The nuclear power plant, such an important strategic resource, would not be left unguarded by the Freemasons. The zombie king outside retreated after a battle, seemingly causing trouble for Lu Zheng and the others. On the contrary, if it were the Freemasons' troops that came, without the little black cat, which could instantly take down tens of thousands of mutated creatures, they wouldn't fare well. It seemed like a competition, but in reality, it was protection. Interesting. Lu Zheng smiled. I know the location of the Freemasons' stronghold in the Xianlin district. It is the spot where Junior Sister stood in the precognitive dream. The red dot on the map. Yin Qi's eyes widened. They couldn't find it through the recontrolled satellites. But Lu Zheng already knew. Isn't she a level 4 water-based psychic? Here. Lu Zheng opened his phone and pulled up the offline map, pointing to a location. Is that where the old acquaintance you mentioned is? Lu Zheng. Yes, I need to get there as soon as possible. The location of the Freemason stronghold is no small matter. Unlike the temporary strongholds that receive ordinary people like Ming Shaoling, those are all meant to confuse people on the surface. The real situation is that several Freemason strongholds are extremely hidden. After confirming the information with Lu Zheng, Yinqi immediately dialed the satellite phone. Lu Zheng stepped aside, watching her urgently report over the phone. It turns out that there is a specific signal for emergency contact, not just during designated times. The Huaxia troops have a specific signal for urgent communications now. Huaxia Operations Department Command Center. Commander, are you sure you found the stronghold of the Freemasons in Jinling? Yinqi's voice came through the microphone. Confirmed. And we have just taken control of the Xianlin nuclear power station. Lu Zheng, along with high-level psychic ability users and mutated beings, has dealt with tens of thousands of mutated zombies. Among the mutated zombies, there appeared mutated beings resembling human commanders, indistinguishable from humans to the naked eye. Yinqi was urgently reporting all the details. All right, now activate the Nightingale plan. The commander tapped the table and ordered. Chapter 73. Do you know what it means to sow discord? Lu Zheng still didn't know. Her words could already influence the movement of the Huaxia troops. Crack, crack, crack. A cracking sound came from above. Looking up, the lights in the nuclear power station lit up. Yinqi and Lu Zheng exchanged glances. It seemed the progress of the nuclear power station was faster than expected. The entire control room was intact, and there were no signs of damage inside the power station. Yinqi nodded and followed Lu Zheng into the control room. Lu Zheng was not convenient to participate in this aspect of the work, not only because she didn't understand nuclear physics, but also because it involved things she currently had no authority over. She casually walked through the working building of the nuclear power station. Various promotional posters were hanging on the walls. There were photos from international conferences on nuclear physics exchanges, as well as a lot of popular science knowledge about nuclear physics. At the end of the last row was a photo wall of the nuclear power station staff. Lu Zheng saw a familiar face. Chief Engineer Pang Qinghe of the nuclear power station. The face of a zombie king. He was guarding this place with mutated beings. But judging by his attacks on the Huaxia troops, it seemed he didn't remember things from his time as a human. Can humans turned into zombies still remember their time as humans? Lu Zheng asked the little creature beside her in her mind, to avoid being overheard through the wall. We are not humans. The little creature smiled and tilted its head. We never were. After saying that, she smiled and stretched out her hands. It's just that this body is useful. How could we know the thoughts of the parasite? A cruel glint shone in her big eyes, resembling black grapes. A chill began to rise from the soles of Lu Zheng's feet. What about those low-level zombies? Were they originally humans? Something was completely overturning her understanding. Oh, those ugly things, yes, they were humans, but they are failed shells of parasitism. Lu Zheng realized she had been mistaken. In her previous life, she had always thought that high-level zombies evolved slowly, just like high-level ability users. At most, some were exceptionally gifted. Now it seemed that those high-level mutated zombies were never humans from the beginning. They were some kind of mutated beings. So there are already 7th and 8th level powers at the very start of the apocalypse. The human appearance was just a casual choice for them. The story she had just speculated about the nuclear power station engineer turning into a zombie king to guard the nuclear power station didn't exist at all. That zombie king's mutated form might have just happened to see engineer Pang Qing and chose a shell for parasitism. Are you of the same kind as the big South American herb? Oh, that one is not. It seems to have fused too many random genes. The chill lingered in Lu Zheng's heart. She bit her tongue and asked the next question. What about me? Am I still a human like this mutated being? Breaking the limits of carbon-based life, possessing supernatural powers. The image of her flesh and muscle tissue reorganizing during advancement was still vivid. During the first directed fermentation composting, when transporting zombie corpses, the memory of their still soft touch in extreme sub-zero temperatures was fresh in her mind. She had questioned herself back then. Could that still be considered human? That was a mutated zombie. The little creature said it could still be considered human. Just a thoughtless shell of humanity left after failed parasitism. What about ability users? The little creature lifted its powdery face up. Zheng, you are really smart. I like you like this. The little creature raised its hands high for a hug. Lu Zheng had just picked her up. The swirling yin-yang fish golden ring immediately enveloped her. Interesting human. You know how to use the power here? The voice that had just retreated reappeared behind them. Lu Zheng turned around while holding the little creature. The zombie king, with the face of engineer Pang Qing, was smiling at the other end of the corridor. How did you get such a bloodthirsty little thing to follow you? The other's finger pointed at the little creature in Lu Zheng's arms. Lu Zheng felt the soft arms around her neck tighten. She didn't bow her head, with one hand supporting the little creature and the other patting her back reassuringly. Choosing the little creature over the unfamiliar zombie king and the one who had erected a mental barrier for her at the first moment was a no-brainer. Someone is watching us. Following its finger, Lu Zheng saw a camera flashing red light above them. It seemed the quality of the nuclear power station's equipment was quite good. The speed of restoring internal power was also much faster than Lu Zheng had expected. Let me think. They must really want to know what you and I are talking about right now. Perhaps they will speculate about what kind of deal we have. Otherwise, how could a fourth-level ability user command so many high-level mutated beings? All right, among you humans, this seems to be called sowing discord. As he spoke, the zombie king took out a key from thin air and handed it to Lu Zheng. Suddenly, he leaned close to Lu Zheng's ear. Do you want to know who your companions really are? Do you think those who came with you will always protect you and trust you? Lu Zheng looked up at the camera above her. The zombie king's two whispered words sent chills down her spine. Chapter 74. The louder the voice, the bigger the issue. Huaxia Eastern Theater Combat Troops. How long has the reconnaissance team been out? Report, Captain, 2 hours. The team, codenamed Nightingale, has been marching in the wind and snow for a night. They were originally stationed in Huading. After receiving the orders from the commander of the Southern Army, they immediately set off for Jinling. With the blizzard and the mutated beings after the apocalypse, they made a rapid march and reached the outskirts of Jinling overnight. The captain of Nightingale was waiting for news from the reconnaissance team. 2 hours? Jinling is big. After all, it accommodates Zhongshan and had a permanent population of 8 million before the apocalypse. But it shouldn't take 2 hours to get even a hint of news. On the satellite map in hand, the red dot representing the reconnaissance team was still moving. It seemed the team was still alive. Bang! A muffled sound came from above. It was the sound of a massive object landing on the roof. The Nightingale captain raised his hand to signal all the resting team members in the room to gather. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling. They were merely in a small roadside shop. Bang, bang, bang. The ventilation pipes on the ceiling were banging. It seemed like a big guy. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and pointed at the corners of the walls. Immediately, someone in the team silently took position with a gun. Everyone in the room held their breath. The array-type psychic ability user took position. A yin-yang fish diagram unfolded above them, mixed with a star map. Bang, bang. Suddenly, an unbearable stench hit them. A massive mutated being, covered in slime, descended from the roof, wielding dozens of tentacles as thick as human waists. Bang! The tentacles, full of eyeballs, crashed against the shop's windows. The windows, frozen solid in sub-zero temperatures, shattered with a sound. Form a formation. The Nightingale captain stepped onto the mental domain constructed by the array-type ability user. His arms spread wide. Massive lightning appeared in the air. Crack! Lu Zheng looked at the key in her hand and couldn't help but smile. It turned out that high-level mutated beings not only had thoughts, but also learned some things from humans. Just like the little creature was keen to connect with her mentally to know the taste of food. These advanced variants are learning human thought and perception. Are you going to abandon me? The little one is lying on Lu Zheng's shoulder, her soft, doughy little face pressed against the crook of her shoulder. Due to the settings of the Apocalypse mimicry suit, it transmits a body temperature of 37 degrees, just like a human. Why would I think like that? Lu Zheng cradles the little one in one arm while holding the key in the other as she walks toward the monitoring room. Fortunately, the signs and indicators in the nuclear power plant are still intact. Otherwise, it would be hard to find. Knock, knock. The zombie king has no reason to deceive her. In-Chi should be in the monitoring room. Creak. The door opens from the inside. In-Chi is smiling, looking as if he already knows what's happening. You knew I was coming? Lu Zheng nods slightly and hands a key to him. That variant is not the original chief engineer of the nuclear power plant. It just took over his body. It gave me this key, but didn't say what it was for. The zombie king seems to want to test the tacit trust between Lu Zheng and In-Chi. People always have their own agendas. The other party probably meant to sow discord. But in the end, a variant is still a variant. Humans are diverse. Lu Zheng doesn't care if the Huaxia troops behind In-Chi know her strength and movements. As for the key obtained this way, it must be handed over. The key to the main generator set. In-Chi, comparing it with the information he received shortly before, gave Lu Zheng an unexpected answer. This is not just a simple key. If this key falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could directly detonate the nuclear power plant. Not to mention Jinling. The entire Yangtze River Delta would be enveloped in nuclear radiation. These variants seem to want to watch us kill each other. But what benefit would that bring? Food? Territory? Or power amidst the chaos of the apocalypse? Thank you for your trust in the country. In-Chi stands with his legs together and raises his right hand to give Lu Zheng a firm military salute. It's nothing. Ding, ding, ding. In-Chi's satellite phone rings urgently at his waist. Code 0913 report. A fifth-level variant has escaped from our encirclement and is heading toward the nuclear power plant. The report is from the captain of the Nightingale team. There's a hint of hurried breathing on the phone, likely from a recent intense battle. In-Chi looks up at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng immediately understands and begins to move outside. No, I'm not avoiding you. I know this child beside you is a high-level ability user. A fifth-level variant has escaped from the encirclement of the reinforcements and is coming this way. We need to know its movements. The nuclear power plant is restarting, and while the self-circulation protection is lifted, there hasn't been time to establish a new emergency cycle. If a variant suddenly attacks now, it could very likely trigger a nuclear explosion. There are not just one, but 5 fifth-level variants nearby. The little one in Lu Zheng's arms blinks her eyes and speaks in a milky tone. Chapter 75. It's your problem. How far is the nuclear power plant? Lu Zheng puts down the little one in her arms and draws out a black knife from her waist. The little one pats the hem of her little dress. It's near the big snowman I saw before coming in. The little one doesn't know how to describe the distance yet. Thick snow covers the sculpture not far from the nuclear power plant. The big snowman should refer to that. That's within 500 meters. I'll help you, Zheng. After being provoked by the zombie king, the little one is eager to show off. She stomps her small feet, clasps her hands together, and forcibly activates her mental domain to cover the entire nuclear power plant. Bang! Just as the mental domain rises, a huge crashing sound comes from outside almost simultaneously. In-Chi, do you need reinforcements? No need. Lu Zheng steps out with a black knife. She draws the rose pistol and fires a few rounds. The variant that could have triggered the nuclear explosion crashes down along the barrier of the mental domain. Is it dead? Several soldiers accompanying In-Chi open their mouths in shock. Instead, she hands it to In-Chi. Hand it over to the state for research. We need more weapons that can kill variants at a distance. When she first entered the nuclear power plant, the rose pistol, which could only fire in bursts, severely limited Lu Zheng's attack speed. She needs a weapon for faster, larger-scale attacks. In-Chi never expected Lu Zheng to be so selfless. He gives her another solemn military salute. This rose pistol will be quickly sent to the Eastern Theater headquarters of Huaxia by the Rapid Escort team on the same day. In the near future, it will bring Lu Zheng a huge surprise. The nuclear power plant resumes operation. Are you tired? Lu Zheng picks up the little one, who looks a bit droopy. The effort of forcibly activating the protective shield of the mental domain has taken a toll. In the monster contract link, she sees that the little 1's health bar has decreased significantly. Lu Zheng mentally clicks to recharge, adding some points to the little one. I'm tired. The little one, with her doughy little fists, rubs her eyes and leans on Lu Zheng's shoulder, smacking her lips. There's a lounge in the back. Let us take the child to rest for a bit. When the reinforcements arrive, we'll set off for the Masonic stronghold immediately. Inchi hands Lu Zheng a pass card. Since the apocalypse, there's been power outage everywhere. Lu Zheng hasn't used something like this for a long time. It seems the recovery speed of a nuclear power plant is faster than expected. However, with the extreme sub-zero temperatures outside and the rampant variants after the apocalypse, it's uncertain how many parts of the power grid are still intact for operation. Zheng, look. After exiting the control room, the little one pulls out a blue 5th level variant crystal core from her pocket. The page of the monster contract regarding the giant southern wood flashes in her mind. It seems that these two have been getting more in sync recently. With 5 5th level crystal cores in hand, plus the points awarded for killing high-level variants, Lu Zheng's points have easily exceeded 6 digits now. It's a bit like what others said before the apocalypse. When you have enough money, the rest is just a growing number. I want to abandon you. Lu Zheng gently places the little one on the soft bed in the lounge and ruffles her hair. Her gaze is gentle yet firm. Don't worry. No matter who tries to sow discord, I will never abandon you. I swear. The little one sits on the bed, looking up at Lu Zheng. A powerful mental force is transmitted through the monster contract. So this is the power of a vow. No, this is the power of Lu Zheng's vow. The overwhelming mental force makes the little one, a 7th level variant, feel a sense of submission. In the face of such strength, there's no thought of resistance. Masonic stronghold. Yang Ling is sitting in protective gear in front of a super clean workbench. The super clean workbench, which everyone has likely seen in short videos about laboratories, is a negative cycle workstation that maintains a sterile environment inside. She grips the pipette tightly, trying to keep her expression as neutral as possible while adding samples. Her back is straight. The cold sweat runs down her back inside the protective suit, but she shows no sign of it on her face. She knows her mentor, Wang Zhizhong, is standing right behind her, watching every move she makes. It has already dragged on for too long. Holding her senior sister, Lu Zheng's paper results, but unable to replicate the experiments. Wang Zhizhong has begun to doubt her operations. He doesn't dare to hand it over to the Masons for them to do it. After all, this is his trump card. Yang Ling is fully aware of this, which is why she has dared to keep delaying. Do you know how much experimental material you've already wasted? Wang Zhizhong's voice, mixed with cold laughter and disdain, rings out behind her. You haven't been able to produce results. What do you think is the reason? She replies, the routine issues have already been ruled out. I want to try the metabolomics again. The word metabolism is not unfamiliar to everyone, referring to the process of metabolic activity. Metabolomics is actually the study of metabolism. The next step after genomics is metabolomics. Through the reflection in the glass of the clean bench, Yang Ling saw Wang Zhizhong behind her looking at her coldly. I think you can't produce results now. It's a human issue. Chapter 76, Nightingale Team Leader Gao's Song. After settling the little one, Lu Zheng also leaned against the wall with a long knife to rest. This is a habit left over from a previous life. She would only relax slightly when holding a weapon. The little black cat in her arms crawled out from her collar. Its small paws stepped on her shoulder, and seeing her asleep, it rubbed its round, fluffy little head against her cheek. Lu Zheng felt that the little black cat had no other actions, so she let it be. Meanwhile, the little zombie lying on the bed sat up, holding a blanket and looking at the little black cat on Lu Zheng's shoulder. The little one silently communicated with mental abilities. Did you recover this quickly this time? Your recovery speed has increased. The little black cat simply glanced at her and curled its tail around its feet, squatting on Lu Zheng's shoulder to guard her. It was always adorable in front of Lu Zheng, but at this moment, only coldness remained in its blue eyes. The little zombie felt a chill from such a gaze, thinking about the disparity in strength between them, and did not speak further. On the other side, after the Nightingale team's ambush against the mutated creatures failed, they hurried to the nuclear power plant to meet up with In-Chi's troops. When they arrived at the nuclear power plant, they saw the huge corpses of mutated creatures in the snow outside before they even entered the door. The deep snow could not hide the pile of mutated zombie corpses. The leader of the Nightingale team glanced at the pile of corpses and led the team inside. In-Chi was outside the generator building waiting for them. Did you have a high-level combat ability user in your team? Which brother is it? Hurry up and introduce me. The first thing the Nightingale team leader Gao Song said upon seeing her was this. He was the king of soldiers in the army, and the people he brought were all top-notch. After the apocalypse, the higher-ups specifically assigned the best ability users to combat units for him. He never expected there would be talents he didn't know about. He had to recruit them into his team. If they are not from the army, don't get any ideas. In-Chi glanced at the documents handed to her. The higher-ups allowing the elite Nightingale team to act as the vanguard showed their determination to withdraw the Illuminati. Gao Song smiled and patted In-Chi's shoulder. What? Worried I'll poach your team? Who knows? After they learn about our team, they might come to us voluntarily. Gao Song waved his hand and led his people inside. Isn't dinner going to be ready soon? We'll all eat together. As long as he saw people, he had confidence in winning. Since the establishment of the Nightingale team, no matter how much of a troublemaker someone was in the army, upon hearing they could join the Nightingale team, they would obediently follow the procedures. In-Chi looked at Gao Song's ambitious appearance and thought of Lu Zheng, who was resting in the lounge. It seemed that her old rival was about to suffer a big loss soon. Lu Zheng woke up automatically after an hour of sleep. The little zombie on the bed was sprawled out. The little black cat on her left shoulder sensed that she was awake and softly rubbed its head against her cheek. Meow, you're awake. Lu Zheng raised her right hand to it. The little one intuitively jumped into her palm. She gently poked its soft little head with her fingertips. The little one, understanding on its own, shook its fluffy little head on her fingertips. Its blue round eyes were innocent and endearing. Acting spoiled, it woke the little zombie on the bed. Wan, get up, it's time for dinner. The little one, who had been sleeping soundly, jumped up in an instant. Dinner. Charge. When Lu Zheng carried the little one out, In-Chi and the others had already set the table. The power was restored and heating was back on. The room was warm, finally eliminating the worry of the food freezing quickly outside in the extreme sub-zero temperatures. Lu Zheng. In-Chi smiled and waved. This is Gao Song, the captain of the Nightingale team who came to reinforce us. Then turning to Gao Song, she added, Gao Song, this is Lu Zheng, a level 4 water ability user. Lu Zheng held the little one in one arm and extended her free hand. Hello, Captain Gao. Gao Song looked at Lu Zheng and was momentarily a loss for words. Her sharp brows and high nose bridge made the term stunning beauty not just an exaggeration. There really are people who look unreal. Hello. Lu Zheng furrowed her brow. The other party finally reacted and went to get food. The little one, perched on his shoulder, laughed. Zheng, look at his silly face. It's so funny. Lu Zheng patted the little one's bottom. It's not nice to say that about others. Oh, I want to eat this and this green one and this meat. As soon as the little one saw the dishes, it immediately forgot everything else, pointing at the food with its chubby little hands. Gao Song stood there, still mesmerized. Where did you rescue this fairy from? In-Chi suddenly patted him on the back. Don't be infatuated. She's the capable person you were looking for. I must tell you, Academician Yang and Academician Tu personally instructed to take good care of her, so don't get any funny ideas. Gao Song pretended nothing happened. When Lu Zheng sat down, someone sat next to her shortly after. Lu Zheng, hello, I'm Gao Song, as just introduced. You're a nuclear physics expert? In Gao Song's view, someone who could be repeatedly instructed to be taken care of by the academicians and follow them to the nuclear power plant must be an expert in nuclear physics. Not really. Lu Zheng was not in the mood to chat. Her mind was fully occupied with how to rescue her junior sister. Gao Song wanted to say something else, but the little black cat on her left shoulder arched its back, hissing a warning. Chapter 77. Will you get married? Gao Song exaggeratedly raised both hands in a surrender-like gesture. I'm not looking for trouble. Lu Zheng, your little cat is quite cute. Saying this, he attempted to reach out and pet it. Lu Zheng sensed the little black cat was on the brink of a meltdown and quickly scooped it up to hold in her arms. It didn't like being touched by strangers. Gao Song, however, was unbothered. He smiled and took out a can of frozen tomatoes from his jacket pocket. It's fine. Pets are always shy with strangers. We'll get along better once we're familiar. He personally opened the can and pushed it toward Lu Zheng. It's been a long time since the apocalypse. How about a vitamin boost? Gao Song had just seen the food prepared by Yin Shi and the others, which used military reserve freeze-dried green peas. He was unaware that the Agricultural Academy had already resumed and that Lu Zheng and the others had achieved vegetable-growing freedom early in the apocalypse. Lu Zheng clearly felt several soldiers who came with Gao Song were fixated on the can of tomatoes. She had experienced the long days of not being able to eat fresh vegetables in her previous life and understood that longing. The can of tomatoes Gao Song brought out was exceptionally precious. You can eat it yourself. I'm almost done. Only then did Gao Song realize that in the span of their brief conversation, Lu Zheng had cleaned her plate. He initially thought she was just being shy. Go ahead. I have plenty. He was the captain of the Nightingale team. After all, and not to mention, he currently had one of the best supply treatments in the Eastern Theater of Huaxia. Lu Zheng's expression turned cold. Those who knew her were already aware of her impatience. But Gao Song clearly did not belong to that group and continued to speak on his own. She is a professional talent from the Agricultural Academy. They've already resumed vegetable cultivation there. Do you think everyone is as short on tomatoes as you are? Yin Shi timely stood up to stop Gao Song from continuing to speak. The soldiers who followed Gao Song widened their eyes upon hearing this. The nuclear power plant has just restored power. Has the circuit at the Agricultural Academy been successfully connected? No, earlier than that. Did you use oil to connect power for them? Gao Song looked shocked. The command center of the Eastern Theater is relying on oil for power, as supplies are scarce and electricity is on a schedule. Surprisingly, the Agricultural Research Institute here has already been electrified. They generate power from compost, and a group of PhD professors managed to set it up themselves. While we soldiers are just helping them a bit by installing the generator. Yin Shi pretended to lament. In reality, he was secretly pleased. Over the years, he had been at odds with Gao Song. Gao Song's gaze towards Lu Zheng changed. Goodness, you let such a treasure come to the nuclear power plant with you. Didn't those old academicians call to remind you? Talents like this are too rare these days. Since the apocalypse, the population has sharply decreased. It's hard to find ordinary people, let alone technical talents like this. They told you as soon as you entered that several academicians agreed to come. And you guys are providing reinforcements, or rather, it's the location of the Freemason stronghold that they deciphered. Yin Shi looked at Gao Song, who seemed distracted. He reached out and snatched the opened can of tomatoes from the other side. It had no added sugar, just fresh, naturally ripened tomatoes that were sterilized at high temperature and vacuum-packed. Paired with Gao Song's expression, it tasted exceptionally good. By the time Gao Song reacted, Yin Shi had already cleaned up the dishes and was discussing the travel plan with Lu Zheng. A young guy beside Gao Song approached when he saw Yin Shi leave. Boss, do you like that Lu Zheng? Isn't that obvious? After spending 3 months in the army, even a pig could compete with Jiao Chan. Not to mention seeing Lu Zheng, who looks unrealistically beautiful. Didn't you notice that when Lu Zheng was eating, all the guys around were either intentionally or unintentionally looking this way? Boss, you can't do it like that. You saw how she ignored you just now. Pursuing a high IQ girl can't be like chasing an ordinary girl. You have to be strategic. The young guy paused here deliberately, waiting for Gao Song to ask for more. Sure enough, Gao Song clicked his tongue. Go on. Boss, you see, those high IQ experts spend all day in the lab. In an apocalypse, how can they compare to you, who has been through so much? The young guy pointed at the table with his index finger. When you encounter a mutated species on the way, you can perform a hero rescue. Professor Lu will definitely see you in a new light. What woman doesn't like a hero? Hearing this, Gao Song seemed to grasp something. He reached out and patted the back of the head of the young guy who had come up with the idea. Not bad, you little brat. You're pretty clever. Just wait, if Lu Zheng becomes your sister-in-law, I'll ask you to be the best man. They hadn't even exchanged a few words. And Gao Song was already planning the best man arrangements. On the other side, Yin Shi was counting the troops to take to the Freemason stronghold. Since the nuclear power plant had just been secured, it was impossible not to leave people to guard it. The Freemason stronghold also needed manpower. After finishing his meal, Gao Song came over again. Oldine, what is the arrangement for a squad? As before, Nightingale will be responsible for the initial infiltration. Let us go. The wind and snow outside continued. Lu Zheng followed the Huaxia troops towards the Freemason stronghold. Ever since Gao Song appeared, the little black cat no longer nestled in her arms. It stood on her shoulder, looking ready to pounce and scratch at any moment. Meanwhile, the little zombie hentai said much since it started eating. Now, it quietly expanded its mental domain, dispersing the low-level zombies and mutated species around. Zheng, are you going to get married? The little one asked quietly while lying on Lu Zheng's shoulder. As soon as it asked, the little black cat on Lu Zheng's other shoulder also became highly alert, staring at Lu Zheng with its round head. Why the sudden question? In fact, Lu Zheng didn't even know how the little one knew the word marriage. Like grandpa and grandma, the two of them are the closest. Does Gao Song want it this way? Will you marry him? Lu Zheng patted the little one's head. What are you thinking? I just promised to always be with you at noon. Not just not leaving. Will you always be this good to me, holding me, loving me, feeling that I'm second most important to you? To Lu Zheng, her parents were the most important. At this point, the little one was very aware not to argue with grandpa and grandma about. Don't worry, I don't like that Gao Song. When Gao Song spoke, there was a tone that made Lu Zheng feel uncomfortable. A kind of offense without social boundaries. The little zombie and the little black cat both sighed at the same time. The military truck passed by a tall building. The little zombie and little black cat, who had just relaxed, became alert again. Zheng, it's that ugly thing from last time. Chapter 78. Welcome to the Million Club. The zombie king that had taken the position of chief engineer of the nuclear power plant, Peng Qing, stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Lu Zheng's gaze crossed through the wind and snow to meet the other's eyes in midair. Are there any zombie hordes gathering nearby? The little one was currently maintaining its mental domain and was unaware of the changes around. No, but a lot of fifth-level mutated species are coming. Just as the words fell, there was a loud bang. A mutated species covered in slime, with dozens of tentacles adorned with huge eyeballs, leaped down from the building ahead. Fifth-level mutated species. And not just one. The convoy ahead was forced to stop. Gao Song remembered the conversation just now and wanted to show off. Nightingale squad, follow me. Leading the way, he confronted the mutated species. Zheng, I'll help you. I don't want that ugly guy to steal the spotlight. The little zombie wrinkled its nose while lying on Lu Zheng's shoulder. Now, whoever made her unhappy would become an ugly guy in her eyes. Okay, Lu Zheng had no intention of competing, but solving the mutated species faster meant they could arrive at the Freemason side sooner. Go! The Nightingale squad formed up, and the military personnel responsible for the formation abilities instantly raised the yin-yang fish formation. Gao Song restrained his usual playful demeanor in front of Lu Zheng. His eyes, sharp like an eagle, locked onto the approaching group of mutated species. My God! Before he could activate his lightning abilities, he heard a gasp beside him. Several teammates turned to look behind him. What are you looking at behind? Don't you see the mutated species right in front of us? Boss, look. One of the soldiers beside him pointed in disbelief at what was behind him. Compared to her dazzling fish formation, the formation abilities of their own squad appeared dull. He had always thought that Lu Zheng was weak, but now she stood with a horizontal knife in front, her eyes sharp as blades. Stepping on the enormous yin-yang fish formation, she instantly rose several dozen meters into the air. The massive yin-yang fish formation shone brilliantly. Lu Zheng stood at the center of the formation, and the people below had to strain their necks to look up at her. Huge ice spikes gathered behind her. Lu Zheng stood on the yin-yang fish formation, closed her eyes, and completely connected her mental domain with the little zombie through the monster contract. Through this link, she saw the mutated species that everyone else couldn't see. The mutated species, coming to besiege them this time, were more than what could be seen with the naked eye. With her left hand holding the knife horizontally and her right hand lifting her index and middle fingers, she pressed them forward. Hundreds and thousands of ice spikes shot towards those mutated species like violent bullets. The large sweet wormwood from the monster contract appeared obediently. It looked almost identical to those attacking mutated species, except for the slime all over it. However, The soldiers below quickly discovered that after Lu Zheng's ice spikes attacked, that large mutated species began to collect the crystal cores from the dead mutated species. The bodies of the mutated species were neatly piled to one side by its vines. Lu Zheng's mustard space had now cleared some spaces specifically for the bodies of the mutated species. After finishing off those that were close, Lu Zheng leaped onto the large sweet wormwood, wielding her knife and weaving through the remaining mutated species that couldn't be killed by the 4th level ice spikes. Almost one cut per mutated species. Inchi had witnessed Lu Zheng's prowess when they took the nuclear power plant, where hundreds of thousands of mutated species were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The close combat still left her with her mouth agape. Not to mention the first time she saw Takamatsu. These mutated species required the cooperation of array system ability users, taking half a day to deal with just one. However, Lu Zheng showed no signs of hesitation. His blade moved without any pause nor any fear. Boss, don't take what I said seriously before. The guy who had given Takamatsu suggestions in the cafeteria murmured, his mouth agape. Takamatsu could barely hear him. His eyes were entirely focused on Lu Zheng's battle. In fact, all the soldiers present felt the same way. The struggle of humanity was instinctive. To others, the fight was chaotic and even deadly, but to Lu Zheng, it was like a one-sided massacre. The movements flowed like water, even resembling a solemn and perfect dance from a festival. Clang! The final strike. The black blade pierced through the throat of the mutated species, emitting a sound like metal clashing. This thrilling battle evidently satisfied it as well. Lu Zheng stepped onto the yin-yang fish pattern that the little creature had raised, turning to face the zombie king in the distance. The opponent did not seem to have any special reaction to her killing these mutated species, almost as if it were a game. As long as Lu Zheng made a move, various mutated species would come forward for her to slay. What was he aiming for? Was he trying to amuse her? Lu Zheng had no energy to speculate on the thoughts of a high-level mutated species. She wiped the slime off her black blade with snow, sheathed it, and the little creature retracted its spiritual domain. Lu Zheng descended from the sky. Takamatsu's gaze towards her had clearly changed. As soon as Lu Zheng landed, he solemnly stepped forward, brought his legs together, and raised his hand to salute her. Captain Takamatsu of the Nightingale team in the Eastern Theater salutes you. His voice was powerful, with no trace of the teasing from before. Lu Zheng nodded, picked up the little creature, and patted her little dress. The small black cat on her left shoulder tilted its head, its blue eyes looking at Takamatsu with pride. They continued onward. Inchi patted Lu Zheng's shoulder, urging her to get in the vehicle and rest. As for Takamatsu, who had completely changed his attitude, what he thought now was no longer important. The gaze between the zombie king, standing on the high building, and Lu Zheng met again. He curved his lips. A level 4 water ability user has such combat power. Interesting. Lu Zheng embraced the little creature, mentally counting her recent gains. Over 30 level 5 crystal cores. If she wanted to, she could attempt to break through to a level 5 ability user at any time using 10 of them. But she chose not to use these crystal cores. She had broken through from level 3 to level 4 without using any crystal cores at all. It was a natural breakthrough at the moment of enlightenment regarding her abilities. She could now clearly feel the difference between herself and other ability users. Logically speaking, after level 3, the gap in abilities between each level of users was like a chasm. But compared to the level 5, Inchi, Lu Zheng could distinctly sense that her ability reserves and combat capabilities were not much inferior to his. Are crystal cores really what helps ability users level up? Or is it a limitation of energy? After several days, Lu Zheng opened the Wanjia red envelope group in her mind for the first time. Detected that the holder's points exceed 1 million. Successfully entered the Million Point Club, unlocking a new interface for the holder. Million Club has been opened. Welcome. This time, there was no need to recharge. Lu Zheng directly saw the brand new interface of the Wanjia red envelope group. Chapter 79. The shortest spell is a name. It turns out that in the Million Club, chatting doesn't require constant recharges. You can also see the names of people from various planes. A name is the shortest spell. Parents in Huaxia give their children names, whether carefully chosen or casually picked. Each name has some meaning. In the apocalyptic plane, Lu Zheng. No, just been busy lately. Lu Zheng unconsciously rubbed her thumb against her index finger. Should she directly ask about the apocalypse in the group? Knock knock. A private message came in. Lu Zheng opened it to find it was from the favored consort. Mei Jun, favored consort, Mei Jun. Have you encountered something difficult lately? You've been offline for so long. Everyone thought the apocalypse plane was going to change people. Change people? Lu Zheng seized on that word. Lu Zheng. If I die, will there still be people from this world bound to the Wanjia red envelope group? Or, Apocalypse Lu Zheng. It's useful. Thank you for your gift. She could handle it on her own. Plus, with the setting of a zombie-scented floral sachet, she basically didn't have to worry about low-level zombies wherever she wanted to go. This was easy. Lu Zheng clicked to send, giving the other party about 10 packs of refined salt. Thinking back to what Mei Jun had given her before, like ancient snacks that didn't exist in ancient times. She sent a few small cakes to her. The cultural difference was evident. Although many ancient snacks were rare and unique, cross-cultural cuisine had emerged and blended in modern times. If these things were before the apocalypse, they would have cost less than 30 yuan. With Lin Jinchuan's technique for making air bread, Lu Zheng was not lacking in food. Sending these small cakes didn't cause her any heartache. Favored consort Mei Jun. Received. I like your straightforward personality. Wanjia red envelope group reminder. Received an envelope containing indescribable items. Not allowed to send. Just as the chat interface of the Wanjia red envelope group displayed that Mei Jun had a red envelope being sent, a huge reminder popped up. Favored consort Mei Jun. Tisk, it's just sending a few small toys, and they let it through. Forget it, forget it. Lu Zheng saw this sentence in her mind. Small toys? After saying that, the other party's avatar turned gray, indicating they had gone offline. Opening another dialog box. It was Xiao Lui from the interstellar plane. Lu Zheng, I want a weapon that can simultaneously fire hundreds or thousands of bullets, each hitting its target, and can kill mutated species. Do you have it? Previously, she was lacking in various things. It was a seller's market. She could only wait for the other party to propose conditions. Her previous efforts to not open the red envelope group had paid off. Now she could survive well even if she left the Wanjia red envelope group. It was now a buyer's market. The other side needed to see what she wanted. The other side paused for a long time. Interstellar Xiao Lui. There is such a weapon, but what do you need an interstellar warship for? I can't provide that. So there really is such technology. It's not impossible to realize. Lu Zheng was not actually looking to get this kind of weapon from the other party. Obtaining this information was more valuable for her reference. Lu Zheng. Then I don't have anything I want at the moment, too busy lately, and don't have time to collect ice and snow. As she spoke, she intended to exit the chat box. Originally, she wanted to see the changes in the Wanjia red envelope group after accumulating more points. Unexpectedly, aside from many places not requiring repeated spending, there wasn't much else special. Interstellar Xiao Lui. Wait, since your side is the apocalypse, you must need seeds, right? Do you want interstellar seeds? Before Lu Zheng could respond, the other side had already sent a red envelope. Received a red envelope from Xiao Lui of the interstellar plane. Please check. Seed from another world. Lu Zheng did not click to accept immediately. Interstellar seeds, if opened directly in the outside world, might not be good seeds. Instead, it could lead to species invasion. After all, the seeds themselves might not have sprouted yet. However, the bacteria and viruses that came with the seeds were the focal points of concern. If those were viruses or bacteria not found on Blue Star, it could lead to widespread epidemics and species extinction in an instant. To put it simply, a few years ago, time travel novels and dramas were very popular. People who like these works have more or less fantasized about what they would do if they traveled back to ancient times. In reality, modern people carry a plethora of bacteria and viruses that have evolved over thousands of years. Once they travel back to ancient times, they themselves would be a walking plague to the indigenous people of that era, killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. Lu Zheng opened her eyes, waking from a state of feigned sleep. None of the soldiers around her noticed her abnormality. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of her having killed numerous high-level mutated species. Upon seeing her wake up, a young man beside her immediately asked with concern, "Is it too cold for you to sleep? We probably have half an hour left to reach the designated location." The army would not head directly to the Masonic stronghold. They were not yet ready for a direct confrontation. They were on their way to the strategic point designated by the satellite at the headquarters of the Eastern Theater Command of Huaxia, waiting for the next move. I'm fine. Lu Zheng shook her head, lowering her gaze to look at the two rings on her wrist. The black one was the mustard seed space, and the golden one was a beginner-level interstellar spacecraft. Inside the mustard seed space, food would not spoil or expire, nor would it interfere with each other. Food inside would not go bad. Lu Zheng thought about this. In daily life, the spoilage of food is actually due to bacteria, fungi, and viruses that are invisible to the naked eye consuming the food. They, like humans, eat and then defecate. After these microorganisms finish their meal, most of the food naturally becomes inedible for humans. The few that can still be eaten are called fermented foods. Oh, right. The yogurt that many people enjoy now is also a product of those microorganisms eating and excreting. Chapter 80. Falling into the snake pit, she closed her eyes again. Click to receive and directly store in mustard seed space. With the command issued in her mind, the red envelope sent from the interstellar realm showed its receipt status. The dialogue box that had been jumping around asking Lu Zheng if she was angry and why she wasn't receiving the red envelope from Shaolui finally quieted down. However, even after receiving it, Lu Zheng did not intend to conduct any business right now. She had no time. After all, it was sent to her for free. This was probably the joy of not spending. She clicked to close the dialog box and entered the personal interface of the Wanjia Red Envelope Group. Lu Zheng's current point reserves were quite considerable. Compared to the rudimentary interface that only showed her points at the beginning, the current personal interface had improved significantly. It not only displayed her personal points, but also included a personal points leaderboard. The top player was anonymous and could not be seen, but the top 10 included some familiar names. Neither Xiao Lei from the interstellar realm nor Jia Yuanming from the cultivation world was listed. The second place was taken by Mei Jun, the pampered concubine who always spoke nonsensically and looked delicate. The entire nameplate radiated golden light against the deep blue background of the leaderboard. Lu Zheng scrolled down and saw her name at position 189. As she scrolled, she saw all kinds of strange realm names, such as Fairy Realm, Forest Realm, Moon Realm, etc. However, there were no apocalypse realms like hers. After flipping through a few pages, Lu Zheng exited the leaderboard interface. She still didn't know what this leaderboard was specifically for, but since the Wanjia Red Envelope Group had already shown it to her, she would probably find out soon. In addition to the leaderboard, Lu Zheng discovered a personal information interface appeared. She clicked to open it. Welcome to View Personal Information. It has been detected that the holder has entered the Million Club. Unlocking personal information directly. Please check. Apocalypse Realm. Name, Lu Zheng. Combat Power. Level 5 Recovery Ability. Level 7 Mental Domain Level. Not detected. Lu Zheng looked at the numbers on the page. She had just advanced to a level 4 ability user not long ago. In today's battle, her Ice Spear ability could not kill level 5 mutated species. According to the standards of Blue Star, she should still be at level 4 combat power. As for this recovery ability and the size of the mental domain, was it related to the monster contract she had with the little zombie? She scrolled down and saw a lot of information that she didn't even know about. It even included her genomic and metabolomic protein group information. The details were comprehensive enough to make Lu Zheng feel a chill down her spine. The Wanjia Red Envelope Group had comprehensively mastered all her information without her knowledge. Exiting the Wanjia Red Envelope Group in her mind, Lu Zheng let out a shallow breath. It was too detailed. Those pieces of information might have been available long ago. She just hadn't entered the so-called Million Club to see it. She needed to reach a certain height to view her own information. Was there also a 10 million club or a billion club? At least Mei Jun, who was ranked second on the personal leaderboard, should know more information. Wake up. Something is coming. Or rather, we have entered someone's den. The little creature perched on Lu Zheng's shoulder saw her wake up and quietly reminded her in her ear. What is it? Lu Zheng straightened her back, tightening her muscles to enter combat mode. The little creature wrinkled its nose. Very ugly creatures. And there are a lot of them. It clearly didn't want to think about it too much. The little creature's face, like a pink ball, scrunched up in disgust. Ugh, they're so disgusting. seeing the mutated species covered in sticky tentacles and filled with eyes. The little creature didn't even give such a harsh evaluation. What kind of mutated species have we encountered? There are new mutated species approaching. It should be a large group. We must have entered their temporary domain. Lu Zheng conveyed the information the little creature told her to Yin Shi, who was the commander of this team. After hearing this, Yin Shi indeed took out the satellite phone at his waist to give orders. The convoy of a dozen connected vehicles stopped. Outside, the howling wind and snow echoed. SSSSSSSSSS. Subtle sounds were transmitted through the wind and snow. Can we sustain the mental domain formation one more time? Just now, the little creature had overexerted its abilities to show off in front of Gao Song. The yin-yang fish golden ring didn't need to be that large. Now, the little creature had no strength left. The little pink ball shook its head in her arms. So tired. Lu Zheng turned to look at the little black cat on her shoulder. What about you? Are you tired? The little black cat, who had been standing alertly on her shoulder, looked a bit disappointed upon hearing the question. It shook its head. Both of the two little companions had short health bars. After hearing this, Lu Zheng nodded. She picked up the little black cat from her shoulder. Then you two behave. She placed the two little cuties together. Lu Zheng got out of the vehicle and waved her hand to activate her ability. The thick snow in front of her parted like Moses parting the sea, revealing the hissing mutated species below. Red, black, brown, dark green, giant snakes of various colors intertwined, forming countless massive snake balls. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle at the sight of such a scene. After clearly seeing it, Lu Zheng raised her hand to pull out the bandage on her body, simply covering the eyes of the little zombie and the little black cat. This was just what was visible from the parted snow layers. The little creature had just said that their entire convoy had crashed into the den of the other party, and they didn't even know how many there were. These giant snakes, at least level 2, were not like ordinary snakes before the apocalypse that were afraid of the cold. They moved freely in the snow and showed no signs of hibernation. Yin Shi activated the mental domain. The mental domain of a level 5 mental ability user temporarily enveloped the convoy. Gao Song led the Nightingale squad to keep a close eye on both ends of the convoy. Level 2 mutated species no longer feared human firearms like those at levels 0 and 1. Yin Shi commanded all teams to take up their weapons, but did not order a direct attack. The mating snake ball is unaware of the terrifying changes that will occur after the attack. Lu Zheng summoned the giant black nightshade from the monster contract book, stepping onto its massive vine to reach a higher vantage point. With a wave of his hand, he used his supernatural ability to remove the accumulated snow nearby. The conditions beneath the snow in front of the entire convoy were revealed to everyone. The huge snake ball had made it into a snake net, dense and filled with those glaring colors, with writhing giant snakes that were even more chilling than the mutated corpse tide and the mutated insect tide. The overlapping giant snakes blocked the way. Lu Zheng then saw the zombie king standing on a high building. She waved her hand to clear away the snow layer behind the convoy. Sure enough, the back of the entire convoy was also filled with snake nets. Their convoy had unknowingly fallen into the traps set by the zombie king. Just as Lu Zheng was about to activate his supernatural ability to summon ice spikes, his breath stagnated, and he couldn't mobilize any supernatural energy. An invisible hand pushed him from behind. Caught off guard and without any supernatural powers, he fell into the snake swarm. Chapter 81. Found you, Lu Zheng. Yin Shi's voice struggled to come through the howling wind and snow. The black giant vine of the giant black nightshade was clearly stuck in place and could not move. The two little ones sitting in the vehicle didn't have time to react in that instant. Lu Zheng fell into the snake swarm with a knife behind him. So cold. After getting the apocalypse mimicry suit, this was the first time Lu Zheng felt such bone-chilling cold. The icy body slid close. The moment she made contact, she swung her knife to sever the giant snake beneath her. Hiss! Clang! The black knife struck the giant snake, sparking a shower of sparks and making a sound like metal striking metal. Roar! The mating snake ball broke apart. Blood splattered on Lu Zheng's cheek. She quickly pulled out the mask of her beloved from her bosom and put it on. Without her supernatural powers, her physical abilities seemed to have regressed to that of an ordinary person. Standing on these writhing giant snakes, Lu Zheng felt extremely powerless. A strong sense of frustration surged up, as if she were very weak. Bang! 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 The hot weapon shells from In-Chi's side collided with the transparent barrier. Unable to get close at all, everyone could only watch helplessly as Lu Zheng stood above the snake swarm, clumsily leaping across the various snake clusters to avoid falling into the snake ball. The little zombie initially had its eyes covered like a little cat. Hearing the commotion, it pulled away the gauze covering its eyes and saw Lu Zheng struggling in the writhing giant snakes. The transparent barrier blocked the fierce attacks of those hot weapons, causing no harm to the snake swarm whatsoever. Bad guy, what are you waiting for? The little one yanked the little black cat from her arms, not caring about the small dress that would wrinkle slightly even on normal days, and jumped straight down from the vehicle. The nearby soldiers were startled. Get out of the way. The little one waved her hand, sending the person who had just spoken flying into the snow. The little black cat stood behind and remembered. That's right, she was a level 7 zombie. Even if she looked cute and lovely, usually acting spoiled and cute, she was still a high-level mutated being of level 7. Get up. The little one forcibly activated the last bit of supernatural energy in her body. Clang! A large yin-yang fish diagram surrounded by golden rings swayed into existence in the void. Bang! The little one urged the fish diagram to collide with the transparent barrier. At the moment of impact, everyone saw that what they thought was a transparent barrier was actually a larger yin-yang fish diagram rising as a mental domain. It took shape at the moment of collision. You damn ugly thing. The little one stepped on a giant black nightshade and flew into the air. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out. Cough! She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Stop! Lu Zheng swung her knife to sever the giant snake blocking her path and saw the little one desperately activating the fish diagram. Immediately, she commanded through the monster contract book in her mind. I command you. Stop. The little one clasped her hands in front of her and raised them high. I don't want to. Whoever tries to take you from me will die. The little one stomped her foot on the giant black nightshade. Take me over there. She pointed at the level 8 zombie on the nearby high-rise. The gap in supernatural abilities from level 7 to level 8 felt like an insurmountable chasm, putting her under pressure for the first time. Following her finger, Lu Zheng once again saw the zombie king, a level 8 mutant, just one level away from being fully evolved. The little one would be walking to her death if she approached. She had no supernatural powers now, and her black knife had limited killing potential. In-Chi was using his rose pistol to help her clear the surrounding snake swarm. But the restless snake swarm was increasing in number. Even with the mask of her beloved, Lu Zheng felt exhausted from losing her supernatural powers. That's right, the floral bird silver fragrance pouch. She wondered if the mutated snakes still feared Realgar. Lu Zheng pulled out the floral bird silver pouch from her bosom and set it to the scent of Realgar. The surging snake tide hesitated for a moment and retreated. Lu Zheng quickly crossed over the snake swarm, racing towards the little one who had lost her sanity. Bang! The transparent barrier blocked Lu Zheng's path. The black knife struck hard against it, causing only a slight ripple. This was the first time since obtaining this black knife that she encountered something she couldn't cut through. The snake swarm behind her became restless, and the mating snake ball spread apart. Countless giant snakes surged forward, hissing and flicking their tongues, opening their massive mouths as they came toward her. Lu Zheng's silver pouch could only protect her alone. The transparent barrier, which offered no resistance to the snake swarm. The snake swarm surged toward the convoy. Form a formation. In-Chi's voice rang out amidst the chaos. Gao Song stepped onto the formation plate built by the nearby formation type ability users and ascended into the air. Massive lightning struck down all around. The smell of burning and a foul stench filled the air. Behind them, the snake swarm kept coming. While Lu Zheng swung her knife to deal with the nearby giant snakes, she pondered what to do. Were the snakes controlled by the zombie king or led by another mutated being? She watched as the little one and the giant black nightshade rapidly moved toward the zombie king. The surrounding chaos actually made Lu Zheng calmer. While an ordinary person might feel flustered in such a messy situation, her long doctoral career had taught her that the more chaotic things became, the more calm she had to be to think of solutions. The disappearance of her supernatural powers was definitely related to the Zombie King. This was the control ability of high-level psychic-type mutants. But the snake swarm might not be. The little one said that this was the lair of the mutated snake swarm. Judging by the intended target location, this was not a necessary route. The convoy had likely just received a mental control deviation and arrived here. The snake swarm was not driven here by the Zombie King. Therefore, there must be a snake king among them. Understanding this, Lu Zheng stopped fixating on killing the second-level giant snakes that surged past her. These were just small fries. The big one was still behind. Taking out the rope from her space, she flew and subdued a dark green giant snake. With all her strength, she stepped onto the snake's head and looked around from the high-raised head of the giant snake. The mass of writhing giant snakes sent chills down her spine. The giant snakes Lu Zheng had slain immediately became food for the new ones that surged in. Cannibalism. The inhuman sounds of chewing echoed in her ears. The troops were fighting and retreating within the mental domain protected by Yin Qi. Snakes surrounded them from all sides. No, something must be hidden that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Biting down on one end, she tied it with one hand, blindfolding her eyes. She focused all her energy on sensing the connection between her and the little one's mental domain. Although the monster contract book couldn't allow her to fully share the abilities of the contractor, it could be borrowed, covering her eyes, which belonged to carbon-based human beings. She saw the perspective belonging to the mutated species. The surging snake swarm was energized. The abilities of Yin Qi and the others were also quantified in her eyes. The energy gathering point was found. Lu Zheng curled the corners of his lips. He swung his knife to cut off the giant snake beneath him that was trying to escape. He leaped towards the targeted direction. Chapter 82. Use their own methods against them, Clang. The black knife sparked a long series of sparks. Lu Zheng gripped the black knife tightly with both hands and swiped it across a seemingly ordinary yellow-brown snake in front of him. To the naked eye, it appeared plain and was much smaller in size compared to other giant snakes. Compared to those with the thickness of an adult thigh, this one was only as thick as a forearm and about 2 meters long, almost a bit petite. However, from the perspective connected through the monster contract with the little guy, this was the place where the energy brilliance of the entire snake swarm was the strongest. Hiss! The surging snake swarm stopped. Those giant snakes rushing towards the convoy from all directions turned to charge at Lu Zheng. It worked. This one appeared to be the Snake King. Lu Zheng did not recklessly charge at the Snake King directly. Halfway, she had already thrown the bound phoenix forest from the monster contract. She constructed a brief illusion. Moreover, the information the little guy sent her from the spiritual domain went far beyond just confirming the Snake King. Like a queen bee in a hive or a queen ant in an anthill, this Snake King, although it had no offensive power, was not a threat. Only then did Lu Zheng dare to approach directly. The black knife glided across the Snake King, scraping off a few scales. Monster contract. Sacrifice. Sacrifice information received. Congratulations. Lu Zheng from the apocalyptic dimension has successfully contracted the 7th tier Mutated Snake King. Mutated Snake King's special ability commands all mutated snakes. Concurrent chaos. Lu Zheng directly issued a command to the Snake King in her mind. The surging snake swarm calmed down within moments. The giant snake heads that were raised high lowered back to the ground. Go over there. They were currently trapped within the Zombie King's mental barrier and could not escape. But didn't the opponent have limitations on the snake swarm? Even if it was an 8th tier mutated species, did a swarm of millions of snakes not consume its energy? Lu Zheng wanted to see how long this Zombie King could control them. What happened? Gao Song looked in disbelief at the changes in the snake swarm. Yin Qi looked at Lu Zheng on the other side of the barrier. She stood among the snake swarm, her slender figure appearing exceedingly tall. Could it be that someone actually shines? You fight with your fists. Lu Zheng fights with this. She tapped her index finger on her temple. Gao Song stared blankly at Lu Zheng among the snakes, dressed in black, holding the black knife in the wind and snow. The snake swarm charged towards the nearby Zombie King, following the direction of the black knife. On the other side, the little guy was confronting the Zombie King with its yin-yang fish diagram. Interesting, you and I are of the same kind. Why do you protect this human so much? He only raised his hand, and the little guy's fish diagram instantly collapsed. He looked down at the tips of his right hand, flipping his hands over, seemingly wanting to see what was so special about the human skin. Food? Power? Or was there something special about her abilities? The Zombie King asked the little guy with great interest, seemingly curious and not intending to kill her so easily. Huh, ugly creature. The little guy gritted its teeth and once again urged the few remaining abilities. Who is of your kind? You ugly creature. How dare you harm my Zheng? How dare you? The huge fish diagram surrounded by a golden ring reappeared in the void. Clang! The two fish diagrams collided, producing a massive sound that caused ordinary people within a few kilometers radius to bleed from their ears and noses. Lu Zheng lost her abilities for the moment and found it hard to withstand. She suppressed the blood boiling in her chest and waited to see the Zombie King's next move. Interesting, she found the Snake King so quickly. It seemed that the Snake King also liked her very much. She was indeed popular among the mutated species. This sentence was intentionally emphasized. The Zombie King wanted to see if the little guy, who liked Lu Zheng so much, would get angry. Zheng is the best person in the world, of course. She is popular. Who would have known that at that moment, the little guy suddenly broke free from his mental restraint. The ability that had been imposed on the little guy, guiding it to lose its sanity, instantly became ineffective. Bang! The little guy, freed from its restraint, had its fish diagram shine brightly again, forcefully crashing into the Zombie King's fish diagram. Hiss! Millions of giant snakes surged from beneath. This time let be. The Zombie King waved his hand to the right. The little guy's fish diagram collapsed again. The little pink ball fell from the sky. The giant climbing plant followed closely, whipping its vines to catch the falling little guy. Bang! The barrier trapping Lu Zheng shattered with a sound. Raising his hand, the Zombie King gathered thousands of ice spikes around him, trapping the escaping Zombie King. Playing with us like this, having fun like hunting, is interesting, right? Just as the Zombie King waved away these ice spikes, he found the air filled with phoenix fluff. Your abilities are running low too, right? After consuming so much energy, even a high-tier mutated species has its limits. Cool, man. Summoning the giant climbing plant in his mind, it immediately whipped its vines to lift Lu Zheng high up, leveling their line of sight. Lu Zheng continued to urge all the water molecules that could be utilized around her. Even in this minus 60-degree temperature, the air was just drier. Dryness does not mean vacuum. There were still water molecules for her to manipulate. The massive ice spikes continuously attacked the Zombie King. A fourth-tier little ant, overestimating itself. The Zombie King urged the yin-yang fish diagram above his head. Hundreds of ice spikes surrounding him instantly shattered. Thank you for your help. Lu Zheng smiled slightly. Her current abilities couldn't cause such destruction. Thousands of large ice spikes transformed into billions of tiny ice particles, once again launching towards the Zombie King. You think this level of force can harm me? At this moment, the opponent still did not take Lu Zheng's attack seriously. Got it. A subtle fluctuation of her abilities resonated in Lu Zheng's mind. Monster contract. Sacrifice. The shattered ice particles snagged a few strands of hair from the opponent. Monster contract successful. 8th tier mineral-type mutated species. What did you do to me? The Zombie King instantly sensed the link between himself and Lu Zheng. A contract that even 8th tier abilities could not escape from. Not only that, after the mental link, he finally looked at Lu Zheng head-on for the first time. Such powerful mental energy, boundless like the ocean. Not a fan of the snake swarm. You can enjoy this hospitality yourself. Monster contract. Force command. Go down and spend some time with the snake swarm. The Zombie King discovered he had completely lost control of his body. He could only obey the commands in his mind, falling into the snake swarm, just like how he initially treated Lu Zheng. However, this time, the snake swarm that dealt with him completely obeyed Lu Zheng's orders. The cold, giant snakes intertwined and wrapped around his body. Enjoy your time. Lu Zheng picked up the little guy who had safely landed. She patted the wrinkles on her little dress and pressed her forehead against hers. Be good, little one. Rest for a while. The little zombie lay weakly on her shoulder, struggling to keep its eyes open while wanting to see the scene of the Zombie King being overwhelmed by the snake swarm. Ugly creature, haha. Chapter 83. National team takes the field. Zheng. Why does he listen to you so much? The little guy, yawning from tiredness, still wanted to ask. After all, every time Lu Zheng forcefully commanded the little guy, it still managed to break free from the monster contract's restraints and do its own thing. The Zombie King was an 8th-tier mutated species. The kind of restraints he wants to break free from makes no sense that he can't. Do you think you break free from restraints by yourself every time? Lu Zheng rubbed the soft head of the little guy. Since the monster contract can bind mutated species far above its own level, how could it be easy to break free from forceful orders? However, such forceful orders that cannot be broken would harm the mental domain of the contracted mutated species. Lu Zheng couldn't bear to harm the little guy. As for that troublemaking Zombie King, he didn't care about hurting her at all. The little guy tightened her embrace around Lu Zheng's arm. Sleep. In her mind, she saw that the little guy's health bar was almost empty. She really exhausted her today. She clicked in her mind to fill her with points. Meow. The little black cat, which had not been seen for a while, softly rubbed against her feet. Its small head looked up at her, seemingly filled with a kind of proud expectation for praise. Come up, you worked hard today too. Lu Zheng still didn't know that she had found the Snake King so smoothly, and that the Snake King had not attacked her. It was also thanks to the little black cat. The hardship she referred to was about the previous battle. The little black cat thought she knew about it. The two sides reached a peculiar balance. Lu Zheng slightly bent down and extended her empty hand. The little black cat gracefully leaped into her palm. Its soft paws pressed against her hand and still felt a bit cool. Clap, clap. The applause rose and fell. Lu Zheng smiled and nodded to the soldiers of the team. You don't know, this time we went out. The old academicians in the south repeatedly instructed us to protect you well, but now it's clearly you protecting us. In Shi patted Lu Zheng on the back, his tone full of unhidden admiration. How did you subdue that mutated species? In Shi pointed with his chin at the Zombie King being tossed around in the snake group. Mental contract. I'm not clear on the specific principles, but I can bind these mutated species with my mental power. Lu Zheng didn't elaborate, as it was hard to explain clearly in just a few words. The convoy continued to set off, with the Zombie King no longer causing trouble. The next journey was much smoother. Upon reaching the designated station point, Lu Zheng hadn't even gotten out of the car when the troops had already cleared the zombies and mutated species in the building. They even prepared a resting room for her. Go rest first. We'll hold a small meeting after dinner to discuss the combat plan in detail, In-Shi said. Lu Zheng nodded and took the two little ones into the room. The place they landed was a hotel from before the apocalypse. Everything in the room still looked like it did before the apocalypse, neat and clean, ignoring the inhuman roars outside. In this small space, she briefly possessed the peaceful and stable atmosphere from before the apocalypse. Holding the two little ones and tucking them into bed, she opened her phone's offline map to compare it again with the location from her prophetic dream. The Freemason stronghold was chosen so close to the nuclear power plant. It was impossible to say they had no intentions towards the nuclear power plant. However, in her previous life, there was no news of the Freemasons gaining control over the nuclear power plant. It seemed that the troublemaking Zombie King must have blocked them. Come out. She summoned the newly contracted Zombie King in her mind. The other party tumbled out of the monster contract, looking disheveled. His clothes were a mess. His hair was unkempt, and his face and hands bore some unsightly marks. Even though he tried hard to pose like he did before the contract, it only seemed pretentious. You human, quite interesting. He smirked, seemingly quite confident in his own appearance, and looked Lu Zheng up and down. Go guard the nuclear power plant. If it falls, you can just stay in the snake group and don't need to come out. Death held no threat to these extreme, mutated species. Lu Zheng had no intention of threatening him with death. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the Zombie King's expression changed. The nonchalant pose he had just put on faltered a bit. Clearly, the impression of being tossed around in the snake group was very deep. You are ruthless. Lu Zheng, thanks for the compliment. With a wave of her hand, he immediately executed the order, reluctantly raising the mental domain to guard the nuclear power plant. The mental barrier of an 8th-tier mutated species meant that even if the Freemasons deployed heavy weapons, they wouldn't be able to damage the nuclear power plant. Concerned about waking the two little ones who were sleeping, all the previous dialogues were conducted in her mind using mental power. So when she saw the little black cat staring at her, Lu Zheng initially thought she had done something to wake it. "You're awake." Lu Zheng silently mouthed the words. The little black cat lazily trotted over from the blanket, nimbly leaping into her arms. Its fluffy, round little head rubbed against her palm. At this moment, it hated itself for not being able to help at crucial times. The soft feeling in her palm made her heart gradually calm down after such a long time. That night, In-Chi spread out the map sent from the command center. After scanning, the area that cannot be detected on the satellite map is roughly this one. We need a group of people to infiltrate and investigate the situation first. Her hand traced a small circle. Lu Zheng compared it with the area from her prophetic dream, and indeed, they overlapped. Nowadays, everyone is accustomed to using mobile satellite maps to check routes, but not all areas will show up on the map. Some military schools and important laboratories are similarly not searchable on the map. After mentally comparing everything, Lu Zheng nodded in agreement with In-Chi's decision. "I want to go." Her goal was to save her junior sister. The army's goal was to destroy this Freemason stronghold. Compared to both sides, her efficiency in acting alone would be higher. "Okay." In-Chi rarely did not object. Gao Song waved for the reconnaissance team behind him to come forward. A few people walked out from the shadows. Lu Zheng hadn't even noticed that there were people in that direction just now. She glanced at the few of them and turned her head. Realizing she couldn't remember any of their faces at all, there were no memory points whatsoever. The national team was indeed different. This is the type of supplies that are urgently needed over there, and the approximate duty schedule we have collected. Lu Zheng leaned over to look at the unfolded paper. Her eyes widened upon seeing the first line of the urgently needed supplies. Chapter 84, Climbing to Wealth. Little blue pills. This thing was truly unexpected. In-Chi and Gao Song were clearly stunned for a moment as well. But after all, they were the national team. What hadn't they seen? In-Chi couldn't hold back and laughed, slapping the table. It seems the internal life of the Freemason stronghold is pretty good. Otherwise, this thing wouldn't be in such urgent demand. Gao Song also couldn't help but smile, but still analyzed seriously. "All right, I really didn't expect this. This thing was the top-selling medicine before the apocalypse, and now after the apocalypse, it can still lead the list of urgently needed supplies." Perhaps because there were quite a few male comrades present, In-Chi cleared his throat and added with a smile. "Those who take the medicine should be sent to our troops to practice well and see how strong our male comrades are. Right?" Lu Zheng stood by silently. Was this something to say? Was this something she could listen to without spending money? Are there any pharmacies nearby? The team temporarily doesn't have this quantity of little blue pills in reserve. In-Chi instantly withdrew his smile and entered work mode. The reconnaissance team immediately stepped forward. The nearby pharmacies had already been searched, and it seemed the Freemasons had collected them in advance. None of the nearby stores had stock. Lu Zheng recalled the items she had in her mustard seed space. After all, she had experienced a previous life. The little blue pills like cigarettes and cola were hard currency. She had collected a lot of supplies that existed in her space. "I have these." With a wave of her hand, 2 1-meter by 1-meter boxes of little blue pills appeared on the ground beside her. "You still have spatial abilities?" Gao Song's eyes widened. Lu Zheng nodded. "Do you have enough?" In-Chi checked the basic information on the boxes. Turning around, she asked, "Why does a girl collect so many of these? Your boyfriend?" "No. You're single." "Ah, your father must have it tough." The uncle referred to Lu Zheng's father. Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow. She couldn't exactly say she was reborn and had known that little blue pills would be in high demand after the apocalypse, so she stockpiled a lot in advance. She could only feel sorry for her father, who was far away at the Agricultural Research Institute. She joined her hands in her heart. "I'm sorry, Dad." At the Agricultural Research Institute, Lu's father was cleaning vegetables when he suddenly looked up. "Achu, what? Caught a cold?" Lu's mother came over to feel his forehead. "No. With the high-tech clothes from our girl, it's not cold at all. She probably misses me." Saying this, Lu's father raised his eyebrows proudly, seemingly showing off that his daughter thought of him and not his wife. "You just know she thinks of you as a good thing." Lu's mother was like a prophet. At the temporary base, having solved the issue of the little blue pills, the remaining items like cigarettes, alcohol, and food were much easier to handle. They had gathered enough from the military. The reconnaissance team pretended to be scattered survivors to establish connections. Lu Zheng and her group needed to blend in as ordinary survivors with the supplies. At the entrance of the Freemason stronghold, Gao Song naturally walked forward to greet them. His demeanor was completely unlike that of soldier in the team. Whether it was his walking posture, speaking tone, or small gestures, he seemed just like an ordinary person. Lu Zheng saw him slip a small bottle of little blue pills to the guard. The guard's expression changed noticeably. The initial indifference disappeared, replaced by a warm smile. No need to say that we Freemasons have always provided free assistance to ordinary people. Don't you have any women in your team? The man glanced around. Behind him, including Lu Zheng, there were several other female soldiers who had passed through the Nightingale team's disguise and were indistinguishable in gender. Gao Song remembered this statement, but showed no signs of it on his face. More young adults should be beneficial for the Freemasons, and besides, we collected a lot of that stuff earlier. Gao Song gestured subtly toward the pickup truck behind him. The tarp obscured the view inside. As long as you let us in, brother, feel free to ask for that stuff in the future. The guard chuckled meaningfully after hearing this. He casually glanced at the pickup truck and then let them pass. Once inside, just go to 4th Street and find Uncle Zhang. Just report my name. Upon entering, they could see the interior scene clearly. The walls were 2 to 3 meters high, blocking the view. Only upon entering could they see the inner city. As soon as the pickup truck entered, a group of thin, ragged people wrapped in dark blankets approached. Newcomers, need directions? I'm cheap, just 1 corn bun will do. Get out of the way. I don't need a whole one. Half will do. Even through the wind and snow, they could smell the stench on them, likely because they hadn't been cleaned properly since the apocalypse. Gao Song frowned and waved his hand, a thunderclap crashing at the feet of the group. Get lost. The crowd scattered immediately. The truck moved further in, reaching the 2nd gate. The area near the entrance was clearly devoid of those wandering figures. Who are you? The guard blocked the vehicle with a sword. Gao Song smiled as he got out of the driver's seat, following the same approach. Soon, they entered the 2nd gate. Inside this gate, the atmosphere was like 2 different worlds. The people walking along the road looked relatively well-dressed, and their faces still had some flesh. The road signs were also clear. Initially, they thought they would need to ask for directions, but upon entering, they found no such concern at all. The roadside had huge, eye-catching road signs, just like before the apocalypse. 4th Street was easy to find. They drove forward for a short while and arrived. Gao Song jumped out of the car and knocked on the door a few times. An old, thin black man emerged. Who are you looking for? Gao Song pointed at the truck behind him with his thumb, introduced by Wang Fatty. The old man smiled ingratiatingly and opened the door. Please come in. Please come in. Returning to the truck, Gao Song made several pre-agreed hand gestures where the other party couldn't see. The group immediately nodded, entering the small courtyard. It looked like a coal hive. Aside from a bit of space to the side after entering, it was narrow inside. Gao Song, a robust adult male, had to turn sideways and lower his head to move in. Don't worry, we've been in the introduction business for a long time and have a good reputation. Leave the truck and supplies at the door. We'll keep an eye on them for you. Gao Song smiled innocently. We know, but we're used to sleeping with our things in our arms. Otherwise, we can't sleep. Several people took out backpacks from the truck. The supplies had been distributed in the bags early on for easy access. As Lu Zheng passed by the thin old man, she clearly felt him glance at her figure. Although your team has no women, that young man has a good build, very slender. Does he have any thoughts of climbing the social ladder? In a flash, Lu Zheng gave Gao Song a pretense of agreement with her eyes where the old man couldn't see. Gao Song understood. Lowering his voice, he asked, Brother, how should we say this? He recalled that from the 1st gate onward, the guards had been constantly assessing whether there were any women in their team. What exactly was the Freemason doing that required so many women? The thin old man revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. You really asked the right question. Once you enter the inner city, do you see any women on the street? You probably haven't seen any somewhat handsome men either, right? It's a different world in there. He pointed to the top of his head with his right index finger. Oh, there are many secrets in there. Just wait. There will be an auction tomorrow night. You'll understand once you see it all. His bony hands, like chicken claws, patted Gao Song's arm instead of his shoulder, his eyes filled with a business-like friendliness. Inside the room, as soon as Gao Song entered, Yin Qi and the members of the Nightingale team immediately set up a mental barrier to block sound and prying eyes. So how did it go? Lu Zheng asked, tapping the table with her hand. Gao Song put away the smile from outside and returned to normal. The Freemasons have an auction tomorrow night involving women and weak men, but it's still unclear if any important figures from the Freemasons will be involved. I didn't TC any women as soon as I entered. Even if the number of female survivors is low due to lack of combat power after the apocalypse, it shouldn't be completely absent. Lu Zheng pointed at the table. Women, weak men, there's definitely some sexual exploitation involved. The thin old man watched them enter, showing no fear of the robust young men. He didn't pay much attention to her or the other female soldiers disguised as men either, occasionally glancing over. It didn't seem like he was assessing people, but rather evaluating goods. When exactly tomorrow, where we'll go check it out? Inchi noted, there are people outside. A slight fluctuation in the mental domain indicated someone was eavesdropping outside. The formation type ability user dispelled the silence formation. We brought those little blue pills. How do you all plan to get out? Lu Zheng lowered her voice slightly. To an outsider, it sounded like they were plotting something. The thin old man pressed his face against the window ledge, gathering his abilities in front of his face. If Lu Zheng sees this, he would recognize it. This is a third-tier peak wind type ability user. They can turn air into blades, making it a combat type ability that is hard to defend against. It should be easy to find, right? There seem to be quite a few men at the entrance. Let's take a look first. By the way, what are we having for dinner tonight? Is the meat ready to be cooked? Craving? As the rich aroma of meat wafts out, the thin, dark old man hasn't heard any useful information. Lu Zheng holds a small bowl, eating stewed beef. He reflects on how the soldiers, brothers, and sisters are indeed people entrusted to the country. They really cook well. They are enjoying their meal. The others living in the small courtyard are not so happy. Since the apocalypse, they have been lacking clothes and food, and suddenly smell such a fragrance. Everyone's eyes turn green with envy. If it weren't for the extreme cold, the smell wouldn't travel far, and people's sense of smell isn't sharp. Those around could surround the small building. Only a few households in the courtyard are secretly watching. Be honest, the new fat sheep are not for you yet. The thin, dark old man stands with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a knife's edge. His voice is not loud. He flares his nostrils. It smells so good. Let you enjoy one more day of good life. By tomorrow, whether you can still eat those things is uncertain. He snorts coldly and walks out of the small courtyard. The street's homeless people immediately scatter to the sides, pressing against the wall, afraid the thin, dark old man will notice them. Keep your mouth shut. If anyone leaks information, the dead won't speak. Inside the house, the dead won't speak. Just now, the little girl was hiding in the crowd's backpack to sneak in. Her overdrawn ability hasn't recovered yet. Her little face is pale. After listening, Lu Zheng gently rubs her soft head and hugs her, kissing her forehead. Previously, the little zombie was always causing trouble, and she found it annoying. Now, the little girl is so well-behaved, making her heart ache. Zheng, I like you like this. She points to her forehead. Their spiritual domain is connected by a monster contract. Just now, the emotions that surged in Lu Zheng. Although the little girl doesn't understand what cherishing means yet, it doesn't stop her from liking this feeling. Zheng, can I have an ice cream? The little girl raises her fist to her chest. Her big, dark grape-like eyes look at Lu Zheng with watery anticipation. Yes, but you can only have one. Lu Zheng takes out a small box of ice cream from her space, giving one to each of the others. In this apocalypse, ice cream that used to be easy to find before is now something most people present haven't had in a long time. Just now, when the little girl acted coy, Lu Zheng noticed several younger soldiers silently swallowing their saliva. It's better for everyone to have a little. Inchi, Lu Zheng, you and the little girl keep watch in the first half of the night, and we will take the second half. After finishing the ice cream, several soldiers present lie down on the ground to sleep. Lu Zheng pulls out her black knife, sitting cross-legged, resting the knife on her knees. The little girl cuddles comfortably in her arms. The little black cat, which had been hiding in her arms, now emerges from her collar and stands on her left shoulder, its blue, round eyes vigilantly watching the surroundings. Clatter, clatter. The sound of footsteps going up and down the stairs makes the old wooden stairs creak painfully. Today is a lucky day, look. Lu Zheng listens to the sounds outside the house. Knock, knock. A light tapping sound comes from the street side window. Lu Zheng uses the little zombie's ability to probe. It's a short-haired, dark-faced little boy. His long, Thin arms are clinging to the windowsill, his whole body hanging in midair. Hey, hey, a faint voice comes from the window. A slender little face peeks through the gap of the broken window. You are the newcomers. You shouldn't be here. Quickly wake your companions and escape while it's still dark. His voice is very low. Upon seeing the little girl in Lu Zheng's arms, he obviously furrows his brow. You even brought a child. You should escape quickly, or you'll all die at tomorrow's auction. He looks around nervously. Lu Zheng walks to the window. He looks only about 7 or 8 years old. His face is so dirty that his original color is unrecognizable. Only his pair of eyes shines brightly. Who are you? And how do you know we are newcomers? It hasn't even been 2 hours since we arrived. The other party seems to know a lot of information. Such well-informed news makes it hard not to be suspicious. Chapter 86, Youngling. HMPH. People who are about to die. Why do you care who I am? If you don't believe me, just come with me and see. He swings himself up on the window ledge. He seems confident that Lu Zheng will follow. Lu Zheng puts the little girl down from her arms and returns to her cross-legged position, continuing to rest her knife on her knees. Before the apocalypse, women, the elderly, and children were often sent out by criminal gangs to lower the victim's guard. It was common to see elderly people asking girls to help buy food. Once inside the store, they would immediately work together to close the door and abduct them. Not to mention now, in the apocalypse, who would offer good intentions. Hey, you don't believe me? He continues to lean on the window. His bright, shining eyes scan the few people sleeping on the floor. Are you worried I might deceive you? Then you could go to 14 East 9th Street in the morning. There should be something there for you to see around for in the morning. After speaking, the little boy looks around nervously. With a strong push, he disappears into the night. The little girl hugs Lu Zheng's neck. He wasn't lying just now. Zheng. Why don't you go with him to take a look? Lu Zheng holds the swaying little girl close to her chest. When deceiving, saying something true is always easier to gain trust. It seems that the inner city is quite lively. As for those wanting to recruit newcomers, they're like that thin, dark old man, seemingly engaged in shady business. As for the force that sent the little boy, East 9th Street 14, I have to say, they are quite clever. They know how to pique a stranger's curiosity. I don't understand. The little girl is drooping on her shoulder. The little black cat that was originally on her left shoulder is now gone. Lu Zheng looks at the gap in the broken window. It seems that the little black cat is even more curious than she is. In the dark night, the little black cat conceals its form and leaps onto the eaves and window ledge. That little boy seems to be a first-tier wind-type ability user, very good at using wind power to accelerate. However, it's nothing for the little black cat. It follows at a leisurely pace. After jumping over several blocks, the little black cat looks up and sees the address mentioned in the conversation. East 9th Street 14. It leaps onto the window ledge, its soft little body silently sneaking around. Its blue round eyes scan the surroundings. Got it. The round little body slips into the ventilation duct. A strong smell of smoke wafts out through the duct. The little cat seems to completely ignore it and continues forward. Inside, the sounds become clearer. It's completely dark inside. Black walls, black machines, black tables and floors. The people moving within are all wrapped in clothing that is hard to discern the original color, which can also be considered black. A team of 3 quickly moves through the corridor. The previously dark, thin little boy enters the room, no longer looking lively as he did outside. His small body crouches cautiously in a corner. The leader is presumably seated behind the window. The little boy swallows hard, trembling. Tomorrow, they will definitely come in the morning. All right. A thick, big hand reaches out from behind the curtain and waves. Since nothing was accomplished, do you think you will be able to eat today? The man's voice from behind the curtain is murky. I won't force you. It's always a free choice here. But you must remember, you didn't complete the task today. The last sentence emphasized the tone. The little boy lying on the ground trembled even more violently, almost curling up into a ball. The sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground echoed. The crowd outside the curtain, including the little boy, clearly breathed a sigh of relief. The little black cat watched for a while and decided to continue following the little boy. The little boy dejectedly climbed onto the railing, returning to a place that resembled a beehive. It seemed not much different from a stack of coffins. The child could still stretch out his legs, while adults could only awkwardly bend their legs and huddle inside. How's it going? Not going well today. The little boy clearly had little to say, casually waving his hand. He looked mature, as if to say, "Don't say anything. Women, they just have too many thoughts. There are fewer and fewer newcomers, and they are harder to please." His small body, as agile as a monkey, slipped into a coffin-like small room. The little black cat flicked its tail and concealed itself, wandering around the beehive-like room for a few circles. It turned and headed in the direction where the sound of leather shoes had disappeared. As it walked in, the rooms became more spacious, no longer dark and dirty like before. Further inside was a laboratory, the bright, clean floors and walls. The little black cat concealed itself, bouncing along with the person who entered, following them deep inside the lab. It arrived at the innermost part of the lab, just as someone was jumping on the table, looking at the data sheets spread out on the surface. Suddenly, it felt a soft hand pat its little head. A cat? It seems I'm hallucinating again. The little black cat turned its head and saw a face that could only be described as terrifying. The voice was also extremely hoarse, but at least it was a human, a female human. "Little guy, where did you come from?" Those delicate, pale hands gently scratched its head, allowing it to continue walking on the table. After a while, the person looked up again, seemingly confirming that the little black cat was not a hallucination. The originally lifeless expression changed. She glanced warily at the office door. The staff outside couldn't see the little black cat. "You've gone invisible? Only I can see you now, right?" the other person said softly. The little black cat confirmed that the ability flowing through its body was fine. It seemed the other person was a rare visual type ability user, capable of seeing through all disguises. Her blue eyes stared directly into its eyes. The sincere soul made the little black cat feel a burning sensation in its heart for a moment. It could see through a person's eyes to their soul. Murky, dirty. It was the first time it had seen someone so sincere, filled with fiery passion. "Come with me, little cutie." The other person gestured for it to jump onto her. The little black cat remained still. She then pulled out a canvas backpack from behind her. "Then you go in by yourself, and I'll send you out." The bag's opening faced the little black cat. It looked up and saw her name tag on her chest. Yang Ling, biological research expert. This name. It looked up at her face again. "Dr. Yang, come take a look at the results of the new gradient experiment concentration." A voice from outside came in. "Here they come." Yang Ling reached down, gently stuffing the little cat into the backpack. "Be good, it'll be over soon." Chapter 87, 14, East 9th Street. When Yang Ling walked out with the little black cat, a few people who hadn't fallen asleep in the beehive stirred. "Dr. Yang, you're here. What do you want to do today?" The person who spoke climbed out of the beehive and rushed over in just a few steps. Before he could say a second word, someone who came up behind squeezed past him. "Dr. Yang, so early today. Are you getting off work? There's a new snack on West Street. Do you want to go see?" Heads crowded together, voices overlapping. Yang Ling kept a cold face, ignoring everyone. "Xiao Su." The voice wasn't too loud. The little boy who had been watching the commotion from the beehive immediately rushed down. It was the same boy who had been coaxed in the small courtyard earlier. His dark little face smiled like a little fox. "Sister Yang, do you have something for me again today?" As he spoke, the little boy deliberately tilted his head, hands on his hips, turning in circles to look at those who rushed and failed to catch up. His forehead was practically adorned with the word proud. "I need you to deliver something outside." Yang Ling waved her hand, signaling the little boy to come over. She reached in her bag and took out a buttered bread. In the freezing temperature, the bread had turned white from the cold. It didn't look appetizing. However, many people around were staring intently at that small piece. As soon as Xiao Su received it, he bit into it and swallowed it down with a few crunchy sounds. In this day and age, food is only safe when it's in your stomach. Yang Ling was the honored guest in this place. Those people only dared to stare with their eyes, not daring to snatch it away. They had tried before, and those who reached for it immediately died at the hands of hidden bodyguards. "You know, why does that doctor Yang like that little Sue so much? Just a yellow-haired kid? What do you understand? Those higher-ups love little boys and girls, the younger. The better, blank slates are easier to train." The speaker lowered his voice, a hint of ambiguity. His thumb, index, and middle fingers rubbed together slowly in front of his eyes. "If you ask me, that Dr. Yang looks like she won't get married, can't have her own kids, and when she sees someone like little Sue, she treats him like a son, better than nothing. After speaking, he turned to the side. To be honest, Dr. Yang is really too ugly. But her treatment here is still decent. If I married her, I'd eat meat every day. A burst of laughter followed. The men chuckled ambiguously. On the other side, after leading the boy named Xiao Su out of the street, where the beehive was located, Yang Ling took out a tube of nutrient solution from her bag. Drink this. It's nutrient solution. If you don't eat fresh fruits and vegetables, it's easy to have gum bleeding. This will help. The nutrient solution was stored in a portable, temperature-controlled tube, unaffected by the external freezing conditions. The little boy took it, holding it in his hands and drinking it, not caring whether what Yang Ling gave him was poison. Dr. Yang, what are you sending out? Once out on the street, Xiao Su no longer called her sister Yang. The previous kind of boasting was actually a form of borrowing power, protecting himself with Yang Ling's influence. Otherwise, as a boy not even 10 years old, he would have been eaten as reserved food among that crowd. This, Yang Ling pulled out a fluffy little black cat from her bag. Once out of the laboratory, the little black cat was no longer invisible. The little boy felt a bit nervous. He rubbed his small hands on his clothes several times before tremblingly raising them. I will definitely send it out well. The little boy cradled the little black cat. Their bright eyes met. It's fine, just send it out. There were no mutated creatures in the inner city. These little animals would be cleaned up by the hungry, homeless early on. Yang Ling asking the little boy to send the little black cat out was hard to say what her psychology was. Even if sent out, it might be caught and eaten. Perhaps not seeing it would make her heart feel less painful. A few ability users hidden in the shadows exchanged glances. In the conference room, a man dressed in polar thermal clothing leaned back in a chair, hands held over a brazier to warm them. The man moved slowly, speaking leisurely. Today, Dr. Yang instructed a refugee to send out a little black cat. The person responsible for the report bent down, not daring to raise his head at all. His entire back was stiff, not daring to show any signs of overstepping. A little cat. Where did Dr. Yang get the cat from? The man, warming his hands, turned them over a few times. His voice remained relaxed. Forget it. You fools wouldn't understand anyway. Get out of here. Come back to report when there are new experimental results. The man glanced at the person on the ground. Dr. Yang also needs to have her own life. She just needs to stay safe here. Go. This command was like a great pardon to the person on the ground. Nodding repeatedly, she crawled out of the room and turned back into the darkness. It was still not dawn. The division of power within the Freemason stronghold was far more complex than imagined. Turning the next corner, if Yang Ling were still there, she would see the little black cat splitting into two, running in opposite directions. However, the pursuers could only see the little black cat leaping out of the inner city gate after turning the corner, never stopping. The real little black cat had concealed its form and breath. It was now time for Yin Shi and the others to change shifts. Lu Zheng leaned against the wall to rest, lightly jumping on her lap and curling up to sleep. The next day, Lu Zheng wiped her long knife while listening to the reports in her mind. The little black cat softly placed its two fluffy front paws in her palm and tapped 3 times, as clear as if she were holding a phone to watch an edited video. When Lu Zheng saw Dr. Yang appear, she sat up straight. Junior sister. How did she end up like this? Watching the look in her junior sister's eyes as she sent off the little black cat, Lu Zheng felt her heart nearly shatter. The little son's junior sister, the light in her eyes was gone. 14 East 9th Street. She silently recited this address. At least she was now an important figure within that power structure. As she was thinking, Yin Shi came in from outside. Are you ready? The auction can prepare to let people in. We can first check out the commotion during the day. It said that the big items will be auctioned at night. Lu Zheng nodded, sheathed her knife, and used the link of the monster contract in her mind to instruct the little zombie to head to 14 East 9th Street. But she could achieve Lu Zheng's instant transfer to the location of the little zombie through the mental domain link. Chapter 88. Warm bed. The auction in the inner city of the Freemasons. A thin, old man led Lu Zheng and a few others inside. The surrounding gazes, whether intentional or not, fell upon them. Her black knife was on her back, looking like she had casually grabbed a firewood stick as a temporary weapon. It didn't attract too much attention. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, even a child of a few years wouldn't walk into a crowd empty-handed. The sky was still bright, and the auction venue was still being set up with electric lights. At this time, the electricity was not like before the apocalypse, where any place with a roof would not lack power. The entire venue was much more comfortable than outside due to the crowd. Lu Zheng followed the group forward, noticing many vagrants along the way, probably here to soak up the warmth, with the thin old man leading the way. The gatekeepers didn't conduct any checks and let them pass directly. It was only when they officially entered that they saw the whole situation of the auction stage. It was very similar to the design of a gladiatorial arena, an inwardly sloped auction stage. The audience walked along a curved passageway. Once they reached their spots, they directly sat on steps about the height of their calves, treating them as seats. Lu Zheng reached down and knocked a few times on the ground beneath her. It was not the reinforced concrete of pre-apocalypse. Looking around, the entire venue was approximately a 400-meter diameter inverted cone. Its depth was several dozen meters. It could seat thousands of people at once. This was not the reinforced concrete of pre-apocalypse. After the apocalypse, it was the work of high-level Earth-type ability users. When she had seen the walls of the inner and outer cities before, Lu Zheng had already known that there were high-level ambush ability users within the Freemasons. Looking at the building before her, it seemed that the Earth-type ability user S rank was even higher than she initially thought. "What are you looking at?" Gao Song asked Lu Zheng as he observed her looking around and knocking on the ground. "I'm checking how many ability users are here." In the post-apocalyptic world, distinguishing between ability users and ordinary people is very convenient. You can basically tell just by looking at whether their faces are clean. The remaining 2% can be distinguished by their bodily coldness. They are now disguised as ordinary low-level ability users. The most ordinary appearance. The surrounding gazes turned toward them. "How many?" Gao Song asked curiously. Lu Zheng, 563. Gao Song's gaze toward her changed. He turned his head to carefully observe the surroundings. Coming from the Nightingale squad, his basic reconnaissance ability was naturally impressive. Even he could only estimate a rough number. He didn't expect Lu Zheng to give an exact figure. 564. Another one just came in from the east. They were seated on the west side. The east stands were 100 meters away from them. Even if they became ability users with enhanced vision, it wouldn't be that extraordinary. After hearing this, Gao Song immediately turned to Yin Shi. "Are you really not going to let her join our squad? She is meant to be part of our team." Yin Shi shot him an irritated look. "If you want to recruit someone, talk to them directly. Why come to me? Am I in charge of the old academicians or Lu Zheng?" After saying that, he ignored him and began to assist with the formation again. From the moment they entered, Yin Shi and another formation-type ability user in their team began to coordinate and set up formations around them. Bang! "Come on, everyone. Look over here." A middle-aged man jumped onto the auction stage. He was merely clapping his hands, but it sounded like the clash of metal. Without a microphone, his deep voice resonated throughout the entire venue. Lu Zheng and Yin Shi exchanged glances. A fourth-level metal ability user. "Everyone, it's still not evening, and the treasures the nobles want to see will take a while longer, but can we leave the stage empty?" Bang! As he raised his hands above his head and clapped, several square objects covered in black cloth rose from the stage in the center behind him. The thin old man sitting next to Lu Zheng whispered, "Watch closely, the appetizers are coming." Saying this, he smiled ambiguously. The black cloth covering the first iron cage was pulled down, revealing the auction item inside. A frail male human, wrapped in colorless cotton clothing. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were vacant. "This is today's first appetizer." The man walked around the iron cage a few steps. 115 pounds, 45 years old, a healthy adult male. Starting bid 5 second-level crystal cores. He emphasized the weight while chuckling a few times. The people around looked as if they understood. It didn't seem like they were auctioning off a living person, but a lump of meat. In fact, the people around were doing just that. 6 cores. 8 cores. 12 cores. Good. 12 cores once. 12 cores twice. 12 cores 3 times. Sold. 12 second-level crystal cores could buy a living person. Lu Zheng suppressed the nausea surging in her throat. Having experienced the apocalypse once, she knew too well what this was about. They were buying meat to eat. After the apocalypse, with the absence of large farms and slaughterhouses for supply circulation, the days of being able to buy meat at any time were gone forever. Those elderly, children, women, and frail men had become walking reserves of food. One by one, The black cloths were pulled down, and each reserve was auctioned off and taken away. Finally, the last black cloth was pulled down. Unlike the previous ones, this time it was a woman. In her 30s, one could clearly see the vibrancy of being in her 30s. She sat on the ground, showing no fear. Her head and face were even well-groomed. The main event before nightfall. 32 years old, female. How about that? The entire venue erupted with thousands of people shouting. The atmosphere was as lively as a celebrity concert before the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, women were worth more than men. They could give birth, warm beds, and showcase themselves. Most importantly, they were rare. This time was different from the previous few. The earlier auction items always waited in the iron cages with vacant eyes for the host to introduce them. That woman, without waiting for the host's introduction, stood up, brushed off her clothes, gestured to the host beside her, and then the host handed her a microphone. "Good afternoon, everyone. It's almost evening." After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Such a smile excited the crowd even more. Many ability users stood up from their seats. If it weren't for the bodyguards patrolling the venue, many would have jumped onto the stage. "Let me introduce myself. I'm 32 years old, and before the apocalypse, I graduated with a bachelor's degree. You don't have to worry about my child's intelligence." After saying this, she shrugged her shoulders and smiled even brighter. "I passed my physical exams every year at the company." It was a very ordinary statement, but she blinked her eyes and spoke in an ambiguous tone. In the end, she even blew a kiss. "All right, next, the auction will be hosted by our host." Woo! Host. Without further ado, the starting bid is 22-tier crystal cores. 50 cores. Lu Zheng raised the bidding paddle next to him. Chapter 89. The financial backer, 50 cores. The crowd stirred. This was the highest bid of the day. Unlike Lu Zheng, who had countless crystal cores on him, for others, even if they were ability users, killing 50 mutated species to obtain that many crystal cores was not an easy task. Even if they had them, bringing out so many at once required courage. The people in the venue leaned forward like sunflowers, craning their necks to look this way. In the black clothing, their figures were hard to see. All that could be seen were faces with yellow skin, all turned towards them. In Shi pressed down on Gao Song, who wanted to ask. The crystal cores belonged to Lu Zheng. How he wanted to spend them was none of their business. 50 cores once, 50 cores twice, 50 cores 3 times. Sold. The woman on stage smiled brightly in Lu Zheng's direction, accompanied by bodyguards on both sides. She walked up to them. She looked quite different from her appearance on stage. As soon as she reached Lu Zheng and the others, she had already reigned in all her smiles. The teasing words she had spoken on stage seemed to belong to someone else. Now, she appeared very easygoing. "You just said you graduated with a bachelor's degree. Which school did you attend? From your accent, it seems you're not from Jinling. Did you study here for university?" Gao Song pretended to bring up the topic casually. When she spoke, her face showed no extra expression, as if it wasn't her who was going to make a move. This made Gao Song widen his eyes. How shameless can you be? The teasing words from earlier still echoed in their ears. The woman chuckled. "How much is shame worth? Can it buy a meal? If so, I can afford a little." Her eyes showed no fear when she said this. Upon approaching, it was clear to her that Lu Zheng and his group were different from the others in the venue. She spoke without any reservations. What keen insight! Just after 1 or 2 exchanges, this woman had figured out the general character of the few people present. "Here, a cookie." Lu Zheng handed over a piece of dark cookie that looked like something even dogs wouldn't eat before the apocalypse. The woman laughed. It was still the spender who was straightforward. After taking it, she chewed it a couple of times and swallowed it. Perhaps it was too dry. The veins on her neck bulged while swallowing, and even her temples throbbed. Gao Song handed over a bottle of water with annoyance. "Drink it, don't choke to death here." He used a military-grade titanium steel cup made from aerospace materials, which could keep the internal liquid at a constant temperature even in extreme sub-zero conditions. The woman took it and hid it in her arms. "Don't let others see this cup. It's not something ordinary people would have." While pretending to warm the water with her body temperature, just like most people after the apocalypse, she whispered, "Why don't you ask us why we want to buy you?" Gao Song became even more interested in the woman because of the cup. Either to have children, or to sleep, or to do laundry and cook as a servant or reserve food, where you laud being charitable and showing the brilliance of humanity by saving me. No matter which, I've already been bought, and I can accept it. After saying this, the woman turned to Lu Zheng and said, "The evening event is here, financial daddy. See if there's anyone you fancy." On the surface, Lu Zheng appeared expressionless, but inside he felt that the crystal cores were indeed worth the price. The lights in the venue lit up. The bright, incandescent light illuminated the faces of the audience in circles, casting thin shadows in the back rows. The auction stage once again pushed 5 cages forward. At this moment, people finally arrived in the front row. One by one, people with indistinguishable faces walked in and took their seats. They were the big spenders of the night. The first black cloth was pulled down. Live people, unlike before. They were obviously young and good-looking. Lu Zheng looked at the people in the first few cages and felt they looked familiar. After a while, he remembered. They were stars he had seen in movies. These auction items were not for ordinary people. For them, it belonged to the luxury category and was not practical. It was a plaything for the big shots in the front row. The last black cloth was pulled down. Inside the cage was a beautiful youth whose gender was hard to distinguish. The auctioneer covered his eyes with black cloth, exposing only his fair forehead and chin, with his luscious red lips appearing soft and full against the snowy background. A gasp echoed in the crowd. Wow, they brought in a male fairy. The woman who had just been bought couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Lu Zheng looking at her, she smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Zhou Mei. Just call me Xiao Mei or Xiao Zhou." This beautiful youth was eventually sold for 400 two-tier crystal cores. When they left the auction house, almost everyone around was discussing the final transaction price. Wow, 400 cores. The people up there are much richer than we thought. What do you think? With so many mutated species outside, if there's a powerful ability user nearby, those two-tier mutated species would be easy to deal with. What's 400 cores? A thin, dark old man squeezed next to Gao Song. So have you thought it through? Although your companion isn't as handsome as that beautiful youth, with some good packaging, he could still be decent. After all, he'll be living a good life with a wealthy person. The thin, dark old man led them into the venue and soon disappeared. He probably hadn't seen Lu Zheng by Zhou Mei, or else he wouldn't have said that. However, fortunately, the high transaction prices of the subsequent auction items offset the impact of Lu Zheng's 52-tier crystal cores. There weren't many people peeking along the way. "Brother, you should be a little more discreet with your words. My financial daddy might hear you, and it wouldn't be good." Zhou Mei stepped forward with a smiling face. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but her naturally smiling eyes and round face, combined with such a smile, easily evoked a bit of goodwill. "Financial daddy? Who?" The thin, dark old man still thought this woman was bought by Gao Song, as the whole team had always appeared to be led by Gao Song in front of him. "Of course it's this one, the handsome guy you're preparing to sell." Zhou Mei feigned an exaggerated expression. "No way, no way. You actually are the last one to find out that our financial daddy just bought me." She didn't mention the specific price, leaving a thought lingering to entice the thin, dark old man to think further. Zhou Mei stretched lazily and glanced back at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng read a bit of understanding and playfulness in her eyes. When they returned to the small room, Zhou Mei's first sentence was, "So, how was it, financial lady? Did I perform well?" The crystal cores were worth the spend. Chapter 90. Gene Bank, when did you figure it out? When you bought me, your eyes weren't the gaze of a man looking at a woman. Zhou Mei wore a gentle smile. Zhou Mei, who graduated from middle school, is from Lyon. She worked in sales in Jinling for 6 years and now has nothing. She just said at the auction that it's not fake. I can really accept anything. Gao Song and Yin Qi exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness. They couldn't understand why Lu Zheng would buy a woman at a time like this. After all, Lu Zheng didn't seem like the type to show kindness at any time or place. Lu Zheng asked, "What level is your mental ability that can break illusions? How did you see that?" "I actually don't feel it's very obvious. When others awaken their abilities, their strength at least increases. But my body hasn't changed at all." Zhou Mei raised her hand, and a transparent light sphere rose from her palm. Unlike other mental ability users whose powers manifest with yin-yang fish patterns, only a light sphere appeared, which didn't seem impressive. It was second only to the array-type mental abilities, breaking illusions and seeing the truth. This was one of the rarest abilities in the apocalypse. As for the level, I'm not very sure, probably level 2. Level 2? It seems to be as Lu Zheng expected. It appears to be a low level, but the abilities that can be utilized far exceed those of opponents of the same level. It's the same situation as my own. After Lu Zheng finished this sentence, he didn't speak again and took out a long knife to wipe it. In fact, he was mentally connecting with the little zombie that was scouting outside. Should we just ignore her? Gao Song looked at Lu Zheng, feeling a bit frustrated. Our team didn't come here for a vacation or to find a babysitter. If you have an opinion, talk to Lu Zheng. What do you want from me? Inchi rolled his eyes and began to communicate with the team's array-type ability user about today's intelligence. Today, at the venue, the two of them successfully gathered quite a bit of information by cooperating to deploy a chain mental domain. Gao Song glanced at Inchi and then at Lu Zheng, letting out a heavy sigh. Number 14, East 9th Street. The little zombie, supported by the mental domain, swayed inside the city with the help of a large South American plant. The people around couldn't see her using the mental domain to become invisible. The entire infiltration process was essentially as if she were in a no-man's land. Hey, these humans are really interesting, living in such small coffins. The little one saw a hive and laughed while patting the large South American plant beneath her. The plant couldn't speak, but its swaying vines clearly showed its agreement. Ah, this is more like it. So many people are alive. They must be stored food. Look. The little one pointed to the bloody slaughterhouse behind the hive. There were no farms providing a continuous supply of poultry and livestock. These humans looked more human-like, which makes sense. Expending energy to hunt means they must eat. Zombies hunt humans not only to gain upgraded flesh, but also primarily for food. Other mutated species are the same. The little one muttered to herself as she moved forward. The dark inner city transitioned to a bright laboratory building. It looked a bit like where Zheng lives. Let us go find the person she mentioned. The little one clasped her hands together, and an invisible yin-yang fish golden ring rotated above her palms. The mental domain belonging to level 7 mutated species quietly unfolded nearby. Yangling, found you here. She muttered it a few times. The little zombie opened her eyes and patted her little dress. Let us go, ugly thing. In Yangling's office, she looked at the genetic information on the monitor, her right hand maneuvering the mouse, while her left unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk. This was a fusion genetic information database that required purchasing copyrights to access before the apocalypse, and now it could be directly queried. Whether it was humans, animals, plants, or microorganisms, all had genetic information. After entering the millennium, the technology for macrogenome sequencing developed rapidly. This technology, which can simultaneously determine a large batch of genetic sequences, propelled research in the entire genetic field forward. Everyone knows about the Human Genome Project from the last century. The sequencing technology at that time was still very inefficient. Sequencing the entire human genome required cooperation from dozens of countries. Moreover, the sequencing accuracy at that time was not high. In fact, the first results of human genome sequencing were not ideal and had to be redetermined several times. With today's sequencing technology, one country can handle human genome sequencing. After sequencing, analysis can reveal corresponding functions. For example, whether a person's skin is white or black, what talents they possess. As long as the corresponding genomic information is known, it can be determined. After obtaining this information, integrating and establishing a super large database is what is commonly referred to as a genetic bank. Before the apocalypse, there were shared genetic banks and also confidential genetic banks due to technical secrecy. Now Yangling could see everything through the internal computer. Those people were more in-depth than she had imagined. Chapter 91. Experimenting on Children. Hey, are you called Yangling? A babyish voice echoed in her mind. Yangling showed no reaction on her face and continued her work without revealing anything. They were monitoring her. Who are you? Where did you come from? Yangling asked mentally while reviewing the documents in her hands. Me? I'm Wan. Oh, Zheng asked me to find you. The mention of the name Zheng made Yangling's hand pause momentarily with the pen. What is Lu Zheng to you? Looks like I didn't find the wrong person. Come with me. Zheng is looking for you. The little zombie clapped her hands to activate the mental domain. When Wan Ji pulled her into the first fire pit, All she thought about was how her senior sister would come to save her. By the time she arrived at this second fire pit, she no longer had that kind of hope. Yangling finished signing the approval documents in her hand and called out, "Shaolin, come in and get the new plan execution document. How come you don't know what's good for you? Shaolin, deliver this to Lab 407. Give it to Teacher Wang and communicate with him about the use of the fluorescence microscope." She still had a lot to do. She possessed the power to see through some illusions, regardless of the opponent's level. When ability users stood in front of her, she could know their ability level and ultimate moves. The little girl in the red dress stepped into the laboratory, and she had seen it through the surveillance. A level 7 mutated zombie combined with a level 4 South American plant. From this perspective, her senior sister should be doing quite well. That's good. With this thought, Yangling walked through the corridor between two buildings and entered another seemingly bright building connected to the laboratory. Unlike the heated laboratory building, Yangling tightened her scarf around her neck to cover her mouth and nose and nodded to the guard. She walked quickly inside. Countless prying eyes flickered in the windows. Yangling walked through the corridor, those gazes brushing past her shoulders. The little zombie and the mutated species followed behind. The little zombie kept mumbling in her mind, but ultimately did not directly take action to bring her away. Yangling guessed that her senior sister must have taught her in advance. Room number 3233. She arrived. Yangling half removed her right glove, and the two guards at the door quickly scanned the chip information on her wrist to verify her identity. "Dr. Yang, please come in." The door opened, and one of the guards wore a flattering smile. "If you have time, please come over more often. Ever since we learned that you would be coming here, the higher-ups have increased the heating and electricity quotas for this area." Yangling nodded with a non-committal smile as she walked into the room. The room, less than 100 square meters, was crowded with dozens of hospital beds, each occupied by a pregnant woman. Members with medical insignia moved between the narrow gaps between the beds. "Dr. Yang, are you checking on the situation of pregnant woman No. 32 today?" A nurse approached. Subject 32 lay on a hospital bed in the middle of the room. This place was closest to the central air conditioning, and the temperature was noticeably several degrees higher than the surroundings. Yangling walked to the bedside and picked up the medical records. "Subject 32, how are you feeling today? Still vomiting?" The woman on the bed, who had been lying there with a vacant gaze, suddenly sprang up upon hearing Yangling's voice, grabbing her scarf with both hands. "You can't use my child for experiments." Chapter 92. A chilling feeling. Yangling patted the wrinkles on her clothing and picked up the medical records again. "Subject 32, how have you been feeling these past few days?" A mental ability user raised a yin-yang symbol over the head of the pregnant woman. Subject 32. She began to respond. "Not so good. I've been feeling nauseous and can't eat." Yangling turned to the medical staff beside her. "Increase her nutritional supplements. Don't force feed her. And try to keep her emotions positive." After asking a few more questions, Yangling set the medical records down and addressed the mental ability user controlling Subject 32. "You will be responsible for staying here until she gives birth." After detailing the meal plan and emotional arrangements, Yangling took out a constant temperature syringe from her pocket and injected it into the pregnant woman. As she left, she walked past the hospital beds and overheard whispers. "That one is also a woman. Why make it hard for women?" Using Subject 32 for experiments, they say it's to test some mutated drug on that child. Now, in this apocalyptic world, the previous peaceful civilization has long disappeared. The upper class in the inner city doesn't treat us as human beings at all. "Do you think we're just here to carry a child?" As she exited, the small zombie behind her had already vanished. She wondered if her senior sister would be disappointed in her after learning all this. This thought arose uncontrollably in Yangling's mind, but she still stepped forward with unwavering resolve. In a small courtyard, Lu Zheng watched the little one sitting on a coffee table. The mental ability zombies find people differently from humans. They search for targets through the fluctuations of the mental domain. Each person's fluctuations are unique. "I found her, but she's a really annoying human. She uses babies for experiments," the little one exclaimed, jumping up and stretching her arms to draw a large circle. "I really dislike her. I don't want to save her." After saying that, she crossed her arms and huffed heavily. "Can you tell me what you saw?" Lu Zheng moved a chair and sat across from her. aligning their gazes. After listening, Lu Zheng rubbed the starship and mustard space ring on his wrist. Oh no, we need to find Yin Qi. The situation is far more complex than a simple power struggle. Lu Zheng clearly realized this after hearing the little one's description. There was something far more terrifying hidden within the entire Brotherhood. In the adjacent room, it was empty. Yin Qi and the other team members were nowhere to be found. Just moments ago, Lu Zheng and the little one had been next door, and they hadn't heard any noise or felt any fluctuations. The other party had directly taken all the team members, leaving only Zhou behind. This was a warning. There is an unpleasant smell in the air, disgusting humans. A very disgusting human. The little one stood beside Lu Zheng, frowning. She had several packages of food inside Zhou clothes and covered her with a blanket. Drawing her long knife from her back, she stepped out with cold eyes. The little one followed behind, looking at Lu Zheng with a chilling gaze. Chapter 93. Blowing up the laboratory, the floral and bird-scented silver pouch on Lu Zheng was set to blend with the environment scent. Combined with the little zombie's level 7 mental domain cover, Lu Zheng completely blended into the surrounding environment. Stepping onto the large southern mimosa, Lu Zheng soared over the rooftop. From a height, everything was clear. The small courtyard they were currently in was merely on the edge of the inner city. After leaping over the noisy main street, Lu Zheng stopped in front of transparent barrier. Even ability users couldn't easily detect it. This was a mental domain barrier belonging to high-level ability users. Once stepped into, any unfamiliar fluctuations would alert the barrier's creator. Level 8? Lu Zheng looked at the barrier. MHM. The little one nodded seriously beside him. She was referring to the level 8 zombie king Lu Zheng had previously contracted. The nuclear power plant is more important. Lu Zheng shook his head. In his mind, he opened a monster contract book. Contract book summons the contract snake swarm. Contract book summons the phoenix forest. Although high-level zombie kings couldn't be summoned for now, the ensuing troubles were unavoidable. Lu Zheng donned the mask of his favored concubine. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A surge of snakes rushed in from all directions. Knock, knock, knock. The snakes that passed through the barrier created a cacophony of sounds within the mental domain. Where did all these snakes come from in the middle of winter? How did snakes get into the inner city? Below the tall buildings, chaos erupted. The snake swarm surged from the snow layer, instantly carpeting the ground. Ugh, help! Where did this phoenix fluff come from? Some were attacking the inner city, while others were attacking. Lu Zheng drew his long knife. As the ability users in the inner city fled and collided on both sides of the barrier, he silently passed through the barrier. That slight fluctuation was even less impactful than a shock caused by a level 2 mutated snake. Lu Zheng swept through the tall buildings, entering the interior. It was no longer the old appearance from the outside. The inside was filled with newly constructed high-rises made from Earth-type abilities. Lu Zheng did not head directly into the high-rise buildings. Her target was the Brotherhood's laboratory. She was still unclear why Yang Ling had left here for East 9th Street. Since she had stayed here before, there must be a laboratory necessitating corresponding research personnel. Defending a laboratory was difficult. Destroying one was far too simple. Lu Zheng flew stealthily to the front of the laboratory, directly smashing the electric box with an ice spike. The entire building's surveillance and electronic access were rendered ineffective. As for the mental domain surveillance, the little zombie helped recover. Lu Zheng infiltrated the experimental building. The layout of the entire building was modeled after a national first-class laboratory. Inside the glass doors, the researchers were in chaos due to the power outage. Lu Zheng opened the monster contract book. Summon mutated snake swarm. Countless mutated giant snakes fell from the ceiling, causing a wave of screams. Snakes. Without power. Lu Zheng relied on the little zombie's mental domain for invisibility, charging straight in. Zheng, there are many of my kind down here. And, many humans too. Upon entering the laboratory, the little one frowned. Your kind, can you sense their levels? At least level 5 bloodthirsty mutants, not just one. Those humans are locked in cages next door. The little one formed hand signs, and a ball of white light fell into Lu Zheng's palm. Lu Zheng used the link from the monster contract book to see the situation underground. The entire underground level was divided in half. One half was mutant zombies fighting each other, while the other half was ordinary humans. If one level 5 mutant zombie were released, the entire building's researchers would probably perish. Even so, the entire building lacked high-level combat ability users for protection. Those ordinary humans seemed to be the reserve food for the nearby zombies. Amazingly, being so close didn't provoke those zombies' agitation. There was something mysterious about the underground structure. Lu Zheng swung her knife to cut open the office door lock. There was no time to look through the materials inside. She collected everything into the mustard space. Outside was in chaos. In a neglected corner, Lu Zheng successfully swept away all internal documents. Zheng, what do you need these for? Useful. After collecting all the documents, Lu Zheng swung her knife to break open the materials laboratory door. A la d'explosion échouée. Countless ordinary humans fled through the gaping hole. Hurry, there's zombies behind us. Roar. The inhuman roars filled the sky. As they boarded the interstellar spacecraft, the little zombie quietly sat down without making a sound. Lu Zheng coldly looked ahead. The high-level crystal core obtained earlier was inserted into the slot of the interstellar spacecraft. High-level energy stone detected. Activating level flight mode. Endurance time, 10 days. Passengers, please note, we are now departing. At the Freemason Command Center, the commander slammed his fist on the table, creating a muffled sound. Chapter 94. Building Explosion, Get Out. If you can't protect the laboratory, you'll all die. The Freemason commander propped himself up on the conference table, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. Don't give me excuses. If I can have reasons here, do you think when you will listen to your excuses? Lu Zheng sat on the interstellar spacecraft, watching as the laboratory was covered by a mental domain. The mental domain did not cover those ordinary people. It directly enveloped the 5th-level bloodthirsty, mutated zombies that had escaped from underground. Zheng, where are we going next? The little zombie felt through the monster contract that Lu Zheng's mental domain was in a strange calm. It was not the previous calm of sharing a meal together. This kind of calm made the little one feel fear and unease. Let's find Yin Shi and the others. The other party was able to take Yin Shi and everyone in the team away without alarming her and the little one. Either they feared the little one's 7th-level abilities, or they mistakenly thought they were not together. The interstellar spacecraft concealed itself in the environment, passing through the crowd. It circled around the laboratory and the tall building constructed with Earth abilities. How is it? Do you feel their mental fluctuations here? Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the black knife with one hand while holding onto the spacecraft's door with the other. She hung in midair, waiting for the little one to locate Yin Shi in their position, ready to jump down at any moment. In the southeast corner, something is blocking my investigation. I don't know the specific floor. The little one clasped her hands together, closing her eyes and then opening them. The golden yin-yang fish diagram replaced her dark pupils, occupying her eye sockets. Lu Zheng responded lightly. She leaped down from the interstellar spacecraft. The water manipulation ability summoned the snow layer to support her. She glided over the snow surface without leaving a trace. This time, Lu Zheng did not smash the electrical box. She tightened the mask of her beloved, under the cover of the little zombie. She quickly darted past each window to determine which room was on the southeast corner. Found it, the second room on the left. Lu Zheng bit the back of the long knife with her teeth. One hand pulled out a rope to secure it, while the other rummaged through her mustard space for the hazardous chemicals she had obtained from the material laboratory. With a forceful throw bang, a huge explosion resounded in the corresponding room on the upper floor. The ceiling collapsed, and the entire room was filled with the dust and fog caused by the explosion. Bang! Before the first loud noise had faded, the next explosion erupted downstairs. The floor where Yin Shi and others were located rapidly collapsed under the explosions from the 2 floors above and below. Rescue them. Cover them with the mental domain. Lu Zheng secured the rope and flew in through the broken window. Without any scent and hidden from sight, she directly threw everyone into the temporarily upgraded spacecraft. Zheng, hurry, someone is coming. The little one instinctively sensed a huge mental pressure. It was very similar to the oppressive feeling brought by the 8th-level mutated zombies. That was the pain from level suppression. Lu Zheng flew and hooked onto the spacecraft's door, dropping another bomb. The explosion echoed throughout the entire building. In the blink of an eye, A tall building constructed with earth abilities was flattened. Zheng, quickly to the left. A yellow earth spike shot towards her, almost grazing Lu Zheng's cheek. Since you've come, don't leave. A male voice followed the spike through the air. An 8th level earth ability user appeared in midair, stepping on an yin-yang fish diagram. Upon seeing Lu Zheng also hovering in the air, he was clearly surprised for a moment. 4th level water ability? Oh, a diversion. Let that 7th level mutant behind you come out. Chapter 95. The Clam and the Snipe Little Girl. We want to make it hard for you. A low-level 4th level ability user. Let that 7th level ability user behind you come out to talk. The earth ability user on the opposite side was quite arrogant, with his arms crossed. 2 earth spikes hovered on either side of his body. Yellow dust enveloped this part of the sky. People on the ground could not see what was happening above. This was the pressure belonging to an 8th level earth ability user. Oh, are you looking for me? The little one crawled out from under Lu Zheng's arm. She checked that her butterfly hairpin was not crooked and patted her wrinkled little dress. Tilting her head, her small face, round like dough, wore a smile. Did you hear my words? Let your leader come out. Since you dared to barge in here and blew up the laboratory to kidnap people, don't hide anymore. The little one clapped her hands together 3 times. Since you don't believe me, I'll have to make sure you can never say you don't believe again. Zheng, a huge yin-yang fish diagram, combined with the swirling golden rings, appeared in midair. Lu Zheng leapt up. Following this, countless droplets of water gathered, plummeting down with her ability. They swept up the dust raised by the other party, using their strength against them. They transformed into countless hailstones carrying earth abilities, smashing towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. As the gathered earth dust dispersed, ordinary people below could also see the situation above. Oh my God, it's high-level ability users fighting above. What's going on? In an instant, the opposing earth ability user gathered dust again, obscuring the view of the sky. This is interesting, but this little trick won't let you leave here alive. He didn't even make any moves. Just in the air, he gathered thousands of 8th level earth spikes. The pressure from the 8th level abilities spread through the air. Lu Zheng suppressed the blood rising in her throat, holding her knife horizontally in front of her. Convergence? Do you want the Chinese military or control over the nuclear power station? The opposing party clearly paused for a moment at these words. Even the poised earth spikes stopped trembling, frozen in midair. You have already taken control of the nuclear power station? No wonder you're moving so quickly on this side. The 8th level Earthman lifted his chin. Speak. What conditions do you want? Since you voluntarily provided such intelligence, it shouldn't be just a joke, right? The other party revealed a slight smile. Lu Zheng smiled back. In the apocalypse, doesn't it sound foolish to talk about loyalty to one side? After all, everyone is just trying to survive. She held her knife horizontally in front, while her other hand gestured behind her for the little one to hold onto her hand. I just want to survive. I can give you the Chinese military people and the intelligence you want in exchange. I want a house, a truckload of food supplies, and 2 or 3 of those pretty boys from the auction. Upon hearing the last sentence, the opposing party burst into laughter. Wench, fine, your conditions aren't a big deal, but if you can give any valuable intelligence, those things will be yours. Here, Lu Zheng activated her water ability and threw over a map. This is the defense diagram of the Chinese military currently stationed in Jinling. Really? The man had not expected to obtain such important intelligence so easily. For a moment, he relaxed his guard, unfolding the map in his hand. Go! The spacecraft, enhanced with level speed, instantly vanished into the air. Chase! An angry shout came from behind, frantic and desperate. However, Lu Zheng and her companions had long since escaped to a distance where the other party's voice could not reach. Wow, Zheng, that was so fun just now, the little one exclaimed, bouncing up and down in her seat on the spacecraft. Inchi and the others were still in a coma. It seemed that the Freemasons had used something on them. The sky behind them was filled with countless large yin-yang fish symbols. Numerous high-level ability users stood in the air around the entire Freemason headquarters building. Chase them. Pursue them without mercy. Evacuate this area. The starship headed straight for 14 Dong 9th Street. Zheng, are you going to find that bad woman? The little one frowned and pouted upon seeing the familiar streets and buildings. Lu Zheng reached out to catch the little one. We're not just going to find my junior sister. We can't always rely on luck to escape the pursuit of 8th level ability users. The sky behind them was almost filled with the large yin-yang fish symbol. 8th level earth cones, 8th level lightning. Attacks from high-level ability users were relentless. They wouldn't care about the lives of ordinary people like Lu Zheng did. Some of those abilities could flatten entire areas below. We've arrived. Lu Zheng exhaled as they entered the area of Dong 9th Street. The ability attacks behind them paused for a moment. An 8th level earth ability user hovered in the air, stepping on the giant yin-yang fish symbol, their crimson eyes staring across. Let me see who is so blind as to attack our 9th Street. Chapter 96. The little one's good calculation. The sky over Dong 9th Street exploded with a bang. The huge yin-yang fish symbol lit up the sky, blinding anyone who looked directly at it. A man in his 30s or 40s appeared in midair, standing on the fish symbol, purple lightning gathering around him. Chin Air can't stay over there anymore. Are you all coming to join us? The man, standing on the yin-yang fish symbol, casually played with the lightning ability in his hand as if it were a walnut. Lu Zheng controlled the starship to stop at the side. They couldn't go any further. In Dong 9th Street, she was an outsider. However, the high-level ability users outside temporarily let the managers of Dong 9th Street ignore her presence. If they advanced further and lost their sense of proportion, she wouldn't be able to stay here leisurely. Luan, how is it going? Along the way, Lu Zheng had asked the little one to use her psychic ability to awaken Yin Qi and the others. With so many ability users on the other side, chasing them here and refusing to retreat, it was definitely not just for those few people. Lives were the least valuable in the apocalypse. What mattered was the intelligence from the Huaxia troops behind them. Just a little longer. The little one held her hand above Yin Qi's head. Warm white light flowing from her palm. Those bad guys must have used psychic abilities to interrogate them. Sister Yin, that big fool, had sealed the psychic domains of a few people with her ability. Such voluntary sealing made it impossible for external high-level psychic abilities to forcibly search for the memories in their minds. Just before fleeing, Lu Zheng had told a few members of the Freemasons, "All right, what a bunch of big fools. If I weren't here, they would just have to wait to be fools for the rest of their lives." The little one clapped her small hands. One by one, Yin Qi and the others began to wake up. Lu Zheng, little one, did you save us? Yin Qi rubbed her temples and managed to sit up in her seat. The others looked equally weak. We're not completely rescued yet. Look, Lu Zheng pointed at the two sides confronting each other in the sky. The giant yin-yang fish symbol blocked out the sun. The dazzling golden light was blinding. What is this? Lu Zheng smiled and patted the little one. We too aren't enough to deal with so many high-level ability users, so we have to use their strength against them. She even added with a hint of teasing. Do you want to see the internal conflicts of the Freemasons? Since neither side can defeat the other, we can only sit back and watch them fight. Yin Qi took a deep breath. This was indeed a method with no other options. Even if she considered it, she couldn't think of any way to rescue her companions unscathed. This kind of unconventional approach was both dangerous and thrilling. The two sides in the air, with their yin-yang fish symbols, were to stand still. Fighting would mean breaking the temporary peace. The internal conflict of the Freemasons hadn't escalated to direct violence yet. Retreating would at least imply a show of weakness. This would change the balance of power and discourse between the two sides. The pursuing 8th level Earth ability user signaled for the crowd behind him to be quiet with one hand. Lu Zheng felt the scrutinizing gaze from above. The 9th Street ability users laughed. Interesting, you came chasing so obviously, deploying so many high-level ability users. Those people must be very important, right? Are we just going to return them? The man laughed and waved his hand. The starship where Lu Zheng and the others were instantly rotated to his side. Little one, what a good calculation. You're using me, aren't you? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Chapter 97. Like Wanji Zhong, Lu Zheng leaned out from the window of the starship. Hello, I have data materials from their laboratory. Do you want them? She looked at the man controlling the starship with an expression that not only lacked the fear he expected, but also carried a hint of eagerness. You want to exchange for your safe departure? If you die, I should still be able to get the materials you mentioned. I could destroy them anyway. As long as they can't get them, the man said with a hint of amusement. Lu Zheng shook her head. saying something that made the smile on the man's face fade. No, we won't exchange for our stay here. Those materials are about their biological experiments. You should be tackling this issue too, right? The fate of these materials can't be decided just by a few words on the battlefield. The man's smile clearly faded as he straightened his body and began to seriously evaluate Lu Zheng. His gaze swept over everyone on the starship. The biological experiments on the Huaxia side are being pushed forward by me. So, do you still want to say that you can destroy them? Lu Zheng calmly met his gaze. Inchi grabbed her hand from behind. She marked a sign of reassurance on the palm of her hand. You came specifically to steal the experimental data. The 8th level Earth ability user on the other side roared angrily. No, I just took it casually. It happens to serve as a token now. Lu Zheng turned to the man controlling the starship. So, how about this condition? My name is Lu Shua, and this condition sounds very tempting. The sky-high lightning parted the electric net. Lu Shua led the starship with Lu Zheng and the others backward. If you want someone, let Sheen Air come and ask for them in person. Inside Dawn 9th Street, it was quiet all around. People were crammed into narrow spots to sleep. Noticing her gaze, Lu Shua changed positions and walked to her right, blocking her view. They passed through a dark corridor and entered a laboratory built with Earth abilities. Unlike the coldness of the hive, here, as long as there was a roof, there was heating, and the people walking around were not wearing heavy coats. The chaos outside left no trace here. If one ignored that it was June in Jinling, it looked no different from life before the apocalypse. Your mode of transportation is interesting. Is it a new magnetic levitation vehicle made by the Huaxia troops? Lu Shua led the way in front. He still remembered how Lu Zheng had raised her left hand earlier, and the starship immediately transformed into a golden light wrapping around her wrist, looking just like an ordinary golden bracelet. No, it's powered by abilities. In the apocalypse, there are ability users who can create various items out of thin air using their abilities. Lu Zheng said the lie without changing her expression. The other party nodded, not noticing anything amiss. No warning messages appeared in the external red envelope group in her mind. It seemed that the other party believed her. Previously, when binding the Myriad World's red envelope group, it had warned her not to tell others about its existence. Lu Zheng held the little one in one arm, while holding Yin Qi's hand with the other. She traced a few lines in Yin Qi's palm, signaling everyone to remain calm. The moment of dancing with fire depended on everyone's cooperation. Lu Shua swiped his face 3 times and led a few people into a reporting hall. Lu Shua smiled. If you can't produce anything valuable, I think you can guess the consequences. With that smile, the door of the reporting hall opened before them. It was a typical academic reporting hall for 40 people. The reporting display screen was already on, clearly waiting for their arrival. It was too fast. They had gone from confrontation to this point in just half an hour, and everything was ready. The woman sitting in the main seat had her back to Lu Zheng, and upon hearing the door open, he could clearly sense her back stiffening. It was Yang Ling, his junior sister. She had accompanied Lu Zheng from master's to doctoral studies, a total of 5 years. Familiar enough to recognize her just by her silhouette, Lu Zheng confirmed her identity. In a room full of male researchers, Yang Ling sat in the main position. Hello, experts. This is a biological researcher from the Huaxia military who claims to have brought biological research materials from Qinzhou and Huaxia. After the introduction, Lu Shua stepped aside. An invisible formation gathered around them. Serious faces turned toward Lu Zheng, including Yang Ling. Her face was covered in centipede-like scars, and her once bright eyes now stared silently at him. Then let's see it. If there's nothing new, we won't keep idle people here, Yang Ling said, raising her chin. Leaning against the boss's chair, she lightly tapped the table with one hand. That posture felt strangely familiar. As he walked to the reporting display screen, Lu Zheng recalled it resembled his doctoral advisor, Wan Zhizhong. Chapter 98. You are going to die. Lu Zheng calmly glanced at Yang Ling. Their gazes met in the air. She was still his junior sister. Just for a moment, Lu Zheng confirmed this fact. She was still a young girl who didn't know how to assume a superior's posture, slightly imitating her former advisor. These are the materials collected from the laboratory across the way. With a wave of his hand, thousands of printed data sheets and experimental plans piled up at the conference table, towering higher than a person. You can take your time to look at this data. Next, let's see the biological research progress from the Huaxia military. Monster contract book summoned 4th stage Arabidopsis. A giant, mutated Arabidopsis appeared in the conference hall. Black vines filling the walls. What are you doing? Lu Zheng raised his hands, purple lightning forming in his palms, just a moment away from taking Lu Zheng's life. No need to panic. This is a mutated Arabidopsis, a new study from Huaxia. We can communicate directly with the mutation to understand the genetic information it carries. In fact, she had a monster contract connected to the mutated Arabidopsis. She clearly knew the information on the giant Arabidopsis and could command it to execute relevant directives. However, these people were unaware. She presented it as a so-called achievement to placate them. Upon hearing this, Inchi visibly relaxed. You can ask questions now. Lu Zheng waved his hand, signaling. If the giant Arabidopsis hadn't been swinging its vines up and down, causing chunks of wall plaster to fall from the ceiling, it would have been a different atmosphere. Yangling had been in the laboratory over there. She knew every direction well. As for the time to East 9th Street, it wasn't long, and it should be as she expected. A young researcher named Xiaoyu nodded and stepped forward to inspect. We already have some of this data. It's not anything important. Yangling's arrival had made her the leader of this laboratory, and she had some backing. The other researchers clearly showed little interest. An elderly researcher with gray hair stood up. He glanced at his watch. Our time is precious. This isn't a place for you to play house. The frontline ability users still needed to arrange for a few who understood research. Otherwise, holding meetings like this was a waste of time. Yangling raised her right hand slightly, signaling a few people to remain calm. Please sit down. Despite her soft voice, several older researchers with some seniority immediately stopped talking and sat down. As for the communication technology with the mutated species from Huaxia, please demonstrate it first. Yangling leaned back in her chair, her right index finger tapping her temple as she looked at Lu Zheng, even carrying a hint of a smile. What do you want to know? We have the whole genomic information. Lu Zheng confidently crossed his arms. We can know the genomic information of the fused Arabidopsis without metagenomic sequencing, even the information of the mutated species. After he finished this sentence, the several researchers who had previously said it was boring and a waste of time showed obvious interest and straightened their bodies. They had some equipment and personnel. Conducting metagenomics wasn't difficult. Understanding the information of those mutated species wasn't hard either. The challenging part was the time difference. Knowing immediately and going through the regular process, the data would take at least a month to start corresponding genomic analysis, which was still very important. In this competitive period, whoever could decipher more information faster and obtained more technological achievements was often the winner. Do you want to try something, a new mutated species reagent? Lu Zheng smiled at Yangling. Earlier, the little one had mentioned that they were conducting mutated reagent experiments here. Moreover, Yangling might be using pregnant women and infants as experimental subjects. This statement struck a nerve. The information from Huaxia was quite well informed. Yangling glanced at the little one behind Lu Zheng, clearly knowing how the information was leaked. Then let's give it a try. Lu Zheng waved his hand, and the giant Arabidopsis instantly shrank to the size of his palm, hovering in her hand. Let's go. As they passed by Inchi, she frowned. It's fine. You take the others to the 5th floor at 12 o'clock. Lu Zheng whispered in Inchi's ear. That was where the little one said the pregnant women were located. Since they were experimental materials, it was the most vulnerable yet precious place. Before the apocalypse, graduate students would take care of such precious experimental materials for years, adhering to the strictest experimental requirements. Even if a fight broke out there, ability users like Lu Zheng wouldn't dare to unleash their powers. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zheng had already passed by with the little one and a few others, heading toward the designated testing laboratory. Yangling, have you really turned into a demon? Lu Zheng silently pondered. However, it didn't matter even if she had become a demon. In the apocalypse, being a good person wouldn't help one survive. If satisfactory results couldn't be provided, one would have to die. Lu Zheng, who had been following closely, whispered coldly. Chapter 99, Tier 9 Stronger. Let's first test the basic metabolic pathways. Yangling waved her hand, signaling the laboratory assistants to come forward. All living beings require metabolism. These metabolic processes have certain rules and can change their metabolism based on different environments and resource availability. Just like some people gain weight easily, while others don't gain weight no matter how much they eat. This is due to their different metabolic methods. This difference in metabolic methods is referred to as different metabolic pathways in laboratory research. Earlier, Lu Zheng mentioned that there was no need for machines, and they could directly communicate through abilities to know the information about the mutated species. Testing different metabolites under different metabolic pathways was a simple and intuitive method. Lu Zheng turned his palm upward, and a miniature version of the giant Arabidopsis appeared in her hand. Feel free to test whatever you want. Lu Shuo stood at the door, unable to comprehend the actions of the crowd. He could only see the researchers, who were initially indifferent, gradually fixating on the mutated Arabidopsis in Lu Zheng's hands. The current head of the laboratory, Yang Ling, nodded repeatedly, and the research assistant quickly jotted down notes in a notebook. That was all. If they wanted to know more, they would have to exchange supplies. With so many of them present, they couldn't just stand around without eating or sleeping. Many researchers cried out in despair. Hurry up and solve this. Do you know how important this information is? Is Lu Shuo here? Contact President Zheng. This matter needs to be handled urgently. In an instant, Lu Shuo, who was originally standing at the door, became the target of everyone's attention. Several researchers issued orders in quick succession. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng, who was at the center of the event, said nothing. Holding the little one, it was as if he were listening to the affairs of strangers. They've arrived. Sister Een and the others are outside the previous room, but the area is too tightly guarded. They haven't managed to get in yet. The seemingly calm and obedient little one stood behind her, hugging her thigh. The two communicated in their minds using the monster contract. Yang Ling glanced over and quickly lowered her head. She appeared to be unaffected. Interesting, it seems this bad human can hear a conversation. The power to see through illusions and disguises. Junior sister, can you hear my voice? Lu Zheng spoke in a declarative tone. Yang Ling, who was standing next to the research assistant and was originally discussing the next steps, paused for a moment. Lu Zheng confirmed that she could hear him. We need about 5 minutes of distraction to leave this place. Junior sister, do you want to come with us? Lu Zheng still remembered the junior sister who had shed blood and tears in his dream. It was that prophetic dream that brought her here. He didn't expect things to be more complicated than he imagined. 5 minutes, I'll buy you time. She was both restrained and calm, even carrying a hint of coldness. She could indeed hear them. At least a Tier 5 high-level psychic ability user. Is Wan Zhizhong dead? Lu Zheng cautiously asked. Wan Zhizhong had once been her mentor, the junior sister, and he had been caught up in the power struggle of the apocalypse. It couldn't have been easy for her. Disasters always leave a mark for millennia. How could they easily die? Wan Zhizhong wanted experimental results. Then he would become the experimental material, waiting for the success of the experiment. Youngling Smirkid Sleek Flea. This junior sister was both strange and familiar. Your companions have already reached the pregnant women. If you want to take them away, take them all at once. If you fail even once, they will all die. Of course, I will die too. Senior sister, you will too. There are Tier 9 powerhouses in the Brotherhood. Chapter 100. Explosion. Yang Ling closed the report in her hands. Not even a glance was given to this side. Lu Zheng bent down to pick up the little one. Are you ready? It's time to cause some chaos. Junior sister, it's 10:23. In 1 minute, I need you to buy us 5 minutes of distraction. Bang! The massive mutated Arabidopsis broke through the window. The tempered glass of the laboratory was as fragile as paper in front of a Tier 4 mutant. Seeking death, Lu Shuo rushed forward in fury. You are the one. Lu Zheng not only did not retreat, but instead advanced. In a moment of sidestepping, the Tier 8 Earth ability's spike left a trail of blood on Lu Zheng's cheek. Countdown, 57 seconds. Bang! An explosion sounded. Tier 8 ability users were just flesh and blood. In the apocalypse, underestimating the enemy could be deadly. Whoosh! Lu Zheng swung his right hand holding a sword, while his left arm cradled the little one as he leaped out of the shattered window. Countdown, 55 seconds. A 20-meter-high building. Even Yang Ling didn't expect Lu Zheng to jump directly. There was no hesitation. The apocalypse really seemed to change people. Yang Ling stood at the window. A simple wave of her hand. When no one was paying attention, the electronic clock on the wall seemed to tick slower. Memories can deceive. Time always moves forward, but not at a predetermined speed. Rise. At the moment Lu Zheng leaped down, the little one clasped their hands together. The huge yin-yang fish symbol. combined with the towering vines of the mutated Arabidopsis, suspended Lu Zheng in midair. Go! Monster contract. Force summon the mutated snake swarm. A massive ball of snakes fell from the sky. In an instant, the square in front of the laboratory was filled with writhing snakes. Monster contract, summon Link. The Tier 8 Zombie King instantly activated a massive yin-yang fish symbol at the nuclear power plant. This Jinling was about to change. The Zombie King stood atop the generator building of the nuclear power plant, gazing into the distance. Interesting. It turns out humans love to harm each other and also enjoy protecting some strange things. He sat down with one hand on the ground, his right index and middle fingers raised. The entire spiritual domain barrier of the nuclear power plant thickened. Next, wherever there is an explosion, it better not be here. He patted the nuclear power plant building beneath him. If the nuclear power plant exploded now, it wouldn't just be Jinling that would be destroyed. The Agricultural Research Institute. Lin Jinxian looked up at the enormous yin-yang fish symbol in the sky. What a lively scene. She raised her hand to dial the satellite phone to the command center in southern Huaxia. Hello. Proceed according to the established plan. You can fire now. The coordinates have been marked on the satellite map. Inchi successfully manipulated all the pregnant women and Brotherhood staff in the laboratory. Take all the pregnant women and retreat. Bang! The windows of the tall building exploded inward. Lu Zheng stood on the giant Arabidopsis, pressing his only Tier 6 crystal core into the energy slot of the starship. The starship instantly expanded several times. Countdown, 13 seconds. Go! The black vines of the giant Arabidopsis lashed out. Dozens of pregnant women were instantly sent into the starship. Inchi and the others leaped aboard. Countdown, 0 seconds. Retreat. Next, it's up to you, junior sister. Lu Zheng stepped onto the yin-yang fish symbol supported by the little one's ability, and the starship vanished in front of him. Yang Ling stood in the laboratory, looking through the broken wall at her senior sister in the sky. Clearly, at any moment, that Tier 9 ability user could appear. Clearly, in such a life-and-death moment. Yang Ling felt an overwhelming envy. Her senior sister had someone worth risking her life to save. Boom! A massive shell appeared in the air, engulfed in blinding light. Chapter 101. Escaping with life, the sky turned a blood-red hue. Deeply crimson clouds began to burn in the air. Yang Ling stood in the shattered laboratory, her hands buried in the protective suit, silently urging her powers. What is she thinking? Young people shouldn't be too profound. Let's go. Lu Zheng patted Yang Ling's shoulder from behind. With one hand, he swung his sword to fend off a few people trying to approach, while with the other hand, he grabbed Yang Ling's arm, lifting her up from under her armpit. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. The air raid alarm was raised at number 14, East 9th Street. Senior sister, aren't you over there? Yang Ling focused her gaze on the sky, only to find that it was just a shadow. The real Lu Zheng was not there at all. To deceive someone like Yang Ling, who could see through all illusions, was no easy feat. Did you just lie to me about delaying time? The best way to deceive everyone is to not speak any truth at all. That wasn't a lie. We really needed 5 minutes. Boom. Wailing. The urgent and piercing air raid alarm mixed with the sounds of explosions, causing chaos throughout East 9th Street. You go follow that man who took a picture of the handsome boy and see where he goes. Inchi quietly instructed the members of the Nightingale team. Only someone wealthy could capture the finale shot in such a situation. They also need enough power. This is their ultimate goal for coming to the auction. They thought that following the black intermediary who wanted to sell them would allow them to touch the inner circle of the Freemasons. However, upon entering, they discovered that there had already been severe divisions within the Freemasons in such a short time. Gao Song, along with the Nightingale team, had already conducted night reconnaissance on several high-rise buildings in the area. The internal personnel defenses were more lax than expected. The night the little boy came, Inchi and a few others were actually eavesdropping nearby. After all, being so close, their alertness couldn't just be asleep. Once the deceiving little boy left, the search team members followed the little black cat into Dongjio Street early in the morning. Inchi, leading the Nightingale team, pretended to be captured and fainted. In reality, they also wanted to leverage the situation to enter the Freemasons' inner circle. Both sides utilized the little guy's spiritual domain to communicate simple signals. Lu Zheng became the key player to turn the situation around. Inchi didn't expect that Lu Zheng would dare to blow up the Freemasons' experimental building while leading them into Dongjia Street. The plan, which was originally being executed slowly, suddenly turned into a roller coaster ride. Just after the experimental building exploded, the little guy's rising spiritual domain was the signal that had been discussed with Lin Jinxian before their departure. When this yin-yang fish symbol rose into the air, it indicated that they had found the true high-level members of the Freemasons. Next, they just needed to bomb it. Neither Yin Qi, Gao Song, nor Lu Zheng thought about whether they could survive. After all, blowing up the true high-level members of the Freemasons was a sacrifice that didn't seem significant. Back to the present. Finally calling me senior sister. Let us go. Senior sister will take you to eat something delicious. Lu Zheng held Yang Ling as they stepped onto the spiritual domain formation raised by the little guy, and the two flew through the air. The mutated Arabidopsis below swung its vines to catch Lu Zheng's leaping steps. Senior sister, what about them? Don't worry, they are alive. It's a bomb, not something that just explodes randomly. Lu Zheng blinked. A strange sense of surprise suddenly rose in Yang Ling's heart. Doesn't this mean that from the very first step into the Freemasons, it was all part of a plan? Yang Ling could see through all illusions constructed with supernatural abilities using her powers. But schemes were not something that could be seen through with abilities. There were still many things she didn't know. Chapter 102. Closeness. A huge golden yin-yang fish symbol appeared in the red sky. The massive fish symbol obscured the sun. But facing the continuously incoming missiles, they could only barely maintain the protective shield. Is that the 9th tier powerhouse you mentioned? How spectacular! So this is the 9th tier. Such tiny carbon-based life, forms like humans, can actually support such a vast system after gaining supernatural abilities. She shouldn't be able to chase us now. There are too many powerful nobles in the Freemasons that need protection. At such a time of bombing, those nobles are more afraid of dying unexpectedly than of pursuing and causing destruction. Those nobles would never let the 9th tier powerhouse leave their side at this moment. We are safe. Retreat to the nuclear power plant. The little guy sent a message from the monster contract's spiritual link to Yin Qi. In front of the nuclear power plant, the main force had already gone inside to rest. Lu Zheng brought Yang Ling down from the supernatural formation. Just as they got down, a figure rushed towards them from the entrance of a nuclear power plant. Golden Lord, why did you leave me behind? Lu Zheng looked up and saw the woman who had been left in the small courtyard of the inner city of the Freemasons. How did you find me? The Freemasons shouldn't have finished tidying up and come to chase after us so quickly. Moreover, this is the nuclear power plant. Anyone who doesn't want to die wouldn't mess with a nuclear power plant at this time. If the nuclear power plant explodes, the entire Jinling, along with the surrounding provinces and cities, would be instantly destroyed and plunged into nuclear radiation. Golden Lord, you forgot my supernatural ability. Zhongmei pointed to her eyes as she spoke. When I woke up, I saw the traces of your supernatural abilities left in the air, plus the big explosion over there, and followed the trail to find you here. You saw the traces of supernatural abilities? Lu Zheng took a deep breath. Zhongmei shrugged her shoulders helplessly. But as soon as I got here, that zombie downstairs blocked me from going in. I couldn't break through the 8th tier mental barrier, so I stayed here waiting for you. You can not only see the traces of supernatural abilities in the air to find people, but you can also see through the opponent's ability tier at a glance. The 8th tier Zombie King is something even a 5th tier mental type ability user like Yin Qi couldn't detect. Zhongmei seemed like just a 2nd tier mental type ability user. She is a 6th tier mental type human. This is a 7th tier mental zombie. The leader of the group that just went in is 5th tier mental type. However, I can't see your tier. Zhongmei smiled and nodded at Yang Ling and the little guy behind Lu Zheng. You seem like a 4th tier, but also like a 5th tier. It's very vague. I can't even see your supernatural fluctuations. As Lu Zheng listened, he led everyone inside. Her latest tier of supernatural ability wasn't improved using crystal cores. It seems that this method of breaking through on her own and freeing herself from the enhancement of crystal cores not only makes her abilities stronger than those of the same tier, but also hides her action traces in front of ability users with detection abilities. From now on, don't call me Golden Lord. We are all human. I'm just lucky to have a few more crystal cores. Thinking from another perspective, if Lu Zheng hadn't bound the 10,000 Realms red envelope group at the very beginning, Her situation in her previous life wasn't any better than Zhou Mei's. In fact, because she didn't possess Zhou Mei's ability to live and deal with people, she had suffered more hardships and losses. When she finally saw the few people behind Lu Zheng clearly, the smile on her face faded a bit. "Hello." Inchi nodded politely. Lu Zheng introduced the two. When introducing Yangling, he reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. This was a rare display of closeness for her. Chapter 103. The prank begins. Inchi understood Lu Zheng's deliberate closeness. This was to show her attitude towards Yangling to her and everyone else. "Let us go. Everyone must be exhausted after these few days." Lu Zheng wrapped his arm around Yangling and walked forward. "Junior sister, what do you want to eat tonight?" Yangling was taken aback. She never expected that after experiencing such a serious battle, Lu Zheng had adjusted his mood so quickly. "How about some braised pork rice? You used to love eating the braised noodles from that restaurant at the north gate of the lab." "I can't make braised noodles, but I can make braised rice in real time." Lu Zheng patted Yangling on the back. As they passed the administrative building of the nuclear power plant, a small black shadow darted out. "Dr. Yang." It was the little boy named Xiaoyu. "Dr. Yang, you're really okay?" Xiaoyu ran up, probably wanting to hug Yangling, but stopped when he saw Lu Zheng beside her, standing awkwardly in place. "Is this your little friend from over there?" Lu Zheng reached into his pocket and, using the cover of his clothes, took out a few lollipops. "Here, have some grape flavor." Before the little zombie behind could act cute, a pink and white lychee-flavored lollipop was already stuffed into her puffy little mouth. "All right, I didn't forget your share." After saying that, he unwrapped another one. "Junior sister, this one is yogurt flavor." Yangling was stunned again. "All right, eat it. I found that in such extreme cold, the candy really does taste sweeter." Yangling, mm. The two exchanged glances, and the discussion of principles was momentarily halted. Previously, during a meal with friends, they had discussed why frozen fruits are sweeter. At that time, Lu Zheng had explained the principle, and the entire dinner had gone stiff. The few boys who had originally wanted to come forward to ask for her contact number were left dumbfounded. Then they laughed. "We can't mess with this. Is this what a female doctor is like?" Haha. Frozen fruits being sweeter is actually quite simple. Typically, the temperature of the freezer in our home is -20 degrees. At this temperature, water freezes into ice and forms a large number of tiny ice crystals. These ice crystals can puncture cells, causing the contents inside the cells to be released. This is why friends from the Northeast eat frozen pears with straws. Once the pears are frozen, the cells break down and cannot maintain their original shape, turning into a fluid that we can drink through a straw. The sugars that were originally inside the cells are released, making it taste sweeter. This is also why strains of bacteria are stored in -80 degrees Celsius freezers in laboratories, rather than -20 degrees. At -80 degrees, the ice crystals formed by water are not as sharp as those at -20 degrees. So the bacterial cells do not get punctured and lose their vitality. The little boy with a lollipop squinted his eyes. The sweetness triggers dopamine secretion in his brain, making him feel happy. He tilted his head to look at the little one, who was also tilting his head while hugging Lu Zheng's thigh. The two little ones looked at each other, one in front and one behind, both tilting their heads. Lu Zheng reached out a hand to pat the little one. "Don't bully the human cub." Okay, I know, I just want to play a little." After saying this, he held the lollipop in one hand and reached out to Xiaoyu with the other. "Hey, do you want to play a game?" As soon as she said this, Lu Zheng felt a stir in the monster contract of his mind. A giant Arabidopsis fell from the void, swinging its dozens of meters-long vines, which looked quite eerie in the snow. "Ha ha!" Lu Zheng covered his forehead. "All right." After finishing the serious business, the little one was about to start playing tricks again. Chapter 104. A full meal. Xiaoyu was clearly startled. She froze on the spot, took a deep breath, and her small shoulders rose with a deep breath. "Okay, it's my toy, it won't hurt you, let's go." With her hands clasped together, a small yin-yang fish diagram rose from Xiaoyu's feet, lifting him into the air. The two children played with the giant Arabidopsis like a giant pendulum. Lu Zheng stood below, watching Xiaoyu's slowly smiling face, and didn't intervene. Although the little one still loved to play, he no longer casually killed like before. "Let's go, it's time to eat." She wrapped her arm around Yangling's sister. "Don't you think I'm terrifying now?" with his face covered in centipede-like scary scars. If I went out before the apocalypse, I would scare passersby. Well, I think it's terrifying. You don't want to kill me, nor do you want to harm the others here. They're all healthy. It seems the little zombie saw Yang Ling performing for the upper echelons of the society. Yang Ling chuckled. She exhaled. Indeed, this was her sister's character. Let's go. Our Dr. Yang, if you don't hurry, there won't be any meat left for dinner. Do you think that person just now really called us to eat? A thin black man, with his hands tucked in, scanned every person present with caution. How should I put this? Although it's a Huaxiao army, it's the apocalypse now. We might just be changing places for stored food. Exactly, eating is one thing, but what we are eating is still uncertain. The murmurs lowered. It sounded like a buzzing in the conference hall. All right, live one day at a time. The Huaxiao army went through so much trouble to rescue us. And not even a word of thanks, just guessing here. Zheng couldn't take it anymore and raised her voice to scold. The scenes of today's battle were still fresh in everyone's memory. Lu Zheng stood with a sword in hand on the fierce yin-yang fish diagram, deeply etched in everyone's hearts. It's time to eat. Line up for food. A loud voice broke the tense atmosphere. The members of the Nightingale squad in green military uniforms approached with insulated titanium steel food containers. The break room was instantly filled with the aroma of food. The discussions vanished in an instant. The survivors who came out of the society all stared greedily at the food. You eat first, you eat first. Seeing Lu Zheng in line, those in front immediately parted, bending down to indicate for Lu Zheng and Yang Ling to step forward. All right, no need to be polite. Everyone has food. Hurry up and line up so we can get our meals faster. Although the space-age materials can maintain a constant temperature even in extreme sub-zero conditions, it's still not as good as at normal temperatures. The food would still get cold. With everyone being so polite, who knows when they would be able to eat? The line moved quickly. Those who got their food stuffed it into their mouths in threes and twos. Many people cried while eating. It's truly unexpected. In the apocalypse, their SA day, we can have a full meal with braised pork and vegetables. In these past few months of the apocalypse, it's the first time I've seen green leafy vegetables. My teeth have been bleeding and I haven't been able to heal, and I've been in pain every night. The people who were discussing earlier all started to sound choked up. This was the first full meal after the apocalypse. Chapter 105, The Butterfly Effect, and this. Lu Zheng took out 2 cans of cola from her space, warming one with her powers and handing it to Yang Ling otherwise. In such extreme sub-zero temperatures, the cola would quickly freeze into ice and be undrinkable. Crack. The sound of opening the cola brings a sense of joy. Bang! Lu Zheng lightly tapped her cola against Yang Ling's. I've reached the point where I must have some cola. People know that drinking cola is not good, and drinking water is better, but they still open a cola because of that feeling of happiness when drinking it. Sister, aren't you going to ask me about what happened at the society before? Yang Ling held the cola can with both hands, not opening it. She looked up, her gaze mixed with calmness and unease. If you want to say something, I'm willing to listen. If you don't want to say it, I want to ask. Lu Zheng patted her shoulder. All right, let us first enjoy this can of cola steadily. There are still many tough battles ahead. The sounds of bombing outside had not ceased. Once this assault ended, there would be more struggles for the entire Jinling's ownership. Those are not things that could be resolved in a day. We might not be without a chance of winning. Lu Zheng clearly remembered that there were still 3 days left. This extreme cold would end. The entire planet would face another extreme weather. The scorching heat. At that time, the Yangtze River would melt, and cities like Jinling, located downstream, would face not just simple floods. In her previous life, the Huaxia army failed to restart the nuclear power station. Without power support, humanity could not resist such natural disasters. She remembered that after the floods, there was basically no unified official power. Scattered survivors spent all their energy just trying to survive. It was precisely because of the scorching heat that she, an unarmed water-type ability user in her previous life, managed to survive. After the floods came the drought. In a situation where even the Yangtze River dried up, every water-type ability user became an important asset to the team. Sister, you know some things we don't know yet, right? Yang Ling looked at Lu Zheng, whose gaze was focused on the void, squeezing her hand. It's okay. Oh, you guys even have cola. I want some too. Shi came from behind, interrupting the conversation that had fallen into silence. I didn't want to interrupt your reminiscing, but orders have come down from above. Shi took the cola Lu Zheng handed over, took a big sip, and continued. We have been ordered to immediately retreat with you. Whether it's those pregnant women or you researchers, we can't afford to lose any of you. Also, satellites have detected that the snow in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River is melting. This cold snap might end faster than we imagined. And there will be floods then. Shi lowered his voice. The news had just come down from above. The nuclear power station had resumed operation, and those satellite communications and groundwork finally no longer needed to operate intermittently. The experts observed very unfavorable signs. This statement stunned Lu Zheng for a moment. She had just thought about whether the restoration of the nuclear power station would bring any changes. So quickly received feedback. The change not only exists in reality, but far exceeds her imagination. Her little butterfly wing actually caused such a big stir. This news cannot be shared with other survivors for now, as it might cause panic. But after we finish eating, we will start the relocation work. Chapter 106. Rank 99. Did you discuss this news that cannot be told to others without considering giving me a little hush money? The zombie king walked over from behind. He has made some progress. Now he is dressed in snow gear and snow boots, unlike before when he could be easily identified as not human. This is good. He reached for the cola in Lu Zheng's hand, but didn't expect to be unable to grab it. If you want a drink, take something else. Lu Zheng does not have the habit of sharing food and drinks with others. He tossed another can to him. I know you can hear me. No need to show off your 8th tier psychic ability here. Just guard the nuclear power station. She had little patience for this zombie king who had caused her too much trouble before. Shi almost laughed at the zombie king's resentful yet restrained expression behind her. So satisfying. Congratulations to Lu Zheng from the apocalyptic dimension for successfully escaping from a 9th tier ability user, ranking up to 99. Congratulations to Lu Zheng, holder of the all-world red envelope group, for entering the top 100 on the leaderboard. Originally, she just wanted to check her points. Unexpectedly, there was such a notification waiting for her. After her points entered the million range and she joined the million club, she could see the all-world leaderboard from the back end. At that time, she was still far behind and unclear about the reasons for her advancement. She didn't expect to accidentally enter the top 100 this time. Private messages kept flashing. When she opened it, it was a message from the interstellar dimension. Interstellar dimension. Wow. Not bad, Apocalypse newbie. You're the first to reach the top 100. How's the ice and snow business you were considering? I can get high-tier spacecraft. Are you still interested? System prompt. Detected that holder Lu Zheng has entered the top 100. Will automatically detect the interest relevance of chat partners. Interstellar dimension detection completed. The other party is lying and cannot continue to provide high-tier interstellar spacecraft. Lu Zheng looked at the prompt on the blue screen in front of her. Interesting. It felt like she gained a high-level assistant, automatically sorting work and handling ambiguous interpersonal relationships. Lu Zheng, who originally did not plan to continue this part of the business, closed the chat window with the interstellar dimension. Messages from Mei June in the favored concubine dimension came in. Favored concubine dimension, Mei June sent you a designated red envelope. Please accept. Lu Zheng opened the popping red envelope. Red envelope received. Gain the blessing of the favored concubine. The holder can automatically gain koi attributes for 24 hours after use. Lu Zheng sat up from the bed. Initially, she just intended to browse a bit before sleeping, but her drowsiness was completely gone. The previous red envelopes, no matter how amazing their functions were tangible items. This kind of virtual blessing could actually be sent through a red envelope. It could even bestow specific abilities to the recipient from a distance. The second place on the leaderboard has some substance. Mei June, I don't need it for now. I've figured out how to extract well salt. Lu Zheng saw this and was about to exit the chat window when she noticed Mei June was still typing. Mei June, by the way, is there a lot of water on your side? Send me some. We're experiencing a drought here. Lu Zheng. Chapter 107. Free Choice the Brotherhood. Have you found out? The speaker flicked the ash from his cigarette without raising his head. His tone was as if he didn't care much about the matter. The responder immediately knelt down. It was a unit from Huaxia, the Nightingale assault team, which had now brought Dr. Yang Ling and those pregnant women into the nuclear power station's vicinity. Knock knock. The person at the table gently tapped the surface twice. Speak slowly. Why are you in such a hurry? The responder buried his head lower, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and continued. Yes, sir. The Nightingale team first infiltrated the laboratory in the inner city, blew up the experimental building to steal test data, and then on our side, under the pretext of exchanging intelligence, blew up our experimental building and kidnapped Dr. Yang Ling and the pregnant women. After reporting, the responder deeply prostrated on the ground. The smoke swirled in the tea room. I see. So you think with this situation, where's your fault? The accusatory words were spoken in a flat tone, even with a hint of casualness. The sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground. How do you high-tier ability users view the current situation? He flicked his cigarette a few times, letting the ash drop to the ground. The hot ash burned the back of the hand of the person on the ground, causing a flinch. It turns out high-tier ability users are also afraid of pain, and they are flesh and blood. Such mistakes are understandable. Now tell me, how do you want to handle this? You have the freedom to choose. I want to force you. Power wrapped in the guise of freedom confuses people. Such power is more concealed than direct oppression. After all, you can directly resist that kind of force. You can loudly call it exploitation and oppression. But this so-called freedom of choice actually wraps a harsher, more unresisting power. In this choice, there is no option for freedom. It forces you to accept punishment willingly. The perpetrator appears clean, with no blood on their hands. Understood, we choose the old rules. Yes, the person on the ground did not stand up, but crawled out of the tea room. It was only after exiting the tea room that he let out a sigh of relief. He got up from the ground and brushed the dust off his knees. The two guards at the door kept their heads down, their expressions showing no change. It seemed they did not see anyone retreating from inside, so disheveled. Nuclear power station. We will first retreat to the Agricultural Science Institute and organize everyone to move upstairs. Once the flood comes, besides the issue of standing water, the most critical concern is the mutated species that come with the flood. After Yin-Chi finished explaining the retreat plan, the Nightingale team immediately went out to organize the survivors to pack their things. She looked at Lu Zheng. That mutated species guarding the nuclear power station listens to your commands. Can you have it order the mutated species in the water later? Historically, floods have never been the most terrifying thing. The diseases that accompany the water are the deadliest and cause the most loss. If people are gone, then nothing remains. Chapter 108. I'll send you half of the Yangtze River. Are you talking about me? Then my price is not cheap. The zombie king jumped down from behind again. No need for you. The little guy is a 7th-tier psychic, enough to command low-tier mutated species. Lu Zheng picked up the little zombie on the ground. The little pink creature tilted its head, its chubby little hands pulling at its eyelids and making a face at the zombie king behind. How can you say I'm not needed? I'm at least 8th tier. The zombie king was a bit choked. He initially thought that after Lu Zheng bound him, she would let him fight alongside her. He had been guarding this broken power station. You humans are really boring. If it weren't for the binding of the monster contract, the zombie king would have left long ago. You guarding here allows us to do other things with peace of mind. In the apocalypse, nuclear power sometimes matters more than human lives. Lu Zheng felt the strong fluctuation of the monster contract in her mind and thought about the survivors outside. She still chose to speak gently. The strong fluctuation in her mind dissipated. The zombie king's face even showed a hint of embarrassment. Ah, it's not that impressive. He scratched the back of his head. And at that moment, an 8th-tier zombie king showed a bit of a delicate demeanor. Before Lu Zheng could say anything else, it disappeared from sight. Yin-Chi widened her eyes and looked at Lu Zheng. Impressive. I thought it was already amazing that you could command those researchers from the Agricultural Science Institute. But I never expected that even mutated zombies would listen to you. Lu Zheng shrugged. This must be charisma. She shrugged her shoulders. The nuclear power station is guarded by him, and when the flood reaches Jinling, I will take the little one to guard the surroundings of the Agricultural Science Institute. Lu Zheng paused for a moment and still asked, Can I know the specific battle plan? Those were internal information belonging to the Huaxia troops. Not even Lu Zheng. Nor Gao Song knew everything. Currently, only Yin Shi, as the temporary commander of the Jinling garrison, knew all the information given by the Southern Command. Of course, Yin Shi smiled. You are someone whom several old academicians have repeatedly instructed to protect well. The higher-ups have given you the highest authority. Highest authority? Inchi nodded. The highest authority means that all orders issued by the command center, even those I am not authorized to know, you can inquire about and know. Lu Zheng watched her extend her hand towards him. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, but after blowing up the Freemason stronghold, the command center has appointed you as the temporary operational advisor for Jinling. Greetings, Commander. Lu Zheng was surprised for a few seconds, then reached out to shake her hand. Thank you for the trust of the organization. On the Yangtze River Bridge. Zheng, how long do we have to wait here? I'm hungry. The little one pouted, stepping on a large plantain to and fro. The large plantain under her feet swayed like a dog with a frisbee. It even curled its vines like a dog swaying left and right. It'll be soon. She raised her hand and pressed the satellite communication headset in her right ear. The satellite observer inside was urgently reporting the situation upstream. Snow and fog shrouded the river surface. The frozen solid river surface looked exceptionally calm. Starting the Multiverse Red Packet Group. Welcome back to the Multiverse Red Packet Group. Lu Zheng opened Mei Jun's chat box. Are you ready? It's not flooded on your side. I'll send you half a river. Little friend, that's interesting. Chapter 109. The New King Ascends. Boom. A massive flood wave suddenly broke through the fog on the river surface. Lu Zheng raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight. The scorching sun appeared in the sky. The snow and fog that had lingered in the atmosphere for months dissipated in an instant. A huge vertical yin-yang fish diagram appeared on the river surface of the Yangtze River, several kilometers long. The surging flood waves, carrying massive ice blocks, crashed against it, igniting dazzling golden light. Those flood waves and ice blocks, along with the fishing boats and sand-dredging boats frozen on the river surface, disappeared into the fish diagram. Zheng, you have powerful friends and didn't tell me. The little one stared wide-eyed at the fish diagram. With her two chubby hands on her hips, she stomped her foot angrily and turned to question her. You clearly found such powerful external help, yet you still had to wake me up early. Really? The sun is annoying, you are annoying, and this river is annoying. The little one complained all in one breath. All right, I can't completely trust the other party. Wan, you're my trump card in support. She reached out to scoop up the still pouting little one, gently patting her back. The climate is about to change. Will you feel uncomfortable? According to Lu Zheng's memories from her previous life, starting today, the cold would end. The Blue Star was about to welcome 4 months of long summer, with extreme high temperatures reaching 60 degrees about to strike. It's fine, anyway. We mutated beings are not greatly affected by temperature. It's those creatures on Blue Star that will die in large numbers. Oh, humans should die the fastest, right? The little one nestled in Lu Zheng's arms, her soft little head resting against her shoulder. With her tiny fingers wrapped around Lu Zheng, she spoke such shocking words in a soft tone. Mei Jun, little friend, that's generous. Saying you'll send water and actually sending water. My drought here is resolved. Oh, and steel ships, is this an extra gift? Lu Zheng looked at the chat messages from Mei Jun in her mind. In another world, supporting such a huge fish diagram to transport surging floodwaters and still being able to chat so effortlessly. Just how much power does the other party have? Multiverse Red Packet Group, notification. Multiverse rankings updated. Isn't this ranking supposed to be updated constantly? Lu Zheng listened to the notification sound in her mind, opened her personal main interface, and pulled up the rankings. Mei Jun's name jumped to the top. The golden nameplate shone dazzlingly in the void. Save 100,000 people. Benefit the waters and lands of 8 directions. Score settled. Multiverse player Mei Jun upgraded to rank 1. The ranking change caused the entire Multiverse chat group to boil over. My God, this ranking hasn't changed in 100 years, right? And you didn't see who rose to the top. That Mei Jun walks all over the multiverse. Impressive. Witnessing history belongs to. Lu Zheng looked at the scrolling messages and checked the rankings again. Among the top 100, apart from her, everyone else's rankings had not changed. She could only see the scores behind those who ranked behind her. The scores behind those ranked ahead of her were not visible. It seemed that her authority was not enough to unlock those people's information. Mei Yun, little friend, thank you for helping me ascend. Rising to the top of the multiverse rankings. At this moment, Lu Zheng still didn't realize what a great honor this meant. She also didn't know that she had participated in the birth of some great historical moment. Chapter 110. A Redemption and a Virus of Destruction. Southern Huaxia Command Center. The observer responsible for satellite observation widened his eyes as he looked at the screen. For a moment, he was almost speechless. Is this the ability of a supernatural being? Moving mountains and shifting seas. The leaders of the Huaxia troops stood behind the observer, watching the satellite image on the big screen. Old Lin, the younger generation, is formidable. Indeed, on the big screen, Lu Zheng stood against the wind, holding the little Wan. The Yangtze flood wave crashed against the massive yin-yang fish diagram and instantly disappeared. The flood that could have submerged Jinling was reversed in an instant. Commander Lin turned to look at his old comrade beside him. Old Qin, that Freemason den has blown up. We can't let the little ones have trouble. We still need to deal with the aftermath. The north is too far now. There are too many zombies and mutated beings on the road, making it uncertain. Among the recent large cities, Jinling was once the Huaxia vice capital. Is this how you protect the people we entrusted to you? Academician Yang didn't know when he walked into the broadcast hall. Upon seeing Lu Zheng on the screen, he became anxious. Look, you can stay here safely because of her research achievements. Those drugs that delay mutation have helped the survivors a great deal. Didn't you see? Academician Yang angrily walked to the front, looking at the big screen. After watching for a while, this little Wan in her arms is quite cute. Is she her daughter or her sister? The two old commanders beside exchanged glances, not refuting Academician Yang's words. However, the observer knew a bit more. After all, he had been in contact with Inchi before. Report, Academician Yang. That little girl is a 7th-tier mutated zombie. 7th tier? Isn't our team still made up of those people? In the first few months of the apocalypse, the Huaxia troops had gained quite a few high-tier supernatural beings, but overall, their numbers were still limited. Compared to the endless high-tier, mutated beings in the wild, the number of human supernatural beings was still too few. In other words, humans have now become the minority on the planet. Academician Yang still felt uneasy, glanced at the large screen, and sighed. The weather has changed again. The extreme low temperatures have passed, and the upcoming high temperatures are even worse. The extreme low temperatures have destroyed the ecosystem of Blue Star. The survival of most organisms, whether human or otherwise, largely depends on the presence of oxygen. People commonly understand that oxygen is produced by plants. In reality, the entire oxygen cycle on Blue Star relies mainly on microorganisms, including many viruses that are often unwelcome. In fact, viruses simply have an unpleasant name. In truth, every breath of air that humans take is thanks to viruses. Without the presence of viruses, humans wouldn't even be able to survive outside the womb. In the entire human genome, the portion that actually belongs to humans is quite small. The genetic components of bacteria and viruses embedded in the human genome constitute our current adaptation to the Blue Star environment, including our immune capabilities. It is both salvation and destruction. That is what viruses are. Now, with the drastic changes in the Blue Star environment, how should humanity adapt with the abilities and genetic functions acquired during the evolutionary process in the face of a completely new environment? Chapter 111. The Great Change in the Furnace, Agricultural Academy. Want something to eat? Zome sat on the ground, one hand fanning the air while the other stirred the mung bean soup in the pot. The temperature had drastically changed. The temperature on Blue Star had suddenly shifted from the Antarctic into a furnace, reaching an extreme high of 60 degrees. Lu Zheng waved his hand and placed 2 large ice blocks by the door for the 2 soldiers on duty to cool down. Inchi had specifically assigned 2 wind-type ability users to cooperate with ice-type users to continuously cool down the transformers at the Agricultural Academy. After the nuclear power station was activated, the Agricultural Academy had turned on the air conditioning. In such extreme temperatures, the air conditioning units would have burned out early in the morning if not for the protection provided by the ability users. Upon entering the laboratory, the little one and the black cat were surprisingly not fighting. Each lay on the large ice blocks that Lu Zheng had placed to cool down the laboratory equipment. Looking lethargic, I want ice cream. The little girl's voice requesting ice cream was much softer and lacked energy. Meow, the black cat responded, clearly indicating it wanted some too. Lu Zheng handed each of them an ice cream before continuing to check the operation status of the instruments. Back at the Agricultural Academy, she led her team to continue the previous experiments. The laboratory in the south also had good news. They had successfully cultivated mutated strains to enrich the substances that Lu Zheng had extracted from the directed fermentation of zombie compost, which could inhibit mutations. During experiments, scientists often encounter situations where a substance can be extracted, but its concentration is too low. To achieve a high concentration of such substances, enrichment is needed. Just like some fishermen try hard to cultivate fish ponds to catch more fish, scientists also need to develop different methods. A common approach is centrifugation to remove moisture from a system, referred to as dehydration. However, this method is ineffective for many complex substances. After all, these substances dissolve in water. Chemical methods or biological methods must be used for concentration. The biological method, in literal terms, allows organisms to grow and accumulate these substances. For example, the well-known heavy metal rice results from rice absorbing heavy metals from the soil. After all, rice does not synthesize heavy metals by itself. Otherwise, steel mills wouldn't need oil and iron, or they could just grow rice. The heavy metals in the soil exist in a very dispersed state. When rice absorbs them and accumulates them in the grains, it's a process of biological enrichment. The laboratory in the south successfully enriched those products using a similar method. Lu Zheng wanted to see what specific substances were involved. Were they all various inactive chemical substances, or were there bacteria or viruses at work? To analyze this, a flow cytometer would be used. This device can be simply understood as a queue management system. In real life, when people line up, they're staffed to maintain order. In the instrument, it queues cells to ensure they pass through one by one, allowing for analysis of each cell. If bacteria are present, this is also a good analysis method, especially for those that cannot grow in existing culture media and cannot be sequenced. Zheng, this toy is so boring. Just beeping all day long. Nothing special, the little girl mumbled while lying on the ice block. Lu Zheng looked at the analysis graph on her computer and began to conceive the next experiment. She would not be satisfied with merely delaying mutations. The job of a scientist is to push limits, discovering and creating the impossible. The little one suddenly exclaimed. Bang! A heavy thud sounded behind her. Chapter 112. A young man, about 185 centimeters tall, fell naked to the ground. He curled up his hands, looking completely bewildered. Meow with this meow. Two black cat ears popped out from his once fluffy hair. Lu Zheng, who had been on guard with her weapon ready, was momentarily stunned. She had thought he was an enemy trying to take advantage of her momentary distraction by appearing naked. Unexpectedly, he looked completely innocent. Wow, so little black. You are both a cat and a person. The little one, a level 7 zombie, had no concept of gender differences. Clapping her hands, she stood up and dusted off her little dress. Cat ears. Hey, Zheng, why are you covering my eyes? I'm level 7 psychic, this can't block my view. Lu Zheng ignored the little one's words. Covering her eyes with one hand, she used the other to pull out some male clothing she had collected earlier. Put on some clothes first, then we can talk. Once she realized the person was not an enemy, Lu Zheng finally felt a bit awkward. Having an 18 or 19-year-old young man standing naked in front of her made her feel a bit flustered. At this moment, the little black cat also looked curiously at its front paws. The two cute white paws that resembled mangosteen had transformed into human hands. To humans, slender and beautiful hands might seem lovely, but to him, they looked strange. Why did I lose my claws? His hunting weapons had suddenly turned into human-esque fragile. Flat nails. His fur had also disappeared. He tentatively poked at the clothes Lu Zheng had thrown over. As he picked them up, he still didn't know how to wear them. Voices came from outside the laboratory. Dr. Lu, we boiled mung bean soup. Would you like a bowl? Zome walked in casually. Upon entering, she immediately saw the glowing young man on the floor. Her eyes widened in surprise. This was an extremely beautiful young man, with blue eyes like the color of the ocean, high cheekbones, and deep-set eyes. His lips were a soft pink with delicate, beautiful lip beads, exuding an androgynous beauty. Zome looked at the naked young man on the ground, then at Lu Zheng standing beside him. I'll just leave. She had a knowing smile on her face. Lu Zheng took a deep breath. Now, there were things she couldn't explain. Little one, you go out and play with Grandpa and Grandma for a while. I need to talk to him about something. The little girl, still having her eyes covered, clearly was reluctant, her rosy little face rubbing against Lu Zheng's palm. All right, I know, I'm leaving. Once only Lu Zheng and the young man were left in the laboratory, she squatted down and focused her gaze on the young man's shoulder. Who are you? My black cat? Although it was hard to believe, this was already a post-apocalyptic world, and with mutated beings emerging endlessly. It was not surprising that high-level zombies could imitate humans. Other mutated beings mimicking human forms were also possible. Meow. The little black cat tentatively wanted to make a sound, still the kind of cooing of a kitten. The voice, however, carried a unique youthful clarity. Can you understand my words? If you can, meow. If you can't, don't. Lu Zheng recalled how every time she spoke, the little black cat would always express human-like emotions. It seemed it could understand human language. Meow, Zheng. The clear voice carried a hint of hesitation, like a child learning to speak. Just as Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, she saw the little black cat holding out a piece of clothing right in front of her face. Chapter 113. The hardest to bear the graces of beauty, Lu Zheng took a deep breath, trying to keep her gaze focused behind the boy's shoulders. This is the top. This is the bottom. You just need to slip in from here. This is the pants. From this side, put one leg in each. After saying that, Lu Zheng stiffly turned around. All right, just call me when you're done. She looked down at the black knife in her hand. The long knife felt icy, reflecting her almost flushed cheeks. Huff. She and T completely exhaled when suddenly a weight pressed down on her back. It was the boy pouncing over. It made her shoulders sink. Zheng. The boy hadn't yet adapted to his new body. He initially wanted to leap onto Lu Zheng's shoulder like before and nuzzle her cheek. But this situation made him feel insecure, suddenly losing his familiar claws and fur. This human body felt unbearably heavy. He seemed unable to leap lightly around the building as he did before. Are you dressed? Lu Zheng grasped his outstretched arm to steady his body from falling. She slightly tilted her head to glance behind. Phew, finally got the clothes on. Only then did she have the mood to carefully observe the boy in front of her, an 18 or 19-year-old lad, his stature already resembling that of an adult. Yet his cheeks still held a hint of cuteness. When his pair of blue eyes looked over, Lu Zheng understood what the term affectionate glance from Dream of the Red Chamber meant. It was clearly an inadvertent glance, yet it carried the depth of looking at a beloved person. So cute, whether it was because of his cat ears or his androgynous appearance. This was Lu Zheng's first impression of him. Even during the information explosion era before the apocalypse, she had never seen such an exquisite being. Those ears were too conspicuous. One glance was enough to reveal that the boy was not human. The boy tilted his head. His fluffy cat ears twitched a few times as if in thought. The two ears revealed his conflicted emotions. After a moment, the fluffy cat ears stopped. The boy nodded heavily. His ears returned to normal, and the conspicuous cat ears vanished. Lu Zheng thought for a moment, but still didn't take him outside. She pulled out her phone from the mustard seed space, flipping to some TV shows saved from before the apocalypse. She clicked on a classic and handed the phone to the boy. You can watch this first. Learn to speak from it. Before the apocalypse, Lu Zheng had been focused on her studies and had never thought about starting a family. Naturally, she and T made any preparations for early childhood education for her own child. She only started learning some of these things after picking up a little zombie after the apocalypse. However, they were not human children. Many times, it was enough to just properly take care of the little zombie and prevent any issues. The boy held the phone that was playing and tugged at her clothing. He didn't speak, but his affectionate eyes clearly asked Lu Zheng where they were going and expressed a desire not to leave. Lu Zheng smiled and released his hand, nodding. The boy probably thought she wasn't leaving. His blue eyes sparkled with joy as he looked up at her. Lu Zheng took a deep breath before she reluctantly stepped out the door. No wonder men often say that the hardest thing to bear is the grace of beauty. It was indeed a bit hard to part. But she looked up at the fiery clouds in the sky. She still had more important things to do. Chapter 114. Sweeping the zombie horde. Dr. Lu, please take a look here. We have tested the first 3 rounds, and the functions are very stable. The other party handed over a small pistol, its body smooth and unmarked. This was a copy of the rose pistol that Lu Zheng had previously given out. It wouldn't do for only one person to have such a weapon. In situations like the previous Freemason encounter, a lone wolf wouldn't survive. Bang! A gentle gunshot rang out, and the recoil was minimal. Lu Zheng watched as the target in front fell. I'll go out and give it a try. This kind of pistol wasn't just about accuracy. After all, aside from hitting the target every time, the most important aspect of the rose pistol was its ability to kill high-level mutated beings. Little one, find a zombie to bring over. The mutated creatures around the Agricultural Research Institute had been cleared early in the morning. Lu Zheng didn't plan to waste time and effort going out to find mutated beings to kill. Coming, the little one, all fluffy, was lying on the ice. Since the weather had entered the scorching summer, the little one had been stuck to the ice block. At first, Lu Zheng's parents were worried that she might catch a cold and have a stomachache. After Lu Zheng explained, they let her be. I'll give it a try. The little one saw the pistol in her hand and became interested. She climbed up from the ice, dusting off her little dress. You can have it, but don't mess with people. Just as she finished speaking, a little head peeked around the corner of the hallway. Little you is here. Come quick. There's a new toy. The little one smiled and reached for the gun in Lu Zheng's hand. She couldn't pull it off immediately. What'd I just say? Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the pistol, looking into the little one's eyes. The little one pouted and stomped her feet. All right, I agree. Agree to what? I promise not to cause trouble today. Mischievous kids are indeed mischievous. The words they say always leave themselves a way out. Promising not to cause trouble is only for one day. The rest will be discussed later. Go play. With a flick of her mental domain, the giant amidst flew out from the monster contract book. The little one made a hand seal, and a yin-yang fish symbol lifted little you, leading her out along a path laid by the giant amidst. The copied pistol could still be heard, making sounds up close. However, after 100 meters, there was no sound at all. The little one simply summoned a horde of zombies. The surging horde of zombies rapidly decreased under the pistol's fire. At first, Lily was a bit scared. After a while, seeing there was no danger, she also tried firing a few shots. Lu Zheng monitored the levels of the zombies that fell among the horde. The little one was at level 7, and her targets were not sufficient as a reference. Little Yu was just at level 2. Theoretically, holding the pistol, she could kill level 3 zombies. However, Lu Zheng saw that even a few level 4 zombies fell under the gunfire. Not to mention little Yu was only at level 2. The rose pistol, as a special ability firearm, also required abilities to operate. But the two little ones didn't show any signs of fatigue, even after wiping out the entire horde. Dr. Lu. The recording personnel beside her spoke with a trembling voice, looking at Lu Zheng in disbelief. They had only conducted indoor tests before and knew that the copy retained the rose pistol-esque characteristic of hitting the target every time, regardless of the direction. They hadn't expected such a big surprise to await them. First, send a message to the command center. Remember to encrypt the test data. Lu Zheng took the pistol from the little one's hands and returned it to the staff, calculating in her mind. In her past life, as summer arrived and the ice and snow melted away, the horde of zombies, unafraid of the heat, swept across Blue Star. In this life, Lu Zheng smiled as she looked at the pistol. Chapter 115. I want a hug too, let us go. The zombie king leapt down from the experimental platform behind. He raised his head and pointed at the little one who had just landed from the giant amidst. Upon seeing him point, the little one's shoulders slumped. Lu Zheng reached out to pick her up, rubbing her cheek against the little one's soft face. We're going to use magic to cool down the weather. After saying this, she nodded at the zombie king behind her. The Nightingale team, led by Takamatsu, immediately rushed out with their backpacks. The temperature on Blue Star does not rise for no reason. Sunlight carries energy, and when it hits a person, it feels warm or even hot, which is its manifestation. This is also why many people start using sunscreen as soon as summer arrives. Before Lu Zheng dealt with the flood, he contacted the Southern China Command to report the news, coupled with the satellite cloud images that verified her statement as the temporary commander in Jinling. She directly ordered the Nightingale team to collect sunscreen materials from the entire city at the first opportunity when the snow melted. Right here, walking to Zongshaman Street. The misty water cypress forest guarding the entrance voluntarily stepped aside, revealing the original appearance of the street. The little girl nodded at Lu Zheng, jumped down from her arms, patted her little dress, and held the hand extended by the Zombie King. The two high-level zombies simultaneously activated their psychic abilities. A huge fish symbol appeared above everyone's heads. Unlike the previous scenes where they always collided, this time the two swirling fish symbols quickly merged into one, forming an unprecedented gigantic fish symbol. Lu Zheng stood beneath the fish symbol, holding the hands of the two high-level zombies on either side. The three formed a circle. Using her psychic domain, she combined the two zombie psychic fish symbols into one through the monster contract book. The Nightingale team saw the fish symbol rise, and Takamatsu immediately led the wind ability users in the team to leap onto the fish symbol. The reflective materials prepared early were immediately spread over the fish symbol. A massive fish symbol, blocking out the sun, rose into the sky along with the materials they had prepared. Lu Zheng also tied the flower and bird-scented pouch given to her by the ancient pet system Mei-Jun onto those materials. After all, the most unique aspect of the scented pouch is not its unique fragrance. Regardless of how the wearer moves, the internal balance system will not be disrupted, ensuring internal stability, which is why it amazed people 1,000 years later. The materials rising into the sky would also encounter mutated species and winds, and bringing it along would ensure the stability of those materials. A shadow blocking the sun appeared overhead. The glaring sunlight disappeared instantly. Lu Zheng even had a momentary illusion of blindness, with the two high-level zombies stabilizing the position of the yin-yang fish symbol. She didn't expect it could be used this way. The yin-yang fish symbol completely turned into a giant sunshade, with the sunlight unable to shine here. The ground temperature in this area would naturally decrease. The height of the gigantic yin-yang fish symbol was adjusted. The little one clung to her hand, her two black, grape-like eyes looking at her with watery admiration. Her little mouth pouted slightly. Before she opened her mouth, Lu Zheng guessed that she was starting to act cute. Usually, when she was asked to work, she wouldn't act like this if she was really tired. This was more of a situation where she was a bit tired but still okay. Lu Zheng rubbed her soft hair and took out an ice ball from her space for her. The members of the Nightingale team were unfazed. Ever since the Southern Command appointed Lu Zheng as the temporary commander, she had stopped hiding her talents. Zheng, I want a hug." A young boy walked out of the room, his fair, glowing skin reminiscent of a clear spring in summer. His voice was crisp as he said something cute. Chapter 116. Cherry pink fingertips the remaining members of the Nightingale team, and the Zombie King looked shocked as if they had seen a ghost. "Who is this? How did he get into the Agricultural Science Institute?" The Zombie King quietly asked Lu Zheng behind her. Even he did not sense any psychic fluctuations. As an 8th level psychic, he could sense changes in personnel within 100 miles. He could confirm that just now, he felt nothing at all. Even when the boy stood right in front of them, he couldn't perceive any information about him. "I'll explain later." Lu Zheng smiled and nodded at the Nightingale team, then pulled the boy inside. The little girl followed behind, making a face at the Zombie King. Lulu. She always lost to the Zombie King when they fought, as there was a difference in realm. But this time, she was the first to know the news. "Ha ha ha ha!" The little one felt increasingly proud and laughed as she reached the door. The Zombie King rolled his eyes and disappeared into thin air, leaving the members of the Nightingale team exchanging glances. "Don't look at me. I'm the one who wants to know who that boy is the most." Takamatsu glared at the group, whose faces were filled with gossip. Lu Zheng pulled the boy into the conference room. She originally wanted to take him directly into her resting room, but upon reaching the door, she saw others peeking in the corridor. She turned on her toes and decided to speak in a public setting. This little black cat's current form was too misleading. The soft, harmless-looking boy had an exquisitely beautiful appearance that was hard to describe. "Zheng, did I cause you trouble?" The boy had just transformed into a human and couldn't fully understand human thoughts, but he could read the shocked and frowning expressions of those present. Didn't he want to cause Lu Zheng any trouble? "No, what kind of trouble is this? By the way, have you finished watching the video I previously showed you?" Lu Zheng looked at the boy's porcelain white neck, noticing that he was still not quite adept at wearing clothes, and his collar was all messy. She raised her hand from behind to straighten it out. The boy instinctively tilted his head, rubbing his soft cheek against her palm. This was the little black cat's habit. When Lu Zheng petted the cat, it always liked to nuzzle her palm like this. But now that the little black cat had transformed into a boy taller than her, such action seemed overly intimate. His eyes seemed to ask her why she didn't pat his head this time. Is it because of human hair? Does Lu Zheng not like it? The boy touched his black hair on top of his head and said, "Human hair, so annoying." "No, it's very beautiful hair. I was just thinking about something earlier." Lu Zheng raised her hand and awkwardly patted his head. "How strange. Why do I feel a bit guilty?" His hair was very soft and silky. "I didn't finish watching. It just ran out of power." "Ah, I'm sorry. I forgot to charge it." Finally, she had something to do. While plugging it in, Lu Zheng looked at her hand. Some people had also praised her hands for being beautiful, but they were nothing compared to the boy's hands, which were almost museum-level beautiful. The tips were slightly cherry pink. "Ah Zheng, is it done yet?" The boy leaned over, resting his chin on her shoulder. Chapter 117. The boy has issues. The boy rested his chin on her shoulder, asking softly. His pure, youthful voice carried a hint of cuteness, making Lu Zheng feel a tingle at the back of her head. She patted him, signaling him to get up. "Okay, you can continue watching. I'll check on the progress of the cleanup just now." He seemed a bit flustered when he first came out. After leaving the laboratory, Lu Zheng leaned against the wall, exhaling. No wonder people say beauty can be deceiving. She sighed lightly and turned her toes towards the designated testing center. The materials had already been sent high into the sky, and now it was just a matter of seeing the specific sunshade and cooling effect. In daily life, sunlight outputs energy when it shines down. Using materials to block sunlight reduces energy input, thereby lowering the temperature in the corresponding area. In the news, even if someone had a bone fracture, they would crawl under the shade of a tree before lying down, because the shade weakens the energy of the sunlight beneath the tree. Naturally, it would be cooler. This also explains the principle of physical sun protection that many sun protection enthusiasts talk about. Lu Zheng and her team sending the materials up was not the end of the story. On the contrary, the atmosphere has just experienced a drastic temperature change, and there are no other cyclical conditions to increase the atmospheric concentration. After all, the trees, grass, and algae have basically all died out. The sun now is not the same as when it first emerged. Now, it is the sun of the Tainu Kalushi. "Dr. Lu, you're here just in time." The external detector has been installed and is undergoing testing. The Nightingale team members want to ask questions, but this is not the right time for that. Takamatsu suppressed the impulse to speak and began to cooperate with the debugging in detail. What is the level of material loss? The materials sent up to block the sun are also special high-strength aviation materials, and the level of loss is still within a controllable range for now. Lu Zheng nodded at the monitor. Notify the Zombie King to lower the height of the yin-yang fish diagram by another 10 meters. At the current height, the area of ground coverage is limited. After leaving the laboratory, a few members of the Nightingale team quickly followed. Takamatsu glanced at Lu Zheng, sensing no special emotions, and tentatively spoke. I didn't mean to bring this up, but when did we have a stranger here?" Lu Zheng turned to see the expression on his face, which clearly said, "I want to know. There aren't many people. That S. Xiaohei, he is transformed from a cat into a human. Perhaps with a new mutation. I will report the details to Inshi and then to the command center. By the way, is the Southern Command Center arriving in Jinling tomorrow?" The previous Southern expedition was also a reluctant response to an internal rebellion. "Yes, the information given is for tomorrow," Takamatsu replied, still a bit absent-minded. "Xiaohei, that black cat, hasn't he always been small and half-dead?" In Takamatsu's memory, the scars on that little black cat were still quite obvious, and its fur was messy, at least in his eyes. It didn't look cute at all compared to the precious breeds of cats commonly seen before the apocalypse. As soon as Takamatsu finished speaking, he felt a chill down his back. The boy was merely standing at one end of the corridor, without any movement. Yet, Takamatsu felt a deep sense of helplessness welling up from within, a helplessness that couldn't be suppressed. It was like the first time he got lost with his parents as a child, distracted by play. The surrounding environment and crowd carried a sense of danger. "Takamatsu, what is wrong with you?" Lu Zheng patted his shoulder, and he finally came to his senses. What's wrong with me? Takamatsu raised his hands in front of his eyes, revealing his own large, adult hands. The childhood fears that had just surged from his heart were nothing but an illusion. You were just staring blankly at the wall. What happened? Did something occur? Lu Zheng looked in the direction Takamatsu had been staring at. There was nothing there. The blank wall showed no signs that warranted attention. Lu Zheng silently contacted his junior sister in his heart, borrowing her ability to see through all illusions for a moment. Still, there was nothing. Did this wall even exist just now? Takamatsu's hand touched the wall. This spot had clearly been a corridor just now. He had clearly seen that black cat transformed into a human boy standing at one end, staring coldly at him. Didn't you just see it? That boy, the boy who turned from a cat, was standing here, looking at us? She was sure that this place had indeed been a wall. The zombie king and the little guy, both high-level psychic controllers, were currently manipulating the yin-yang fish diagram to block the sun. Plus, with the monster contract linking them, she could feel their use of abilities. Takamatsu wouldn't lie for no reason, so it must have really happened. That boy who always looked at her with a blank expression. There's a problem. Chapter 118. Immediate erasure. Can the work of researchers be called stealing? It's called measuring sweetness. As soon as Lu Zheng entered, she felt a low pressure around her, and looking at the boy with a worried expression. She felt momentarily dazed. Was it you who did that just now? No beating around the bush, no probing. Lu Zheng asked directly. The boy was visibly taken aback. Then he smiled. It was me. That man is very annoying. Please don't talk to him, okay? Lu Zheng looked at those blue eyes, the corners slightly raised, looking so gentle, naturally carrying a deep affection. Who I talk to and who I meet are my freedoms. Even if you are my parents, you have no right to decide these things. Seeing the boy's expression change, as if he wanted to argue, Lu Zheng raised her hand to signal him to be quiet for now. I am indeed worried about the safety of the main force. I'm also concerned about the safety of every survivor in the Agricultural Institute. In any case, I do not wish for internal issues to arise. This was a warning. I don't want to lose my temper, nor am I angry. Takamatsu and the others are members of the Nightingale team, and I rely on their help in our work and cooperation. If you keep messing with others, how can we cooperate in the future? Seeing the boy's drooping eyelids, Lu Zheng felt a bit of reluctance and reached out to hold his hand. Have you finished watching the previous video? The awkwardness of changing the subject made Lu Zheng feel a bit like the scumbag often mentioned online. After making the beautiful girl cry, they casually brushed it off with words. So much so that in her guilt, she didn't even notice the boy staring at her hand. I'll help you. Huh? Lu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. You mean helping me clean up Jinling? She turned around and began to meet the boy's gaze directly. The boy nodded and said nothing more, pulling Lu Zheng outside. The skin she touched felt cool. In such extreme heat, it felt like holding a piece of ice, instantly bringing a sense of coolness. Zome saw another pair of gossiping eyes. The little guy and the zombie king joined forces to hold up the fish diagram, blocking most of the sunlight. Finally, the Agricultural Institute wasn't so glaring. Be careful. Suddenly, his feet lifted off the ground. Unlike the yin-yang fish diagram, this was completely standing in the void. He reached out and made a gesture in the air, and a door appeared before them. Follow me. Lu Zheng looked at the relaxed expression on his face. After all, it was the little cat that had been dependent on each other since the apocalypse. She chose to trust him. She reached out and held his arm, following him through the door in the void. After her feet felt empty when she steadied herself, Lu Zheng found she was standing at the top of Purple Gold Mountain. This was where she had rescued the little cat. You want to clean up Jinling. Does that mean cleaning up those zombies? The boy raised his hand, and those zombies wandering in the city streets instantly seemed to have received commands, starting to gather at the foot of Purple Gold Mountain. With a wave of his hand, the heads and bodies of the zombies at the foot of the mountain separated, as if entering a large factory's assembly line. He didn't even look much. A neatly piled mound of corpses began to form below. Even the small variants of the Mutated plant followed his commands, working on the assembly line, digging for crystal cores while organizing the corpses of the zombies. The mutated species that Lu Zheng could only command through the monster contract were at the boy's command, as if they were extensions of himself. He did not rely on such contractual links. It was a suppression of strength. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were slaughtered in an instant, regardless of rank. You have been hiding your strength? After all, the little black cat was so weak that it couldn't even deal with ordinary zombies before. It had always been soft and needed her to feed it. I've just recently regained some abilities. I wasn't lying to you before. The boy stood at the mountaintop, still not forgetting to use his powers to create a shade for her. Lu Zheng took a deep breath, looking at the assembly line at the foot of the mountain, feeling an unknown emotion within. With such a big commotion, no one was spying. Compared to a few months ago, the survivors in Jinling were already few and far between. Let us go down. Along the way, no zombies were seen. Of course, there were no signs of people either. She fell into a strange calm. The city has endured extreme, low, and high temperatures, appearing as if it has weathered decades. It looks dilapidated. The faded luxury brands and skyscrapers reveal a sense of decay. The boy sits in the passenger seat, feeling a bit uneasy. Zheng, are you angry? He doesn't understand why. After helping her clear the zombies that had troubled Lu Zheng for so many days, she still looks unhappy. TSK. A short sound of brakes is heard. Lu Zheng leans on the steering wheel, takes a deep breath, and then turns to look at the boy. I'm not angry. I just don't know how to face you. It's too sudden. She struggles to enhance her abilities and combat skills, delving into the inner workings of the Illuminati to obtain their research information. After putting in so much effort, suddenly a person appears and waves their hand, resolving all the headaches of a large group of zombies. Hundreds of thousands of zombies are cleared in an instant. Her previous life-and-death struggles seem like a joke now. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say, she exhales. Clearing the zombies is a good thing, at least after the main force arrives. There won't be a need to waste ammunition cleaning up Jinling. The explosion at the top of Purple Gold Mountain at the beginning of the apocalypse was caused by your fight with the Illuminati people, right? Lu Zheng vividly remembers that explosion from the start of the apocalypse. It was a task from the World Red Packet Group. Compared to making her kill the provocateur, there is still no clear reason for this task. Do you know? Seeing the boy nod, Lu Zheng wanted to ask if he knew about the World Red Packet Group, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Her tongue felt as if something was binding it, unable to move. Warning, warning, warning to Apocalypse Dimension Lu Zheng. If you attempt to leak the existence of the Completion Red Packet Group again, the holder Lu Zheng will be immediately erased. It's more than just a warning. Such words are simply intimidation. Lu Zheng shuts her mouth. Zheng, what were you going to ask me? The boy seems to have sensed something, his blue eyes filled with concern. Chapter 119. Waiting for the organization to handle at the Agricultural Academy still has too many matters to address. The entire convoy is orderly. The person you were waiting for has arrived, Zheng. The boy sits in the passenger seat, his blue eyes reflecting a look Lu Zheng cannot comprehend. Yuan sees Lu Zheng's car from a distance, recognizes the license plate, and smiles as he waves over. After a simple registration by the soldiers at the entrance, they're allowed to pass. Once inside, vehicles cannot be driven anymore. Designated personnel are responsible for parking and isolation. Lu Zheng pats the boy's shoulder, and Yuan, having heard about the boy's situation early on, stands at a respectful distance, as if he hasn't noticed him at all. After saying that, he walks towards Yuan with a hint of urgency. Phew! Lu Zheng breathes a sigh of relief. She feels as if she has gained a significant trouble. The satellite detected that the zombies in Jinling disappeared rapidly in a short time. Did you do this? Just an MM? Do you know that the command center prepared a division of troops to clean up Jinling, but before they could even enter, the satellite showed that the zombies were cleared? It's not my credit, it was all him. After saying this, Lu Zheng reaches out to Yuan. Since Academician Yang personally came over, does that mean there has been progress with the previously directed fermentation of the drug products? Bring it here. You've held on to it for so long. It should be the new report on the drugs. Yuan sighs with a smile. You know, everyone is guessing about what identity that boy has in your relationship with him, but here you are only thinking about work. He hands her the new report. As Lu Zheng walks, she glances at the new report. Several basic report data have shown significant improvements, but the clinical data still requires longer clinical testing due to time constraints. In the conference room, why hasn't she arrived yet? How can you just let a research staff member leave like this? Jinling is not entirely under control yet. If something happens, Who will be responsible for the new drug research? Academician Yang, sitting in the main seat, watches Gao Song and the others' expressions darken. The members of the Nightingale team stand silently to one side, not daring to say anything at this time. The atmosphere in the entire conference room becomes increasingly tense. Knock, knock. Come in. Hello, I am Lu Zheng. After entering, Lu Zheng slightly bows to the main seat. She had attended Academician Yang's lecture before the apocalypse and knows him. You're here. Sit down and take a break. I heard from Yin Yuan that you went out to clear zombies. Are you tired? It's so hot outside. You should drink some water and cool down for a bit. No need to rush the report. Academician Yang smiles brightly upon seeing Lu Zheng enter, and the air conditioning in the conference room sends a cool breeze. The previously oppressive atmosphere dissipates. Gao Song and the other Nightingale team members quietly breathe a sigh of relief. It's fine. After becoming an ability user, these temperature changes don't affect me much. Lu Zheng doesn't hide it and directly pulls out her previous experimental report from her space. Comparing it with the new report content Yin Yuan handed her as she walks over to Academician Yang to start discussing. As she sits down, she notices a few beads of sweat at the ends of his white hair. The sweat stains on his quick-dry shirt haven't fully dried yet. He probably rushed over to the Agricultural Academy as soon as he arrived in Jinling. This is an academician. Lu Zheng silently admires him and discusses with greater respect. Once outside, Yin Yuan waves to Lu Zheng. Let's go try out the new weapons. The rose pistol you gave me before was immediately delivered to the command center, and now it's been decrypted. A lot of new weapons have been developed. This time, I'll take you to see them. So there are more than just the last pistol. There was also some decryption information at the Agricultural Academy earlier, which led to the development of several new pistols. The little girl loved it so much she played with it for several days. Of course, you think our Huagua is just a big manufacturing country for nothing? Yin Yuan pats Lu Zheng on the shoulder and leads her to the new station of the command center. Commander Yin. The guarding soldiers stand straight and salute her upon seeing Yin Yuan. Entering the temporary station, Lu Zheng's eyes widen. It feels like stepping into a luxury goods store. One new weapon after another is displayed on the stands. They are not the large weapons one might imagine. Don't underestimate these smaller ones. Their power is not inferior to those big guys. Soon, Lu Zheng understands why Yin Yuan brought her to see the new weapons alone. You mean you want the little girl to cooperate with the Zombie King to clear the zombies in other areas? Lu Zheng looks into Yin Yuan's eyes. Yes, it's the organization's decision. Although the number of survivors in other areas is scarce, saving even a little is worthwhile. At least the originally planned temporary evacuation points need to be cleared. Entering extreme high temperatures, the railway has been completely deformed. Fortunately, after the snow melts, with cooling measures in place, the infrastructure madman is restoring some of the railways. It's fine. I will communicate with them. You took me to see these not just for this, right? Such a display of new weapons is, in a sense, confidential. Lu Zheng has only been working for the country for a few months. She is not yet at this level of trust. Unless this display is not just a simple collaboration, but also carries the meaning of interrogation. Did you guess it? Lu Zheng's eyes seem to see through everything. And Yin Yuan loses in their gaze, smiling wryly and shaking his hand. It's not that I want to ask. It's the organization that wants to know where your rose pistol came from. You were only a low-level ability user before. How could you command high-level zombies? After finishing, Yin Yuan walks to the side and pours a glass of water for Lu Zheng, placing it on the table. He points to the camera on the table. This is a real-time video and audio recording device. Everything you say next will be recorded. Lu Zheng sits down and takes a sip of water. She looks at the camera. Fingers gently tapped on the cup. Behind the dark camera, it was unclear what kind of existence was sitting there. In any case, Lu Zheng sat quietly on one side, waiting for his processing. Chapter 120, Bargaining Chip. Laboratory. I don't know what those old guys are thinking. They actually went so far as to conduct separate interrogations. She pulled Lu Zheng back and forth to carefully inspect him, confirming that he was unscathed before completely relaxing. After listening to Academician Yang's words, Lu Zheng realized that he hadn't seen his parents for a long time. It was inevitable. Most of the research she was doing now was confidential. It was better that her family didn't know. No wonder Yin always found her to be strange. She had been so busy that she forgot about it, until academician Yang reminded her. I'm fine. It's all normal procedure. It's just a simple inquiry, really. If it were 50 years ago, those scientists couldn't see their family and friends for decades. At least she could still communicate to some extent. It's rare for a young person to have such composure. Academician Yang, used to the impetuous and anxious young people. Used to hear In Shi report work back in the South. With such a fast work pace, he thought Lu Zheng would be equally fiery. He didn't expect her to be more stable than the average elderly person. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's first look at the clinical trial plan for the new drug. Lu Zheng glanced at the materials beside academician Yang. The previous extreme, low-temperature food shortages, combined with the rampant zombies and mutated species, had left very few survivors. The data handed over by the trial assistant showed that the population was much larger than Lu Zheng had estimated. It seemed that the timely resolution of the Yangtze River flood had avoided greater casualties. Is this the new test data? Lu Zheng looked at the molecular analysis results in the report, feeling somewhat surprised. It was a report on the secretions of plants grown from the residue of directional fermentation. In daily life, people eat various fruits and vegetables. However, people's understanding of plants is very limited. Many believe that plants are static, merely photosynthesizing and bearing fruit every day. In fact, plants are far more complex than humans imagine. To compete for living space, cooperation and killing among plants are no less merciful than human wars. When stimulated by external factors, plants can react quickly and adopt targeted resistance strategies. One of these is to secrete various volatile substances. Just as bees are attracted to flower scents to help with pollination, this floral scent is one type of volatile substance. However, in any case, the types of volatile substances in plants are limited. In today's increasingly refined metabolomics research, there are few reports of substances that have not been discovered in the past. What did you see? Academician Yang looked at Lu Zheng's surprised expression, adjusted his glasses, and took the molecular analysis report from her hand. It's methane. Methane is familiar to everyone. This gas can burn. Especially now, with global warming, people often hear about it in various news reports. However, in past research, only microorganisms could synthesize methane from carbon dioxide. The release of this greenhouse gas is closely related to marine microorganisms. Now, seeing it in the volatile substances of plants is surprising. It's not just a little, it's a large amount of methane. Such methane production could fully supply daily fuel use. Lu Zheng and academician Yang exchanged a glance, understanding the joy in each other's eyes. Whether it's a nuclear power plant or the thermal power generation from fermentation that Lu Zheng was working on, the resources that could be supplied are limited. In this situation, the Northwest region could no longer continuously supply energy to East China. Losing the natural gas and coal from the Northwest put the entire East China region in a resource shortage. I'm going to the plantation now to see the situation on site. Lu Zheng walked with a sense of joy. She initially thought that the experimental plan provided by the All World's Red Packet Group could extract a drug to delay mutations, which was already fortunate. She didn't expect that the leftover residues from fermentation could bring such surprises when used for planting. Academician Yang nodded, beckoning a few lab assistants to follow, and quickly headed towards the plantation. Agricultural Research Institute plantation. Is this where the mutated Arabidopsis thaliana was discovered? A man in black stood with his hands behind his back in front of a huge pit. The center of the pit looked charred, as if it had been burned. Apart from that, nothing seemed particularly special. Yes, the large Arabidopsis thaliana that can traverse various mental domain barriers was discovered here. Wei used his psychic abilities to create a simple image in the air so that the other party could see the situation of the large Arabidopsis thaliana clearly. The ability is secondary. That large Arabidopsis thaliana seems to have inherited the characteristics of the original Arabidopsis thaliana and can freely fuse the genes of various mutated species and ordinary organisms. Knowing those mutation details without needing machine analysis, Wei added, "Indeed." The man in black raised an eyebrow, seeming finally interested in this conversation. "What information do you have access to?" The man in black was none other than a member of the Freemason who had suffered heavy losses before. Previously, Lu Zheng had brought a little zombie and the Zombie King to seize materials and bomb the Freemasons' laboratory, resulting in significant losses for their experiments. If you want to join us, you need to have matching bargaining chips. Chapter 121. Chun Xiaoming is back. Who? Lu Zheng pulled out a long knife from her space, holding it horizontally in front with one hand while activating her abilities with the other. Swish! The sound of the black cloak cutting through the wind rang out. The shadow standing at the end of the corridor disappeared into thin air amidst the abilities. Lu Zheng stood in place, sensing the fluctuations in the air with her abilities. There were no signs of any illusions. The other party had truly disappeared directly into thin air. The black shadow that had just vanished was able to pass through numerous barriers and arrive directly inside the Agricultural Research Institute. Remembering that she had confirmed the methane production report with academician Yan yesterday, and that it was still in her mustard space, Lu Zheng had been on guard about the experimental reports from the Agricultural Research Institute, since she had previously blown up the Freemason-esque laboratory and taken so many experimental results. All the critical data was stored in her mustard space, and only those simple and repeatable experimental data that everyone could have were left exposed. After checking the corridor, Lu Zheng took a deep breath. She needed to talk to Yin Qi about what had just happened. Now that the main force had just arrived, they could not let their guard down. In the lounge, the young man opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, his delicate, pale palm gripping down hard. The shadow that had just vanished in the corridor appeared in his hand. Where did this dirty thing come from? With a forceful throw, the shadow crashed to the ground like a rag. It's you. The black cloak fell away, revealing a mysterious face. A half-rotten face was reflected in the blue eyes. The other half of the intact face was startlingly Chun Xiaoming, whom Lu Zheng had already dealt with. Chun Xiaoming, who had fallen to the ground, scanned the entire room. The young man had already set up a barrier with his abilities around her. She couldn't escape it all. A look of hatred appeared on her pale, half-rotten face. Are you her lover? Why are you blocking me, when you are clearly of the same kind? Her rough voice sounded like a severe cold mixed with nails scraping across a blackboard. The term lover somewhat amused the young man. The pressure of the abilities added a few more layers onto Chun Xiaoming. You can quickly tell me your purpose for coming. I can give you a quick death. Her slender white fingers still bore a hint of cherry blossom pink. Even the exposed elbows of her short sleeves had a faint pink hue. With a face so exquisite it seemed otherworldly, her fawn-like eyes looked at you, yet she spoke words of destruction. Ha! A butcher who killed me for no reason. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for helping her? Chun Xiaoming supported herself on the ground, glaring fiercely at the boy. You claim to be just people, so you can casually decide others' lives and deaths? How could you be so high and mighty? The boy didn't even furrow his brows. He slightly curled the corners of his lips and tilted his head. His innocent gaze was like that of a young kitten observing the world, looking at the terrifying Chun Xiaoming on the ground. For no reason? Do you think no one knows about how you maliciously harmed your friend before? Or do you think in this apocalyptic world, you still need to chat with you and provide psychological counseling before killing you? I don't have much patience. His soft white hand pressed down, and the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Did you think I had to wait for you to tell me? Blue abilities flowed around Chun Xiaoming as the boy forcibly accessed her memories. Chapter 122, High-Level Suppression. How interesting. Chun Xiaoming's eyes widened as she watched those hands. The boy's exquisite face no longer caught her attention. Her gaze focused on those hands, which were as clean as a masterpiece favored by the creator, without a drop of blood. The slender white fingers carried a terrifying pressure. The people behind you are really cowardly. They would rather support a puppet like you than dare to step forward. Those hands that made Chun Xiaoming tremble finally fell from the air. Chun Xiaoming, trapped on the ground, along with her black robe, turned to ashes inch by inch, disappearing into the air. TSK. Now it looks like the whole thing is even more interesting. The boy rushed into her presence like a whirlwind. He smiled brightly, and that smile made his appearance even more dazzling. An 18 or 19-year-old boy, with his heart and eyes full of her image, stood before her like a naive child. Zheng, why aren't you saying anything? The boy reached out to pull his sleeve. Lu Zheng raised his hand to avoid the other's hand and looked into his eyes. What is your name? Little Black. It's not a name you gave me. He laughed softly. He looked soft and seemed easy to bully. You actually have consciousness, right? Not to mention the time she discovered the little zombie. The little black cat completely disregarded her commands and made its own decisions. At that time, she suspected whether the scene of finding the little zombie was caused by the little black cat. The massive tornado harvested countless zombies and struck a 7th level high zombie without resistance. But in the following days and tests, the little black cat did not show any suspicious behavior until a few days ago when he suddenly transformed into a human form. This statement made the boy pause for a moment, and he smiled as he continued to extend his hand towards himself. I've always been Little Black. I just don't know why I suddenly transformed into a human now. This statement was true. Some more important matters were hidden and not mentioned. Wanjie, Red Envelope Group. Lu Zheng opened her mouth to say, but only managed to say one word before she could not continue. A huge force suppressed her body, preventing her from speaking the truth. She reached out to bring up the Wanjie Red Envelope Group interface. A translucent blue Wanjie Red Envelope Group interface appeared in the void. The personal homepage displayed a huge red warning symbol. She scrolled to the previous leaderboard. Mei Jun had already changed from the favored concubine interface to the infinite terror flow. Mei Jun Lu Zheng's own ranking had dropped out of the top 100. In the chat dialog box, people from the interstellar and cultivation worlds were still chatting casually. Interstellar world. How many times has Mei Jun changed worlds? This is too fast. Almost one interface every 6 months. The tasks are completed so quickly. Cultivation world. Otherwise, why do you think that is the number 1 on the Wanjie leaderboard? Lu Zheng watched the scrolling chat dialogue. Can you see what is happening? The boy beside her looked like a puffed-up cat. Upon discovering some invisible force restraining Lu Zheng, he began to mobilize all his abilities. I can't see it. He could not see what Lu Zheng was intently staring at in the air. Even looking in that direction for a few glances made him feel dizzy. This was the suppression of high-level power. Chapter 123. Sacrifice contact with Chun Xiaoming has been lost. Currently, no related information can be detected. Inside the Freemason Society, the person sitting in the main seat stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window was a shadowy scene. He looked at the decorative painting by the window. An open window revealed only a green moon outside. The symbol of the Freemason Society originated from this. If the experiment is stalled, let it be for now. The matters concerning the master take precedence. Yes, find someone to keep an eye on Lu Zheng again. We cannot let Chun Xiaoming's matter repeat itself. Yes, after the person who replied left, the one standing by the window cut open the palm of his left hand, pressing the blood-filled palm against the decorative painting of the green moon. What problem has arisen again? An old, hoarse voice rang out. A dense atmosphere, thick enough to feel, spread through the space, as if time had frozen. The man trembled, maintaining the action of keeping his palm pressed tightly, losing too much blood, his lips turning pale. Master, Chun Xiaoming has disappeared. Has that puppet vanished? It seems there is still some movement over there. Why do you look so worried? Didn't I tell you that after this drought they would fall? The nuclear power plant cannot be taken for the time being. The energy supply is still singular. The man wanted to say more, but more words circled in his mouth and couldn't come out. The resource shortage issue on the Huasha military side has been greatly alleviated with the nuclear power plant. However, the Freemason Society lacks corresponding resource supplements. What you need to focus on now is how to kill Lu Zheng. Don't be like that Chun Xiaoming, having a puppet's body, yet still so foolish. The old voice pressed down a few degrees, the pressure in the air becoming even heavier. The man could hardly speak. Since we have been offering you, none of your so-called future prophecies have come true. The so-called lucky ability user Chun Xiaoming has not played any role. Previously, the old voice had prophesied that Chun Xiaoming, as a lucky ability user, could bring a smoother future for the Freemason Society and could even directly extinguish the Huasha military. In reality, when they found Chun Xiaoming, she was already a corpse in the snow. Your so-called prophecy that Lu Zheng is merely a third-level water ability user. And now he not only broke through to level 4, but also possesses super strong combat power. At this point, the man paused. After losing blood in this extreme heat, he felt a chill rising from his feet to his heart. His heart ached to the point of almost stopping. So cold. If your next prophecy cannot come true, we will no longer offer you. The man gasped, the loss of blood making his consciousness gradually blur. Not offering? Do you think you have a choice? The voice sneered, carrying a pressure. Next prophecy. Jinling will be destroyed. You should set off for Huading now. The wound on his palm quickly healed after leaving the decorative painting of the green moon. Destruction? The man slid down against the wall and, while sitting on the ground, stared at his palm and murmured. Chapter 124, Betrayal Agricultural Research Institute. When I change shifts later, I want to exchange for a bottle of ice beer. A few people guarding near the power distribution box chatted about their afterwork plans. Let's get some peanuts and we can play cards together tonight. The weather has finally improved a bit these past few days. As he spoke, the man raised his hand to point at the sky. How can those people be so capable, able to block out the sun directly? The yin-yang fish diagram in the sky emitted a faint glow. The huge fish diagram carried specialized aerospace sun-blocking materials. While cooling the ground, it could also connect with ground materials for solar power generation. While otherwise, why would those people be called scientists? Let's go. It's time to get off work. The person on rotation simply completed the handover procedures and checked their protective suit before heading outside. What dishes are available in the cafeteria today? Braised pork or sweet and sour ribs? Let's go with braised pork. The grapes from the plantation have recently been abundant, and we can go get some after lunch. Don't worry, you won't burst from eating too much. The two chatted as they walked. When they reached the cafeteria, choosing meals was as casual as it was before the apocalypse. There were many people at the grape counter, but it wasn't so crowded that they couldn't get served. The two had high-temperature work subsidy vouchers, so they didn't have to wait in line and could go directly to the meal selection window. When Lu Zheng arrived, the lady serving the dishes smiled upon seeing her, shook the ladle, and served a scoop of braised pork with just the right amount of lean meat and sauce. Professor Lu, make sure to eat more of this. Would you like some of the new grapes? As she spoke, the lady picked a large bunch of grapes for Lu Zheng. The people in line had no objections. On the contrary, they looked at Lu Zheng with respect. If it weren't for the counter separating them, they might have personally picked a large bunch of grapes for her. Lu Zheng simply thanked her, took her meal, found an empty seat, and began to eat without any airs. The people at the adjacent table were discussing similar topics, and Lu Zheng overheard a few sentences. I never thought that before the apocalypse I couldn't afford a house, and now after the apocalypse I can exchange points for one. That's great. Exactly. I wanted to move to a better school district for my child's education, but the prices were just unaffordable, all thanks to those speculators. The points they mentioned were a new form of labor compensation after the apocalypse. Young people usually had their points directly credited to their ID cards, while the elderly and children received corresponding supply vouchers at the beginning of each month. With everything in need of reconstruction, the whole of Jinling had many areas awaiting repair. Ordinary people couldn't endure the extreme heat, so they worked indoors. Those with abilities who could withstand higher temperatures handled outdoor work, like electrical repairs. Fortunately, previous cooling measures had been effective, leading to a significant drop in temperature across Jinling. The little girl and the zombie king used their powers day and night to support sun-blocking materials. Now the little one could openly act cute with Lu Zheng for delicious food. After all, she was a great contributor. If it weren't for the plantation's fruits and vegetables returning to normal supply, Lu Zheng's snacks from her mustard space wouldn't have been enough for the little one. Lu Zheng, I want a lollipop. Just as Lu Zheng was thinking about the little girl, she jumped out from behind Lu Zheng. Without waiting for Lu Zheng to respond, the little one climbed onto the side seat, holding the small fan on the table close to her. I want orange flavor today. By the way, Zheng. Those people left and went east. The little one took the lollipop. That group of people is really interesting. Lu Zheng's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment before she picked up the braised pork and put it in her mouth. The Freemasons easily gave up on Jinling. In her past life, she followed the survivors south and often heard that the Freemasons had a large force in Huading. There are some discrepancies in this life, but it seems they're also migrating toward Huading now. In the apocalypse, where mutated species proliferated, any city close to the sea could be at risk of a huge mutated creature emerging from the ocean at any moment, and the Freemasons must have some unknown reliance. However, what Lu Zheng needed to consider now was the survival of thousands of survivors in Jinling. The gas circulation system in the plantation was officially operational, with the methane produced by those plants connected to pipelines, becoming a new energy source for every household. Once the switch was turned on, it could be used as conveniently as the natural gas supply from the northwest in her past life. Now they could properly prepare for the upcoming winter. Lu Zheng looked at the report sent over and breathed a sigh of relief. Jinling had already passed the start of autumn, but outside it was still in blazing heat mode. The extreme high temperatures lingered like a curse. Fortunately, the output from the Academy of Sciences supported the current needs of the survivor population. Junior sister, you should take a break too. Working like this day in and day out. Even if you have abilities, your body can't take it. Wei walked out of the plantation. When she saw Lu Zheng, she smiled slightly, her lowered gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Lu Zheng nodded and continued walking. The report she had intended to hand over was temporarily withheld. What have you been busy with lately, senior sister? I rarely see you. Wei felt a bit tense inside. Being in front of Lu Zheng always made her feel uneasy. Previously, when the Freemasons contacted her, she looked down on their so-called benefits. However, the other promises they made were hard for Wei to resist. The output from the plantation had stabilized, but with such extreme weather outside, she didn't know how long it would last. The two chatted as they walked. I wonder if it will cool down when winter arrives. As long as it's not like the previous temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees, it should be okay. Humanity is fragile, yet strong. In the frigid -50 or 60 degrees of the North and South Poles, humanity could once survive. If the apocalypse hadn't come so suddenly, the previous extreme temperatures wouldn't have caused so many deaths. The more than 7 billion people before the apocalypse now number less than 1% according to satellite monitoring data. Jinling is considered a paradise, while the death toll in other places continues to soar with the persistence of extreme temperatures. Humans are carbon-based beings with a normal body temperature of 37 degrees. Extremely high temperatures can directly damage organs, and survivors in this extreme heat could die at any moment. Senior sister, what kind of benefits did they promise you on the other side that made you endure here so patiently? A casual tone, yet Wei's face changed completely. Chapter 125. Scars you knew early on? When Wei looked at Lu Zheng, she finally straightened her body. Not too early, but you should know that the little one and the zombie king are both psychic abilities and meeting with the Freemasons in the Agricultural Research Institute. You're not someone who is so careless. Don't you want me to know? Lu Zheng smiled and drew a long knife from thin air. With the knife held horizontally in front of her, her body remained relaxed. She had no intention of fighting Wei. The first time you went to save the Huaxia troops, I covered for you. Wei reminisced about the past, her face showing a hint of nostalgia. Unlike you, with innate talent and so many project ideas, I just want to live peacefully. The Freemasons threatened me with my parents. She sighed, I don't want this either. Lu Zheng stood by listening as Wei rambled on about the past. She remembered her first time at the Agricultural Research Institute, when the few remaining survivors there survived by relying on the warmth of compost and eating culture media. At that time, Wei wasn't the skilled psychic fighter she was now. She used the yin-yang fish diagram as a lighting tool. Human hearts can change. How much did you give them? The long knife reflected Lu Zheng's profile, cold as ice. Not much. How could I give away too much? I still have some bottom line as a researcher. The data I provided can be repeated. Wei removed her experimental protective suit, and in such high temperatures, even with air conditioning in the lab, her body was drenched in sweat. Although Lu Zheng didn't often conduct experiments now, she had once graduated from graduate school, and seeing Wei like this made her feel a bit sour. I'll personally go and resign with Academician Yang and the others. Don't tell me, senior sister. Wei smiled and nodded, taking off her protective suit and hanging it aside. The senior sister she referred to as Lin Jinxian. Let us keep it up from here. After saying that, she waved her hand and walked toward the academician's office. Family is always a soft spot. What are you looking at standing here? Lin Jinxian came up from behind and patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder. Junior sister, he finally knows to take it easy. She has been working too hard, spending every day in the plantation. I don't know how her body can handle it. Today she finally got off work early. It feels like a battle without bloodshed. Yet she always feels something is missing inside, heavy and suffocating. Isn't the progress with methane going smoothly? Why do you look so glum? Lin Jinxian put on disposable gloves and protective clothing, preparing to enter the plantation. I'll go in with you. It's not just a matter of methane. When the directional fermentation experiment first started, Lu Zheng noticed the anomalies with those zombie corpses. She wanted to see what role the fermented residues played in plant growth. The nearby residential buildings have all turned into hydroponic vegetable and fruit farms. Lu Zheng opened the display screen to check the growth data. Each plant had a sensor monitoring its growth. Before she could finish, the golden bracelet on her wrist suddenly gave her sharp pain. In an instant, a reddish-brown scar appeared on her wrist. Chapter 126. The starship has a problem. This golden bracelet was a basic starship she exchanged with someone from the interstellar dimension. Since then, Lu Zheng had upgraded the starship several times, and now it could be used for magnetic levitation. It had also helped transport several important figures. She didn't expect something like this to happen at such a time. What's wrong? Lin Jinxian rushed over and frowned when he saw the scar on her wrist. Let's go outside first. After taking off the protective clothing, Lu Zheng headed to the infirmary. The red mark on her hand hurt like it was on fire. And just then, the young boy transformed from the little black cat appeared in the hallway. The boy's blue eyes glared at the red mark on her wrist. He leaned down to sniff it, tilting his head, his blue eyes still cat-like. I noticed it when I went to the plantation, Lu Zheng explained, looking at the questioning gaze. After all, this boy hadn't done anything harmful from the beginning. She couldn't directly accuse him based on results alone. There's a smell I don't like on it. The boy half knelt in front of her, holding her wrist with both hands, blue energy flowing from his fingertips. Surrounding the red mark, the golden bracelet on her hand began to vibrate, emitting a buzzing noise. Lu Zheng focused her mind, and the golden ring transformed into a starship, revealing the red mark on her wrist more prominently. There were too many people passing by in the hallway. After the boy's treatment, the mark on her wrist improved a lot, so she didn't need to go to the infirmary for now. In the lounge, Lu Zheng sat in her usual rocking chair, not avoiding the boy, and directly opened the display screen of the Wanjia Red Packet Group. The blue screen unfolded in front of her. The boy clearly still couldn't see anything. The leaderboard of the Wanjia Red Packet Group hadn't changed. Mei Jun was still in first place. Her own ranking hadn't changed either. However, the chat interface had changed. People from the interstellar dimension had sent a few trivial messages, seemingly unaware of the issue with the starship. She opened the private chat interface. Apocalypse Lu Zheng. Hello, my starship has encountered an anomaly, and there has been an injury caused by the starship. She didn't directly say that she was the one injured. The boy was lying on her lap, just like when he was a cat. Interstellar dimension. That's impossible. The starship prioritizes safety. If there's a safety issue, it will shut down immediately. The chat interface continuously displayed the other party typing. After a long while, the chat box remained silent. Lu Zheng suddenly remembered what someone from the interstellar dimension had said before. The crystal core in a zombie's brain is called ore is naturally mined from mines. So how could it be in a zombie's head? Previously, people from the interstellar dimension and those from the cultivation dimension had talked about how Mei Jun completed her tasks quickly and had already switched between two dimensions. Does that mean that the various dimensions are not completely isolated? At least for those of us bound to the Wanjia Red Packet Group, after meeting certain conditions, we can switch to our respective dimensions. It's a bit like completing a game level. She suddenly thought about how Mei Jun's ranking rose because she saved people from all corners. What about herself? After her rebirth, she had killed and saved people. Her recent work at the Agricultural Research Institute was all about saving people. Why hadn't her ranking risen, but instead fallen? There must be some information she didn't know. While Lu Zheng was pondering, a message from the interstellar dimension came in. She reopened the chat box. Interstellar dimension. Did you find out something? Chapter 127. This world is fake. Lu Zheng looked at the message from the interstellar dimension and waited a few seconds. The other party was typing again. Interstellar dimension. Mei Jun must have told you. Otherwise, why would she treat you so well? She probably wants to cultivate you as her assistant. Assistant? What would a person need an assistant? At least when there are two people in the same dimension. When she first bound to the Wanjia Red Packet Group, she was curious why everyone had nicknames from different dimensions in the group chat. Powerful figures like Mei Jun could switch dimensions. Do these worlds really exist? Or are they merely playthings in the eyes of higher dimensional beings? Otherwise, how could or mine from the mountains in the interstellar dimension turn into the crystal core in a zombie's head in the dimension where Lu Zheng is? It's like having different item settings in different maps after creating an item in a game. Apocalypse Lu Zheng. How many points do we need to accumulate to stop circulating in these dimensions? The interstellar dimension didn't raise any suspicions and replied quickly. That would require trillions of points. Otherwise, do you think someone like Mei Jun, who has been at the top for years, would have gotten out? This world isn't real. Her question had actually presupposed that the world is composed of a game and not the result of a real world. Based on this, the other party didn't refute it at all. This world really isn't real. No wonder many things from her past life didn't validate in this life. Clearly, the Illuminati was powerful in her last life, but even though she had taken the Illuminati's information from Jinling this time, it wouldn't lead to the same behemoth hiding everywhere as in her previous life. The number of survivors heading south was also more than expected, and several tasks sent out by the Wanjia Red Packet Group were unpredictable, which is just like characters in a game completing various designated tasks. Even if Wei's parents were threatened, her betrayal was too sudden, with no warning signs. It seems the game couldn't find anyone to stir up trouble in her team at that time, so it picked Wei. If Wei's thoughts can change. What about her own? She raised her gaze to look at the boy in front of her. What about this boy? What role does he play? He definitely doesn't seem to be just a simple eye-candy role. The Agricultural Research Institute had just gotten on track, and external construction was just starting. Under such extreme heat, survivors were living carefully one by one. No one knew when this extreme heat would turn into extreme cold again. Even the previously mutated plants had explanations. She opened her monster contract book. The chimpanzee she had captured at the Polytechnic University was quietly staying inside. As a fungus living in the tropical regions of Blue Star, it appeared in the mid-latitude Jinling. Such species intermingling resembled rare species set up in game settings. Had she really been reborn? Or was it all just a reloading after a game failure? Is everything around her just code now? The moment this thought occurred, the surrounding air froze for a moment. The boy's blue eyes were filled with concern as he looked at her. The potted plant on the windowsill that had been swaying under the fan froze in midair. The clock on the wall stopped moving. What about this time? Lu Zheng stood up from the rocking chair. The Wanjia Red Packet Group interface in front of her remained normal. The interstellar dimension said a few more trivial things. The general meaning was that the bracelet of the starship might have some rejection due to being in different dimensions for too long. It was a big issue. Lu Zheng took off another black bracelet from her wrist. It was the mustard seed space given to her for saving a cat in the immortal cultivation world. She still had the long knife in her hand. This was the only time she had managed to grab a red envelope in a group's end. The cold blade of the black knife reflected her eyes. A thought crossed her mind. Lu Zheng swung the knife towards the interface of the 10,000 Realms red envelope group in front of her. The blue page instantly transformed into countless blue light points. Warning! Warning! The executor has unlawfully damaged the red envelope group interface, awaiting judgment and punishment from the main god interface. It really was fake, with a single-minded determination. The second life she had worked so hard to survive turned out to be like this. For a moment, Lu Zheng recalled the scene from her past life when she was pushed off a rescue vehicle and met a tragic death. Such a death might seem to some players like merely walking into the wrong plot and reaching the end. What kind of plot was this situation leading to? What was her identity? Thoughts raced in her mind. Stepping out of the lounge, the corridor felt nothing like the previous heat. From the other end of the corridor, whether it was the security guard standing at the end or the greenery in the corridor, even the corridor itself quickly turned into yellow sand. They vanished from sight. Lu Zheng stood still, watching as the plantation and pharmaceutical research laboratory, which had consumed most of her efforts, turned to yellow sand and disappeared. Everything from front to back turned to yellow sand and vanished. She stood in the dark void, with only the long knife in her hand remaining. The first round of testing failed. The second round of testing began. A mechanical voice, neither human nor machine, echoed in the dark void. Lu Zheng felt a sense of weightlessness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the ground in dirty work clothes. Surrounded by bamboo groves, there was nothing else visible. The black knife was still at her waist, but everything else had turned to nothingness. Even the interface of the 10,000 Realms red envelope group was gone. Hello, host. I am the Apocalypse Dimension System number 2822 at your service. Below is the plot of this dimension. Please accept it promptly. Another fake world. Lu Zheng was certain of this. The script was a typical apocalypse female-centric narrative, featuring a delicate flower-type female lead paired with a rugged male lead. In this story, the apocalypse was not filled with zombies like the previous world. Instead, mutated plants and animals ran rampant. Humans, once proud to be at the top of the food chain, had suddenly fallen to the bottom. Lu Zheng was now the delicate flower female lead in the original text. Powerless, but relying on her stunning beauty and the male lead's affection, she managed to survive until the end of the plot. The story was just beginning, with the female lead fainting after encountering a mutated plant, while the male lead's team went out to search for supplies and happened to find the original host. Detected that the host experienced excessive stress in the previous world and responded negatively to the tasks. This world has been specially approved for the host to rest. Lu Zheng took a few deep breaths and drew the black knife from her waist, slashing it across her own throat. From a moment she was reborn in the first life, her heart had felt empty. A person could lose many things. When she was desperately trying to fulfill those redemptive thoughts and complete those tasks, she never considered the thought of dying. The moment of death was brief. As Lu Zheng lost a significant amount of blood, she watched the scenery before her once again turn to yellow sand and disappear. The system refreshed again. Chapter 128, Continuous Self-Harm. Still the same road, still the same dirty work clothes. System prompt, host, please do not engage in self-harm again. The refresh count is limited. Please cherish your life. The system voice had not fully faded before Lu Zheng engaged in self-harm again. In her confusion, she thought, perhaps even the 20 years before the so-called apocalypse were also illusory. What was she? A piece of code in a game that could be endlessly refreshed? Did she have thoughts? Like the Turing code or quantum nebula. Refresh count has reached the limit. System is reloading, lying in a void of darkness. Lu Zheng gripped the black knife in her hand. This was the only item that had traveled with her across several worlds and remained with her. The familiar interface of the 10,000 Realms red envelope group reappeared before her eyes. The chat group had disappeared, leaving only Mei Jun, whom she had added as a friend earlier, still on the page. The personal score page had also been cleared. Mei Jun seemed unfazed by her self-harm, even having thought of a reason for her. Mei Jun, suddenly realizing that the previous worlds were all fake, can indeed lead to some negative emotions. There's nothing to be done. These days, the world builders are rushing, and many small worlds are hastily made. She closed her eyes and began to rest. In another dimension, Mei Jun put down the chat interface of the 10,000 Realms red envelope group. She was still very young. The main god system wanted to say something, but Mei Jun raised her hand to organize her thoughts. Let her rest for a while. You're pushing too hard. After saying that, Mei Jun turned and continued with her tasks. Lu Zheng slept a long, long sleep. Perhaps because she was in the void, she did not feel hungry. After such a long sleep, when she woke up, she felt a kind of laziness and warmth. Points of starlight shone through the ground of the void. It was as if she were in the Milky Way. Lu Zheng reached out and touched them. Those stars could actually be touched with her hand. The void seemed like a barrier, yet also like it had no obstruction. Lying on the ground, still dazed from waking up, she suddenly no longer wanted to die. The determination to self-harm, just moments ago, seemed to drain away from her body. She felt neither fear nor regret. Everything from before had become a fleeting memory. Everyone is destined to die. Out of fear of death, people create various things. Perhaps death is a kind of primal motivation. Host, this is the updated system now. 202-823 at your service. How did you rest? Are you ready to enter the world and start the tasks? A soft system voice echoed in her mind. Perhaps in sync with her state of just waking up, the magnetic tone still carried a hint of laziness. Yes. Welcome, host, to restart your task journey. Beginning deployment. Please pay attention to the plot. The light from the supplementary lamps in the greenhouse made it feel a bit hot. Lu Zheng opened her eyes to see the planting racks in front of her. The rice plants in their early growth stage were lush and green. Hurting her eyes a bit, this body was holding a measuring tape and a notebook, presumably recording the growth of the experimental rice. There was no one in the greenhouse. She set down what she was holding, stepped aside, and began to absorb the plot in her mind. This time it was the script of a reborn female lead in an apocalypse refreshing narrative. The original host was a graduate student in agricultural science. When the apocalypse came, Food became the most important strategic resource, and agricultural talent became the top-tier talent among all researchers. In the original host's first life, she was Na'vi and trusted her family, ultimately meeting a tragic end. In her second life, she returned to continuously slap faces and level up, enjoying the process all the way. Lu Zheng opened the original host phone. Good, the apocalypse in this book would come in 3 days. Chapter 129, The Joy of Selling Things. A very familiar profession. Lu Zheng left the greenhouse, one hand holding the experimental notebook and the other holding the white coat she had just taken off. Host, this world is classified as a simple apocalypse world, with no zombies. As long as you obtain enough food from the mutations, you can survive. The system's prompt echoed repeatedly in her mind. The plot was straightforward and simple. Host, the current world allows you to rest freely, and there is no obligation to complete tasks, but please cherish your life. The world refresh count is limited. After the system finished speaking, Lu Zheng happened to arrive at the laboratory. It was 7 in the morning, a bit early for graduate students who were usually night owls. At this time, it was quiet, except for a few students who had pulled all-nighters for experiments. Her roommates were still asleep. Lu Zheng quietly set down her backpack, didn't take off her clothes, and directly lay down to sleep. When she woke up, there was no one left in the dorm. She pulled out her phone to check the time. It was 10 in the morning. There are no mandatory tasks. So how will this world end? After confirming that there was no one in the dormitory, Lu Zheng began to converse with the system in her mind. This was not just a game world. Moreover, it was a game where there were spectators from the outside world, who could even adjust the environment and identity cards of the characters in real time based on audience reactions. Understanding this, Lu Zheng also realized what she needed to do next. Clearing game levels or leveling up by defeating monsters wouldn't necessarily ensure that she would gain the audience's favor. Given the current adjustment frequency of the game, the audience had considerable power over it, as it was a type of interactive game. The host can achieve the goal of this world by obtaining 100 points. As the system said, it was indeed a retirement world. In the previous world, she had amassed tens of millions of points by the end, yet still hadn't reached the so-called goal of world transition. What should she do to earn points? In this world, only 100 points were needed, so how to obtain these points became crucial. Please explore on your own, host. The original body was a Moonlight Clan member. In the storyline, the original owner's family was part of the burden, so naturally, she couldn't expect to ask her family for money. She planned to sell the original owner's clothes and shoes that were somewhat valuable and easy to sell to get some cash. At least she needed to have basic supplies on hand before the apocalypse arrived in 3 days. She opened the second-hand group. Nearly new dress pictures 1, 2. Nearly new shoes pictures 1, 2. Personal skincare and cosmetics at half-price pictures 1, 2. Lu Zheng set the prices very low. And since she was selling items in a campus second-hand group, things sold quickly. Throughout the morning, Lu Zheng was continuously going up and down to fetch items for buyers. The students generally didn't haggle, paying cash on delivery, and before long, she had added 5,000 yuan to her phone. With the money, Lu Zheng immediately went to the mall. Wearing a familiar tactical jacket and military boots, she finally felt much more comfortable. After leaving the store, she casually stopped by a barber shop and got a short haircut. Long hair was not a good thing in an apocalypse. Lu Zheng continued to sell items, not expecting that the original owner, a Moonlight Clan girl, could have so many things to sell. Roughly counting, there were several thousand items, and many were still packed in her suitcase, probably totaling over 10,000 items. Chapter 130. Points rules while sorting through the original body's belongings. Lu Zheng inexplicably began to understand why the original body was always unhappy. The money earned from part-time jobs was easily spent on trivial things, leaving no savings. Most of the time, she was in debt, making it hard to be happy. She opened a music app and started playing music. The music in this world was very similar to that of Blue Star, and Lu Zheng tidied up her dormitory to the background music. She thought a lot. Since there were no zombies, only mutated plants and animals, the chances of people turning against each other were much smaller. Staying in the dormitory at the beginning of the apocalypse was a good choice. Clearing out the original owner's clothes revealed that there were actually thousands of items, many of which were from her middle school days, vacuum-packed, and the original owner herself didn't even remember keeping them. There were also dozens of pairs of shoes. It would take a centipede to wear them all. Lu Zheng picked out some personal clothing and listed everything else in the secondhand group. This streamer is so strange. With the apocalypse coming, not in a hurry to buy things, but selling instead. New here? I was in this live stream room this morning. It's quite healing. And since these items won't be useful in the apocalypse, it's better to exchange them for cash to buy supplies. Lu Zheng was stunned as flashing comments appeared before her. When her gaze lingered on the corresponding comment, the comments would stop, displaying all the text. It was indeed a real-time, interactive world. The adjustments in the previous world she had always thought were the butterfly effect of Rebirth. Now it seemed that they were actually just new storylines developed after new plot developments. Some unreasonable parts were simply because the players hadn't chosen to clear the corresponding storylines. She pretended not to see the livestream comments and continued tidying up. The dormitory had a loft bed with a desk below. After clearing out the wardrobe, Lu Zheng took down the decorations from the bookshelf and hung them in the second-hand group. The books on the shelf reminded Lu Zheng, and she opened her computer to start downloading various agricultural knowledge. After logging onto the campus network's official website, the school had purchased relevant copyrights, allowing her to download ebooks for free and quickly. Finally, the original owner's tuition fee wasn't wasted. Next was food. With the desk and wardrobe emptied, it was just right to buy some food and water. There were part-time jobs in the school that delivered directly to the dormitory, so she just had to mention it in the second-hand group. Immediately, someone privately messaged her offering help. In less than an hour, the dormitory's wardrobe was stuffed with various ready-to-eat foods and water. Clearing out things like this and buying food is so healing. It all got done calmly and without rush. I like this style. I want to tidy up my wardrobe like the streamer. Praise 1. Host points 1 when she saw the likes. Lu Zheng heard the system's notification sound in her mind. It turned out that points were obtained through audience likes. She was not a well-known streamer, and there were originally few people in the live stream room, with not much exciting content and little interaction. Having a single like now was already a good start. Host, keep it up. The goal of this world is 100 points. 3 days passed quickly. Late at night, what happened? The group chat in the dormitory was buzzing fast. Lu Zheng tightened her grip on her phone, sitting in her chair, looking at the balcony. The sky outside began to brighten. Chapter 131. Mendel's Peas. The apocalypse belonging to this world had arrived. A blue ice-colored meteor streaked across the sky. Wow. Is there a trending topic saying there are meteors tonight? Quick, make a wish. I wish to finish my studies early and graduate smoothly. These people are so silly. That's the fireworks of the apocalypse. Getting touched will lead to death. When will people start dying? The buffer at the beginning is so itchy to watch. Waiting to see the expressions of these people when they discover the truth. These fireworks aren't entirely bad. At least they have a miraculous effect when paired with comments. Lu Zheng looked at the comment about pairing it with fireworks and momentarily didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pushed open the balcony window, reached out to catch a falling firework, and crumpled the comment in her right hand. She took a bite and chewed a few times like it was a rice ball. Zheng, what are you doing? To a few of her roommates, Lu Zheng suddenly rushed to the window, caught a firework, crumpled it in the air, and stuffed it into her mouth. I'm Fine. Damn, this new person is interesting. She can see the comments? Good talent. Lu Zheng felt the changes in her body. That firework burned its way from her mouth down her esophagus to her stomach. The first feelings she experienced were dizziness and nausea. Instinctively, she took off her glasses and froze. Lu Zheng had over 400 degrees of nearsightedness, which was common among graduate students. Most people around her were nearsighted. Are you okay? One roommate, Fong Yuan, came over, patting her shoulder and looking at her face. She seemed to want to see if something was wrong. I'm fine. After eating the firework, my nearsightedness is better. Lu Zheng revealed the truth, but hid the part about the comments. The three roommates' eyes lit up. For people who wear glasses, this was too great a temptation. Fong Yuan usually didn't like wearing framed glasses and had to wear contact lenses due to her nearsightedness. At this moment, she was the first to rush to the balcony to catch fireworks. Lu Zheng quietly wrapped a comment around her. It's really better. Oh my, the effect is so fast. Fong Yuan rushed to the dormitory's washstand, staring at the mirror for a long time. My acne is gone. The dark circles from staying up late for years are gone too. The remaining two roommates rushed over to see. It's really gone. Yuan, your skin looks so good. The other two roommates also reached out to catch the fireworks, while Lu Zheng stood by, watching the fireworks they were swallowing, which were entangled with the barrage. The dark circles are gone, and indeed the looks have improved a lot. It feels like these new roommates have become much more attractive. No internet. I was just about to post in the group to let everyone try it out. Fan Yuan tapped on her phone screen. A light sound echoed, and the lights dimmed. The entire building's lights went out, and several screams echoed in the darkness. The fireworks outside appeared even brighter. Lu Zheng was waiting for the apocalypse mission to arrive. An apocalypse without zombies sounded pretty good. But in the plot given by the system, without man-eating monsters like zombies, the human population still dwindled to a very small number. So the reason for this decline was quite intriguing. Welcome to the apocalypse game, to the first round of evolution. Players, please hold onto your peas. In 3 days, players who collect 10 round peas can enter the next round. Lu Zheng's vision, enhanced by the fireworks, now allowed her to see clearly in the dark. She had a bag in her hand, and inside were 10 round peas. Did we just cross into a book like entering a novel? She didn't expect that after complaining about the boring life of a graduate student yesterday, she would get such a big surprise. The round-faced short girl, Meng, excitedly opened the bag in her hand. After 3 days, everyone has to hand in 10 round peas, and there are 10 round peas in here. Lu Zheng asked, "What about you guys?" "Me too." Fan Yuan opened her bag. "Me too." The last roommate, Hu Dandan, spread her hands, showing her bag. Haha, shocked, right? This is an 80 failure rate newbie task. I can't wait to see how these newbies die. Lu Zheng looked at the floating barges, and her mind began to ponder the previous prompt. The first round of the game, evolution, peas, and evolution. Round peas, such an obvious topic. Humans certainly didn't initially realize that species could evolve. Mendel, in that monastery, discovered the patterns of height, roundness, and wrinkleness in the peas he grew. When humans still didn't know the concept of genes, he verified the phenomenon of traits being inherited from parents to offspring through pea experiments. Fan Yuan also realized it's Mendel's experiment. Several of them were PhDs in agronomy, so they immediately caught on. Lu Zheng said, "Since it's a game, the 3 days must not be in natural time flow. The topic is evolution, and what we need are the 10 round peas from the offspring after planting. Shall we go to the lab?" Meng said, reaching for the dormitory door. Warning, players are not allowed to leave the dormitory during the game. Fan Yuan was turning on the faucet. There's still water. Hu Dandan rummaged through her backpack and pulled out 2 sealed bags of nutrient solution. These were supposed to be taken to the base tomorrow, but now they come in handy. Plants need soil, but what's most important is obtaining the corresponding moisture and nutrients from the soil. Meng said, "Here, my cotton pads. Just bought and still unopened. Could be used as floating material. Most vegetables are not aquatic. Stems and leaves need to be above the water surface, but they will rot if submerged. Therefore, during hydroponics, a floating sponge is required to secure the roots and stems above the water surface." Lu Zheng's suitcase, which had just been cleaned out in these 2 days, could serve as a hydroponic tank. Pea seeds germinate easily. After soaking in water, they can be taken out and wrapped in a damp towel to maintain a slightly moist but not overly wet condition for good germination. Lu Zheng held the damp towel in her hands. They've germinated. Not all the pea seeds were used for planting. They set aside 1/3 for the experiment, leaving the rest aside. Those 1/3 seeds had just been placed in the damp towel and were already starting to germinate. The time flow was indeed different from outside. Lu Zheng signaled the other girls to lend a hand. "First, let's cut the cotton pads. They should grow faster in the hydroponic tank." Meng was used to doing hydroponic experiments in the lab, and within 2 minutes, all the peas were arranged. The flowers bloomed richly, and many peas formed, but no round peas appeared. The new offspring were all wrinkled peas. "Ha! I told you. This is an 80 death rate newbie task." The barrage was filled with mockery. Chapter 132. Eating hot pot together is a hidden trait. Lu Zheng collected the peas grown in the first round. In textbooks, Mendel's experiments often describe round peas as dominant traits, visible traits, while wrinkled peas are traits that can be obscured and thus not visible. In this test, it was reversed. Round peas were the traits that could be obscured. Chunming organized the materials from the previous round of hydroponics. We need to successively eliminate the seeds with dominant traits. This was a probability problem learned in middle school. By reducing the incorrect options in each round, the final target probability would increase, thus reducing the cultivation time. Let's calculate the specific rounds and see how much longer it will take. The last round took an hour, and the task requires 10 peas from each person within 3 days. Let's see how long it will specifically take. Lu Zheng pulled out a few sheets of paper, and the others calculated separately. Dandan bit her pen and sighed. If this problem were given to a middle school student, they would solve it quickly. But I'm a PhD student and can't figure out it all. It's so confusing. Fang Yuan had a similar pained expression. Those things were returned to the teachers after the college entrance examination. Lu Zheng wasn't much better off. Someone who could precisely edit genes during evolution experiments was now stumped by a simple probability problem. The four of them calculated for quite a while before arriving at an answer. Chunming bit her pen. 46 hours? Lu Zheng nodded. I also have 46 hours here. Dandan, me too. Fang Yuan nodded as well. Lu Zheng changed the water in the suitcase, which was temporarily serving as the hydroponic tank. We'll take turns monitoring. 2 people in a group, and every 4 hours, 2 people will switch to rest. They were all used to doing periodic experiments, so they quickly allocated the time rounds. And those who needed to wash up and rest did so, while others got busy with the new round. Lu Zheng and Fang Yuan were in charge of a night shift for the new round. I never expected that after crossing into a book, our expertise could come in handy. I used to think that our major couldn't create gunpowder or light up the tech tree, which made it easy to flop. Fang Yuan said as she worked, her fingers deftly organizing the newly sprouted seeds. The freshly sprouted seeds were very fragile. If not careful, the sprouts could easily tangle and break. In fact, when seeds germinate, the first thing to emerge is not what people commonly think of as sprouts, but the root system. The first thing each seed drills out is its root system. Lu Zheng smiled. Suddenly, she felt that moving between worlds like this was quite nice. She could learn a lot. After the resting roommates fell asleep, the 2 of them stopped talking. In this quiet atmosphere, they set up the seedling racks, pollinated harvested seeds, and removed the shriveled and wrinkled ones. I don't know why, but even though it's a very ordinary scene, I just want to keep watching. So healing, just watching the peas grow, watching the peas bloom, watching the peas bear fruit. Lu Zheng saw the number of people in the live stream continuously increasing, which calmed her down a lot. The audience's rewards would convert into personal points. The larger the audience base, the faster she could accumulate 100 points. By the early morning of the 3rd day, the group had gathered enough round peas required for the task. At this point, there were still 20 hours left until the task ended. The number of people in a live stream had also exceeded 1,000. Wow, I really didn't expect that the 80 death rate pea task would be completed so quickly. These are all PhD students in agronomy, just happen to hit their expertise. Is it really that difficult to acknowledge a newcomer's excellence? If it weren't for the newcomer's quick reactions, managing the experiments with their roommate in an orderly manner, and having a well-planned experimental scheme from the start, it wouldn't be so simple. Also, this building is the PhD dormitory, and this dorm is the only one that is fully occupied. Chunming, should we plant a few more rounds to gather a bit more? The task requires each person to submit 10 evolved round pea seeds. From the information in the comments, the punishment for failing the task is annihilation. No one mentioned rewards for exceeding the task requirements. Let us hold off for now. The prompt doesn't have any extra requirements. This probably reflects the difference in thinking after doing research. In high school, everyone always tried to answer as many questions as possible, even if it meant writing a bit more for impression points. Getting extra points would be even better. Research is different. There is no leeway to exceed the requirements. Lu Zheng sealed each person's SPs in self-sealing bags, labeled them, and after checking, took out 4 cans of cola from the cupboard. Let's take a break. We don't know what comes next after the first round. Chunming took it. It's indeed time for some cola, but it feels so interesting to conduct experiments under these circumstances. Fang Yuan laughed. Isn't this just the temptation of achievement points? Normally, experiments are so tedious. But just thinking that doing experiments now can lead to achievements is particularly motivating. Ha ha. So, true, it's fine, I don't want to get vaccinated. But once the health code turns golden after getting vaccinated, everyone rushes to get it. Huh, do you guys want to eat hot pot? Lu Zheng asked, looking at the wrinkled peas on the table. These wrinkled peas don't meet the task submission standards, but they are actually all seeds that can grow good peas. Are you saying we should dip pea sprouts? Fong Yuanyuan stood up, rummaged through the drawer. Found it, the tomato-flavor hot pot base I bought earlier. Xiaoming. Where's your pot? Let us celebrate with hot pot. Lu Zheng took a sip of cola. Watching the audience in the live stream rapidly increase due to the suggestion of eating hot pot. In other live streams, people are anxiously wringing their hands. But here, it's a sure win, and life is good. The audience that got the recommendation kept pouring in. It took 2 days to reach 1,000 viewers before, but now it skyrocketed to 5,000 as soon as they started preparing for hot pot. Lu Zheng took out a few cans of freeze-dried vegetables from their stash and also pulled out 2 cans of luncheon meat. Chen Ming and a few others dug out the dried vegetables like black fungus and dried tofu that they had saved from cooking in the dorm. In the previous world, Lu Zheng was always cautious. Now, thinking back, it's actually good to enjoy every second and minute of life while alive. Constantly putting burdens on oneself isn't the way to avoid exhaustion. With the newly sprouted pea shoots, they started the hot pot meal. Fong Yuanyuan and Chen Ming usually cook in the dorm, so they weren't lacking in utensils. Lu Zheng took a bite of luncheon meat and a sip of cola, smiling. When one can eat well and drink cola, why ponder over life and death issues? She's just a small person. Enjoying her life is enough. Chen Ming took a bite of the freshly cooked black fungus. Wow, it's so crispy. This white fungus was sent to me by a classmate from Northeast China, and it's from an academician's patented project. It's really delicious. Speaking of academics' patents, it reminds me of the chrysanthemum tea my classmates sent me before. If I brew a bit for everyone, it will be just right to cleanse the palate, and it's also from an academician's patent. Oh, it smells so good. I want to eat too. I want to eat, count me in. Oh, I also want to eat. After hearing the voices, Lu Zheng looked up to confirm with the gazes of a few other roommates. It wasn't auditory hallucinations brought on by the comments. There really was a voice. Chapter 133, Blind Box Reward. What does that sound? Based on my experience from watching so many live streams, that seems to be a big voice. Lu Zheng and the others turned to look at the source of the sound, the balcony. Oh, I want to eat too, it smells so good. A shadow that looked like a person appeared on the balcony. After a while, Lu Zheng could see clearly that it wasn't a person. The shadow had no facial features at all. Below where the head should be was a mass of writhing snake heads like Medusa. If you want to eat, pay up. With food delivered right to them, they couldn't escape, so they might as well give in. Lu Zheng stood up and gestured for Chen Ming and the others to remain calm. However, it seems that the money from our original world can't be spent here. How about you offer something else? The shadow laughed. The snake heads on its head wriggled faster. It's not allowed for you to clear the level directly. The rules don't permit it. After saying this, the shadow clearly paused for a moment. After that, Lu Zheng sat down cross-legged. She even had the presence of mind to hold Fong Yuanyuan's hand beside her, offering some comfort. The shadow came and went quickly, filling the space with various food ingredients in just a few breaths. After all, these were things provided for students to eat. Although the cafeteria Annie could always make various dark dishes, the ingredients were still fresh. Chen Ming stood up trembling, swallowing her saliva, and shakily set down a pair of bowls and chopsticks for the shadow. Lu Zheng moved a chair from the dormitory's washroom, making some space for the other. You know how to use chopsticks, right? Just apply pressure with your index and middle fingers. Yes, like this. Dip in the sauce after you blanch it. Having seen so many zombies and mutated creatures in her previous world, Lu Zheng didn't find a shadow filled with snake heads too terrifying. After patiently teaching the other how to use chopsticks, she continued eating. Hu Dandan dipped a few slices of beef rolls and settled down as well. Hu Dandan, speaking of which, you all don't seem to be packing takeout. You still have to eat with us. The shadow tilted its head, and the snake heads on top followed suit. I haven't eaten in a long time, but I'll have some after the first round of testing. There is plenty of young flesh. Eat more of the pea shoots. The seeds you sent are of pretty good quality. Lu Zheng interrupted the shadow's words by placing a large scoop of pea shoots into its bowl. Hurry, hurry, sisters, look what I found. Wow, eating with a big one, and dared to interrupt the big one's speech. A treasure newcomer. This is a completely unexpected development. Thinking of the previous time, they ate the comments wrapped in smoke. Lu Zheng used her chopsticks to pull a few comments from the void and dip them in the pot. It's pretty crispy. The comments saying 666 are spicy, while the ones cursing and instigating are sour. The shadow glanced at Lu Zheng a few times, but remained silent and continued eating the pea shoots in its bowl. So tender. After eating the comments, Lu Zheng felt a warm current spreading through her veins. She had just felt a bit full, but now she was a little hungry again. Her senses became sharper. Chun Meng, with chopsticks in her mouth, said, "Ah Zheng, you're sweating, and your skin looks better. Like it has a filter like in commercials, so translucent. Is that so? Probably, it's metabolism. Skin tends to improve after faster metabolism." She discreetly added countless comments into the hot pot. Every now and then, Chun Meng and the others would pick up some comments with their chopsticks and eat them. The number of people in the live stream soared as they sat down to eat hot pot. It has now exceeded 100,000. This is an unprecedented achievement in a newcomer-esque live stream. Even those who have played several rounds before would consider it great to have 1,000 viewers. Moreover, the comments in this live stream nearly filled the screen with excellent audience interaction. The human stomach has its limits. Even after eating comments, Lu Zheng and Chun Meng only managed to eat for 3 more hours before putting down their chopsticks. The shadow continued to eat alone. Since most of the ingredients were brought over by the shadow, Lu Zheng didn't feel bad and kept adding water on the side. "What do you need so many pea seeds for the end of your task?" Lu Zheng casually asked. "We need the improved seeds. Our kind lacks the ability to plant and need your help." Listening to the shadow's words, Lu Zheng's brow furrowed even tighter. Either this phantom is lying, or it doesn't have enough authority to know the upper-level messages. In any case, it can't be as simple as needing planting assistance. If it simply needed help with planting, it could easily seek cooperation from the higher-ups. There's no need to go through such a bloody method. The other roommates exchanged glances, clearly thinking the same thing. The planting results obtained through this almost game-like method are limited. The dormitory quieted down. The phantom sat to the side, eating and drinking. After a while, it stood up, gripping the chopsticks in its hand. "All right, I should go now." It snapped its fingers, and the pots and pans on the table immediately became clean, looking as good as new. This is a power that humans cannot achieve at all. "Thank you for your hospitality, your first round of testing, level." The phantom tilted its head on the balcony, perhaps feeling full, the entwined snake heads above it also drowsy, closing their eyes. "As long as you like it. I'll come again next time." Lu Zheng waved her hand, watching the phantom disappear into thin air from the balcony. Chun Meng came over from behind, peering to confirm that the balcony was indeed gone before patting her chest. "I've been afraid of snakes since I was little. If I hadn't worried about causing trouble just now, I would have almost fainted." Hu Dandan said, "Level assessment, is there any use?" The voice that assigned the tasks rang out again. "The first round of testing is over, with a pass rate of 23. Players assessed at level can randomly draw reward blind boxes. Other levels receive no rewards and no penalties. Reward blind boxes have been issued. Please check." A gift box emitting a faint golden light appeared in front of each of the 4 girls. Lu Zheng reached out to open it. A black long knife fell into her hand. It felt incredibly familiar. She gripped the handle and twirled it. Chun Meng exclaimed, "Wow, so cool. I didn't expect you to know martial arts. Ah Zheng, so impressive." Saying this, she also opened her own blind box. A healing cross landed in her hand. Healing cross can repair wounds and treat diseases. Chapter 134. As long as you have a handful of soil. Fong Yuan received a compass that can indicate the desired direction in any environment. Hu Dandan's blind box contained a handgun. Lu Zheng looked at the familiar pattern. It was a rose-patterned handgun. There was one in the previous world as well. It was 100% hit rate, capable of killing enemies beyond levels. It was indeed the same game, with the same equipment settings, refreshed according to different worlds. The second round of testing begins. Please check the tasks. The 4 girls were suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force. The surrounding walls became blurry. Chun Meng looked down and exclaimed, "Ah, I'm afraid of heights." Lu Zheng covered her eyes with her hand, as the ground beneath their feet also became non-existent. The suspension didn't last long, and the familiar gravity returned. The scattered golden light converged again. In front of Lu Zheng and the others appeared a grass house with front and back gardens. Dandan held her handgun and nodded at Lu Zheng. I'll go take a look first. No one is here. Come in. She held the gun in a very skilled manner. Lu Zheng noticed that her finger wasn't even placed correctly and guessed that this girl probably learned her stance from a TV show. As Chun Ming and Fang Yuanyuan explored the house, she fell behind. Like this, grip the gun handle in this direction, disengage the safety, and then you can aim. There is a bit of recoil, just get used to it. Letting go of Dandan's hand, Lu Zheng also began to examine the house. In a place she couldn't see, Dandan blushed, staring at the handgun that the two had just held for a long time without speaking. The grass house resembled an old rural house from the late 1980s and 1990s. With dirt floors and mud walls, there was only a bed made of mud bricks inside. There were no basic living supplies at all. Let us take a look at the land. Lu Zheng's hand touched the soil on the ground, and a familiar prompt sound appeared in the air. Congratulations, player has triggered the second round task. Harvest. After 3 days, each player must submit 2 pounds of food produced from the land to pass the test. The timer starts now. Chun Ming squatted down and rubbed the soil. The moisture content is too low, and the organic matter content is below 1, plus a bit of sandiness, not suitable for growing rice. So impressive. No wonder you're a soil science PhD. Fang Yuanyuan gave Chun Ming a thumbs up, but what does this one mean, more or less? Chun Ming replied, less, generally. Northeast black soil is 5, while the more fertile southern soil is 2. Below 1 is quite barren. Fang Yuanyuan's eyes lit up, so strong. It's okay. Our teacher doesn't even need to touch it. Just by looking, they can distinguish the soil and moisture content from all over the country. Chun Ming shyly lowered her head and continued to examine the soil. Lu Zheng also took a look. The smell of actinomycetes was strong. The number of microbes in this moisture content was probably 2 or 3 orders of magnitude lower than normal, and the disease resistance wasn't good either. Among the other 3, only Fang Yuanyuan also studied microbiology. The other 2 didn't understand much. Lu Zheng smiled and explained, plants and the microorganisms in the soil generally have a mutually beneficial relationship. If there are too few microorganisms in the soil, the plants won't grow well either. Probiotics are the little guardians of plants. I understand now. It's like how people take probiotics for health. The probiotics in the soil are beneficial for the plants. Chun Ming looked at Lu Zheng. That can be understood that way. Lu Zheng clapped her hands and stood up. Congratulations. Player has triggered a hidden task. Improve the quality of the target land. Reward. 1 red brick house. With a sound, the original grass house twisted left and right. The whole house shook, flew off the ground, and disappeared into a black dot. Clang. A red brick house fell from the sky. Wow. Fang Yuanyuan patted the dirt off her clothes and stood up. Come quick. The new house has so many rooms. The newly changed brick house was more than 3 times larger than the previous grass house. Although it was a single story, there were stairs leading to the roof, where they could lie down and rest when they were free. Where did you get the brick house? A stranger's voice sounded. The initial fog dispersed, revealing that there were people all around. Just as she worried that those people might pose a threat, they were first blocked by a transparent barrier in the space. Warning: players must not leave their own area. At this time, there was no need to interact with the outside world, and there was no need to worry about threats from other players, which indeed counts as a kind of new player protection. They couldn't ally and cooperate with other human partners, but they also didn't have to worry about malicious individuals intentionally causing harm. Why do you have a brick house? In fact, this brick house wasn't particularly good. However, it had complete rooms and even dedicated furniture and washing supplies. Compared to the grass house that had nothing and felt like it would collapse with just a rain, it was like a super luxury villa, triggering a hidden task. The house appeared when we were standing in the vegetable garden. Lu Zheng didn't say everything, but she provided key information. Upon receiving the news, the others indeed dispersed. 3 days was tight, and meeting the standards set by the system was not simple. Chun Ming said, we need to improve the soil first. Lu Zheng nodded. We need outside help. There are no materials in this place. They couldn't even gather compost by themselves. She tapped a jade token at her waist. This is for task issuance. It can be used to contact the game. However, most of the time, who would contact them for no reason, as if they were tired of living? Are you there? We need some materials. After Lu Zheng activated the jade token, she began to speak. The phantom appeared in the vegetable garden. Are we going to start eating hot pot again? There's nothing. Before the other party got angry, Lu Zheng stuffed a lollipop into the mouth of one of the snake-headed heads. We need some soil from the real world, just a handful from the school garden. She gestured with her hand. The phantom tilted its head, and the wriggling snake heads above it also changed direction. Is this what you want? You are now requesting external help. The voice of the virtual shadow became cheerful, seemingly quite willing to assist. Lu Zheng smiled. That's all we need. If you had come a bit later, we would be eating rice. After getting a handful of soil, a few people started moving. Hu, a major in agricultural machinery, used electrical tools from the house to assemble a simple pump to irrigate the vegetable garden in front of the house. Chapter 135, Waiting to Eat. Chun Meng and Fong Yuan divided some rice seeds for simple planting. This was not only to calculate the planting time for this batch of rice, but mainly to obtain rice straw. Energy is conserved, but its forms are different. The soil is indeed barren, but that doesn't mean it is completely devoid of nutrients. It's just that those nutrients cannot be utilized by me. Many people think that as long as the soil is rich in nutrients, plants will grow well. Lu Zheng began to separate the relevant microbial communities from the handful of soil from outside. These microbial communities serve as the immune system for plants. With them, plants are less likely to get sick. There are too few microbial communities here, but that's okay. We can supplement them with the ones from outside. It's known that the number of microorganisms in 1 gram of soil is usually in the billions. Under normal time flow, a generation could be produced in 20 minutes, not to mention in the game space. In less than an hour, Lu Zheng had prepared the bacillus for decomposing straw and the microbial community to be introduced into the soil. Straw cannot be directly returned to the field. Those microorganisms consume nitrogen sources while decomposing the straw, and if directly introduced into the field, it's equivalent to providing competitors for the plants. Only when the immune bacteria and nutrients are in place did Lu Zheng and the others formally start working on the seedlings. The virtual shadow had squatted behind Lu Zheng without her noticing. You all are so entertaining. The writhing snake heads almost reached the water surface and in the rice field. Lu Zheng and Chun Meng rolled up their pant legs to plant the seedlings. Hu was operating the simple pump to control the moisture in the field. Fong Yuan was tidying up the field ridge when she heard the voice and plopped down into the water. I'm here, you sit for a bit. The rice still needs to wait. Lu Zheng took Fong Yuan's hand, pulled her up, and brought her to the field ridge. Why aren't you afraid of me? The virtual shadow turned around. All the snake heads aimed at Lu Zheng, their eyes carrying the unique intimidation of cold-blooded animals. Fong Yuan, standing behind, tightened her grip on Lu Zheng's hand, her small hand feeling icy with fear. I'm scared, but you should also follow the rules, right? We act according to the task requirements, and you can't arbitrarily destroy the rules. Lu Zheng did not expect any so-called friendship. After all, they had only shared a hot pot meal with the virtual shadow, so it couldn't be considered a deep connection. The coiling snake heads lazily began to move again, and the virtual shadow stood up from the water's edge. You are very smart. This game chose you. It was a very familiar scene. When she tried to let Xiaohei know about the Wanjia Red Envelope group, it was like this. Back then, she was testing the permissions of the Wanjia Red Envelope group. Now it seemed that this permission not only meant she couldn't tell others, but also that there were some people whose words she couldn't hear. Not being able to hear was fine. Lu Zheng bent down to continue handling the rice. Tillering, pollination, harvesting. Since the virtual shadow agreed to eat rice together, the task of threshing the grains was handed over to it. Anyway, since it didn't interfere with the harvest, it didn't count as violating the rules. Lu Zheng and the others were happy to take a break. The fresh rice had not yet dried. The plump rice was directly shelled and mixed with a little rice leaf to cook, just like rice. Simple, yet it tasted fragrant. Lu Zheng additionally took a handful to make porridge without any extra seasonings, just simmering until the rice grains burst open and the rice oil floated to the top. The simplest and most delicious plain porridge. Although the sweetness burst forth, eating like this felt truly happy. Chun Meng sighed while holding her bowl. Modern people always have high blood sugar and diabetes. There are too few who can enjoy a bowl of plain porridge so comfortably. Lu Zheng looked at the virtual shadow, squatting by the pot, and felt a sense of familiarity. It resembled the little zombie she had raised in the last world. Usually lazy and delicate, when encountering good food, it immediately became lively. "Did you recognize me?" The virtual shadow gradually shrank, its voice transforming from mechanical to a sweet, childish tone. The familiar little milk dumpling, wearing a little princess dress, squatted by the pot. "Ah Zheng, make some more. I'm not enough." Shen Ming's eyes widened, gasping, "Oh my god, it really is the little one." Fang Yuan and the others looked at the suddenly lively figure with curiosity. The little milk dumpling didn't look so terrifying, and they bravely stood up and circled around it several times. Lu Zheng smiled as she added water and new rice to the pot. The little one tilted in her arms. Ah Zheng, your food is the best. You don't know that the others are just busy brushing points, one after another, stressing themselves out. Do you still want sugar?" Lu Zheng had unconsciously bought quite a few lollipops when she shopped in the New World. "Yes, I want lychee flavor today." The little one raised her chubby little hand. The fragrance of rice flowers wafted in from outside. The rice ears swayed like waves, and a few people surrounded the bubbling little pot. It was a rare moment of leisure. The yield this time was sufficient. After Lu Zheng counted the recent 2 harvests, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on the ground with the rice drying beside them in the sun, the sudden lively figure was indeed frightening, but the little one looked too adorable before long. Everyone relaxed and began to tease the dumpling. Lu Zheng sat to the side, watching the little milk dumpling. The information the little one provided in just a few sentences was not much, but it was still significant. The others brushing points? What exactly are these points used for? For those diligently brushing points, these points can only be used to purchase items in the points mall. In a sense, they have never truly owned the points. Once they switch to a new world, the previous points will be completely reset. What is the little one, who can traverse different worlds and has higher permissions, count as? A steward in the game? As for them, the ones trapped within, do they really remember the outside world? Or is there even an outside world? Lu Zheng thought about the so-called previous life. Was the apocalypse real? The refresh of the apocalypse, the so-called Freemasons, are they not like monsters in the game? Those of them who have been fighting monsters have been struggling on the line of life and death, without gaining any benefits. Slaves. The word sprang to Lu Zheng's mind. Only slaves cannot even possess freedom. Those points or exchangeable functional items are not considered property. From beginning to end, they own nothing. Perhaps their daily lives are like Truman's World, broadcasted for others to see. So where's the edge of this world? What she once had? Parents gone. Friends and classmates gone. Supplies after the apocalypse gone. That little black cat gone. Even the little dumpling just appeared. So what is this time? The judge? She should not be in her actual body here. Looking down at her palm, the patterns were clear, and her sense of pain was intact. But a real flesh and blood body cannot withstand the refresh after multiple self-harm. She recalled the experience of using a zombie's body for targeted fermentation to make medicine. At that time, through gloves in extreme sub-zero temperatures, the zombie body she touched was still soft. The kind of softness and moisture maintained at sub-zero temperatures. She had only thought that it was a mutation of the zombie virus. Now it seemed otherwise. Something began to emerge in her mind. The truth was separated from her by a thin layer of fog. What is the key to breaking the deadlock? Last time it was to survive. The tasks issued by the Wanjia Red Envelope Group completely ended after the points rose to 1 million. As long as enough points are submitted, there is no need to personally complete tasks. In a world of self-destructive refresh, there is nothing to do. Just rest well and enjoy the company of the man chosen by the system. Is that really a form of rest? From the audience's perspective, it's likely just watching the plot and the seasoning of romance. When binding to the Red Envelope Group, it was clearly stated that the location of the Red Envelope Group must not be leaked. However, during the initial capture of the mutated Arabidopsis, when Lu Zheng was on the brink of death, the other party directly paused time, using an incredible cheat to save Lu Zheng. The same happened in the following instances of self-destruction. This game temporarily does not allow Lu Zheng to die. Combining previous analyses, is the life of a slave so important? Ordinary slaves would certainly die quickly. What kind of slave would make those in power temporarily not want her dead? Intelligence, skills, talents. These are enough for Lu Zheng to stand out completely. With over 7 billion people on Blue Star, even if various divisions of labor are formed, Lu Zheng can be considered a person at the top of the pyramid, but she is not without competition. There must be something else. Sitting cross-legged, with the black knife resting on her knee, this was a habit Lu Zheng developed in the previous world. The little one crawled over after finishing its food, instinctively snuggling into her arms to rest. The other 3 girls had just finished their harvest, and with the pressure of clearing the game gone, they also began to rest. Ajing, what did you figure out? Lu Zheng's gaze was deep. The little one knew she would be thinking at times like this. The previous world told me that it was the real world, and the current world tells me that this is a false world, just a game to clear. Who am I? Ajing? The little milk bun's outstretched hand paused towards Lu Zheng. The red-tiled house and farmland transformed into light spots and began to disappear. Did that cat tell you? The little one jumped down from Lu Zheng's arms, its soft little face serious. In the game's world, if someone knows the truth, this world will disappear. That cat is my companion. After the little one finished speaking, it disappeared into the light spots along with the background of this world. Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the black knife. This time, she fell into the white world along with the black knife. A blank area with nothing in it. After entering this area, the black knife in her hand also transformed into light spots and disappeared. Lu Zheng unbuttoned her clothing and pulled out a small knife from the wound under her armpit. This was hidden in earlier, connected to her flesh and blood. Since she could not die in the world, what about in this so-called blank? The artery in her neck thumped rapidly. Lu Zheng pressed the knife handle against the artery. At the moment blood flowed out, she saw a door open at the edge of the white area. Experiment number 0914, trial concluded. In the blurred vision, the little black cat, transformed into a young boy, walked over to her in a white lab coat. Lu Zheng knew she was dead. She had transformed into a god's perspective, watching the person on the ground record something. The young boy was accompanied by a familiar, yet strange-looking curly-haired woman. After a moment, Lu Zheng realized that it was the little milk bun. Her consciousness exited the laboratory, seeing the light cluster outside. Since entering the plot, the Multiverse red envelope group that had existed in her mind disappeared. Lu Zheng tried several times, but could no longer summon the previous materials with her consciousness. The corpse on the ground also transformed into light spots and disappeared into the air after the recording was completed. On both sides of the corridor outside were rows of prison-like single rooms. The doors of the single rooms were labeled with their respective numbers. Lu Zheng saw familiar faces and unfamiliar ones. She saw Chen Xiaoming's face, with a sign stating that she had been killed by a mutated monster. So it was like this. May June. She saw the familiar name again. Once the number 1 in the Multiverse red envelope group, always giving equipment anonymously, the beauty. Inside the single room was an extremely thin body, with skin so pale that the blood vessels inside could be seen. So weak, it had no attack power at all. Such a body indeed ranked first in the Multiverse red envelope group. It seems that there is no connection between the body in reality and the one constructed in the world. By the way, what about her body? In the single room that just belonged to experiment number 0914, there was no actual body like in the other single rooms. The boys and girls in lab coats carried out the experimental records of 0914. Lu Zheng's consciousness took the opportunity to follow them. After leaving the laboratory, there wasn't the grand studio Lu Zheng had imagined. It seemed more complicated than just Truman's World. The two experimenters said nothing to each other, swiping their respective access cards through one door after another. Lu Zheng saw hurried crowds. The faces of those people were all weary. After walking for about 15 minutes, the two of them worked together to swipe open the last door. Outside was an endless wilderness. Char black land, a char black sky. There seemed to be no sign of living beings. Go out, you are free now. The familiar voice of the little group echoed in her ears. An impulse surged in Lu Zheng's heart. Her consciousness passed through that door. The smooth door immediately closed. Looking back at the entire building, it resembled the hive scene during the Freemason era. Everyone lived in the hive. A gust of wind blew across the wilderness. In the wind, someone asked Lu Zheng, "New here? What is your name?" Lu Zheng. It felt as if black magic had shattered. She felt her body become heavy, her feet finally touching the ground again. Let's go. The future life is scary, but you no longer need to earn points in the hive. The voice in the wind said. Lu Zheng nodded and stepped into the unknown wilderness.